Kill it! TSM!
Here comes Zero!
Zero! The captain! TSM!
I'll make this simple. It's all about the information you have that I want.
Time to accelerate the open road.
Oh, this is one way to make memories.
This is the Split 1 playoffs, and this is Los Angeles. Apex! What up? Man, I've been waiting to do that again. My name is We the People. I want to welcome everybody to the Apex Legends Global Series, Split 1 playoffs here in LA. We have the 40 best teams from around the world, 120 of the greatest players to ever play the game, all fighting for their chance to win a LAN and to hold up that ALGS trophies. Every single one of these players have given everything they have for months to be up on this stage. So to everyone from around the world watching, make some noise because this is the ALGS. Rain Day, take it away.
Thank you so much, Peeps. Welcome everybody watching at home and in the Galen Center in Los Angeles to my home, LA, where we have brought, as he mentioned, the 40 best teams from around the world in Apex Legends to compete for the singular Split 1 Playoffs trophy honor. My name is Rain Day. I'm joined by some fantastic fellas here on the desk to start it off as we kick off the show and give you a second to just say hello and how excited you are. I'll start with you, Zeph. Great to have you here and obviously an exciting time to be in LA with all the best teams finally gathered.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to come back and get the chance to check things out internationally because that's really where the competition starts to elevate. And it might be a little chilly, especially now that we're here in LA. I'm used to a little bit more heat, but I'll tell you what, this kind of competition, it's starting to warm me up.
You know, you may need another layer, man. I got 2 jackets on. I'm not chilly at all. But somebody who can maybe speak to that from Sweden, obviously a pro, now joining us here again. You were with us at Champs Graceful. It's great to have you back here for our Split 1 playoffs in year 4.
I'm so happy to be here. Fell a little bit short in Pro League, but you know, I have to be here one way or another. I'm so thankful to be, given the opportunity to be here and seeing all the competition is where I thrive. I love competition. I want to be a part of everything I can be, and I'm so happy.
Well, we usually isolate you as, maybe one of the only pro perspectives that we bring onto the desk, but this time we decided to pair you up with somebody who is also a familiar pro, a coach, in fact, Hodzic, formerly from XSET, and so thankful for you and all you've done in the league and joining us again. This is not your first time on the ALGS, but it is at LAN to be able to join us for a split.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we'd love to. Our team would love to be on that stage as well. But I mean, I just love the LAN environment. It's my favorite time of year. All 3 times we get to do it. So really blessed to be here. Very thankful to be here. And can't keep me away from LAN.
Honestly, the minds joining me today is going to be fantastic. But for those joining me online as well, you're probably wondering how this all unfolds. If you've not been familiar with our Split 1 playoffs or our tournament structure, let me break it down for you. We're going to start Thursday today and Friday with a group stage. Each of the groups, A, B, C, and D, are filled with 10 of our 40 qualifying teams. They will go ahead and play each other throughout these 2 days and accumulate points based on their performance, like any regular ALGS match you might have seen. What that will do, though, is place our top 20 teams in a winners group on Saturday and our bottom 20 in Elimination 1. Elimination 1 will be the first time we send 10 players home, and 10 players will stay alive to fight those who, in winners, did not get a chance to make top 10. They will then go and eliminate another 10 teams, and we will be left with our 20 teams from this tournament to play in Sunday, our match point finals. And if you haven't seen that, boy, you are in for a treat. Most of you know what it is, but you got to get over 50, and then you've got to win. What are they playing for? Well, Zephyr's pretty good bit of cash there, $300,000 for our first place winner.
And of course, it's not just the $300,000, it works its way all the way down to 20th, where a lion's share of our final teams will be walking away with something, but not just that, Rainy. The competition has begun here, but it will elevate as we make our way through the entire ALGS Year 4. Of course, they'll be having those championship points, which will contribute to them potentially getting a spot at our championship later this year.
I mean, it's life-changing money, gracefully. Hanzik, you guys can attest to that. I was talking to Kim Chi Lee the other day. He said, if I get enough of a placement, I'm just moving. I'm buying a house, I'm moving, I'm saying goodbye. So that first place could be pretty exciting. But as we mentioned, complexity, let's take a look at the teams that will be participating. Those who have made it. Group C and D on your eyes. Graceful, just quickly, anybody who stands out to you right here looking at our current 20?
So, you know, we can't deny that we have some really heavy hitters in this group, like in this game day coming up right now. Alliance sticking out, you know, I would even say Legends Gaming, even with a sub, is definitely terrifying. Moist always being on top, but then TSM, as we all know. I think, though, that we have to look a little bit towards the teams that we aren't really looking at, that don't have the, you know, the highlights as much. And I want to say Made in Heaven.
Yeah.
They came against absolutely everybody. Nobody expected them to be here. People keep, you know, I would say in scrims they're a little bit trash talking a little bit, but then they showed up against everybody and they've been performing good. Even in scrims they've been performing, and I'm super excited to see what's happening.
You know, one of the interesting things about it is we do come into these with storylines. Obviously, people thinking, can TSM do it again? Can DarkZero get revenge after a disappointing exit before the Sunday finals in our championship last year? Hanzik, though, there's oftentimes a storyline that you don't expect that comes through with some of these teams, and it could be anyone that we're looking at right here.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time in these tournaments, you're only really seeing a very, very small portion of the picture. Like, every single one of these teams has sacrificed so much to get here, and it's unfortunate we can't cover every single story.
Yeah.
But a lot of teams that I always have my eye on, you know, SSG is like a big one, for example. Like, not a lot of people talk about Frex, but he is like one of the most storied and one of the most consistent players, I think, to have touched this game so far across all 5 years. So, like, you know, a lot of stories like that aren't ever told. So I'm hoping that we can tell as many of them as we can.
And sometimes it's just going from the stories of where you've been. As we take a look at some of the things that have changed leading up to it, very much like Frex's journey, starting on NRG with Sweet, and then obviously finding his way back to Spacestation. Hanzik, some changes have come in, obviously, to start this LAN, as we would expect. One of the notable ones, FURIA.
Yeah, I mean, his Wonton bowing out kind of last second, hitting the retirement. Huge respect to him. What a great player. It's sad to not see him perform, especially after all he's done over the Pro League. He's a really exciting player to watch. But shout out to him. Obviously, we got my boy Koiful, subbing in for Legends Gaming. Things obviously didn't work out for us, but I still really, you know, I admire the kid a lot. He's extremely talented, and I really want to see him be able to shine on stage. It'll be nice to see that.
Yeah, Poland coming in as well. We were talking about that behind-the-scene APAC South Super Sub is what Genome was saying, coming in for the player that could not make it on that squad. For today, though, you are right on time. You have made it for our 10 a.m. C versus D group stage beginning. After that, we'll have a little lunch break for the players, and we'll start off our second set of the day, 2:30 p.m. PT. We'll round it out starting at 7 p.m. Pacific time. So if you're in Europe, get ready to stay up, get some coffee, get your Red Bull, whatever it is to watch that one, because it will be A versus D going at it. But of course, as we begin each day, we have to highlight the marquee players that are starting this off. And when you consider how long it has taken so many of these teams to get here, when you look at Group C and the powerhouse names, there is always a story anywhere that you look. Let's take a little bit of an in-depth look at where Group C went to get here to our playoffs.
Whether or not they even win, I guess it's going to be the next question. Of course they will.
From 07 to Elevate to FURIA and obviously TSM, Group C has a ton of stories, but Zephyr, who are you highlighting going into our first matchup of the day?
Hopefully I won't get any flame for this, because there are some incredibly storied legends across the board, but I'm particularly looking at one that sometimes flies under the radar. Of course, from APAC North, Fnatic here. For our friends and family who are a big fan of this roster, it has seen some changes coming into this initial split. If you're a big fan of NORTHEPTION, you'll recognize Satuki and like you coming off from that roster to start going into Pro League here. It has had one of the best performances though, especially with a major change. Yuka F giving up the reins here, and of course, like you, stepping into IGL this team as that controller player. Of course, they walk away with 4 matchday wins, only tied by that of Aurora in EMEA. And of course, there's some little blemishes. They're not perfect. Regional finals left some expectations, but you cannot talk about this team without understanding a lot of that dominance that comes with them.
I think that the dominance that people have not been seeing, for people that, you know, maybe they don't follow scrims, they don't really look through everything, like they only come for the tournaments, right? They have been dominating in scrims. They have been contesting. They've been acing every team. They're finding several teams on their contest. They've been beating them up. Now they were actually supposed to be contested going into this group. Maybe it might not be that anymore. People have been, you know, rearranging their PYs because they're that terrifying. And I think that's for a good reason. They have to be, you know, they've been showing up strong even in scrims, and now we'll see if they can start their day hard.
APAC North looking strong with Fnatic. Maybe the hope of APAC North. I think Fnatic tweeted that one out though, so it might be a little biased. But I will say that they've got some fans in the building and of course at home. However, when you look at who they're competing against, many more stories. I'd mentioned Kimchi Lee and Complexity. You'd look at all of these rosters like Spacestation Gaming and Frex, and we even have some of those EMEA maybe hopes. Will they continue to be that in Alliance? Let's take a look at all of the members of Group D. Well, that is Group D. Obviously 10 competitors that have earned their spot to get here, and we saw a lot of them in that clip. But Hansik, who do you want to focus on heading into their matchup with C this morning?
Rain, one of my personal favorites for this, and a team that I think is really important to watch for that throughout this entire tournament, is going to be Not Moist. Important distinction, Not Moist. these guys have been demons from the Apex South for the entirety of Apex competitive. Waltzy, if you know, has been probably the only the only player to have never seen a loser's bracket at LAN, which is very impressive. The duo of Waltzy and Empty has a lot of consistent success. The only problem is that I always found with them in the past is that they're consistent, they get to finals, but they never have a great time in the finals, with I think their best performance being 6th place, which is not bad, but certainly when you're up there, you want a little bit better than that. Obviously, them coming over to NA was a massive story. A lot of people doubted them and their capability to play in this region. They picked up the powerhouse that is my boy Guild.
Yep.
And obviously, I mean, they have been doing amazing things. They finished 2nd in the Pro League. And they've definitely stamped their name within North America. Starting this whole new mantra of Australians dominating North America.
Yeah, I mean, Australia is the pride of North America at this point. I mean, that is the pride with DarkZero and Moist. But how do you feel, Graceful, about the comment Hudson made? Able to get there, but not quite able to get it done in finals. Is this the time they get over the hump?
So the thing is that I'm speaking since all the way 2019 back in the day. Like, they've always been teams, you know, we've had waves of speaking about different things like EU domination, the Russian warlord. They've had, you know, NA roller players, but they have always been in finals. Not quite at the top of the top, but they're always there. So now when you're asking, you know, is Guild adding into it enough? Like, maybe that's the secret sauce they needed, because they have two of the thirds already there. The third one might spice it up, and they could bring it home.
That is a great point. I mean, one of the things we have to look at is that we don't know what is going to happen. Nobody does. That's the exciting part about it, but the players are getting ready. We're only a few moments away from kicking off our first game of the Split 1 playoffs here in LA. And before we do that, we have to introduce a segment that we know you love, you know, to talk about, whether it's on X and whether it's on a few other platforms I'll mention in just a second, but the talent predictions for what will occur. You know, I got to go TSM. I'm going to bring it up early just because I think you can't doubt them till they prove you're wrong. I think they've earned that, at least for me. So is DarkZero. Ben, we don't see your pick up there as well. We don't see any of yours, but look, Alliance, a lot of SSG, little Fnatic. Okay, Vicky, we see how you're going. And we got another page here where your guys' picks are, and another very special pick as well. Zephyr, you all three win Alliance. Okay, who wants to take this? Zeph?
I'll take it just because at the end of the day, there's one person that gets to represent EMEA, and it's not my friend from it. No, but for Alliance, of course, the big switch up with Unlucky is the thing that I'm so excited to see here. To give them the extra prowess, especially being one of the best controller players to come out of that region in a very long time. So that major switch to give them their emphasis, and now coming into finals in some of the best form that we have seen from this roster ever since what was Last Champs. And I don't want Last Champs to be a blemish. This is still a team that is tried and true, has been here before, and are willing to do it again.
Hard to bet against Hockeys, hard to bet against the way that they've been playing. I think that this is a good spot that we hadn't talked about earlier on. However, I do have to focus on something else, guys, because you represented Alliance. But with me, on our new talent prediction, I guess, I don't know if they're getting the talent rate or anything like that, but the competitive Apex Legends subreddits is now going to be included in our talent predictions all week long. You on our competitive Apex are going to be giving us your talent predictions. We will be highlighting them on the broadcast, and we'll be keeping track of how well you do. Congratulations, that's pretty fun. I'm excited to see if they can beat some of us, but right now, at least I'm tied with the subreddit. So love me, guys. I appreciate you. I love you back. If you guys want to watch Apex Legends your way, your style, well, guess what? We have another option for that as well. FACEIT has given us the opportunity to give you 4 different perspectives of the teams that you care the most about in the ALGS. We all know that this league has some super fans. So if you just want to focus on their rotations, their gameplay, and their in-game comms, go to FACEIT Watch to be able to check it out. What an opportunity for all of us to get a little bit of those multi-perspectives that change the game. FACEIT is going to do a great job of all of that for us. However, we also have another thing for those watching just on Twitch as well. Maybe you keep a side browser or on Play Apex. It is, of course, our Twitch drops that are presented throughout the week. It is today, Thursday, where you'll earn the Crimson Clash Wingman skin. Tomorrow, we got a little combo with the Conduit skin, the Crimson Clash. So that'll look good in-game, as well as Saturday. I know some B-Stream enjoyers will like this one. Not a green screen hollow spray. And all you got to do is watch for 30 minutes and you will be able to claim that one. So make sure to check in on twitch.tv/playapex to earn that. And we hopefully will see you bragging in-game in Apex with those cool new items. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are ready to kick it off. Are you ready at home? I hope you're ready in the building in the Galen Center in Los Angeles to get things going. We've got two incredible casters standing by. Two of my friends looking dapper as always. Let's kick it off with Onset and Gaskin.
Thank you so much, Rain. God, it feels good to be here, doesn't it, Dan? A new season is upon us. Everybody, welcome everybody, of course, who's in the building. Welcome to everyone at home, to Los Angeles, to the Galen Center, the City of Angels. And Dan, it's not just about angels this week. It's going to be about who becomes the demons on that Battle Royale as well. I think it's going to be an amazing week of action. We start off, of course, in the group stage, and we've got C versus D to kick us off.
Yeah, we've got some incredible teams, some incredible players, as you would expect when you get to this stage of any tournament here at Playoffs. But of course, we will be competing on both the competitive maps here in Apex Legends, starting with Storm Point today, and then following up to World's Edge for 4, 5, and 6. A little bit different throughout the season. We kind of swap and change where we start, and it can really change how a team performs in some of these map rotations, because we do have teams that are better at Storm Point.
We certainly do indeed. It's going to be 3 matches in a row at Storm Point before we flip over to the old classic, the old favorite of World's Edge. And like you mentioned, some teams certainly favor one map over the other. And speaking of teams, it's time for us to maybe delve into some of the stories a little bit of who we're going to see in these two groups, Dan. C and D. We have to mention we have the current champions in TSM, that crazy run that they went on last time that we were here on LAN in Birmingham for the champs. They won it there, but a lot of other stories to be told. Start off, you know what, I'm gonna let you pick someone. Why don't you go for it? You pick someone, you tell a story.
I mean, we can see the drop spots of all the teams as well. A team like SSG, Not Moist, two teams who could really compete. Wonton, Dumpling, who have been unbelievable throughout their time leading up to playoffs and will be competing. And we have a few contests happening here on Storm Point as well. You've got 07 versus HAO, you've got Heroez versus Passion UA. They are going to be very important contests. They're going to happen very early in this tournament because you need to kind of assert your dominance in these early stages. Try and secure that drop spot as your own. And then when you look across other teams that are competing, you've got FURIA. Very excited to see what Vaxlon's going to be able to do on this roster now. I think it's a massive opportunity for him.
Hey, the intern got hired. I'm proud of that guy. He's back on the main stage, back alongside two teammates who are going to push him to be the best that he can. And FURIA is certainly going to be a team to watch as we move through the week. But some of the powerhouses up in that top right-hand section of the map that we talk about as well. You have the likes of NORTHEPTION are going to be up there. You've got TSM, Complexity, FURIA. I think it's going to be very interesting to see if we do have some Northern Zone pulls, to see those teams have to engage a little bit earlier than maybe some of the teams that you'd say maybe a little bit weaker in the lobby.
Yeah, I think keep a keen eye on that northeast section that you're talking about, but also Wonton Dumpling at Pylon just seems to statistically be one of the better POIs on Storm Point, and I really have a feeling like they are going to make a big impact here on Storm Point, and you have to, because Wonton Dumpling are going to be contesting TSM when it goes to World's Edge, right? So that's going to be a big opportunity for them to try and show what they can do on the big stage, but certainly here on Storm Point, when you have a free POI, you have to make it count.
And it's going to be interesting as well. I kind of want to touch upon Wonton Dumpling a little bit, right? Because Apex South has produced some teams, shall we say. We've got one of them in the lobby. We were all like, say a year or so ago, like DarkZero have left, they're going over to NA. What's going to happen to the region? Moist, they stepped out. Now they come over to North America. They dominate. And it was a 1-2 between the two teams in the North American Pro League. The gap was left and we're like, hey, who's going to be next? Well, maybe this is going to be the answer here. Some of the stats from this team coming into this event, Dan, absolutely ridiculous. Standout statistics, not just in the region, but across the world.
Yeah, on average, I mean, they were finishing top 3 in 26% of their games.
Nuts.
And that means 1 in every 4 games you see Wonton Dumpling in that top 3. Insane. If they have that consistency here today and throughout this tournament, then they will be in the finals and they will be competing for that trophy.
Well, good news, everybody. We haven't got much time to wait by the looks of things. It looks like the dropship is live. It looks like teams are almost ready. I got ahead of myself. See what I did there? Got ahead of myself. Sorry, everybody. We weren't quite ready yet. But what we do get to do is kind of fill a little bit more story on some of these teams that we're going to see, Dan, because like we mentioned, there are so many in just these 2 lobbies, let alone who is going to be on the main stage. One team I just want to touch on very quickly is going to be Passion, because they're my boys, right? The Ukrainian boys are over here. They finally get to attend one of these events, and it's very easy to say like no one deserves it more because everybody deserves it on that main stage, but knowing what those three gentlemen have been through, I am rooting for them this weekend.
And it's quite right you bring up Passion as well. We were speaking earlier about some of these teams are better on Stormpoint, starting here on Stormpoint. They are one of my 5 teams to watch coming into this map because a lot of these teams did rely on Stormpoint throughout regular season to get their points. Passion, for example, 69% of their points came from Stormpoint, right? It was very much the heavily favored map, so they need to make it count here. Otherwise, when you transition into World's Edge, you might start to find yourself falling behind. Other teams that are up there with big percentage differences, HAO, FURIA, NORTHEPTION, and TSM are all our Stormpoint squads here in this lobby.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because obviously these stats come from the Pro League. There's been a bit of gap, a bit of time where there's been a lot of scrims, oversight tournaments, all these warm-ups to get prepared for this moment where teams would have been looking at that, right? Looking at those stats coming out of the Pro League split saying, hey, what do we need to address and how do we need to address that? So even though those statistics are completely correct up until now, you have to keep an eye on how the teams do develop and how those stats develop throughout this LAN event itself. We had a quick look at compositions as well, and this is one thing we were talking about right before this got underway is usually when we come into these big LAN tournaments, all teams come in from different areas of the world, different regions. There's a little bit of different flavor to compositions, but this is the first time we were sat down and we were like, hey, it seems like there's a pretty good consensus about what the meta composition is going to be.
Yeah, when you look across what every region has been playing, the compositions that have been brought, it seems to have been a general agreement that Bloodhound, Bangalore, and Caustic has been the favorite composition and the most successful across almost all regions. I think apart from APAC North, which are still Catalyst enjoyers, they're still Wonton enjoyers, and they still like to lean towards something a little bit different. But I think we will see just sprinkles of teams trying a different legend here or there. And it actually will make a massive difference in the lobby. Yes, okay, not everyone's going to be running a Newcastle, but that one Newcastle could make a massive difference when you look at things.
Yeah, it certainly does make a difference in certain scenarios. If you are the off-pick in the lobby, right, you just are able to create something a little bit different, create a little bit of chaos amongst the expectation, so to speak. A couple of other teams I just want to focus on as we kind of scroll across and look at some of our teams who are going to be competing first up on the main stage today. There's 2 teams in particular, and I want to start off with EA, because I feel like EA are one of those teams coming into this event who haven't been talked about enough. I don't think they've been talked enough about what they managed to achieve in the North American Pro League as well. I think coming into this split, there was a lot of questions about the roster. You know, they had to qualify, they had to go the hard road, but they were one of the most consistent teams, led, of course, by the IGL and Zach Mazer, to put points on the board game after game, weekday after weekday. I think it would be a disservice of us not to talk about them as being one of those teams who we might be seeing here on Sunday.
Yeah, when you look at the region in general, I think if you can finish in top 5, top 6, then you're going to be one of the main contenders coming out of that region to try and lift a trophy. And when we look at EMEA as a region as well, we're kind of thinking, are they going to be able to maybe get there? Can anyone try and topple the North American giants? And I think that there is going to be that extra responsibility on some of these guys who haven't been able to get there yet before, because we haven't mentioned it. I mean, we still have only had 2 squads that have ever won a trophy here in Apex Legends on LAN, and that is TSM and DarkZero. But you have to imagine that that story has to come to an end at some point, surely.
Yeah, you would imagine so. However, it's still going, and we have to imagine that maybe those 2 teams are going to have something to say about that. But there is EA on your screen right now. The other team I want to talk about, and interestingly, you kind of alluded to it a little bit when we were talking about EMEA, is Alliance, right? Because not a lot of talk about Alliance coming into this tournament in comparison to maybe some of the previous tournaments that we've had, where they were by far and away the most talked about EMEA team, right? They were the powerhouse. They were the ones who everybody who was sat at home in Europe were going, this is our team to back in a finals lobby who might be able to go all the way. Well, you have to say that conversation has been taken away from them a little bit and more towards Aurora, and understandably because of their performance. But I look at this Alliance lineup and it excites me. I think the addition of Unlucky, and I think he is going to help them a little bit more in those potential contests that we might see, for example, on that controller. Hackers is going to be able to play a little bit more freely, knowing that he's got those 2 controller players alongside him to help him frag out in those situations. And even though I think the reason that they haven't been talked about as much is because they weren't flying over and boot camping as early as maybe some of the other teams. They were maybe playing from Europe and had to, you know, play on higher ping and all that kind of stuff. I think that kind of stuff plays into the fact that no one is really talking about Alliance, but I still think they are as dangerous as ever.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. Also, the rebrand of Alliance, the jerseys looking very slick, and the colors of the jerseys might change as the tournament goes on. We're just resolving one technical difficulty with a single player, and once that is done, we will get the games underway. So we apologize for the delay, but it will be sorted very shortly. You can see Alliance just waiting, getting ready, and I agree. I mean, I think that having the 2 controller players is going to be massive for Alliance. It's a trend that starts to develop now across the entirety of the Apex scene. We're seeing more controller players be used for that effect, but at the same time, we have seen success of teams still having the 3 MNK. It has found an ability to work in some of the pro leagues and some of the regions, but will it happen when you get onto the big stage? Because when we look back at previous playoffs, at previous championships, we've had teams like Alliance, for example, who've been amazing throughout the regular season, dominated in regional finals, dominated on Thursday and Friday, and then you get to the big days, and then they start to fall away, and then the bigger and better teams, the teams that have perhaps a more of a macro sense, like TSM and DarkZero, they're the ones that rise to the top and rise to the occasion.
I mean, you could literally pick teams at the moment in this lobby and you can talk about them, and I think it's actually, you know, almost a disservice that we're not going to have time to talk about everyone, but we haven't even mentioned Spacestation Gaming. I mean, SSG, wow, what a performance they had, right, coming into this split as well. You've got Zainu as well. You've talked about players who have won LAN events, players who have lifted that trophy. It's a very small amount in the Apex Legends Global Series. Well, he's one of them. He's lifted that trophy. He knows what it takes to win a major tournament.
I think what's important for Spacestation Gaming is that they found form at the right time. Throughout regular season, they weren't really performing that well. They were 10th throughout the regular season, but then once regional finals came around, they finished in 4th place, and that really propelled them up. That secured their spot here at playoffs. And if you are getting into this stage of the tournament when the meta just feels right for you, you're going to be entering the tournament with confidence. And I think that there is a lot of teams here today that have found their confidence at the right time, but we've also got a few teams that maybe found a lot of their points in the early stages of the tournament, and maybe now are going to be getting here and saying, well, how do we keep up with these guys? And we don't really like playing Bang, Bloodhound, etc. So we're going to have to see whether we can find some way to break that.
Well, SSG certainly, in my personal opinion, I didn't get put on the predictions graphic. Do you notice that? My opinion is invalid, apparently. So I've now got a live microphone. What are you going to do about it?
It's because you're cursed.
Yeah, true,
every time you have predicted someone.
I was going to say that they are probably one of my dark horses to maybe take this whole thing. So Spacestation's certainly a team to keep an eye on. Then you're looking again, you know, you look across this stage, right? There's only 2 groups. You've got Fnatic. We haven't even mentioned Fnatic, and I think we need to talk about Fnatic because of what happened in the off-season, because a lot of the team changes that we saw, and we were talking about across not just, you know, the regions that we were covering when we were commentating, but we were watching as fans as well. We felt a lot of these teams looked at what had happened in the previous ALGS tournaments. They'd looked at DarkZero, they'd looked at TSM, and they've said, hey, we don't feel we have what we need in this lineup right now to beat those 2 behemoths. We need to make a change, and Fnatic was one of those teams.
I want to see a big performance to start the day from Fnatic because, again, regular season, they were #1. They were the best team. Then we got to regional finals and they were struggling. They looked like they didn't really care. And maybe they didn't because they had already qualified for playoffs. They'd already done their job. They didn't feel like they had to maybe put their best foot forward. But I think they need to then replicate that here. They need to show that same form they had in regular season and assert their dominance. Otherwise, they may just fall down that leaderboard. And you don't really want a slow start in these. You don't want to have to think about elimination bracket or anything like that. Just be confident. Just make sure you plow your way through that winners bracket and get to the final on Sunday.
And then you saw FURIA there as well. Just quick shout out to Madness. He's back on the main stage. He's leading his troops and trying to really prove that he is one of the IGLs who can still get it done at the highest level when we get to those tough lobbies. And alongside him, straight shooter. You got Keon. I mean, this man doesn't. Some of the end games that I saw FURIA winning were a lot because that man was going nuclear.
They said one of the biggest problems with their team is the height difference, but that doesn't matter when you're sat down, laying down, it's all the same. So they're going to be more than happy to compete with each other, and I'm excited to see what they can do today. FURIA, they're just a roster that I think if you go up against them in any sort of team fight, they are going to be able to do some damage here.
Elsewhere, you're looking across as well. Made in Heaven. I mean, you know, we heard Graceful talking about him on the desk, right? Another EMEA team who has kind of just gone about their business, qualified, very consistent through the Pro League. And I think they're a team as well who wouldn't surprise me to see them in the late stages on Saturday, fighting for a place in that grand finals. And I think you can pretty much say that about most of these teams that are in the lobby at the moment. And we haven't even mentioned Complexity. We haven't even mentioned 07. Let's start with Complexity, Dan. Friendship.
The fact that Complexity were able to to get here, the chemistry that they have displayed throughout their time in the ALGS, and how they got here with some dominance in certain games as well. It's not like they just scraped through at times. They were winning games throughout Pro League, and they have shown that they certainly deserve their spot. And you can see Monsoon in the middle there. These guys are going to be a real threat, and if they get hot, if they start to play like we know they can, then they will build off that confidence. They are definitely one of those teams that are momentum-based for me.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot to be said about this team's chemistry. We keep saying that word, using that word as a buzzword. And I think these three gentlemen that you can see on your screen, probably more than most teams, they play for each other's success, right? They want to see each other do well. They want to push each other to put results on the board for each other as much as for themselves. And of course, we got to mention it, right? Mon's going to be flinging that Sentinel around on the main stage.
You'd hope so. And what we saw, Monsoon was able to win pretty much an entire game on his own with the Sentinel at one point, and that was what was scary. The rest of the guys were just kind of watching him as he was beaming across the map. And I think that weapon choice is going to be an interesting discussion we'll have throughout the game, and as we develop through the games as well, that we'll get into. Speaking of, it looks like all the players are just about readying up from the screen that I can see as well. Also a little bit of chit-chat. I do like to see the pre-game lobby and see which players are giving others grief, because I will point it out, and I will remember it for the rest of the tournament.
I still think that there should be a separate feed for it, personally, for everyone.
I think everyone should see the chat.
Yeah. Actually,
maybe not. Not after I've just seen that. No, okay, I take it back.
Wow, ALGS Playoffs 170. How dare you say that? Anyway,
how dare you?
It looks like our time to talk has finished for now, and it looks like the time for gameplay is upon us. Thank you so much for bearing with us, everybody. But it is time for you to be part of this now, making some noise for these teams on the main stage. It's group stage play. It's Group C and Group D, and we are off to Stormpoint.
And I have a feeling this is going to be the best Stormpoint matches we will see in group stages. And I mentioned 5 of the teams that have really kind of had a massive influence on how Stormpoint is played, and also the ones who relied on it throughout the tournament leading up to this point. But there's about 9 teams who have favored Stormpoint throughout Pro League, and all feature in this lobby. So keep an eye on who's going where, who's going to be the ones making the big difference, but who is picking up the big points here today.
Also, keep an eye on the Game 1 contests. That's going to be the most important thing for me. You mentioned it, right? Game 1 contest. When you have been fighting for a POI throughout scrims, when you have been going back and forth, and no one's able to get the better of each other, the first game on the main stage on LAN, if you win that contest, boy, does that put some shivers through your opponents, and that puts such a strong marker in the set.
Yeah, we've got EMEA versus APAC North in Checkpoint. That's 07 versus HAO, and then over at Barometer, it's APAC South against EMEA as well. Passion UA against Heroez. I really think if you can win this first one, then you should be able to set yourself up throughout the tournament to try and be the better team at that POI, and maybe even encourage the team to move away from it as the tournament goes on.
Well, here we go then. The dropship is alive, everybody. I know I already told you that, but I promise you this time, I've made a promise that I can't keep again. That it is going to be the gameplay that is going to be coming your way very, very soon. And I've got to say, we've been here for a few days now, and the excitement's been building. And seeing everyone come into the building, sit down in their chairs, the players now on the main stage, it's getting me ready to go here, Dan. Match number 1 is live.
The dropship's loaded, and actually the dropship is beginning to unload, so that is always a good sign here for Thursday. It's match 1, and I can't wait to see what these contests are going to how they're going to be settled, because are you going to be aggressive? Are you going to make sure you try and drop in a certain area? Are you going to even go for a punch out? Very curious. We've got different regions, we've got different play styles, and we might actually have different compositions as well.
Well, here we go then. The first contest of many is going to be at Barometer. It's going to be Heroez taking on Passion, and we're going to see a straight fight at the start of things, and we're going to see a punch out maybe, or are we going to see the they get the first knock? And it looks like Heroez have got the upper hand, but no, now it's just Lahim left on his own.
That's one pathy boy though. You've got Pathfinder here that can make a difference. You can zip quick, but are you going to be quick enough before the revive?
Pathfinder spotted. Knockdown shield is going to be the difference maker here. The Mozambique, the RE45, only 5 bullets to play with, but plenty of bullets here for the Mozambique. Maybe going to just look to bait the res here, slide behind, trying to bait the Pathfinder out, but should have got some heals off. Still got that 30-30, has to cure him away, and now Sanya has to back up and heal.
Yeah, this one's been elongated, and remember, the more time this takes, the more damaging it is for your rotation as well. just look in the distance. There are other teams that are in the area that, yes, they're not particularly close at the moment, but they'll be hearing all of this commotion happening, and that will help them with their rotation potentially.
Yeah, this is the one thing about Barometer, right? They're always longer, extended. Oh my goodness, we're flying in right now. Well, this could be the end of it. No, the Pathfinder will go down. Heroes will be eliminated, and our first squad has fallen, and Passion will win the first contest at Barometer.
It's a very interesting decision, taking the Pathfinder over the Conduit. Elsewhere, the other contest is also happening, and it's going to be HAO who get the job done against 07.
07 who have had a tough build up to this, not a lot of practice for them, but when it comes to the main stage, we know that they can perform. They're also, Nasky, not too afraid of a loser's bracket run. He's made some crazy runs with different rosters throughout the years, but the first step on the main stage for them is not a strong one, and HAO are going to win that contest here at Checkpoint.
So now we get to see the lay of the land. We've had the fun,
deep breath,
the fun action to begin with it, but now we get to see where the circle's going to be heading. And actually, the win down towards Barometer could be massive here for Passion UA, because they're going to get kind of first dibs, perhaps, on one of the areas that are nearby. We might end just northeast of Barometer, but the delay in that fight will allow other teams to potentially get there first. You could see a few teams were moving there. Riddle order where they're able to get there very quickly.
Little things as well, right? It delays them moving to a potential god spot they would have had, but it also stops them picking up any Evo harvesters that are around, because other teams are now flying in like Moist, who have already moved from Coastal and Echo to get into Barometer and try and plan their next play. But Passion do have the ultimate height here. We know with Barometer zones, if you can control this height, you're kind of at least guaranteeing yourself a top 10 with such a huge height differential between where they find themselves now at the top of the tower and the rest of the POI.
So we're going to get some late movers. You've got Alliance and Fnatic who are going to be on the far northwest. They're going to have to move quite a long way, but in terms of ring consoles and where these scans are going to be available, there is a checkpoint, quite literal, a checkpoint area where a lot of those teams who are on the northern side can kind of filter through checkpoint, get a ring console, and then get information for Circle 3 a little bit later. So I wouldn't be surprised if Alliance make their way down, but it should be clear because they're going to be one of the later teams to move through. As we check in on Maiden Heaven, we're going to be going for a slightly different approach here.
Yeah, it looks like they do not have ring console information, so they're just playing God Rock for now, and one team who's going to be annoyed at that is going to be Elevate, because they are very, very close to them, and I think they're kind of sharing some of the high ground at the moment, and essentially slowing each other's rotates down. BR Demons, they're going to be inside a Barometer for now. You can see that they've managed to find a home, and elsewhere, just looking again to the north of the map, one thing you will notice when we have these zones that pull far away from teams who are landing on the opposite side of the map now, with the fact this is the first event we have on the new season with the new Evo system as well, it's not just about finding a place to play, it's about pathing your way to pick up Evo to make sure that when you do arrive, as Complexity do that right now, that you have as much armor available on that Evo leveled up that you can fight your way in.
You can see even as Complexity arrive, they are finding ways to try and get more of their Evo as well. But also, suddenly the BR Demons are going to be having a little bit of a scuffle here. You can arrive as Wonton Dumpling eliminated early here in game one.
Well, we were giving them all the hype in the world, but it's the Demons who take down the Dumplings. And BR Demons will hold this building as it was sieged extremely early on. They do have ring console information here, BR Demons as well, so they're going to be in a really good spot for the long game. Elsewhere as well, you can see that FURIA kind of working their way down through Cascade at the moment. You've got TSM who are still a long, long way over at Stormcatcher away from this zone. They're pathing their way. And elsewhere, you can see we've got a fight going down. And this is a team who are going to be terrifying. In all of the lobbies, we're going to see them. Legends Gaming, who had to pick up a sub, but they picked up Koiful. And if you know anything about Koiful, he's terrifying.
Well, Legends were maybe the team that we were expecting to step up to the plate when you were talking about the likes of Not Moist moving away from the region and becoming a North American stay-at-home. Well, Legends, they weren't necessarily at the dizzy heights of Wonton Dumpling throughout the season, but damage-wise, Legends Gaming had the most damage throughout in their region. So they are definitely a very strong fighting team, but also one that know how to move their way around the map. And they seem to have found a safe place for now, but you are very vulnerable here. Grenades can certainly come and barrel through.
Yeah, this is it is a position, but it is very, very vulnerable from so many angles. You can see already player K has gone down. It's Raki from distance here who manages to get that knock, and finding a safe spot is almost impossible, even with those barrels down. The The knock actually gets finished as well, and Fnatic are looking at this. They've already got purple armors, by the way, Fnatic, and they are looking to take advantage of these potential situations they find themselves in to clear the kills and get the KP.
I think if you've got purples at this stage, you have to take advantage of it. You know there's going to be a lot of blues around you. You can certainly push up, and that's why they're trying to get aggressive on this fight. They saw the damage they were able to do with those grenades, and they're trying to say, right, what can we actually take advantage of? Maybe just get an engagement that might result in a few KP, but they also don't want to overcommit at the same time.
We're also seeing a few teams arrive and take fights inside of Barometer right now. You can see NORTHEPTION are taking a fight. We've got Raki still inside of this building, and this is kind of the remnants of this fight by the looks of things. It might be a 1v1. NORTHEPTION and Yuko Paradator trying to just clutch up when they need to early on in this fight, but it's a difficult decision to make because on the Wonton there's not really too much you can do as far as offensive capability. It's more about trying to secure a perimeter and maybe trying to secure a res.
We were talking about there might be some differences. The Newcastle and Wonton certainly is a very defensive composition at times, and now this is a big moment. You've got the Havoc in hands. You do have a purple knockdown to work with, but the gas is just so detrimental to anything you want to try and do, and I think in the end, it's just about survivability here. You have to move.
Grab what you can.
The two knocks have been finished now, so it looks like NORTHEPTION are going to try and wrap this one out. Legends have been eliminated as well there, so maybe this isn't going to be the first game that we expected to see from them. SSG outside of Jurassic at the moment, trying to gatekeep a couple of teams who are trying to work their way in, and that team they're gatekeeping right now, if I'm not mistaken, is FURIA.
So two of our big Apex South teams have been eliminated in the early stages, so still 16 squads left, but remember, you have to get into the top 15 to start thinking about any sort of placement points. So for NORTHEPTION, who are ratting out now, that's your first target. Get that one extra squad eliminated, and then you at least get something for this game. But SSG was a team that we did bring up before. Like, you've got some incredible talent on this roster. They are going for the traditional composition that we're expecting to see a lot of. I think it is once you go outside of North America, once you go outside of EMEA, we are seeing a few more differences here and there. But they should be able to make it work just outside of Jurassic at the moment.
Alliance now, they're trying to just kind of work their way
Let's explore over there.
in from the eastern side of the zone. Should be safe just outside of it and around that bridge area. You can see them on right now. They also have the Trident available to give them a little bit of temporary cover if they need to, but with 16 squads now remaining, I think it's going to be a little bit of a game of patience for them. They do have the ring console information, so they know exactly what spots are going to be safe, not just for the next zone, but for the one afterwards as well. And they're trying to plan around that. But look at Passion up on top of that tower. We mentioned them winning that contest early on has guaranteed them this position, and they are still looking strong.
Yeah, a lot of teams have committed.
I will say, although Max Strafey, unfortunately, it's a death box.
They do have the ability to craft the banner if they're able to get to a replicator, though, and there is one down to their left, so it is possible. And you can see the pings there, they're just letting know where teams are. I don't think it's going to be doable right now, maybe with distraction of other teams arriving a little bit later. But a lot of teams have heavy committed to the kind of southern side of Barometer. And then you've got like the Boogie boarders, for example, who are on the northern side, who could be in one of the prime positions, as TSM and FURIA kind of posturing up against one another at the moment.
And Hal has popped the ult. He's into Beast of the Hunt. This is going to be a straight 3v3. However, there is an armor advantage here to FURIA, but there's an angle advantage to Imperial Hal, and Verhulst will get the first knock onto Keon. Hal manages to get out of the fight as well to stay alive, but while all the smoke and the mirrors are going down, you can see they're trying to heal, they're trying to survive. Nobody in the vicinity is going to be able to third party this at the moment. It looks like TSM still have the advantage.
Yeah, Hal got the bat off as well. That's going to be massive for TSM's chances in this fight now. They should be able to really just press this 3 versus 2. Verhulst also going to use the bat, and suddenly FURIA, they're having to back off. They do have a red armor to work with on Vaxlon, so this is important. If he can use that to his advantage, there is still an opportunity to 2v3 this.
Well, this is the first work assignment for the intern, and the knock comes in as well from the frag grenade from Verhulst. So a 3v2 has turned into a 2v2, and now FURIA looking to turn this one around. But it's Vaxlon who has to move in, who has to clutch up around the knockdown shield. A 1v1, and TSM go down, and the intern will win it.
What a way to make it known that you deserve every chance you have here. And Vaxlon makes it, well, it almost made it look easy towards the end there. And sadly for TSM, they fall early. You'd think when they had the advantage, when they had the extra player, it was going to be comfortable for them, but a fantastic demonstration of what FURIA can do.
It's just got a little bit stacked up there, TSM, and it was that one frag grenade from Natus. I think it was just bounced off the top of the building that managed to get that knock. And the damage that was done was capitalized upon, and Vaxlon, not for the first time on the main stage, clutches up in a 1v1. as HAO take a lot of zone damage as they hit this Valkyrie, and you have to wonder if they're going to be able to survive. This is where Alliance move to. This is their next position here, and you can see that this is a difficult situation for them to have to reset. They're not quite safe on this corner.
No one looks safe. No one looks comfortable. This is a very dicey game at the moment. Everyone trying to work out how the lobby's going as two members from Not Moist have just fallen. Still not a full wipe at the moment, though, as they're just repositioning the Trident to try and stop things. And I think this is where it's happening. Not Moist getting grief from above at the moment.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because this is going to be BR Demons who have taken that spot away from Passion, who were just a 2, remember, and probably decided, hey, we don't think we can hold this if we do get pushed. They did get pushed, and now Not Moist, who are probably trying to move into a position to third party, now find themselves eliminated. So some of our big hitters in C and D have already fallen in this game, number 1.
Well, the circle's actually moving away from Barometer now, so a lot of these teams that did position themselves on the far south side are having to square up against one another just to try and create some space, just to try and stay alive so they can get further into this game. You almost are forced into these engagements because of what the Ring is doing. Complexity have just got a knock onto an MIH member as well. Maiden Heaven have lost 2 as HAO. They're on this far western side, and actually they're okay for now, but they've got to go across so much open land.
Passion UA have been eliminated, so that will be the team who won the contest at Barometer, won the POI. Now they find themselves outside of the points. It will just be KP for them in this game, number 1. NORTHEPTION on your screen though, by the way. Raid's done an incredible job to stay alive, to get them even closer to that precious placement point that you were talking about. Complexity though, still in position here at Barometer, safe for the next zone, but they're going to have to fight their way through. Unfortunately, I just cursed NORTHEPTION. They will be eliminated. We're down to 12 squads.
FURIA just making their way in via air travel. They are in the airspace and they have found themselves into that zone. This is the circle shift we were talking about, away from Barometer and up towards the northeast side of it. Boogie Borders are in a great spot at the moment, as they have been for quite some time. But both FURIA and SSG just moved in at exactly the same time from the eastern side, but FURIA went over the top of them, and now they're ahead of them.
Well, one thing that's exciting to watch is Monsoon gameplay when he's swinging his Sentinel around on that main stage. He's charged up for now with a shield cell, so any damage is going to be multiplied. Question is, can he get a pick? Can he get that initial damage, which is going to allow them to move up and take the space, which they will look for that next zone?
Yeah, 1 minute and 20 on the clock, so it's not a massive rush, but they do need to start thinking about that. And as you mentioned, that damage could just give them the opening as Alliance are taking the fight as well. You can see EA also in the area and are able to take down Effect. So Alliance have just lost 1. Now they're going to have to try and work out how they move as a 2 here.
Well, Shuby's got the bow check in his hand as well, and that can really catch you off guard sometimes. It's almost like a minimal audio cue. You get your weapon through the air, and before you know it, a couple of shots land and you're on your back. Or maybe that was the difference maker. You did see the knock come in from 30-30 as that Major, I think it was, but in combination, excuse me, with that bow check, it can be such a difference maker.
That was massive for Elevate because Alliance were the team that were holding them out, but Alliance do have the ability now to get Effect back on his feet. And Elevate are not in the area to try and really stop this from happening. So it looks like Alliance should be able to get back up and be healthy. But Alliance aren't safe here, right? They still have to move south. They're going to still be held out by the teams of Fnatic, RIDDLE Order in Central Zone, Complexity, WMNDY. Like, there's so many squads that are going to be holding that northern tip now that Alliance, this delay that Elevate have caused is going to cause them a real issue of getting into the zone.
Well, this is the plan here for Elevate. You can see they want to use the evac tower. They want to get as much height as they can to get over the top of this mountainous range and kind of bend their way in towards where that zone is going to be going. So teams like Fnatic, teams like RIDDLE Order, they've got to be very aware right now of the likes of EA and HAO, whoever it might be, taking to the skies with either evac towers, Valcolts, and trying to take these positions away. BR Demons, they're trying something a little bit more traditional. That is walking this baby in.
If you can't go over it, sometimes you got to go under it. And now this is the time where everyone knows if you are Central Zone, if you are in that circle, you need to look to the skies. But sometimes you need to just check the ground as well. You are going to get some ants crawling across just to try and find a position. It looks like BR Demons are going to be happy with this one. They can hold this for a short while.
They certainly can indeed. By the way, team who's probably, would say, holding God spot right now is FURIA. They have the bridge position, having won that fight a little bit earlier against TSM, as we see some more knocks start to come in. The Rolling Thunder come down for the Bangalore as Alliance, with Effect back in the lineup after that Reds coming in, stand strong. They have to walk their way in and they will be safe just upon this little platform here for now. But what's the next stage here? Are they going to try and wrap? onto the position that FURIA have. Elevate have gone down in the meantime, and elsewhere you can see HAO, they're taking damage as well.
Really surprised Elevate didn't push up once they got that knock onto it. Alliance, maybe they thought it was their opening as SSG eliminated in 11th position. So now we have our 10 squad, so everyone has accumulated at least 2 placement points, but now those placement points will start to gather because HAO also gone down. 9 teams now remain as Alliance are going to move over to this bridge that you were talking about. Their FURIA currently...
Oh, well, they had the position, but like you say, Alliance have just kind of snuck into the bridge position, and are now putting so much pressure onto FURIA, who are underneath. You can see the Hackers, he's got the scan, he's got the Bloodhound through the smoke, and they get that first knock onto Madness. But one thing we've learned already, even if you get the first knock against his FURIA lineup, that doesn't mean the job is done. But the armor swap from Effect is going to mean he can keep doing damage, and FURIA now find themselves with just 1.
Yeah, that was a massive armor swap. That has made the difference, and that should be Alliance winning this engagement. If not getting the full wipe, at least they have dominated this bridge, and now will dominate the eastern side. Riddle Order have also gone down. 8 squads now remain, but also more knocks in the feed. Fnatic are losing players, so to get the last remaining player here, does have red armor, is a caustic. It's not an easy kill.
Does not have an ultimate available, though. Doesn't have that Nox grenade to throw down and clear some space. However, he might have just found himself a little 1v1 with a player underneath that bridge. Elsewhere, you can see inside of the building that we saw look a little bit shaky for teams landing earlier with so many teams alive in the vicinity. Now becomes a much better looking one. Made in Heaven have just been eliminated as well, and it was going to be Vincere, I think, who got that final knock in those little moments just before we jumped over to the point of view of the team we're watching right now. Boogie Borders as well. We haven't even mentioned Boogie Borders, by the way. Well, they're inside of your top 7 here, as they have to avoid the battle.
Yeah, teams we got to look at in this final circle, potentially Alliance, WMNDY. They're going to be the 2 biggest threats, I feel, because a lot of these teams, like Boogie Borders, are on the western side. They're all moving together now. Smoke's going to be a problem. Scan's going to be massive. Fnatic have just gone down. That last player was eliminated. Suddenly, it's just 6 teams as Boogie Borders are pushing up.
Boogie Borders will be safe on this platform as well. Complexity's still alive in the lobby, as are FURIA, but just as a solo. And look at Faxlon, by the way, once again as a solo, looking to put them even higher up into those positions for points, and they do take out the BR Demons. FURIA will fall in the meantime as Alliance pick up the final kill, but FURIA and Faxlon, what a game one that is for him.
Oh, down to the instant as well. Boogie Borders now just a 2, but they might get a chance to pick him up and go back up to a 3. It's Complexity, it's Alliance, it's WMNDY, and Boogie Borders, our last 4 teams. And Alliance still hold the best position, but there is going to be eyes on from all these squads. They are going to be looking over towards that bridge. It's the height at the moment that WMNDY have.
Well, Boogie Borders are taking damage at the moment. You can see that Fussy's been finished, and the last player alive is going to be on your screen right now. And look at Alliance, by the way. All of them dressed for LAN, dressed in red Evos, cannot have more health. And they've also got this bow check, which has been such a difference maker in some of these first engagements. Just getting that initial damage down, getting those 2 quick shots in just turns a fight in your favor.
How about that for a rebrand of having all the red armors, right? Alliance are also spreading themselves out along this bridge. They've got such a distance between all 3 of them. They are watching different angles at the moment. They don't want to let anyone sneak through, and they have Bangalore Ultimate available to use as well. So not only is that going to help do extra damage, but it's also going to slow all those players that are going to try and dart across this open ground. Alliance have this game, and they have to make sure they make it count.
Well, they have the game, but Complexity and Lou, well, they've got Sheila, and we'll have to see if that's going to make any difference in these final moments. The walls are going to go down just to give them a bit of temporary cover. And Boogie Borders might be in for a little bit of a surprise here.
How does one Boogie around Sheila? That's my biggest question, and perhaps it's not going to end well for them, as the last remaining player from Boogie Borders is eliminated. So now you've got the up and down, you've got Complexity just below WMNDY, and they've got to drop eventually, but still, it's just Alliance watching on here.
Yeah, this should be a free game for Alliance, you would imagine. Like you say, the 2 teams, they've got to engage first. WMD, they have to drop from that building. Complexity will be underneath them. Both teams will engage. They will do damage, but it's about how Alliance move in and clean this up. Monsoon is left on his own. He will fall as well. 2 squads remaining, but surely Bolin and Shark cannot win the 2v3 versus the powerhouse from EMEA that is Alliance.
Alliance get the job done at day 1, in game 1, here at Split 1 playoffs. And the rebrand has worked out for them as they get to celebrate. What a moment it is for them to start off with. We've seen it before. We've seen Alliance start off hot in these tournaments. But is this the start of a new day for Alliance? Can we see them just carry it on throughout the entirety?
You can pick a few moments in that game that went so well for Alliance that led to that win, right? I think being able to get that reset, get effect back into the game, after the knock came in from EA as they were trying to kind of force their way towards the edge of the zone. That was a massive moment, as then we saw the 3v3 with FURIA take place. That Bocek opening damage really did allow them just to take that spot away. You wonder sometimes if FURIA might look back on that and think, hey, how did we not watch that ramp? Did we overextend for kills on the other side and give that opportunity to Alliance instead of making them work a little bit harder for it? But one thing I've always loved about Hackis and the way he IGLs in games is if he sees an opportunity, he will take it. There's no second thoughts.
It was the aggression from Hackis, right? Not only was it the bow damage they did initially, but it was the angle Hackis took behind the rock. He was able to do a lot of damage. He then went behind cover. The other team would have assumed he was healing. However, Hackis knows better. He peeks out while he's still weak just to get that final bit of damage, make sure he wins that 1v and get the knock, and then he starts to think about healing. It's all these minor things that really helped Alliance get that prime position.
Very simple job for Alliance in those final moments, though. Like I say, the game you felt was won just before that final engagement went down. Complexity, and the team above them, they were forced to engage just with how the elevation worked between the two teams and how they were forced together by the zone, and then it was just a case of just cleaning it up. It's very simple. I did get a little bit worried in that final moment. Like, there's a few Sheila walls down here. And that
well, when I saw Hackis just like throw himself
I got this,
over,
guys, don't worry about it.
That's it's always worrying, but then you've just got to trust your teammates, right? If you're going to be that first player who is going to throw yourself towards them, as long as the damage is coming from behind you, you'll be absolutely fine.
We'll take a look at the match results now so that we can inform you exactly how the points are going to be shared between the teams, and no surprise to see the EMEA powerhouse on top of the leaderboards after that win in game number 1. 6 KP to go alongside it means a total of 18 for them. WMNDY though, very impressive for them. Second place, a team who we did not even mention, even with all the time we had before the game got underway.
Yeah, one of our Chinese invited teams are going to be featuring very heavily, I think, in this tournament. With a performance like that, they were able to get in such a powerful position. Complexity rounding out the top 3. Also, BR Demons with 10 kills is definitely a standout stat. Now, as we look at the other half of this leaderboard, it wasn't necessarily as good a game for some of our bigger and sometimes better teams. SSG, TSM, not able to get the points on the board. What I think is important here is if you are one of these teams that's in the bottom 10 of the leaderboards, you have to do what Passion UA's done, right? Get some kills on the board, get at least one wipe. If you consistently find 4 or 5 points throughout the tournament, you're going to be in a much better spot.
We'll take a look at some of the statistics from our top 3 teams in match number 1. You can see Alliance at the top, understandably so, and a huge amount of damage coming out of them, no surprise as well, with how far they had to go across Storm Point towards where that zone did end up. Effect, no kills to his name, but plenty of assists, but it was unlucky. The new addition who was picking up those kills for them, Dan. Very impressive start for him.
Really impressive. I mean, I think that we had to look at the Bocek use from Alliance for the most part. Just being able to kind of snipe those calves really made a difference in the final fight against FURIA.
Calves, didn't expect us to be talking about that. However, that is going to do it all for match number 1. We're going to go for a quick break. When we get back, though, match number 2 is coming your way. Molly and Sean cannot win the 2v3 versus the powerhouse from EMEA that is Alliance.
Herman Miller,
the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to the beautiful Los Angeles on the west coast of the USA. And I'm going to say, Dan, it's been nice to step out of Europe and back onto US soil for the first time in quite some time. I know that you've moved yourself out of here. It's not as exciting for you, but it's quite exciting for me. I feel like it's nice that they've let me out of Europe.
It's just nice I don't have the jet lag. How's the jet lag? Are you feeling okay? I mean, a big time difference, of course.
It's been rough. I'm not going to lie, it's been rough, but I'm all right. Don't worry, the excitement's here. I'm good. Don't worry, I'm good. Fine. Thank you for asking, though.
Thank goodness. Now, I just want to go back to the final moments of that game briefly, as I was able to kind of think about it, process it in my brain. And FURIA, I think, going to be looking back at that one saying, how did we throw that one away? Because they were in the prime position. You pointed it out. FURIA just seemed like they were going to be winning that game on the bridge. They overextended a little bit, and they kind of looked around and they were peeking around maybe for too long, and that was what allowed the opening for Alliance to push in with the bow to the calves. You remember when that happened? And then suddenly they were on the back foot, sadly. So I think that will be a learning lesson for them, is maybe they just got a little bit ahead of themselves in the end.
Yeah, I think it's a good learning lesson for everyone, and we always look at group stages, and we always have, shall we say, some surprises, because there's a lot of good teams here, right? And some of the big teams wait until a little bit later in the tournament before their performances come through when it really matters the most. But I've got to say, when you looked at those leaderboards at the end of the first game, I think most people would have expected page 2 to be page 1, right? With how the kind of history of these teams was looking. But I'm very glad that we actually highlighted Alliance, because much like SSG, and I feel that they're a dark horse, I really feel like Alliance have been overlooked a little bit because people put a lot of stock into what happens in scrims and the oversight tournament and all of this and the build-up, and understandably, right, it's the only data that you have to make a prediction, but these guys weren't out in North America early. They had to play from Europe, and there's been an adjustment period for them as well in the split in the Pro League, picking up unlucky. So all of these factors kind of come together, and I think that now that they're here on the main stage, one thing Alliance have always done and always proved is they can perform in groups, right? They can get it done in groups. My question is, will that performance in game number 1 give them enough confidence, like to think that all the preparation that they've been able to do is enough to take them through day by day, game by game? And is their ceiling with this new pickup higher than it was previously with Yuki?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really tough question with what Yuki was able to do, but you've also got to look at what Unlucky adds, and also being a control player is always going to be something for certain fights and certain scenarios where it will be a huge benefit. And it is crazy to talk about, you know, a video game tournament. Is there a scenario where you peak too early, right? Apex is all about peaking at the right time when it comes to Sunday, when it comes to match point, and Alliance have been guilty of peaking too early. Do they commit too much? Do they use too much energy? Do they get tired? All those questions have been asked, but now we have to see how they are going to answer them as we get into yet another event, because they'll be asking the questions themselves, to themselves, saying, well, what is it that is leading us to struggle in the latter stages of these tournaments? And I feel like we will get an answer by Sunday. I would be expecting Alliance to be in that final.
Yeah, I think that's the crazy thing, right? There's certain teams that we hold to such a high standard, and I think Alliance is one of those just because of what they've achieved in the region. Historically, they've always been a team who have made it through to finals, and there's been a few occasions they've been a team who have hit match point but just not been able to convert, or hit it a little bit too late. But we'll have to see if that game number 1 is a good sign for them moving forward. Of course, a lot of Apex to be played before we even get near that final. And before we even talk about what is going to be happening a little bit later today, we've got some more matches to get through in these two groups matching up against each other, C and D. Match number 2 is coming up in just a few moments' time as well. We're back to Storm Point before we close out match 3 on Storm Point again and move over to World's Edge. But, I mean, game number 1's an interesting indication, right? I think Passion winning that first contest as well, and HAO winning that first contest as well. We saw how important it was for HAO to win that contest. They picked up a few more KP towards zones as well, so it's a good points on the board for them. And I think when you move into groups, if you've got a contest and you win it, it's guaranteed KP, right? It's guaranteed points, which means that you're always going to be in that shuffle.
Well, the dropship's loaded and we're going to be going from south to north. So Barometer will be where our attention is drawn to first, between Heroez and Passion that you were speaking of. And then we'll see how Checkpoint does with their contest a little bit later afterwards. It was quite an elongated fight that we had at Barometer before. Remember, we had the Pathfinder coming into the equation. Let's see how this one plays out.
Well, Heroez got some good early damage here. You're going to see a little bit of a change up, but it's going to be Artico who gets the first knock. He finds a flatline, and with the flatline, he decides to flatten. Sandy now going to charge up the Peacekeeper. That choke is going to be good enough to break some shields, but not to get that second knock. And when you're looking compositions here as well, Dan. Something that you jumped out is a little bit of a change.
Yep, both of them running Pathfinder and Conduit. Now I can understand with this POI, you can get that high ground difference, so the Pathfinder's going to make a big change, but now Heroes, they're on the back foot, and this Pathfinder can also be useful to just get out of dodge, and you can really see Passion UA do not want to allow the Pathfinder to escape. They want to get the full wipe here, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to.
Well, you know, there's ups and downs of Pathfinder in these contests, right? One, you get damage, you can grapple onto it. The other one is, if you're running Conduit as well, you can get out, you can get banners, and you can get back into the game. So, Passion, you would say, in my books, that's a 2-0 to them at the moment, but they do want to try, I think, and clean up this final player just to make a real point that, hey, this is our POI, and you can waste your time coming here, but it's going to be the same result every time.
Well, we'll check back up to Checkpoint, HAO versus 07. This one is a little bit slower to start than the others because Checkpoint naturally has more areas to kind of drop to loot, and you can split the difference a little bit, but of course, you can't afford to split it completely because there is just not enough loot, and that's why 07 are looking to try and get a bit more aggressive here.
Bout missiles are coming down. One thing that's always about these tests, right? You wonder who's got meds as well, who managed to find a few shield cells, and the longer the fight goes on, if you're doing chip damage, is one team going to be able to heal up, or they just going to have to full send it? And for now, you can see that HAO are just playing in and around this building. The Nemesis is going to be a good gun to find alongside the Prowler for this contest, especially with white shields still relevant on both teams. Nobody's been able to get any evo or level them up to a point where they're going to have an armor advantage. So the health on both teams is very, very similar. And the Rampage is going to be a good gun as well, just to hold them at bay.
All the meanwhile, everyone's starting to make their move across the map. You can see Complexity, Legend, they're also moving. We're going down towards Launchpad, by the way, as the kind of ideal place to reside right now, as now HAO are going to start to look for where 07 are, but maybe 07 just going to be dipping out of this one. Perhaps they feel like this has taken too long, because remember, you've got Alliance just north of you here. If this goes on for too long, the third party becomes more and more likely.
Yeah. Trust me, these teams will know that as well. They will have the timings down. If this fight doesn't get finished by X amount of time, the Alliance would have finished their loot path, and they, like you say, will be on their way. However, Amphi's got to be careful here, because he's taking some shots from distance still from HAO. It was interesting to see the likes of Checkpoint being contested for this long as well, because there's not a huge amount of loot. It's not one of the strongest POIs that you do have available as well. But looks like both teams still want to try and fight for this. Elsewhere, Made in Heaven on your screens right now. Not a great game number one, but game number two could be the one to put it right.
Yeah, it's Elevate as well. They're looking towards in the center of Jurassic here. Not a nice place to get caught, I would say, but you do have the cannons to try and get out of dodge. And the reason why we're seeing teams just kind of meet in these areas, you have the ability to get the scan. You have the ability to get that information as well via the Bloodhound. So now Elevate maybe can do some real damage onto the Trident here.
Trying to beat him on the crosshair, and it looks like they will get away. So Elevate will force them away. They'll be able to pick up the Evo Harvester. They might be able to pick up the ring console as well. And it looks like both teams have essentially collected all the Evo and info, and they're kind of deciding, hey, we both collect it, we're both happy.
Yeah, I mean, Jurassic has both ring console and it has the scan, so you're able to not only get the circle info, but you can see where teams are going to be residing. And as I mentioned, Launchpad, a lot of teams are already there on that far eastern side, so there's not going to be much room to play. And that's when you start to think, all right, is it actually going to be heading towards Launchpad, or will we see a shift? Sometimes you have to just bank on a really weird zone shift if you're not able to get there early.
Interesting to see on one side of the zone if there are any ring consoles that could be hit late. Maybe it's going to be one of those third beacons that's going to be hit in and around Jurassic that we saw that could give a little bit of late zone info with a strange pull that could benefit one of the teams. But SSG are going to be one of the teams who naturally benefit from where this zone is going. They land over a Launchpad. You can see they're already up on that extreme height, much like we saw Passion try to do over a Barometer as well.
But once more, the likes of Alliance are going to have to move from a pretty far distance, but they do have the same rotation. They can go through Checkpoint, they can hit the ring console, and then they can go through Jurassic as well if they wanted to, or even Cascade Falls. I like Northpad as a POI. Similarly to what happens on the northeastern side, you can do it from the northwest as well. You can hit ring console after ring console, survey beacon after survey beacon, to the point where you know where everyone is and you know which points are able to play. Now, SSG are going to be holding the high ground here, and I think they'll sit here for quite some time.
They certainly will indeed. I just noticed though that they don't have a huge amount of ammo in the longbow, which means that they're going to have to be, I would say, pretty particular on what targets they fire on. However, Fnatic, they're being a little bit less particular, and it's 07 who are going to get ripped down. Naski will fall early. The Black Hole goes down to try and stagger this fight out a little bit, but Yuka flying off the Trident will get that first kill.
can always tell when it's one of the contesting teams as well, when suddenly a Horizon ult comes out of nowhere, but Amphi has fallen, and Fnatic now will have the advantage, but whether they need to get too aggressive on this, or whether they start to maybe look for elsewhere, that's the real question. Nags currently on the run as Heroes get eliminated. 19 teams now left.
Well, Nax is running. Fnatic are chasing. It's just about how far they want to chase, because this is a free KP for them if they want to try and get it. But like you mentioned, Alliance are in the vicinity, and Nax is causing problems. Nax still alive, by the way, so they haven't gone down 07, but this is the problem for both teams now. By Fnatic chasing this, Alliance gets slowed down. 07 will be eliminated. Fnatic, you can see Leica will be credited with that kill. So 3 KP for Fnatic, and now they decide, hey, Alliance, we don't really want a part of this. Let's go this way, you go that way, and we'll meet up a little bit later.
Yeah, it was almost like an apology, really. It was like, well, we didn't come here for you. You go on, and we'll actually just start to think about our rotation. We can have a little scrap later. But as a rat, when you are in that situation where you do have to run away, that's the ideal. You want to lead them into another team, but sadly, it was Alliance, and Alliance also had eyes on Nags. And now Alliance can continue their rotation. It's going to be the mill they're going to go for here, but you can see Ring Console is available for them if they would like to use it, if they need to use it, and they might have all the info they already need from a previous.
We do have an Alliance listening ready for now, so let's jump into the comms and see how our Game 1 winners are sounding.
Hitting the beacon. Don't catch me through. It's RFC contesting them, right?
It's How and 07.
Okay.
Yes. It's upgrade when
Deep launch pad here. We're probably gonna rotate the back north here.
Huh?
Yeah, all the way north, and then we go through the fucking hole as well.
Yep. Coming.
There's nobody north side, right? Yeah.
Once again, man.
You can just go Cedo and then up north.
Yeah, just watch out. And then we balloon.
Oh, fuck.
Really watch out here, though.
Get the cash.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
Continue on their rotation right now. TSM are finding a little bit more of a different one. Currently blue armor for them, and they're trying to force their way through the edge of zone. They will be safe just inside of this door, but they want to take another fight. They're probably going to be hoping it goes a bit better than the last time we saw it.
Yeah, you'd hope so, and I think TSM, they are a team who hold themselves in very high regard, as FURIA have just lost a couple of players there as well. Remember, it was FURIA who were the demise of TSM in the previous game, so perhaps they won't have to run into them this time. And it's going to be the far eastern side that TSM hold. Now, this is a fantastic spot to be in. If a lot of the teams are committing to Launchpad, you are just kind of northeast of that. And that means you can, A, pick up any pieces that might happen of the scraps when teams are arriving, but also, we could see a zone shift up to here as well.
See Legend Gaming there taking a fight as well, and it's going to be against Not Moist. I'm going to shorten it, by the way, just to Moist, just for the
That's
ease.
a really good idea,
just for
actually.
Ease of, you know, in my throat, which is going to take a battering over the next 3 days. Player K on his back right now as SSG look to fire some shots down. Elsewhere, I just want to talk about how you said that Alliance and Fnatic had a little apology earlier on as they were chasing. Looks like they might actually engage the northern side of the map, so we might get part 2 of that. We'll have to see if both teams will apologize to each other once more.
Yeah, I think Alliance and Fnatic knew they would be facing off against each other, but Legend just taking a knock. Boney gets a knock, but it should be a chance just to reset here for Legends. It's one of those where the damage has been done, but I don't think they're going to commit to it. As I say that, though, this scan does show a lot of aggression now coming out of Not Moist.
Well, they're trying to move in to clean up the damage, and they should be able to, but they can't quite get that first knock. It looks like maybe they're trying to grief, hoping that SSG will do a bit more damage from the height to get that knock, and then turning it into a 2 just stops them having to worry about being sieged on this building a little bit later on, but they still can't quite get that conversion. Now it's going to go out. It's going to force the team to just try and rotate away from under them by not getting that knock. Now you can see the problem, right? This is why it's annoying. This is why they want to try and flush them out. If they get one knock, it means that later on they don't have to panic as much. In the meantime there, you noticed FURIA were eliminated. So a good game 1 for them is not repeated here in game number 2.
Yeah, you can see Not Moist aren't happy about this. They hold one of the better positions in the game right now, and they don't want to have to think about this squad below them. If they can take an isolated 3v3, they will, but they were concerned about stepping out because the area previously, they were very vulnerable to certain angles, and they could have taken extra damage from other squads, so they just have to go back in and reconsider things and maybe reassess whether they actually want to take the fight. Now, we talk about
this
teams
place
on a long journey. HAO are going to be the furthest out in the ring at the moment, utilizing the Replicator to get any extra meds on their way. But when HAO arrive, they're going to be running into Alliance and Fnatic, who are currently fighting, and Alliance have just lost one.
Yeah, this is not the apology that we expected to see. It's going to be Effect who goes down first, does have the gold knockdown shield, which is going to make things a little bit easier. And the Corsica goal was pretty good as well, but not good enough. Hackett has to pop the ult to get out of here, but surely this is the opening for HAO to come in, but Fnatic will stay pretty healthy.
Maybe they're not close enough, HAO, and because they're taking so much damage from the zone at the moment, you can see for Unlucky, he had no way of getting his meds back up. That's why he re-engaged and tried to do any extra damage before he went down. But Fnatic, they come out so healthy. A red and 2 purples. And do they have any idea? Yes, they see HAO are going to be taken to the skies, but can HAO get out and get above them? Looks like they are safe for now.
Safe for now.
Where do you go? Oh, this is interesting. Oh, I thought they were going to try and wrap all the way around, which I don't think is doable because of the Jurassic fence. So now you're stuck in a choke point here. You've got Passion to one side, you've got Fnatic to the other. HAO are going to really have to do something special from here.
Well, TSM have managed to slide their way into Northpad underneath in one of the tunnels that separates the fingers that spread out from the POI itself. Elevator going to be next door to them as well. So both teams from North America are going to be in very, very similar positions. You can see from that Bloodhound scan that, where do they know it?
Oh, mine, I've just seen the zone as well that's coming up, and when we do get a look at the map, you'll be able to see at home. It is so detrimental to all of the teams that have committed to Launchpad early on, but it's shifted further west. That's great news for the likes of Made in Heaven, Passion UA, HAO, Fnatic, Alliance. All those are on the western side. As speaking of the northern side now, the Boogie Boarders have been quietly going about their business, but now they've got a real scrap here against NORTHEPTION.
See though, it's getting turned around. Frag grenade coming in from the distance. It's going to be NORTHEPTION are also involved in this fight in this area as well. Made in Heaven also in the kill feed, and all of a sudden things have just started to speed up a little bit in game number 2. Boogie Boarders without Fussy, trying to make a decision what they want to do. Do they want to disengage? Do they want to re-engage? And you can see why, right? Look at all of the teams in the surrounding area who are looking to pick up KP from this.
It could be just, we have to commit to this fight and look for some KP, because if you are on this northern side, you're not going to be able to get into a position anytime soon. As now Complexity, who are on the far northeast, by the way, they're the furthest out, and they have the option to rotate east if they wanted to. So they have the most choices, but it looks like they're going to commit to try and just follow up on this damage that was being done in this fight they were able to watch over.
Well, Complexity pretty much helped clear 2 of these teams away. There's just one remaining in the vicinity, and that's going to be NORTHEPTION. You can see that, and they will know that from the Newcastle wall that is down in front of them as well. So they're going to have to slowly approach this, but they don't have to force that fight, as both teams will be safe as that zone closes. Fnatic have managed to get inside of this building as well, but Made in Heaven, they don't want them to be too comfortable.
Yeah, this is actually a big fight on this western side, because you're going to be very close to the next zone. Made in Heaven are going to have the high ground and maybe try and pick up some pieces on the floor. So much clutter at the moment, visual clutter. It's so difficult for these players to try and navigate where they want to go, but as long as you have a game plan, as long as you're listening to your IGL, you just have to trust them.
We can see Legends Gaming, they are still safe, but for how long?
What the
finally,
hell,
it looks like Moist want to get this done. This has been going on for so long, and finally, not Moist, get the job done and take him down.
They must have run out of meds there, Legends, right? They were just all so low, all on a slither of health, but finally that job is done. But for what? Because Launchpad is not where you want to be now. Look at your map. Look at where the circle's going to be. It has pulled so far east, and it's actually going to be the central island where we're going to be finishing in this final zone. And Complexity say, well, this looks like a perfect place to land and reside for now.
There's the beauty of playing Valkyrie. You can slam that zone, you can get those walls down, and this is what the composition allows them to do. It doesn't have to be the perfect spot. It doesn't have to be a traditional spot. They can use those rampart walls to create some false cover as they slam into zone with the Valkyrie ult. And keep in mind as well, Complexity has some good KP already in this game and had a solid performance in game number 1. So it's a great start from them as TSM are picking up a few ult excels. It looks like they're getting ready to fight as well.
Keep an eye on the kill feed. This is about to be nuts, because we've got 8 teams who are outside of this next circle and is about to close, forcing all those Launchpad teams in together. You also are going to have teams on that northwestern side who are going to have to move as well. And remember, NORTHEPTION were still alive on the far northern side, who need to think about how they want to get into zone. So it's a different story for TSM. They have to move from the southwest here.
Pretty sure Verhouse doesn't have any white meds either. Or maybe he's just trying to play this game on hard mode, who knows. But Verhouse certainly lacking some HP, and when that zone starts to tickle at their back, he's going to be the one who finds out about that first. Not Moist trying to move up now onto the position of E8. This is going to be the fight on one of these fingers. As WotC, the man who has never been to the loser side of the bracket, he'll be taken down, and it looks like E8 will win that one pretty comfortably.
They managed to give the finger to Not Moist, but now you can see the kill feed has blown up. BR Demons, Not Moist, TSM all eliminated, and we're down to 11. Elevate did lose one in the meantime, are able to get the banner at the very least, and now they can just continue to add to this damage. I said this eastern side, excuse me, was absolutely crazy as SSG go down as well. Zach Mazer having a Mazer moment.
The best kind of Mazer moment as well, and it's a 1v1 between him and Hackis for another placement point as well. Both players will fall as well. Alliance, though, and Hackis managed to get into those placement points as Complexity now find themselves in another sneaky little spot. Fnatic gone, Passion UA gone as well. We're down to just 5.
Finally, things calm down, or do they? No, HAO are still taking a fight against NORTHEPTION here. This was a big wrap from NORTHEPTION from that northern side down to this west, and now they're able to win this engagement, or at least get the upper hand in this engagement, and they can dominate this building.
Weapons ready.
Tied up on the Newcastle, doesn't have the castle wall available, so they're not going to be able to spring out behind that cover a little bit later, especially with just 18 seconds left on the zone close. Might have been a way for them to find a position. The longer this fight goes down, the more detrimental it is for both teams. HAO, I think, did lose one in that initial scuffle. You can see on the player outlines to your right there, it's a 3v2, but NORTHEPTION gotta take a little bit of a second here just to loot up to make sure they have enough meds to play this endgame.
It was a 3v2, but it might be a 3v3 shortly, because it looks like they were able to get that player back up, or at least get him behind that, but now the ult's gonna come down from NORTHEPTION, because they know they also have to move. Meanwhile, you've got Complexity and Wonton Dumpling, who are in center zone at the moment.
NORTHEPTION just waiting out this bang-up. And now they're going to take this fight, and it's going to be Raging comes in with that beautiful flank through the zone as well. A little bit of hip fire coming in from him as well, and it's a clean wipe onto HAO. NORTHEPTION will step forward and will be safe enough to bat for now. Complexity still inside of his zone though. Just the blue armors to play with, but anyone pushes them, they're going to beat Sheila.
They've got all this pretend cover, this fake cover, but it does cover you, and it really works out.
It looks pretty real to me.
It looks very real. It's not natural cover, but boy do they make it look sexy, to be honest, as Complexity now are going to have the ability to absolutely mow down anyone who arrives, but the zone is going to end dead center of this circle you currently see, which means all of these teams have to slowly move their way in, and we've got 4 squads, so we might get 2 separate 3v3s here.
You've got WMNDY once again inside of that top 4. Remember, they were inside of the top 3 in the last game, so a very impressive performance from them in our first 2 games of C and D. Now they try and move up onto Complexity. You look like they want to try and send it, but sending it against this team is not a good idea. They clean them up. Complexity are eliminated.
Great use of ult from WMNDY, able to get that Caustic Ultimate in just to kind of force Complexity out of their hidey holes and take this position off of them. Now suddenly 3 squads left. But WMNDY, which gets more difficult to say as the day goes on, I'm sure. Maybe I'll have to shorten that one as well. But now NORTHEPTION on one side. Got Wonton Dumpling, who have been silently going about their business on this southern side, by the way. It's almost going to be a case of who moves first, because Wonton have the least amount of cover available to them. They really want NORTHEPTION to get eyes on WMNDY.
Well, you mentioned that this team wants on Dumpling. Every, what was it, the stat that you had? Every not a lot of games are inside of the top 26%
of their games, they were in the top 3.
Well, look at it right now. They're in the top 3 after a disappointing game number 1, showing that it isn't just their region. They're looking to dominate. They are looking to take over the ALGS on the main stage here as well.
They managed to actually just slightly move round. It means that NORTHEPTION are going to be the team closest to the circle here. You can see you get a little bit of deployable cover available for some players. You've got the Newcastle available to NORTHEPTION, so that is going to be a big factor here.
Well, one thing they don't have is a gen or that castle wall, although they do because they had an OXL and they popped. So now they have the castle wall and they can walk forward and play that cover. Brilliant use of utility from NORTHEPTION, making sure they kept those in reserve, those OXLs, to make sure when it matters they had that cover available.
Here comes the Wonton Dumplings though, and how's your aim? How is going to be that ability to take this 3v3 as they push through, but now this is going to open things up to WMNDY.
They should just be able to move in and clean this one up, and that's exactly what they will do. WMNDY It's tough to say, but they made that game look easy.
Second place, first game. First place, second game. And how about that for consistency? And you can see what it meant to them as well. Out of their chairs, celebrating. And it was really the push onto complexity in the early stages, making sure they had the ultimate available from the core stick, throwing that Nox grenade in, forcing complexity out of the fake cover that they had built, and just kind of taking Sheila out of the equation.
Very, very impressive performance from them. And that's off the back of a game one as well. Like we mentioned, when they were inside of that top three, so a strong marker being put down by WMNDY. 8 kills alongside the 7 assists. Good damage coming in from them. The one thing that you always want on that main stage, Dan, is to take away the feeling of a win. And that's exactly what they did in that game.
And when we have these Chinese invited teams, there's always going to be that unknown element because they haven't necessarily been in the same lobbies. We haven't been able to watch them as much as the other teams in the other regions, but they are really showing that they are going to be a huge threat, not just in this lobby, but this entire tournament, you feel, already showing consistency across the opening 2 games.
Very impressive stuff from them. We have to give a shout out as well to some of the teams we're seeing consistently in those end zones as well. We mentioned how the fight took place between them and Complexity, where it was Complexity again inside of those placement points, inside of the, not just the placement points, but good kills alongside it as well, as they wiped one side of the zone a little bit earlier on. And we're starting to see a little bit of a pattern emerge, even after just a small sample size of 2 games here.
It was a difficult zone shift for a lot of teams, though. A lot of these zone teams that had played Launchpad very early indeed, they really struggled in the latter stages when they had to move across from east to west. But those who were playing a more edge approach to the game really benefited from it. Yes, okay, there were teams who had to have those scraps on the western side and they really struggled, but those who won those engagements were then rewarded with quite a commanding position.
Yeah, NORTHEPTION as well involved in that final moment as well. And I thought just for a second that having the availability of that castle wall was going to give them an advantage towards the end game. Maybe they could stop being the meat in the sandwich, as we like to say, and they could move to one side and be the team who were putting the pressure onto another one. It wasn't to be in those final moments, but again, good KP and of course a good placement for them. We'll take a look at the match results now as well, so you can see how the points tallied up, down, but no surprise, so you would imagine who's going to be on top here. Wow, 20 points on the board for WMNDY.
I mean, very impressive to get 20 points, but also you look at NORTHEPTION, 12 kills to only be a point behind WMNDY in the end. Wonton Dumpling, of course, second place technically with 14 points. Then the rest of the board, you've got plenty of kills for the likes of Passion UA, again benefiting off that initial victory on their drop, and they get 8 points in total.
Alliance as well, I will say that Hack has kind of slowly managed to rat his way out to some placement points, as you can see here, inside of the placement points, but also those 4 kills they got alongside it as well means that it's not a throwaway game for them as well. 6 points can make all the difference when it comes down to those final standings. Elevate as well, some decent points coming in from them as we take a look at the second page as well. And once again, we have to say that a few big names here, Dan, not performing in our second game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's not time to be worrying about said big names, I don't think. I think the reason why the big names are big is because they find consistency and they will get the job done as the tournament goes on. But SSG and TSM did get a little bit further. They still pick up 3 and 4 points. As I mentioned, as long as you are picking up a small amount of points every single game, you are going to be in a far better position. There was a very different game for the likes of FURIA, for example, eliminated in those early stages.
Let's take a look at the stats from our top 3 in match number 2. WMNDY, you can see leading the way. I was going to say leading the way with damage, but it's the Dumpling boys who are just behind them as well, just pipping them to the post when it comes to total damage. But 8 kills, you can see very impressive stuff coming in from Shark.
It's pretty terrifying when you see the damage difference there from NORTHEPTION and how much they were able to be involved in engagements and also just griefing people that were arriving late to the circle. But one thing I noticed throughout the regular season, Wonton Dumpling, they weren't having the same amount of damage as Legends, for example, but they were getting more kills. They were a very successful fighting team, and that is going to be so beneficial as this tournament gets a little bit further and you get into those final circle scraps.
I will say as well, the assist column for NORTHEPTION looks pretty strong. We'll take a look at these series results as well to see how we stand after those 2 games are completed. And it's WMNDY who sit top of the pile after their first 2 games. 37 points on the board for them, 16 kills as well, Dan. This is an impressive start to the tournament.
Have you just stopped saying a letter now? You're just saying...
I'm shortening it.
WMDY.
I'm getting there, all right?
Just taking one away. They're that good, they don't even need
it's going to be W.
Just W.
Just W.
If they keep playing like that,
they're going to get...
It's going to be just W's, but that is an impressive lead at the top of the leaderboard already after only 2 matches. As you mentioned, there is a little bit of a struggle bus happening for some of the teams on the lower end, but we still have 4 matches matches left in this series, and as we've seen, not just throughout historic games in the ALGS, but also throughout this season, teams can just have that one big match that really propels them up the leaderboards.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Apex still to play in just this series, right? We've still got 4 games to go. We're only a third of the way through it, and we've got one more game on Stormpoint to get to before we change maps completely and we see that gear get shifted once more, and all of a sudden teams have got different POIs, different roads, all that good stuff to worry about, and worry about that they shall. But before we get there, we've got to go to a break. We've got one more game of Stormpoint coming up just after this, so do not go anywhere. Welcome back. Once again, everybody, we've got one more game of Stormpoint to get through. If you're just joining us for the first time, well, I'm disappointed in you. Where have you been this morning? Where have you been this afternoon? Whatever time it is around the world, no excuses to lock in for this week of the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 playoffs. We've had a few surprises in our first few games down.
Yeah, nice to see teams from regions that perhaps we weren't expecting to show up necessarily today, but showing up when they needed to. And maybe some of the more dominant regions, North America, have not yet shown their true promise here today, but we know that that can very quickly change, and Apex Legends is the most exciting game that you could possibly watch, because the ALGS always provides us with entertainment, with teams from all around the world showing up when they need to.
Certainly do indeed. One team that you've just seen there, Complexity certainly starting to turn up a little bit in these first 2 games. Good points on the board for them and a great start for them on Stormpoint. Elsewhere, we're going to look at maybe the contests again here, Dan, because they've been pretty one-sided so far. 07 have yet to get anything on the board, although you will say that they kind of left the contest last time. It was kind of a 50-50, okay, you can have that side, we'll leave, we'll try and move through the forest to pick up our loot, but again, it just slows them both down, and you have to say the Passion are looking strong on theirs at 2-0.
It's really kind of interesting to see the development from Heroez and Passion of which legends you're going to bring to it. The fact that they both chose Conduit and Pathfinder as well, recognizing what they needed in that fight. They saw that one team had the Conduit and they said, okay, well, we're going to need to counteract that with our own. And also suddenly seeing the Pathfinder saying, well, actually, that height difference could be everything that we need. But it's a lot to commit just to having that initial scrap, right? It could later on, you struggle because you might not have a Bangalore, you might not have a Bloodhound, for example. That's where the contests really hurt you in these early games, when you start to think about how you're going to progress later on.
And the difficulty here as well, I think everyone else who's in the lobby is going to be aware there's contests going on, right? And knowing that a team has lost twice, maybe they look to go somewhere else. And then all of a sudden, you've got to look at the sky, look at the dropship, look at those trails, and hope that that team isn't coming towards you to slow your rotate down and force you to fight earlier than you want to.
Now, a team that we do need to see get some points here in this match number 3 on Stormpoint again is, I'm afraid to say it, TSM, because when you look at what's going to happen when we get to World's Edge, you've got Wonton, Dumpling, and TSM contesting one another at Lava Siphon. Now, Wonton, Dumpling, they've been picking up points so far. They are in a really good spot where it doesn't matter as much that they're going to have that contest happening, whereas TSM will have a lot of pressure on them going into World's Edge if they are not able to get a good amount of points here in match number 3.
You can see the Legend Select is going down right now before we get into our final game of Stormpoint here. There hasn't been too many off picks, like we say. We've seen a little bit of Watson, a little bit about, you'd say probably complexities in the general kind of story of what we are seeing is the one that's a little bit off, but they've been playing it for a good couple of weeks now, and they do have a obviously very comfortable feel for how that composition does work together. But you're seeing Pathfinder, you're seeing Conduit again for the teams who are contesting. No surprise to see that either.
Well, match 3, it's locked, it's loaded, and we are ready to go. It's the last one on Storm Point in this series before we transition to World's Edge. Also, a big thank you to everyone here in the arena who has come down on Thursday to watch all of this Apex action. It is going to continue to fill out. It's going to continue to get bigger and better. And by the weekend, I'm sure this arena will have its roof blown off. Let's get into match 3 and let's see how these contests get down.
Off the rip, though, is going to be Passion, who find themselves maybe not as comfortable as they were previously. Sanya's going to be left on his own. Does have a triple take and a hemlock, so can do damage from a distance. Have to be careful not to throw this away here, Heroez. So 1 versus 3 is the Pathfinder grapple is, I would say, not the cleanest I've ever seen, but it might be clean enough to finally give them the win, and Heroez step up, and they win their first contest.
So Heroez get a chance to play the game, but elsewhere you've got Checkpoint, 07 versus HAO. Now 07 haven't been able to really take this fight in the previous games, but we'll see whether they can do this time. We've got to listen in with 07.
I'm pushing up. They're in here. Can you smoke? You need smoke, I'm late. On roof, I got cracked. I need a heal. I'm shooting them. Scan. Yeah, scan. Peek at the right side. Take it away. Oh, big lead. Back on me. Popping points. I'm with you. On my door. I kicked it. I need a heal. Wait, George, you're trying that. I'm dropping the other side. I'm in. Good fucking shit, man. Good job. Actually, I'm taking your car. I'm losing Listen. Me, yes, bro. I'm losing low ground. Just lock the Shut the fuck up. Lock the fucking lock around. I'm crafting a soften, okay? We have no. Okay, let's get our comms straight, okay? We have no time.
What a massive moment that could be for the entire tournament for 07. We were talking about these contests happening, Mark. We were saying how much confidence you can gain from winning them. Well, going into World's Edge now, being on top in Checkpoint, that's massive for them, and I'm sure they're going to benefit from it. But now you have to start thinking about the bigger picture. Now you have to start thinking about how you're going to make your rotation, because we are going to be heading back down towards the kind of Jurassic and Barometer area, just as we did in match number 1.
We could potentially see an island finish, maybe one around Jurassic, if it does pull back a little bit more to the north, like you say, but certainly not an easy one to read for a lot of these teams. And there is a ring console in Jurassic at the northern side of this next zone, so that might be a place that teams actually try and play for that late information of where the zone is going to try and move to. So interesting decisions to be made by teams at the moment. As Legends Gaming, who have been a little bit quiet at the start of this one. Of course, they are playing with a substitute at this tournament, but what a substitute it is. Of course, Koifel, who impressed and burst onto the scene of part of that Sentinels roster, then had a little bit of a difficult season, you would say, with Exit, not quite reaching the heights a lot expected, but this is another opportunity for him to put himself in the top window.
I think when you get this opportunity, you have to make it count, and we've seen it happen time and time again at ALGS lands, where substitutes do get that moment, they do put themselves in the shop window, and then they find themselves on a fantastic team going into the next split or next tournament.
I will say, by the way, don't walk at Lou right now. He's got a gold Devo and he's got Sheila available. It's like running at 2 players. It's really just not on, is it?
It's not really fair, actually. We can maybe look at that one.
I'm going to go and let everybody know on the main stage, by the way. That's cool with you. Just lift their headspots up. Like, oh,
by the way, don't move them that direction. And we're going to see a lot of teams actually probably head down towards that same area, and maybe they'll be quickly discouraged by doing so if they do walk into the wrong player with the right weapon. It's always interesting on Storm Point seeing how these rotations go down. Now you've got the ability to use Tridents. Always vulnerable from the damage, but you can at least do so.
Well, Boogie Boarders are trying to get a little bit of damage down to force the team away near them, and they look like they've been able to do so. So not too much of a panic for them right now. Beast of the Hunt does get popped by Fussy to try and just give them the opportunity to get that opening, but doesn't really produce anything apart from forcing that team away, which is a result I think they'll be quite happy with for now. But a little bit of a slower start to this game than we've seen previously, Dan. More of a central zone means that everyone can kind of tiptoe their way in, a little bit less contested. There's less chokes where everyone's trying to kind of force their way into one position. When we see those zones pull onto the more extreme edges or sides of Storm Point for now, but Elsewhere, you're seeing a lot of teams start to stack up just to the north of Barometer and around that island, similar to what we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, when you get more central zones like this, teams kind of realize that if you don't have a ring console on the outer edges, the teams that are a little bit further inland, they would have had a ring console and they would have moved, so then you start to make your rotation to that POI so that then you can hit the ring console and get information. And it means that we get less early fights, apart from the contest that we had, of course, and instead we're going to get a more heavy mid-game, which is going to feature teams just blocking those who are making those rotations, and a lot of teams just trying to full send it over the top of others.
Well, this could be a very interesting fight. This is WMNDY.
There we go.
Absolutely nailed
Every
it that
letter
time. I am
nailed.
so proud of myself. Against SSG, and also I'm pretty sure that Wonton Dumpling are in the vicinity. I just said the first one right there, and then meant the second one. Dumpling. Maybe if they make a bad play, they become the Dumplings. But for now, SSG are trying to move up a little bit here, and Zainu looking to be that entry fragger for them. But they've got to be careful because, like we mentioned, that third party is waiting.
Yeah, Wonton Dumpling are like Obi-Wan watching Qui-Gon and Darth Maul have a little scrap right now. It's whether they can actually get involved at the right time.
Love Star Trek.
Hate you so much. SSG now are going to do that damage, and Zainu is able to get a lot of it as well, as now one has already fallen. SSG get the advantage.
Frex will get that first knock, and now looking to move in and do some more damage himself. It's going to be Phony on your screen right now. They do get the finish, but they aren't able to put damage onto the second player. But look at that kill feed, like you are pointing out quite rightly to me here. The third party is looking at this, and WMNDY are eliminated.
If you say it slower, it just really works out. It's good that they're eliminated early, I guess, but
that's the full speed that my brain works out.
So many points from them in the first opening games, but it suddenly comes to an end here very abruptly in match number 3. And also what could end very abruptly is SSG's chances in this game, because Wonton Dumpling are on the hunt, and they also have a Pathfinder they've switched to for this game.
Yeah, interesting to see how they try and play this out as well. They're going to chase it down. The zone's not going to do too much damage. It's only zone 2, so they should be able to really close the gap here and try and convert these final 2 players who are trying to escape from SSG into KP. The problem is they don't have the scan to find them, and it looks like SSG are out of there, or are they? Because Frex has just taken a huge amount of damage in the back, and look at this, Zainu, he's in trouble as well.
Well, this is Pathfinder time at its very finest. This is what you want to see, Mark. You said to me yesterday you want to see more Pathfinder involved in the ALGS. Well, we have 3 in the lobby right now, and Wonton Dumpling are putting it to full effect as Peacock's able to just ensure that they get the cleanup onto that one, and now they can start thinking about making their way back to zone. But that's a shame for SSG after doing that initial damage and able to get that pick, but at least Phony is still alive for now.
For now, we'll have to see how it plays out. And by the way, if you are playing Pathfinder in the ALGS, you're immediately 10% cooler than everyone else in the lobby. It's just how it works. It's the basic math. I'm not in charge of it. It's just facts. FURIA, though, they're inside a Barometer. They're looking pretty safe right now, and I think they're going to be waiting for where that next zone does pull. They also do have a survey beacon right next to them as well, so maybe they can hit that a little bit late on zone close, and they'll be able to see where everyone's stacked up and get that zone info for the teams who have been able to hit that ring console on their way in.
Well, everyone's head down towards Barometer, but look at where that circle's going. Back up to Jurassic, and a team that is making their way to arguably one of the best positions at the moment, 0-7. So we were saying, how big could that win be at Checkpoint? This could be their biggest win yet, if they're able to find themselves in one of the more powerful positions in this latter circle. TSM also creeping their way in from the eastern side into Jurassic Park as well now.
I mentioned how a late beacon in this game could be the one that makes the difference, right, for teams getting into Godspot. Well, 2 teams who have approached it a little bit late and have a bit different info to the teams who are up at Barometer are Legends Gaming and 0-7, and they're having a scrap for Godspot right now. It's going to be Player K who sends out the caustic goal, has to spray through to try and get a little bit of damage. It looks like 0-7 haven't taken a huge amount of damage themselves, so this is a little bit of a stall battle here.
This is a big fight. You need to make yourself big and try and assert your dominance here to dominate this position, as Nasky is going to be on red. So this is going to be a chance for him to maybe be the initial leader of the damage, take advantage of the extra shields that you have, and then push in and get aggressive. But at the same time, you're very aware that people are going to be arriving now. People are going to be getting that information that the circle is heading towards Jurassic.
Well, it looks like 0-7 still want to try and take this position away. Nasky's having to take a second once again just to pop another battery. Legends Gaming, you can see straight from Flame, is just giving away the idea that, well, giving away the information, I should say, that he's got a Peacekeeper. I think that's why the 0-7 are so showing so much trepidation about wanting to siege this building, right? They've also used all of their ult excels. Koifel, though, he has the ult excel. He's been able to pop that in all of this commotion and might be able to get the beast in the hunt back quicker, which might give them an advantage moving forward.
Another reason why you kind of have to have a caustic at times in these lobbies, because this is a powerful position for a caustic player just to lock down with the barrels. But 0-7, are they going to be able to actually get into an angle where they can take the fight here? Because otherwise, they're going to be so vulnerable to all of these teams that are arriving late.
Also, the difficulty is here, do they have the ability to have the Bloodhound scan or the Bloodhound ultimate available? Because if they don't, the smokes and the caustic gas, it becomes such a one-sided fight, and I think they know that. They're trying to send it right now, but the problem is the Peacekeeper. No peace being kept right now. Legends Gaming chunk it away.
Man, that absolutely hit too hard. You could just hear it ring through the arena, and now Wonton Dumpling also taking a fight as well. Legends Gaming do get eliminated, though, in TSM. They find themselves down to just one. Howland reps have fallen, and Virtus is just on the escape route right now.
Oh, this has not been a good start on Storm Point for TSM, and this was the map where they picked up the majority of their points through the regular season. However, in scrims recently, it's kind of favored them and World's Edge a little bit more. That's balance is tipped. They've done that hard work, and they're going to have to do a little bit more hard work here to get some points on the board before they even think about playing on World's Edge. They will be able to escape and should be safe for now, but 0-7 look like they are safe, and it looks like they won that battle for the position there.
Yeah, just as we stepped away from the fight, 0-7 were able to win the engagement. And that means they will not only win the engagement, they will win the position. Look at where that circle goes.
They won the entire zone. That's incredible.
It could have won them the game, depending on how this one goes. We look back at the two fights that 0-7 have had at Checkpoint and at Jurassic, and they could be match-winning fights, but now Fnatic could be the first team to potentially join them here in this area.
Well, 0-7 has decided to move over to the respawn building, which is a smart thing to do. You have a little bit more height. Also, you're going to have the zone to your back, and also you're going to have, when I say the more height, you're going to have the sniper tower that you can engage as well and get the extreme height, which is going to be such a strong position to hold for that endgame. The team who's moving up on them right now, taking the broken building, that's going to be Fnatic, who, as we know, historically, don't mind having a little scuffle themselves.
I think that we're learning that about a lot of these teams in this lobby, though. They're happy to take the fights, and you can see the fights are unfolding in front of our very eyes on the kill feed. Made in Heaven, they've lost two players. Alliance gonna be on the other side. Now NORTHEPTION starting to push up and get very aggressive here indeed, just to finish off this final player, and will do so. Riddle order, they're gone.
NORTHEPTION once again picking up some KP on their way towards an endgame. They are going to be safe for this next zone, but not for the one afterwards, so they're going to be to work their way through some traffic. The two teams who are still just the two in zone are Fnatic and 0-7, and this is a rough zone, right? Because we saw everybody look like banking on a barometer zone. It moved away. Now everybody has to move from the southern side through the chokes towards Jurassic, and we know there's only certain amounts of entry points into Jurassic full stop, so unless you've got an evac tower and you can go over the top, or a Valkyrie in your composition, you're going to have a rough time getting in. And for teams like 0-7 and Fnatic, great news, because it means less teams arriving.
Yeah, this means you have to try and consider how you're actually going to get past everyone, and sometimes it can be just the redeploy. Get yourself up and over. As you can see, at exactly the same time, the Boogie Boarders and Not Moist will make their move, and that means you've got to hit the western side here, but you've got Made in Heaven who are also going to be the gatekeepers here, who are going to see all these teams arriving. This is just a temporary landing spot for all of these squads that are moving on the west, because you still have to move inland.
TSM eliminated in the meantime. It's going to be Nasky who takes down Verholst. So TSM with some questions to answer. Storm Point's not been good. Will World's Edge be any different? SSG have managed to get back into this game as well. Remember, the Phony was a solo a little bit ago. Last time we checked in with them, well, they've managed to at least get two back as Alliance now come under a little bit of pressure, and it's going to be E8 who get taken down. But Alliance will take some damage in the meantime.
Yeah, BR Demons have now just approached from the southern side, and they've caught Alliance off guard. They came through the zone, and now they're going to dominate this southwest side, and they should be able to take advantage of this against Alliance. Just have to be careful, though, because now all this noise has allowed Not Moist to say, actually, we'll get involved in this one, and Alliance have been absolutely guillotined here.
However, Guild has just gone down, so they've got to be careful here. Alliance are eliminated in the meantime, but has this push and thirst for KP cost them a little bit, as now Walty is left on his own, and even though the man can lift weights, he's not going to be strong enough to carry them through this game. Not Moist are eliminated. We're down to 11.
It was such an interesting decision from the BR Demons, who came from the southern side, but they almost had to. If they had gone east, they would have ran into Heroez, they would have ran into NORTHEPTION, they would have ran into FURIA, but now they need to try and work out how they approach from the western side, because there is the wall of Jurassic that you've got to get past to get into this zone. Made in Heaven already hold that wall, but at least they do have a little bit of time here to kind of loot up, find any extra pieces, any extra heals that might be able to help them, and also potentially a redeploy just to get out.
I mean, the interesting thing is here, like 0-7 have got to hold off all these teams who are moving in from the south, right? So even though they decided this is the position we want to play, they're going to have to do a lot of damage to keep that position. And look at the kill feed. They've just managed to take down Complexity, and they also, by the looks of things, have found a Kraber to help them. So FURIA, even though they're one of the teams who's trying to move from the southern side, they're going to have to deal with 0-7 in a few moments' time, and they do, like I mentioned, have that care package weapon.
Fnatic and 0-7 are the two teams most likely to win the game from the positions they currently hold, but with 10 teams still left and the circle about to get very much smaller, you really have to be aware of your surroundings and what areas you can be shot from, because if you are too vulnerable, if you leave yourself too exposed from a certain angle, you will get pushed from one of these teams that are just desperately throwing themselves into zone.
Well, this is the one worry for everyone who's in zone, and there's not many teams, like you mentioned, is in these next few moments, in the next 30 seconds, there's going to be evac towers going down, there's going to be Valkyrie deploys going down as well. The Skyward dives are going to fill the skies with different teams and different players looking to take those positions away that you've held for so long. BR Demons are looking to do it the old school way though, the traditional way, as they fight their way in. FURIA cannot fight their way in though, they will fall.
This was my worry for BR Demons. How heavy can you fight here? How much can you afford to throw at the team that's holding the wall when it looks like they're going to throw everything? But sadly, they've lost one, but it is just going to be the one. But are you going to get time to get back up? Because Fnatic on the other side, they're going to look to grief this.
Yuka just said this is the freest KP of my life, and he walks through, cleans it up, cleans up that side of zone, and only 2 members overextended to get those kills. 1 member of Fnatic has stayed behind to hold down that spot. They will be safe for now. Elsewhere though, look at Wonton Dumpling. They're up on that sniper tower. They're up high above 0-7.
Well, the only worry for Fnatic was Made in Heaven, who did have a look at the two, but they just turned around and absolutely blitzed them and said, we will actually hold the entirety of this northeastern side. And now Fnatic put themselves in such an impressive position on the other side for 0-7. Remember, I was talking about the two teams as Made in Heaven get eliminated. 0-7 have to watch over 3 different squads on this southern side, whereas now Fnatic, they've eliminated everyone who came from that eastern gate.
Sazuki has that Sentinel in his hands as well. Still holding down this spot, and through the smoke.
Excuse me?
Somehow manages to connect. Fnatic still in a great spot. Like you mentioned, completely cleared that side of the map as well, and everyone else is going to have to go through each other to get to the position that Fnatic holds strong. SSG, by the way, what a performance from them. It looked like a doom and gloom game for them. Well, they're into the top 6 already, just by putting themselves in a good position. They might be able to sneak out a few more spots as well. Wonton Dumpling, even though they're up on high, they are being focused so hard right now. Everyone knows that they have to drop, and it's going to be SSG and a combination of 0-7 who take them down. We're down to 5, and again, Naski with that Kraber is causing problems for the lobby.
But that's 1 job done for 0-7. Remember, I said there's 3 teams on that southern side that they have to worry about. SSG now approaching from the northeast as well. Or sorry, the northwest they're coming in. So actually, SSG can get involved with Heroez, and they will do so. And now 0-7 have got another team to worry about.
I mean, Naski's having a monster game right now, by the way. He's got 8 kills! 8 kills to his name! And he's looking for more as well. 2 more shots with the Kraber. Oh, 252! It's another one for Naski!
This could be 0-7's game. Remember how well they were fighting earlier. They still are fighting with that momentum. 3 teams left. NORTHEPTION, Fnatic, and 0-7 here in our last game on Stormpoint in this series. I still said it's Fnatic versus 0-7 for me as NORTHEPTION. They're starting to lose players, and they're starting to be griefed by both of these squads. We might, and we should, get a straight 3v3 here between Fnatic and 0-7.
Well, there's 1 shot left for Naski, and he hasn't been missing many.
Got company out
but
there.
This 1 bullet could be the difference maker in 1st place or 2nd place in this game. Can't quite connect this time, but boy, it looks like 0-7 kept receipts from the first 2 games, and they are dishing them out right now.
Well, the circle is going to be finishing dead center of where these players currently reside, as we get a brief pause at the moment, just before all the action is going to unfold.
I couldn't help it. So.
Remember, it could just be an observer thing, and we have the ability. We have the ability to pause games. Remember.
Put it back on, Naski. Lock in, boys. Fnatic are locked in, and here we go, everyone. The 3v3. Hey, we like to build it here in the ALGS, right? Straight 3v3. Headsets on. The advantage with the height has to go to Fnatic. But Leica's gone down! It's Natsuki who gets the kill! Natsuki will fall as well. Amphi looking to move in now to clean up the damage. It would be a monster win here for 07 if they could do it. With the hip fire, it's gonna be enough! And 07 will close out game 3 of Stormpoint.
From the checkpoint win.
A monster game.
All the way through to the domination in Jurassic Park. They are the Velociraptors. No, actually, they are the T-Rex of Jurassic Park as they dominate anyone who started to join them. What a game it was from 07. And we knew they were capable of this. They've had their ups and downs throughout the regular season, but they are going to be living on a high of all highs. 20 kills.
20 kills. They just killed over a third of the lobby.
That is a 32-point game. 07 have just sent themselves all the way up to join the top of the leaderboard.
Wow, there's a dramatic end to it, to say the least. But in the end, it's going to be 07 from what looked like a disadvantageous position as well on that low ground, who beat out Fnatic in the 3v3. Fnatic with a great game themselves, though. They're going to have some good points on the board, but that game from 07 will live long in the memory.
I mean, you look right at the start when they had that initial checkpoint fight, and we said, what is going to happen at checkpoint? Are they going to be able to win the engagement? They weren't able to do it in match 1. In match 2, they had to retreat. Match 3, they took the fight. And then after that, it was just a snowball effect. They arrived to Jurassic at the right time. They went for the one building they felt could win them the game, and it did so. And 07, if they continue fighting in that way, if they continue playing in that style, there's no reason why they can't be a real threat to win this entire thing.
Absolutely monstrous game from 07. A 20-kill banger for them, and the thing that's most impressive for me is a lot of talk would have been about Nax and Amphi coming into this as the 2 fraggers for the team. Well, it's your boy Nasky on the M&K with that Kraber, who was putting up some ridiculous numbers.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a heart-and-mouth moment for not just all the fans in the crowd at the end there, but also, of course, the players that were involved in that one. But what a moment it is for 07 to get the victory there.
Well, Stormpoint is done and dusted. It was an absolute pleasure to open things up here in LA, but for now, we're going to throw it back to Rain Day on the desk because Evan, I mean, there's a lot to talk about what we just saw in that last game.
And the craziest thing is that sometimes certain plays have no words. And I think a couple of moments with Nasky there, after he passed 10 kills in a lobby like this at LAN in Los Angeles Live, started to be leaving a lot of us speechless on the desk. So there was a lot of yelling, at least from this area right here. Rain Day, Zephyr, Graceful, Hotzig back on the desk. A little halftime recap for you as we break down our first 3 matches of the day in C versus D. Zeph, I want to talk with you. The emotion was there, but it was something that felt like, you know, we really did need to see from 07.
It's like a Cinderella story at the end of the day here, and it's something that's going to result in them absolutely blowing through what was the mistakes we saw against How earlier today. Now at 32 points at the top of our leaderboard, that puts them more than competitive to represent Group CBD.
Pretty incredible stuff there, Graceful. You don't see a lot of 20 bombs in lobbies like this.
Definitely don't see a lot of 20 bombs, but 07 has always had it in them. I know Nax and I know Amphi, my boys as well, really strong mechanically, and people, you know, when you talk about who's the best mechanically, you always have each region. Nax and Amphi is definitely up there as the strongest roller players, and they're definitely showcasing it.
And Hotzig, you've been in this situation before. You know, they had almost uncertainty of getting here. Who would they have on their roster for this tournament? That can breed a lot of uncertainty going into this, even getting your game plan right. 07, great response in the first 3 games to have a win like this.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely need something like that. I mean, momentum is such a strong and important factor in this tournament. It's a 4-day tournament. It's like 12 game days. Like, you need to have, if you come out strong like this, I could see them kind of, because of this one game alone, not only rolling their contest that they're currently a little struggling with, but also rolling the rest of the group stage and hopefully paving their way to the finals.
Well, great words there of encouragement from Hotzig. He's seen it plenty of times coaching his own teams or just from afar, and at this point, 07 definitely setting themselves up for a good rest of this series. However, some of the teams maybe not performing the way that we would expect. It certainly can't put WMNDY in that category. That's their 1 out of 3 games that they did not perform, but TSM's elevates, Complexity stayed in there, but still some big names, as they had mentioned, Zeph, really not showing up early on. it's been a struggle here, especially for North America, kind of as a whole. Getting on a great starting foot has been something to represent and give the strides to these other regions, showing off why internationally, especially where the meta resides currently, we're coming into the most unstable, unprecedented place of Apex we've ever had, which means, especially as you've seen in these last 3 games, anyone can really take it away. That's kind of what's exciting. If you've been watching scrims, you've seen a lot of the similar lineups. There hasn't been too many variations in terms of legends. So the only thing really that can happen is the play. And when you see play like this, well, this isn't necessarily a variation of Nasty, but in a way, Graceful, it is. Because I think inconsistency is what plagues 07 the most and these Nasty squads. It's not the ability to get it done.
So the thing is that a lot of teams, especially during contests, there's so many factors going into it. It's literally not just, you know, where the plane comes from, so who drops the better, right? It's also RNG. It also comes down to several things that you have to... It's hard to be balanced on everything, but I think 07, like you said, has everything to take it. But can they stay consistent throughout the whole tournament or not? That's a question to come.
Well, you know, it's been a great start to the day so far. 3 games, a lot of action. Let's check out where our teams stand after 3, because there's 3 more to go, and we will be switching maps as well. To start it off, it's WMNDY with 37 points in first place. I see you kind of clapping there, Graceful. I'll come back to you on these standings in just a minute. But 07, NORTHEPTION, Fnatic, and Alliance rounding out our top 5 high-level looks at this Hodzic after 3. What are you feeling?
I mean, there's obviously some very clear... I mean, it is just the first set of group stages, so there's really not too much to take away in terms of, like, you don't want to panic if you're an SSG fan, FURIA fan, or a TSM fan. Because, you know, anything can happen, especially in a set of 3 games, especially on a particular map. We know it might be a little bit turbulent here for TSM, but the only thing you can do is, you know, learn from mistakes, try to take away a lesson from every single game, because there is a lot to learn. You can't get this kind of practice off the tournament.
Graceful, do you agree?
So the thing is that all of the teams that are at the top right now are like what I like to call heavy hitters as well, right? Is that you have to show up day one proactive. You have to step up immediately. So that's where experience and consistency comes in. And that's why teams like, you know, Alliance, etc., 07 as well, like even though they might have a bad game here and there, they still play proactively, whereas most of the people right now might be playing a little bit scared. Like some teams are playing scared, but the biggest thing, like you said, we can't take away too much from it, Hods, is that scrims is vastly different from LAN. So people are kind of getting indoctrinated to like how people's macros are. That changes real quick. So like I think TSM is a team that likes to play zone a lot, but they've been struggling because they get caught on macro. And like it's just not the same. But I wouldn't panic just yet because, like you said, it's only the first 3 games. There's plenty of games to come. But there's definitely, you know, a fire under people's butts right now.
And I could imagine that if there is going to be inconsistency in a lobby that you haven't played against at LAN, Stormpoint might be the map that would align itself to a little bit more inconsistent play. World's Edge obviously coming up next, maybe a stable footing for some of these teams. But let's look back at how it all transpired. Game 1, Hodzic, you know, it kicked off with a bang, and a lot of people on here had a team with a green logo doing pretty well. They ended up being pretty right.
Absolutely. I mean, Alliance have always been notably huge group stage killers, I think, at every single tournament. So them finding a really cheeky way into this final zone where they were actually on the complete edge on the far side of the zone, they actually managed to sneak their way in because FURIA paid too much attention and was not watching their back. FURIA had the God spot under the bridge, but they focused too much on SSG. Alliance walks right in, grabs God spot, and then you have the classic Apex LAN end zone where you got 2 teams on top of each other and 1 on the far side just waiting to kill both of them. So really well done by Alliance.
We were talking about that. Maybe a slip up from FURIA, dropping the ball after winning that contest with TSM.
Yeah, I mean, the 2v3 was obviously probably like a huge vibe saver for them, but then to get the res off, to go into the God spot, you got to remember that you got to play a strong game. If your spot is relatively safe, you shouldn't commit 3 people to watching the same angle. You need that 1 anchor player to make sure, you know, hey, this team's going to come on our back. This team's looking to rotate on us, because if you're in the God spot, everybody wants that spot. So a little bit of a misplay from FURIA, but, you know, they are looking good, though.
Good stuff from the intern Vaxlon, at least, to kick things off. What do we got for Game 2?
So Game 2 is a little bit different. You know, it's a waterfalls ending by Launchpad, and the biggest thing is that WMNDY cleared out the side, which was the southeastern side, but they also dropped devastating coast. They come to that side naturally. But they cleared out TSM, I believe, and then also E8 was on the same side. The most important part, like I'm taking from Hods as well, is be the bread. Don't be in the middle, like, you know, like E8 ended up being and TSM ended up being. Like, you want to be the bread, you want to be on the outs, you want to clear an edge, right? And they've been showcasing so well how to play aside, control aside, like I said, don't leave anybody like 3 stacked on the side. You play space, like you see here, just 3-man split, taking angles, so you can't just hide behind one rock. Because if you do, you get naded out, angled out, and it's GG's.
Yeah, and one of the things they've done well is contest, and I'm using that word not the way we traditionally do in the beginning, but they've pressured Complexity, who have had almost the same mirror position that they want to take, and WMNDY has come out on that. Game 3, though, it was pretty quick. We talked a little bit about it, Ben, but obviously, big game from 07.
Obviously, massive closeout here from 07, and you don't even get to see the bigger part of it, which is the fact that they had such an incredible clear towards the southern side of the zone before getting into our arenas matchup, the straight 3v3. So no bread to be found in this regard, but for at least this roster pulling the trigger and capitalizing, especially in that moment of weakness. We saw a little bit of the separation that came out there from Fnatic in the end, and there's split seconds that you don't get to capitalize on, and coming back and, like you were saying in the green room, being in a defensive situation like that, you have to be prepared, especially after 07 comes out of the South with so much momentum ready to capitalize.
Well, great rundown of the halftime, fellas. We're going to be back with more very shortly as these next 3 games progress, though. A lot to look forward to as we switch into World's Edge. And if you want to keep track of everything and maybe don't have a chance to catch some of the games live, make sure you are following with all of the schedule updates and all of the ALGS content this week at Play Apex Esports on X. Of course, we're on twitch.tv/PlayApex. If you're watching now, earning some drops, but make sure to check out Play Apex Esports as well to keep in touch with everything that we are doing. All right, that's going to do it for our halftime. More games to come, but down on the floor, there's some familiar faces with one of our illustrious hosts here on the stage. Peeps, what do you got?
Guys, thank you so much. I am here with Greek. I am here with Wig, the B stream. Crowd's making some noise, man. They're loving it. Greek, give me a short little history of the B stream.
To be clear, I guess it all started with a Discord message, to be honest. Wig and a prize were looking for a rank squad one day, and I happened to be LFG. We hit it off the first time we played, and then have just been best friends ever since, to be honest.
Wig said worst decision of his life. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. So, Wig, from getting a Dizzy raid, all right, to sign into 100 Thieves, you got bit by a dog with Channing Tatum, and now you're here at ALGS in LA with the B stream. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels great, man. I mean, without Greek, without all the people behind the scenes that helped the B stream like actually be a thing, you know, we wouldn't be here. So it's pretty wild, the journey that we've been on, and I don't expect to stop anytime soon. I love this game. I love everybody that loves this game, and I want this game to thrive for years to come. So hopefully I can be a part of it, and we can be a part of it forever.
That crowd's loving it. That's passion, and I feel the love. I feel it, man. So to family, friends, loved ones, all the viewers, what's your message to them?
First and foremost, just, you know, thank you guys for all the overwhelming amount of support. You know, I think when we first started to the hype that ALGS Comp has now, we can feel it in our chats, we can feel it in the arenas, and it's just a blessing to be here, and we hope we make you guys proud with the B stream.
Yeah. Wig, what about you?
You know, my family was like the biggest part of, you know, who I am today. By far, they shaped me to be the person I am and the passionate person I am today. So I want to give a huge shout out to Mama Wig in my chat. Since I had 3 viewers, 4 viewers, 5 viewers, did not matter. She was there every day after she retired. She's the one who told me to quit my job. She's the one who believed in me the most. My friends, Finn right there doing photography, absolute legends. You know, I had like 5 viewers, but like 45 Prime subs because all of his friends from college showing love to me. So to everyone that supported me from the beginning, thank you all so much. To everyone that supports me and Greek, both of us in the B stream, thank y'all. We are not stopping, and I hope this game will never stop either. We love y'all. Thank you.
Let's go! Well, that's it for Greek. That's it for Wig. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, peeps. Welcome, LA. Welcome to some good Apex. We just had a fantastic first 3 games on Storm Point. I'm Vicky Kitty. I'm joined with the one and only Gino, and we're going to be taking you guys through World's Edge. Genome, what a way to open things up with 0-7. They were in dead last with what an explosive game. 20 KP putting themselves in second place.
That was a nuts game. I mean, you know, they really took advantage of that crazy zone pull, right? No one was expecting that to go to Jurassic. As soon as I saw that pop up on my map, wasn't a single team in there, that they get in from the north side and just, wow, they absolutely obliterated the lobby after that. But then going back even further, I mean, NDY, what a surprise package. I mean, you know, you look at the tier list people are making, that obviously these guys haven't even played Pro League before. They're coming from that direct China invite. And yet all of a sudden they're showing up #1 place right now against all of the best teams in the world. That is just nuts.
It's crazy. Those are some of the teams that a lot of these other squads were not really expecting. They didn't really know what to expect going into this LAN, and they are here to show up already in the group stages. Once again, we do have World's Edge coming up soon, but we are going to have a different set of 50-50s take place on this map once we get ready.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the most exciting one that I'm looking forward to seeing is TSM versus Wonton Dumpling. So Wonton Dumpling obviously coming from APAC South, the #1 seeds from over there. And then you've got TSM, long time livers and lovers in Lava Siphon. You know, these guys have a long history of contesting, right? Obviously, it's a POI that a lot of people are interested in. So lots of the time, you got people coming at them for it. So the fact that Wonton Dumpling is trying to put it up against TSM, who really know this contest inside and out, is going to be incredibly hard for them. They've been playing a lot of Pathfinder, even on Stormpoint where they weren't contested, and that's been a pickup that we've seen. A little bit of a change in, you know, the sort of the contest legend composition meta.
I can't wait to see how that plays out. Once again, we are going on to World's Edge, but I love how you touch up on the Pathfinder point. Something that we see a lot of teams that are dealing with the 50-50 deal with and pick up the Pathfinder and the Conduit. It's so good for those 50-50s, but Wonton Dumpling feels confident running the Pathfinder without having to deal with that contest onto Stormpoint. So now that we got the World's Edge coming in, as we could see, Split 1 playoffs, Group C and D, World's Edge drops, guys. Let's fly right through the map here. MNDY, you were talking about earlier here, having a pop-off opportunity.
Yeah, so they're sitting over in Fragment. This is not one of the better POIs on World's Edge. So obviously they've clocked up a lot. I think it was 37 points in those first 3 matches. It's only going to be harder out from here, but my lord, if they can do it from Fragment, they can do it from anywhere.
Flying now over Skyhook. It's going to be exciting to see. BR Demons usually landing over by Trials here.
Yeah, because no one currently in the Skyhook East zone. I wouldn't be surprised to see, say, RIDDLE or FURIA give up the contest that we'll be seeing later down at Tree and maybe making their way over there towards the later part of the series. Because honestly, you know, Skyhook East, I'd probably rather land there than take a contest myself.
Just with all that space that you have here, 0-7 just having an insane game, landing over between Lava Fisher and Mirage à Trois. QA by Staging, Legends as well, Alliance having all of Thermal stationed to themselves, and I love the 50-50 that you highlighted earlier before we transition over by the Tree side. But first, let's look at the Lava Siphon, the 50-50 that we're also going to be expecting here once again, the TSM versus Wonton Dumpling.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that's the main event, right?
Yeah.
Coming into the start of this match, that's going to be interesting. I mean, what's fantastic for Not Moist is the fact that they're getting both of Stacks and Maud. You know, not having to worry about, you know, pot shots taking place early on in the game down there. It's such a clean place to play from. You get a huge amount of loot if you have both of those POIs to yourself.
Imposter Among Us, the FURIA versus Riddle order as well. When it comes to some of these rotates, love the diversity in circles that we already got to experience over by Stormpoint. I'm hoping to expect that. I mean, I don't know, side by side, but hoping that we get something going on for that with World's Edge. The beautiful flyby of the stage here. This is day 1 group stages, and already this first set of groups have not disappointed us.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the other one we didn't really talk about there was whether we see Heroez from APAC South contest again. It had them down at launch site. We might see them go towards Dome. I guess we'll have to see. But it's tough, man. If you're contesting on both parts of the map, that's how do you get points out of that series?
Especially when they're so used to landing in launch site and then may have to just backpedal and then go towards Dome with the lackluster loot. But let's go, let's get started. Everybody, game number 4 here on World's Edge. Let's get it started also heated with the 50-50s that we're going to be expecting here.
Okay, so already we're seeing one change. One thing I talked about was saying Skyhook East. It's unoccupied. Surely someone just takes up that space. Heroes go there, but we are getting the contest in tree.
It's gonna be Riddle versus FURIA here. Max being on that conduit to help out this 50-50 to get the next knock. It's 2 already down here for Riddle order. FURIA having the man advantage. Just trying to find where that straggler is. Wonton Dumpling in your feet. Get eliminated by TSM. And FURIA maybe sending Riddle order back to the lobby to join them.
Let's go.
2 down, 1 to go here. But Complexity have rolled up here from the launch side. They want to get a piece of the action, but FURIA, maybe this is one thing that Complexity weren't expecting, is that FURIA was so clean at the start of the fight. All 3 of them are still up there, actually a bit of a threat to Complexity right now.
And Complexity now having to navigate away with Lou losing out on his shields. Still rocking the rampart, by the way. Something nice to note here, but they had rocked the Valkyrie beforehand on Stormpoint.
I mean, obviously, they had to loot so quickly. They were hoping to just steamroll them, but you can see 1 bullet left there in the chamber. Complexity have to give it up. They didn't switch their composition. They're playing the rampart, obviously not something that, you expect to work out that well early on. So, yeah, they just give it up.
Yukio's still alive, by the way, from Riddle order as a wrap for now. TSM walking away from not only taking and winning that 50-50 against Wonton Dumpling, but also with the blue Evil Shield and the Evil Harvester being right next to them on their path.
And I have to say, I expected this, right? I mean, as we said, TSM have such a long history of contesting here. They know this one, back to front. And Wonton Dumpling, in a straight-up fight, honestly, might have a chance against the TSM, but this contest is going to be so tough for them to win.
We got Passion UA versus Boogie Borders over here by Landslide. Passion having full blue Evo shields as well. They break the first shield off of the Bloodhound on the opposition. Nice little platform high ground here, though. In terms of the positioning, Passion UA just backing away for right now. It's just going to be Sonya who's trying to give them some suppressed fire, and they are going to take their time in this fight against Boogie Borders.
I leveled up. A little bit of hype here. Do Boogie Borders really want to get stuck into this with Passion UA? I mean, it's a reasonably isolated fight right now, but is this delaying their rotation to the very northeastern zone that looks like it's probably going to end, I'm going to say, like, North Climatizer here. So the longer the Boogie Borders have to get stuck into this, the worse a spot they will be able to grab. So both teams, in the end, just going to shake hands and walk out their separate ways.
Meanwhile, teams like NORTHEPTION, who rotate away from Monument, have already rotated their way over to that north side by the train tracks. Spacestation have met them up there as well on the north side of Climatizer here, but they're in a really good spot. But we know that late game, this could get absolutely insane from the squads that are going to try to push in away from Skyhook, where Heroes is going to be rotating from.
Yeah, most of those teams have left already. As you said, Heroes, looks like they might be taking the Northern Tunnels balloon to try and get in here. Maybe they're just occupying the tunnels as it is. Did they get across, and were they able to use that ring console that spawned? And Skyhook, it's a little bit tricky for Skyhook East sometimes, right? Because it doesn't spawn in their half of, what's sort of the agreed upon Skyhook zone, and then, that makes it tough for them to, it's a risk to go over there.
Talking about more than Evil Harvesters, that circle beacon, the survey beacon as well for these squads to take advantage of as Fnatic engage on a fight. Having the Cosmic Barrels already set up in the middle of Epicenter for right now. Waiting to see if maybe they could get a scan going on here. There it is from Leica. Gonna be able to scan where the team is on the opposite end of this middle building, but this could get heated hot. This is gonna be Fnatic versus WMNDY.
DY on the other side of this. Epicenter. Not necessarily where you want to be stuck right now. Teams like 07, who we just saw before, made a killer rotate all the way from Lava Fissure over to what could be a fantastic spot. These teams getting stuck in Epicenter, it's not great for them.
We're also sticking on the horizon, but TSM on World's Edge, feeling like they are right at home. Different camera though, angle. That is definitely not Reps, but Reps taking some shots as that squad is going to be able to rotate into the tunnel of NORTHEPTION. Look at 07, trying to ride that momentum after that previous game now, moving on to this fight.
Very important fight here. This team's fighting for this northern side of Climatize. This is exactly where we said the ring was going to end, so this is a big deal. What is going on here? We've got castle walls, portals.
And we got not just that, the invitation to the third and fourth party may be around the corner here. NORTHEPTION still fighting on that north side, but Spacestation is right around the corner, as well as Boogie Borders that are looking for an opportunity to third party.
Spotted a subject over there.
All of the teams being a little reticent here and really not super keen to fight at the moment. There's not a lot of cover, as you saw. You know, what are you going to do? Like, try and fight inside that caravan? Everyone's got angles on you with the 4 or 5 teams around there. It's too rough, but...
Are you serious right now? Yukio not only got his teammates up, but they had gotten a trade originally. They got a knock with the Thermite on the other side from FURIA. Then they get Keon down, prevented from healing, and FURIA get eliminated.
TSM, they might be coming back for this, though. I think they've heard the shots. They're actually taking an evac tower all the way back to try and get rid of both RIDDLE and Complexity, who were the 2 teams still left alive and fighting down in Lava Siphon.
Well, the fighting has not stopped. It's been non-stop action. 07 get eliminated. TSM also move in on RIDDLE order in the feed here too. 17 squads left, and Boogie Borders now come in for the third party.
Getting the last laugh. I mean, just a second ago, we were saying how risky of a fight this was, and that's exactly why. There was just too many teams around there in an area where you don't have solid cover. You really... I mean, obviously you want to fight for that god spot, but you almost cannot afford to take, you know, that fight. You really don't want to be throwing the first punch there.
Especially with how many angles there are as NORTHEPTION finally get eliminated. TSM come out on top. After finding RIDDLE order, they can't run. Complexity are waiting for them on the other side of the circle, trying to gatekeep them, but they could probably get out with an evac. Look at them. They're waiting, crouching.
Crouch, what comes out? Okay, TSM here. The fans were very happy about them taking out RIDDLE. Are they going to be happy if they get a nasty surprise here walking out of Lava Siphon? Oh man, the comms of this would just be hilarious if they do actually run into the trap that Complexity is setting right now. Okay, no, they've run away. I mean, you know, it's not like they were setting up the rampart walls, right? They didn't want to even give any inkling to TSM that they were out there.
Can you imagine just waiting 5 extra seconds with Vorholz being as low as he was for the circle, though? Oh, that jump. Complexity still have an opportunity here in that southern choke.
Yeah, you can still see them looking around behind them constantly if you look at those arrows just to try and get that sense. But, you know, those teams will be continuing on as we look. Continue northern pulls here for the circle. Boogie Borders have such a big amount of room after clearing out 07 and the other teams there. But, you know, SSG and Heroez also looking like they could be in a decent position. I do expect this to continue pulling north. You know, the train tracks will be essentially the battle lines here come circle 4 or 5.
Making our way through Servant Camp from the skies. It's going to be Not Moist, an imposter among us, and they're going to get shot from the other angles. It's Alliance, Unlucky, trying to take advantage, but they know they have purple evos, but they don't want them to reset.
They don't, but they're just going to full send it. It looks like there was gas straight going on in there. I think that was Unlucky's ult that they yeeted immediately, unless it was a defensive one from Moist, but looks like they've taken just enough damage that they now have to pull back. MT pulling the trigger on the Rolling Thunder.
Oh, but they get the jump by the choke, and Reps get sent to one house, sliding down in Complexity. Have the health advantage for now, but look at this space. The Sheila is out, but Louis one-shot, and he needs to delay this push, punching with the Phoenix Kid.
Complexity still on the high ground, though. This is really risky for TSM. The zone is closing, and the longer they stay behind here, it's going to be harder and harder for them to get out. You've got to remember they already used a bunch of meds in the last circle coming out because they were taking that fight in the zone. TSM hopefully got enough from those loot boxes that they can continue on.
If they don't, they can at least go to the replicator that's on the south side of Monument. We're going to have to see, because Complexity now just wasting away those meds, essentially griefing TSM. Maybe they have an evac tower that they can call in as Not Moist. Have been able to reset away from Alliance and have been able to find and set up shop with these caustic barrels.
Man, that was a clutch bang ult by MT. You can see Guild still has his ult up, so unless they popped a bunch there, it definitely was the offensive caustic gas there coming out from Alliance. So Moist happy to get away with that and just be settled in survey camp for the moment. I mean, I imagine they would have read it's going to continue going north, but they just have to be happy to basically take it one step at a time with these circles, right?
Especially with such a northern pool here. It's Fnatic, another team, fully on blues, by the way. Wonder if they were able to get that Evil Harvester that's on the north side of Monument, south from where they are currently sitting in. But while looking at the action survey, it doesn't look like they have the information on where fully that circle is going to be pulling here. So playing much more by the edge here, waiting for other teams that may want to go for that Evil Harvester. It's Fnatic just waiting by the balloon.
Oh no, it's just getting harder and harder for TSM, with Fnatic joining Complexity in the gatekeeping efforts down south. But for the teams who honestly have a much better chance of taking out this game, who have been a lot closer to where this zone will be ending up. You've got BR Demons here, and they're fighting and looking across at Heroez here.
Well, having to be careful by this mountain. They are in between not only Heroez to their north, but not Boys to their south.
Fnatic kind of running into Complexity here, though. And I mean, that would just be the most scripted escape for TSM, right? If Fnatic run into Complexity and then TSM just slip by up the back there, as you can see. Wow, a lot of util coming out from these two teams. I think TSM have actually threaded the needle trying to get away from them.
That's actually crazy. Complexity distracting Fnatic as Fnatic still tries to close in the gap versus Complexity, who have full purples. Lou setting up with the amp barriers, taking out the Sheila. Can't see anything, but having to avoid that nade in front of him.
Oh, but if you walk into Shill, you're just going to get chipped down so fast.
Oh, say hello to my little friend as he slides down and try to reposition. Still needs to get some suppressed fires. Monsoon gets taken down the caustic gas, getting sent out by Satuki.
Yeah, but they've got to wait it out themselves. I think it might have been both caustic ults used there to try and delay this a little bit. But do they get the reset? Can they actually get the res? Oh, will Fnatic swing and take them out?
Yuka after Legend himself, Complexity get eliminated in your feeds. 14 squads left, and Fnatic do allow TSM to rotate from the survey camp side.
Big win from Fnatic, and just in time as well. I mean, you can see they're moving forward, probably popping the med kits right now to make it back into this next circle. They don't have too many teams to worry about, to be honest. It's really Legends Gaming who are above them, sitting sort of between Epicenter and Climatizer, but teams are sort of mostly shuffled into two areas right now. There's the left side there, where you've got quite a few teams over at Survey Camp, and then you have the teams that we just saw holding the northern Climatizer building, and then you've got Boogie Borders in Godspot holding it down after that very fortuitous early win.
Hey, they worked for that. They had to deal with NORTHEPTION and 07 to be in that spot, while teams like TSM who have taken their time to rotate into the circle are still in survey camp, but so is not Moist, who were unable to access a ring console to see how far this circle would have been pulling, but you could see the comms too with Alliance spamming ping on where they want to rotate here next.
I mean, you guys saw that circle that just, the map that just popped up on the screen. This is going to be so rough for those teams over at Survey Camp. You can see at the moment they're locked inside the buildings. They're worried about making the next move because they know anyone could just open the doors and shoot them down at any point.
Legends Gaming, though, engaging on the fight, close the pylon to their right. They lose out on Goiful. They're trying to get the res here. Gold not coming in clutch. Gonna be able to get that res with some extra health, but that was at the cost of Elevate Gaming getting taken down by their hands.
Yeah, of course, Legends Gaming having to pivot last minute with the loss of M&K Prodigy Easy Flash, and they replace him with Goiful, but let's see how well that works out.
Max Strafey poked one leg out, and I just see charged up Sentinel shots in two different directions. Passion UA stuck inside the building of Climatizer. They are gonna have to start moving in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's not a huge rotate though for Passion UA. They do have to worry about Maiden having you right, and maybe even Legends Gaming as well. That's how that they're shooting at. Great Nemesis shots coming out here are going to make that so hard. I mean, there's just so little cover on that part of the hill.
How was the team that had also used the EMP against them, just trying to distract them as they make that rotate. Legend, though, looking pretty with the Watson fences to paint the stage here. As Fnatic have the high ground, looking at all the chaos of the teams that are going to be forced to rotate away from Survey, and it started already. Gino, not Moist, lose out on MT. They take the gravity lift, but they're taking huge chunks of damage from the circle.
I mean, this is such a hard call to make. Do you go early? Do you go late? Are you the first that everyone takes shots at? Or are you the last and you're just getting pressured against the ring? Either way, it feels like you're almost done for here. And you can see all of these teams on the left side pretty much losing their lives. Fnatic seem to be the ones benefiting from it, though.
Well, Leica gets taken down, though, here. as they try to wrap around. How gonna beat them on the other side of this rock though? Fnatic now trying to push in. Made in Heaven get eliminated in your feeds. 10 squads left. Sliding down to see where these teams are. Hiding in the crevice of the rock. Tries to prevent the bat from getting pulled off. He can't stop it in time. He's literally shimmy-shading his way into cover as Satuki's the last one alive for Fnatic.
Oh, the one time you can hit the wall bounce just to get that little bit of extra height. The Prowler bullets all just hitting straight into the rock. Oh, disappointing there from Fnatic, and they'll go out a little bit earlier than perhaps they wanted to.
And evac though right behind BR Demons. Still have the less than 35 seconds left as Spacestation get eliminated. 7 squads left here. With the high ground though, they do get scanned from the low ground. How get eliminated here on the other side. They want to try to push in this, prevent the reset from the Gibby. You have to look to their back, so Heroez also on the other side. They get eliminated. Coming in clutch and waiting. Unlucky from Alliance. Swoops in to get some extra KP.
Oh, I mean, BR Demons, they knew they were stuffed there, but it didn't matter. Went in for the KP and grabbed as many points as they could. NDY have been playing the train cards here for quite a while, and they continue their reign of terror. What a surprise package.
And meanwhile, while these squads are fighting outside the circle, Boogie Boards are just looking at all this action. Legend Gaming slides in. Huge arc coming in from K. WMNDY get eliminated. Our last 2 squads between Boogie Boarders and Legends.
Wow, it's pretty much an APAC South affair here in the top 3 with Boogie Boarders, who had that fantastic position here right from the start. They choose when to engage. Will that be the right decision?
That would have been such a great advantage. Somebody gets the second one, getting the 140. The follow-up from the Massive from Strafing Flame gets the knock onto Boogie Boarders. The number advantage here for Legends Gaming as K falls incredibly low. And Legends Gaming, they take game number 4.
To their name as well. Legends did it the hard way there, Vicky. Boogie Boarders, they come out in second. They only pick up 5 kills, but I mean, you know, that makes sense, right? They played it safe after that initial fight win. They didn't want to give up that position. And wow, I mean, it's a little bit sad for them, of course, that they've missed out on that final fight, but damn, you just have to give it to Legends here, who I think as a team who's just picked up, you know, maybe not picked up, but, you know, have a new third to play with in this tournament, getting a win is such a huge weight off your shoulders, right? You're like, yeah, we can do it. Even with this new third, we are capable of taking on these best teams.
It's incredibly difficult when you have a lack of time to really find that cohesive team synergy here. And here they are, not only with the dub, but like you mentioned, 11 KP. This probably puts them within top 10, maybe 9th place from where they were sitting at before in the overall standings. Huge play here, and also wanted to talk about and wrap back to Boogie Boarders, who had to fight for that final circle position when they did not engage in that second to last fight that they were trying to move in from a distance, crossing the train tracks.
Yeah, it was tough for them, and it's, you know, it's been a tough start to the tournament for Legends Gaming, but wow, that's an awesome way to pull through there. 23 points in that game will do so much for them in this series overall. And of course, you know, in this group stage, it really is about just jacking up the points, right? You need to get as many as possible to try and make it into that top 20. That's the important cutoff here for the group stage.
You know who has my attention, Dino? WMNDY, though, with another top 5 finish out here, still securing 3 KP, a team that we saw take game number 2 on Stormpoint, showing that they can still stay consistent here on World's Edge.
Yeah, as we talked about, right, this is coming from Fragment. I guess it's a decent rotate there from Fragment. They were one of the first teams up there along with Boogie Boarders and 07. But of course, yeah, they sort of stayed away from those fights early on. But yeah, I mean, you know, 3 kills in the end to add on to the 7 placement points will probably keep them up towards the top.
Meanwhile, on the second page, I know everyone sees it, TSM with the 9 KP, not getting the placement that they were looking for, though, but they were swinging at the action that was happening late over by Lava Siphon before they fully went through the rotate and then got gate-kept by Complexity.
Yeah, I mean, you know, look, when it's a Lava Siphon, you're going all the way to the north side of the map, killing 3 teams on the way, you're going to be happy with that as TSM. Legends Gaming put out 4k damage here. Big numbers for them. You can see Boogie Boarders, not nearly as many kills there. You know, it was a lot of poke damage from them. They just had to try and keep everyone at bay.
And that was with Legends landing over by Landslide too before they made their rotate. We saw it earlier on with Boogie Borders too, still trying to fight for that Evil Harvester that they could have access to. But great showcase here for our top 3 teams.
Okay, NDY with another solid game here. Go up to 47 points. That's just... I don't think there's a single person out of the thousands of the people in this crowd, in this arena right now, that would have expected them to be sitting up the top of this leaderboard, Vicky.
And we still got 2 games to go. Can they maintain that spot? That's the question, with Fnatic being right behind them. I mean, I'm still looking at 07 with that insane game that we saw after game 3. They went from last, they were in second, now moving down over to 5.
I mean, yeah, and then looking on the other side of the coin, you've got Not Moist sitting in 20th here. Whoa, I mean, look, these guys have had some troubles coming into this tournament, but, you know, I talked to them yesterday and they were feeling confident. Obviously, they're not backing it up with their play right now.
It's difficult sometimes, especially when you have to set things up. You don't know what to expect out here, but maybe they could pull things out for game number 5 and 6. Game number 5, though, on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. We got some more Apex Legends action coming to you soon. From the Mastiff from Strafing Flame, gets the knock onto Boogie Borders. The number advantage here for Legends Gaming as K falls incredibly low. And Legends Gaming, they take.
Right here. Nice fucking shots. That's gonna be sweet, almost getting knocked.
I'm swinging right on this.
I'm just gonna kill them all. Oh, that's a big statement.
Oh my god, ow!
Oh my god!
I'm holding her height, holding her height.
Oh my god! Let that thing sing, baby! Let that thing sing!
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Like what you were talking about on like... Welcome back, everyone watching from home, watching in the arena. Welcome, guys. We got game number 5 coming to you soon as we progress through World's Edge. Amazing action that we currently just saw from Legend coming in with 11 KP and the dub.
Yeah, Legends here really trying to make a run for it. It was, you know, Storm Point was okay for those guys, but yeah, that was what they needed. The dub to put themselves on the board. SSG, I guess, is a team that, you know, perhaps would be a little salty after that game, Vicky. I mean, they land in Climatizer, but they got crunched between a couple of other teams rather early on.
I love the energy from the crowd, waving those flags, giving their energy to these teams right now. E8, another team that fell in the mid game there in that last game that we saw.
Are those fresh new jerseys? I like the E8 jerseys.
Getting them like between E8 Alliance too. I'm enjoying these changes that these teams have made into their brand.
They're looking fresh, but they got to back it up on the leaderboard. I think they'd probably be rather wearing a paper bag and have 60 points on the series scoreboard than have us enjoying their fashion. These players, this is LAN. What they care about is knocking it out of the park. What they care about is getting to Sunday.
Especially where you could showcase your skills here in these group stages. I mean, staring into my soul out here, Riddle Order.
I mean, there's Spidey sense, and then there's like Yukio's sense of like where the camera is, and he's always ready for it.
What's crazy is the way that he was able to survive that third party from Complexity, survive as a solo, still get his team up in that game number 4, and then still try to engage in that fight before TSM had cleaned them up. Very difficult start here as we look over to the TSM boost. That is Verholz, Big E. Looking locked in, doing it for Samantha out here, but also as the crowd gives him that hype.
Hey.
TSM, Imperial Hal with Raven sitting right behind him.
He's looking happy. He's looking relaxed. The crowd is loving it. I'm sure they're going to be taking that energy into these next two contests, assuming that Wonton Dumpling wants to keep just smashing their head against a wall, Vicky. I mean, look, we didn't get a look at the contest, in that first game. Hopefully we'll get to check out how that plays out in Game 5 here. But I mean, you guys have seen it in scrims. You guys have seen it in previous tournaments. Every time, essentially, someone runs at these guys, they rarely keep their heads.
I never liked to bank in my scrim bucks and trying to figure out, how TSM was feeling about that 50-50 that was going on. And they were saying, it could swing both ways here, but Wonton Dumpling felt pretty confident coming out of Storm Point. That first game was a huge statement for TSM to win that 50-50 over at Lava Siphon. But the gatekeeping coming in from Complexity not only delayed the rotation, but you mentioned it in the game, it also took away from their health. They had to stop by the Replicator at that too, delaying that rotate.
Well, I think the thing about Contest, Vicky, is it's such a specific skill that you get nowhere else but high-level competitive Apex, right? That isolated 3v3. Let's leave Complexity being, nuisances out of this. But it's something that, Wonton Dumpling, obviously, they're a much newer team to this top level. Obviously, this is their first LAN. They only got to play a little bit of Pro League last year. This year, obviously, they've been much more of a factor in it. But without that, you don't get the contest practice, right? I mean, you can practice zone reading, you can practice your team fighting later in the games, in ranked, in whatever else it is. There's so many other ways to sort of increase how good you are at the game of Apex Legends, but contest is a very specific skill, and Wonton Dumpling are, literally years behind TSM in experience.
Not only that, too, you also have to think about the different legend compositions that, it comes into play here, too. Wonton Dumpling rocking the Pathfinder, not working out there in their favor. But like you mentioned, too, TSM having the experience that they have with these 50-50s, it goes back a tale as old as time here. But I want to look back at that, too. Game number 4 being as volatile as it was, I feel like at every moment between the beginning, the middle, and even what we saw at the end. We saw all the action happening over by North and Clavitage at the very start. But this was the 50-50 that we were honed in on.
I mean, FURIA got the better of this. I think they already had 2 of the RIDDLE members down by the time we even got vision on it, right? And not only that, but they managed to fend off Complexity at the same time.
Incredibly difficult before they wrapped around to meet up with RIDDLE Order again. Can't escape from us, not this time around, before they found themselves pinched with TSM wrapping around them. FURIA had found themselves falling in that moment. NORTHEPTION on this northern side, though, with the rate, they were trying to rotate away from the trouble that was right in front of them with the 4th party coming in from Boogie borders. We saw that was the moment that FURIA got eliminated before NORTHEPTION trying to get away in time. They were able to secure this buzz, but that was when 4 other teams, a 4th party rather, was making their way over here. Ooh, Complexity waiting though, had no idea. We're trying to look for them to get the jump onto TSM originally, but this is when both teams had to navigate away. With the circle closing in, TSM was able to get the reset, and then Complexity inevitably met up with Fnatic on the epicenter rotate.
I just love the serendipity of this, man. I mean, TSM bided their time. It was kind of nuts, honestly. I mean, I think you saw the patience as well. Like when they were deep in the zone, right? They weren't running immediately to go straight back into Complexity. They really waited, so there was almost no way Complexity could know which rotate path they would take out and back into the zone. And then, I don't know, I guess as soon as they heard maybe the commotion ahead of them, that was their ticket to go, all right, let's ignore that. We'll just go all the way north, and then manage to slip through.
It's difficult when you make that rotate through survey. We saw how many? 4 teams, 5 teams try to fight their way outside of that circle closing in. How surviving by the hair on their chin inside of the rock crevice before BR Demons had slid in, prevented the reset from coming in. But then right behind them, they take care of Heroes here.
Oh,
but then not only was there a team behind them, but then having to circle around, it was Legends Gaming that with the non-stop action found this fight before finding that fight with Boogie Borders to take the game.
That was big from Azazel there from BR Demons. I mean, a couple of points in such a short amount of time from him. Player K still on the Wonton. This man, you cannot get him off it.
With crucial first Kraber shot right there too. That 140 allowed the follow-up from the Massive, allowed them to get that first knock, and not only that, they had the confidence and the numbers up to win that final fight regardless.
And it's like, it's such a clear signal, right? Like your teammates, they hear the shot ring out, they see the, you know, the enemy crack notification, and it's just like, you almost don't even have to tell your teammates like, hey, let's go for it. It's just they know they've hit a Kraber shot, you're already straight into it.
That's me when I hit my Kraber shot, for real. Gotta dance it out. Riddle order. Gotta shake off the rust out here, trying to get right back into the action.
The least enthusiastic backup dancers I've ever seen.
And keep up that energy. Crowd rallying up for TSM. Hao looking unfazed here too, giving him some of that love before they get ready to dive into game number 5. Always my favorite game, by the way, Gino, because this is where a lot of these teams have already found out where they're sitting in the overall leaderboards in terms of points, how they have to adjust their playstyle, where they want to be a lot more aggressive, they want to try to see if they want to play more by the edge, or if they want to wait, like Complexity had, to see if they can try to go for a third party.
Looks like we're just swapping out one of the players' PCs. Of course, we've got stacks of these amazing Alienware PCs up there, up the back.
Oh, I love these printouts. I saw a hilarious flag of design earlier. Love the sweet cutout, the Hao cutout. That's our IGL's Spacestation, waving that banner alongside TSM. Shout out to the crowd here in the Galen Center. LA, are you ready for match number 5? Talk about the camel controller that Heroez is rocking here too. Actually, you can't even see it.
I mean, look, is this a bit of a momentum reset? Can Moist take this time to just chill back and be like, all right, cool, let's really go over the mistakes. Let's really go over what's been happening. I have over $100.
How over 4 kills? Save mouse and keyboard.
Oh, that guy.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Apples and bananas. We love our favorite comms moments here too, but can we talk about the banana suit and the apple shirt? Love the energy, the Nessies coming out. Guys, highly recommend if you're here in the arena, you have to find yourself copping one of those Nessies. So much more action to watch here for our first set of groups here, but it does not stop. Got some more Apex to be played. Spacestation Gaming represent.
Had a Heroez flag there as well. Fnatic getting some love. Oh, the chef's hat, yes. Yeah, I also love how the seat behind him is unoccupied because they probably can't see past it.
Oh, Nasky. Love that close-up of Nasky. I love the diversity of teams being represented out here on these posters from our crowd. Shout out to you guys. Let's go, Evan. I mean, Jordan. I mean, Is it now? All right. Philip, I guess, would be right there. Let's go 07. Thank you guys so much for your patience. Thank you guys, for those of you watching from home, tuning in. The LAN action does not stop. Love the stage that we have set up here for our teams. Still got 2 more games to go for Group C and D.
All right, Vicky. Riddle and FURIA. Riddle seemed very far behind in that last context. Really feel like they're gonna need some help to pull it together.
You talk about Riddle order, I mean, what is going on? Not Moist. Very uncharacteristic of this squad. I know they have been dealing with some trouble, but coming into this first set of groups, they are sitting in dead last, 20th, with only 4 KP over the course of these last 4 games. Riddle order, right on top of them, sitting in 19th though. 2 of these teams that we know could quickly turn things around here, but then you look at the middle of the pack. See FURIA trying to get some of that energy on their side. Dia FURIA, will it be the day there for them though, sitting in 14th?
I mean, your boy Madness is just happy. He's finally at LAN. Finally made it. After all this time.
Hard work eventually pays off here, folks. TSM chant. Still. Nice little hone in as 07 coming out of that game 4. Such an insane. I'm still not over that game 3 endgame, by the way. Sitting on the edge of my seat there. So a lot of these teams are just taking quick little time to reset before diving into game number 5.
Wow, that's crazy. Just look at some of the stats we got going on over here. Wonton Dumpling, same for them, first time at LAN.
Lou #1 fan. I love our audience though, coming in from so many different places. Waving those flags up in the air, Complexity Monsoon with the Sentinel, but just making the comeback, even with a hurt hand. I mean, we got reps in the crowd from Puerto Rico. Love seeing our Fnatic fans.
Fnatic, right now, all 3 of them damage leaders in this lobby. Yeah, you got Satsuki up the top with over 5K, and then UKF and Alaka behind him. So, wow, they are really leading this one.
I'm not too surprised. There was a reason why when I was looking at teams to watch for this group, especially when it comes to group stages, I had to look at specifically Fnatic. If there was going to be a region, specifically a team that just came out of nowhere, that really shook up that DZ versus TSM convo, it was Fnatic in my side tier. We still tune into Riddle Order. They're just stretching, getting ready here. Go Fnatic, made in heaven, represent here too.
Oh, got Sads there in the crowd as well.
Hey, shout out to Sads.
Our one-time analyst desk mate.
Love seeing so many familiar faces in the crowd here too. Embodying the community that rallies behind Apex. Oh my goodness. I'm blind. How do you even get that? Just throw that. The light in our heart, Gino.
It's kind of like a smaller version of the Las Vegas Sphere.
Except no how on that one.
Much smaller.
There you go, we got Alliance. Give some love over to Alliance out here.
Oh, they've got like multiple new jerseys. I saw like
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they had like the live one they had earlier. Now they got the this nicer green as well. Wow, a whole range.
A whole different look here for some of our squads, but while we do get set up, once again, thank you guys so much for your patience. I want to throw it over to Rainday to tell us about the action that he just witnessed after game number 4 with Legends taking it.
Legends Gaming take game 4. Hello, everybody. It's everybody in the crowd in LA. It's exciting times. I know we have a little bit of a technical thing getting resolved on stage, but don't worry, we will be right back with more action. Still 2 games to go in C versus D, our first series of the day. Rainday here as host, alongside Zephyr, Graceful, and Hotzik, who've been joining me to start the day. Hotzik, I'm gonna go straight to you because, I mean, Koifel, you know, you've had experience coaching him and watching this young star in Apex. He just subs in for Legends Gaming coming into this tournament after some unfortunate news and gets the win here. So that's a great start for him, but just overall, what's your take on that?
Yeah, obviously, you know, if you pay attention to all the ramblings on Twitter and stuff, there's a lot of stuff going on with Koi leaving our roster. But with all that said and done, though, I have so much appreciation and adoration for the kid. I think he's extremely talented, and I am trying to help him like every step of the way to just become the player that I know he can be. I do think he has a little bit more to go, and I mean, he's demonstrating it right now, though, on stage, and I love seeing him win, and I love seeing him do well, and I love seeing him smile, so I was happy to see him win for sure.
You know, you fill a good, you know, role, not just here on the desk, not just as a coach, but I think as a mentor for some of these younger players. You mentioned every time we talk about someone who's you've played with, whether it's Gildersons or Koifel, that's my guy, that's my boy. You know, that's important. And Graceful, as a pro, as someone who has come up maybe pioneering here, even in a previous esport and doing that full time for what, 10 years now, you know, how important is it to have someone to look up to that has been there and done that, especially some of these younger players who are so successful, so good, you know, Effect, Koifel, they come to mind playing in this tournament today.
I think the strength of having like a mentor or a coach in this sense is super important because he guides you along the way of, you know, stuff that you don't learn in the book. It's sometimes you just have to experience it. And a lot of the times, you know, it ends up in making mistakes every now and then as well, where, you know, maybe you rush some things, maybe you didn't learn, and then the next time you know. But like Hod says, in the end, as long as you have a good environment and you're happy for one another, you can definitely thrive. And I think everybody needs that one person to actually keep them in line and keep reminding them why are we actually here. You know, we're here to win, and we're here to still have a good environment.
Great point as well. I mean, so much of the process of playing as well is not just mental, emotional, it's physical too. You talk about how 10 hours of mouse and keyboard feels different than 10 hours of controller. I'm not. Maybe I should.
Hey, you said it.
Get me started on this. Oh my God.
And Zeph, I wish we had more time to hang out with you, but of course we're only here because we wanted to give you something else before we get back into game, and it seems like that has been handled. So without further ado, let's get it back over to Gino and Vicky.
Got you. Thank you so much, everyone. Rain Day, you are the GOAT here, but let's go. We waited long enough, everybody. Game number 5 now as we tune into the contest that we were so excited for, Gino.
Oh yeah, TSM versus Wonton Dumpling coming up. We're gonna have a TSM listen in to see if they can take another one.
They smoke me off. I saw it too. On my side. Down here. My door, walk it up. With me. Left door. Crack one, walk it up.
The queue, they're playing Heisen now.
You can queue on the roof. You want to queue up? No.
Can we go to the height? Like open height?
Yeah, run it now. Go to the roof.
I don't know if they're fully height. Be careful, Evan.
Not on the roof yet.
Okay.
I'm up with you.
Here. You're inside.
They're looting at top.
I'm peeking them. I'm peeking down on them.
Okay, on my door. I'm peeking my store.
I'm peeking too.
Crack thing.
I'm peeking.
Crack on one.
Bang inside.
Place up.
I'm living.
21st.
Help him.
One. There's only one.
What about third?
I'm looking. I don't see anything. They're not here.
Okay.
I'm gonna go north side, okay? There's support Vincere.
And that is Big E with those huge PK shots. Lovely fight as TSM come out on top once again.
So thinking about the third party here, Riddle order, they were nearby, don't get there quick enough to be have any impact on that. I mean, yeah, Wonton Dumpling, after you take that first PK shot to the face, you cannot continue to face check them on a door at 1 meter like away from them. Come on, guys.
Not him hiding behind the door too. Like, if I move right now, I am in their line of sight. Like, I cannot go anywhere. That was terrifying, but such an amazing weapon to have, especially when it comes to those 50-50s and you're hiding inside of the building, close range. Now we get to see where our circle is going to be taking us. It may not be moving over to the northeast side by Climatizer, but we are moving over to the northwest, closer to Trials. And we've seen this circle so many times, you know. Let's make these spreads right now. We've seen the circle pull closer to the Grandma's house lot, north side of Trials. We've seen how volatile those fights could be from the teams that are on the outskirts of Trials facing Skyhook.
Yeah, from some of the circles we've seen so far in Season 20, I'm expecting this to be around that tower where 07 is. You know, I feel like earlier in the game, it might have gone a little bit more south of that towards the big rock over to the west of Trials. But I think 07, who have just been giga-fast rotating so far in this series, really impressed by how well they have optimized their looting routes at the start to be able to get to Godspot, you know, as soon as they can. They lost the fight last time, but you really can't fault their macro.
Absolutely not. I mean, having to go from, what, Lava Fisher all the way over to that same lot that we mentioned now NORTHEPTION had taken to the skies to land on the other side of those tracks. They won't be engaging too hard here with Heroes not wanting to put themselves in the open for 07 to take some free shots at them. And then glancing on over to teams like Fnatic, sitting in number 2 overall in these overall standings here, but in a pretty good spot for their early rotate around Trials if they so wish.
Couple of teams, do they have that zone information or not? Are they making a guess? Perhaps, you know, just looking at the teams as they fly around them. Boogie Borders over at Lava Fissure, looks like they did have that ring console. And of course they are playing the core stick as well, so that their decision is to play under the Crow, under the Raven. Oh my. You know, one of the other casters said Crow in APAC South once, and now it's like in my head, even though it's obviously Arta.
You guys call it a crow? I mean, I call it a chicken sometimes when I'm playing Blowdown, but you know what? Sometimes you gotta follow that bird. Where is my bird?
The bird is the word.
Oh, and in riddle order? Taking a little page out of the complexity playbook here?
Like, it feels like every team who's just sitting down on this side is like studying the TSM rotates and then being like, hey, where can we rat on them?
It's actually crazy. TSM see them waiting! No! Can you imagine the comms at the site? From TSM's point of view, to just see an entire team crouch?
Well, guess they didn't study them well enough.
They thought they were going to fully rotate deep into Harvester, whereas they actually just rotated by the alleyway that exits out of Lava Siphon now. Gonna be able to try to go for the Evil Harvester too on this pathing, but free for them.
Well, I guess one of the harder things, right, that, you know, before Season 20, you probably could nail down those rotates to an exact route. That is no longer the case. TSM obviously here, you know, switching it over towards the eastern side of Harvester because they wanted to path past that Evo Harvester, right? I mean, it changes things up just that little bit, and that catches Riddle Order off guard enough.
So many important changes that have been introduced to us within this season. Halfway through the split here too, TSM, Virtus having the sole purple Evo as we take a look at the other squads that have already rotated over to the corner of Skyhook. See Fnatic on the other side still with full blue, but when you do go for these early rotates, you're denying yourself not only these Evil Harvesters, but poking damage potential. The Cosmic Trap's kind of a little bit in the way here. Yuka gets taken down as they try to make their way into the building, but there's a squad with the door open across from them that are now going to close in the distance.
Oh, that's just awful for Fnatic, but can they get it back in time? It doesn't look like it. The other team is going to push the advantage. It's SSG.
Oh, Leica trying to cook up though, as he's the only one left for Fnatic. Does not want them to reset, sends out that nade while Beast of the Hunt is active. Sliding away though, may have to just call it quits and leave his teammates behind.
How many other teams are sitting around here in Skyhook though? There's a couple, but it looks like Leica has actually found an empty spot up towards Market.
A solo and wait here, this time from Fnatic. A Spacestation, take that building for free. Also not forget that Skyhook has that ring console on the west side of Skyhook, but you would be in the line of sight of 3 to 4 different teams, especially if there's that team coexisting on the high ground of Trials. You can see where everybody's rotating, including Not Moist, who are taking their time to rotate right behind TSM.
Yeah, Moist coming down from stacks, of course. It is a little bit harder from them, but it's been a hard day, frankly. You know, they've got 2 maps left to try and make that happen. I guess, you know, it is group stage. They do have another whole 2 series to try and add to their points total, but you don't really want to just be scraping in. You know, Waltzy doesn't want to lose his record as the only player to never, you know, get dropped into the losers bracket.
That's so true. Having to hold on to that legacy, especially when there's still 19 squads left. I mean, FURIA now rotating away. The only team we said goodbye to in this lobby have been Wonton Dumpling from the very beginning of that 50-50 we saw versus TSM. So FURIA rotating away from Tree, Riddle Order wanting none of that business. They've rotated already through the vault side of the tunnel that leads into Skyhook. FURIA trying to get more information, and talking about the vault tunnel, in that opening is TSM sliding in to try to engage.
And you love these. It's always a back and forth with TSM, right? It's Riddle Order ahead of them. So if they continue to go that way, they will run into them, but they decide it's something different here. Up the north side, we've got NORTHEPTION running into both 07 and Heroez.
Oh, Seven's not going to let them coexist inside of this building here. Gets the crack already. NORTHEPTION get eliminated in your feeds here too with WMNDY waiting to go in for the third party, while 07 have to contest here to prevent them from trying to move in and closing that space and free.
Yeah, NDY had a really late rotate, actually. They were sitting over towards Skyhook. I was kind of wondering what they were doing there, but I think they've watched enough teams pass them by that they realized they needed to make a change. They've taken that spot away from Heroez, which is, I've got to say, it's only one step towards, you know, the battle is won, but definitely not the war from them. As the zone pushes them in, they'll have to take out either Elevate or 07.
Looking at Chameleons, looking at WMN, now looking away and looking at E8, who have the high ground over this hilltop. 07 in trouble, huge beams coming in from Zap with that Volt, finding Nats.
No.
Not only that, he's got the Nemesis on top of that too. Energy ammo for everybody.
So the question here is, what were 07 doing up here? Did they really need to loot that badly? Were they, you know, obviously Elevate here, we can see them in the tower. I'd love to know how 07 lost that position. Was it a conscious choice, or were they forced out by perhaps a bang ult in another team?
It literally looked like they wanted to try to take that fight and then realized that they had the high ground slightly too late when they were in the process of trying to climb on top of that mountain here, paying for it for that disadvantage on the positioning here too. See evac towers being called in as Moist now trying to take to the skies.
Could be a decision they regret. Moist have just gotten out of this one. Oh, Guild is actually one shot. Will they find the space to reset Guild? Okay.
What?
I lied. I'm every ranked player ever. He wasn't one shot. He still had one more bullet because he took one more bullet and managed to get there.
You know, that's a pixel, but the fact that this was open, they did the Hail Mary on the evac, and this was open for them to take for free.
Oh boy. That was way too close. That was way too close. Waltzy doesn't look phased though. He was like, nah, you know, no big deal.
Talking about with working, with pressure. Amphi low as Elevate still not fully engaged on the duo that is left from 07. 17 squads still left. And guess what? This circle is not pulling to the north, Gino.
No, we called it. It's right on that tower to the west of Trials. It is exactly there. And once again, I just have to say, 07, you could have had it. You could have had it in the bag, but Elevate look like they're going to be the ones with this game in the palm of their hand. I mean, you know, teams like HAL and BR Demons who just have to walk it in from Trials also have some good spots to play here. Legends Gaming, who are playing the house just above Lava Fissure there. I feel like they've also got a good spot since so much of you know, their eastern side is cut off by the mountain. That said, you know, they've got Alliance, Made in Heaven, Complexity, a lot of teams coming up from the south that might be some pressure to deal with. Here comes the Valk.
Complexity, one of the two teams that we saw on Stormpoint rocking the Valk Rampart composition specifically, and now they're still sticking to it here on World's Edge as it takes to the skies. You can see the firework of bullets ringing around them before they find a place to land. And then over by this north side, leading Lava Fissure, it's going to be Alliance versus Legends Gaming, but for how long with the circle closing in less than 5 seconds?
Yeah, and that's still the case. Still only those two teams playing the Valkyrie and giving themselves those options. Complexity there. It's actually a very good rotate from them. They get in just below where the blast doors are leading into Trials. Alliance set up, of course, across from Legends Gaming. But it's all on them. Legends, they can sit there for as long as they need to. As you can see, the pressure is right now on Alliance to make this next move. They can fight. There's actually a lot of space to the left if they want to take the more pacifist route.
It's not like they have to worry about another team over to their left, although it is a little bit open once they go beyond that rock, as Legends do have the health disadvantage considering that they still are rocking the blue Evos versus Alliance with the purple. Visavaha has been activated already from Hoggies as he finds some space here. Unlucky, though, is incredibly low, leaving him one. He gets taken down. E8 now moving in from right behind him, and that was going to be the pinch that we were worried about as Elevate leaves.
So this is the problem here, is that Legends Gaming, they weren't the one who downed him, so they weren't sure if it was time to push, but the scan reveals that they're trying to go for the reset, and just in time, do they push it? Effect! Can he use these knockdown shields to pull off the clutch of this day?
No way, and even healing a little bit in their own smokes with that bang perk here too. Incredibly low, tries to work around the knockdown, but he can't clutch it! He left him one! 128 Strafing Flame survives, gets the Evil Shield swap, and Legend gets to see another day!
I mean, I would be destroying that desk as well. He almost just pulled off an incredible feat there, but it was too much, even for effect. So Legends Gaming, hold on to that spot. It's really important, but now we've got to worry about all these teams who are pushing out from Trials.
Boogie Borders was still blue Evo, looking at Furia. Right across from the Conduit ult, buying in that space that Furia could work with. 14 squads left, and on the other side is Not Moist, wrapping right behind Boogie Borders too.
Okay, some fights here going on in Skyhook as well. TSM and Passion UA. Riddle getting involved as well. This is just a wild fight, frankly.
And in the line of sight of the teams that are still holding on to the high ground by Trials, are you kidding me? PR Demons waiting in the distance as Rex, the last one alive for TSM, trying to get the last minute KP, but the Wonton fence, it slows him down. He can't turn around in time, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Keep Riddle Order alive.
Just one player left alive out of all of that. Not Moist, they actually got sent by Boogie Borders. They come out on top, but are they going to be able to now push past Furia? The other thing I want to point out is the Complexity with that Valkyrie got into such a good position that they've now got a lot of time to set up those rampart walls, the amped cover, and every other team south of them is going to wish they probably never gained there.
I love how you pointed that out. Setting the stage here, Yukio, again, the last one left for Riddle Order, finally gets taken down by not Moist, but FURIA waiting to gatekeep Moist themselves here. They fall here. You mentioned it earlier, Complexity now could look and pay attention to FURIA.
Legends Gaming from the southern side, they're going to be playing the Rock here. With the Devo, the gold Devo as well, needs to resupply a little bit. If he can get some ammo, that could come in extremely handy in this last circle, but I don't know where on earth they are going to get that from.
Especially with the death boxes of Alliance Graveyard right behind them. So Luisa to that here, but they're looking at VR Demons who have the high ground. The team that has this POI in their advantage. They land here exactly. Perfect position for them to hold, but it's denied them the opportunity to get those evil shields up.
Now, it's hard to tell with this next circle, but whether just a sliver of that high ground or even inside the blast doors is in. I don't think it is, but if there's just a tiny spot to play, you know, you can count an extra 3-4 placement points for your team just by sitting up there for quite some time. We should notice, of course, that Elevate Gaming are in Godspot. They are still holding around that tower. They stopped all comers from the north side.
Oh, huge push here from Spacestation. From that Bloodhound scan they saw, if they have a pylon, they do, so they can't try to contest with not only the barrels, but the Nos Grenade too just completely stops them from trying to funnel out this team, so they're just going to brute force their way in. Frax having to be careful. They need to try that pylon if anything, but they're playing around it, trying to get out of their line of sight and using it as makeshift cover.
Okay, tries to get the bat off. You can see those ticks going down, but they do actually get rid of Hal. All right, just need to reset now. I mean, who's going to push in on the inside? Maybe Complexity? Oh, it's only Kimchi left alive, though. Somehow the others have gone down to FURIA, who, after taking so much damage on that zone close, have reset.
He's trying to prevent them from trying to reset. He's using the sanity of the rest trying to move in, while we look at Legends Gaming trying to push in here. Player K was able to get the shield swap, trying to get more surprise cover here as the other spot on the other side. Now look who is coming in from the sky. Complexity finally get eliminated. Pointful, BR Demons, they had no idea where they were going to land.
Legends Gaming, they have been the most active team in this final circle, and they're right in the thick of it. Look at this. E8 finally swing on them. They were playing quite passively up until now, and they try and hide behind the smoke, but is that enough? BR Demons go down, Elevate back up into the north. Have Legends Gaming actually lived through that?
Actually crazy. The KP presenting itself to EA on a silver platter after they fought to play off this side of the circle after they beat 07. Now Legends Gaming with 2 alive. Can't look for the full reset. They get the last solo of FURIA. They go down. Our last 2 spots between Legends Gaming and Elevate. Can Legends go back to back?
Oh, I mean, it'd be a 2v3. This would need to be an effect level performance here to win this one out. Elevate have bided their time. They've whittled them down to 1 now, and it shouldn't be long for
Elevate! They were waiting patiently around the rock. They get the last shot in. They are their victors for game number 5, and they needed that here too, Gino.
And you can see even in their faces there, Vicky, it wasn't a, you know, triumphant victory. We didn't know we were going to get there. It was just relief. It was, yeah, we expected that. We played that out from the last 10 to 15 minutes. As soon as they dealt with 07 and NDY on that north side of the circle there, Vicky, it was too easy from that point.
The legend Zach Major, a veteran in the scene, remaining consistent in moments like these, under so much pressure, was able to hang out with him and a huge crew in Greece, and being able to see him here on this stage, he's such a good IGL, Gino. When it comes to keeping his team cohesive, I have to say, I was saying it earlier yesterday, we were talking in the green room, but Elevate is the type of team that they not only blood review every single time that they feel like they have to work on something, but this is a team that has ramped up as the season has progressed. You could literally see them getting better as every Pro League day had passed.
Yeah, and you know, with the teammates there, Shubi, Zap, these guys haven't had as much experience as Zach, but he really seems to be bringing them along for the ride with him, right? You love to see an IGL who can lift the other players up to their level.
It's great to see here, Elevate waiting patiently here while we also wait patiently for those match results. Time to see how match number 5 went down for them, especially having to fight over to that north side here. They finished not only in first, who was 7 KP, while Legends swiping through with second place and 10 KP. But I'm also looking at Spacestation that had to fight their way with 11 KP.
Damn, yeah, that's a big result there from SSG. Moist chip in with a couple. Might move them off the bottom of the standings, but, you know, still haven't made much of an impact on the overalls. Complexity chipping in with 4, you know, a team that I just have become such a fan of over the last split, and I'm definitely just going to be keeping my eyes on with not only interesting personalities, interesting comeback stories, but also an interesting composition they play.
Also nice to see Not Moist being able to get 9th place here. They desperately needed it in this game number 5. Looking at that second page here, Gino.
Yeah, look at that pattern from TSM. Playing from edge, it's a northern zone. They struggle to find a spot within it, but they still get their KP in. I mean, that's just like textbook Apex right there. You know, you don't need to be winning every single game, but if you get a zone pool that's tough on you and you're gonna play edge, you still rack up the points needed to keep just chugging along.
You can't get the placement, at least get that KP here. While we to look at the top 2 team stats, E8 versus Legends here. EA coming in with 12 KP, huge with Legends Gaming, or rather placement points, while Legends Gaming coming in with the 10 KP.
I mean, like, you know, sliding doors moment there. They were so close to losing that 1v3 from Effect. And instead, they win it and then come out with a brace of kills at the end there, just in that middle spot. That was such a hard spot to play from. The fact that they managed to shove off Elevate when they tried to pop in there, like, that could have easily been their game done, but no, they batter them off, and then they still managed to take out FURIA afterwards while picking up some other KP. That was just a masterclass there from Strafing Flame in order to how to play your angles.
It was so tight looking at that 1v1 that we had seen between Alliance, especially when they had to cross that distance. But with game number 5 in the books here, guys, we get to see the series results. WMNDY still on top here. But for how long with Legends Gaming coming in right behind them with 43 points, Gino?
Not too shabby there with 2 good games in a row from Legends. And 1 more still to come on World's Edge. There's every chance that Legends Gaming actually pull up and take the first place in this series. MDY and WMNDY, of course, still on top, and they've got a chance to pull off one of the most incredible heists that I've ever seen.
Can we also mention that TSM having the lowest placement points in the entire lobby alongside Riddle Order? I mean, they literally got these points off of the KP alone, which is what you were ramping up to say. Like, if you're not going to be able to play for those placements, at least the KP that they've been able to obtain, and at least try to elevate them a little bit. Unfortunately, these circle pools just have been griefing them when it comes to these rotates.
Yeah, it's that is a tough one for TSM. You know, maybe they'll get a little bit more lucky in you know, in this final game here, Game 6 coming up, and they can finally add to that tally. Because you're right, that's a ridiculous stat. I'm sure if you go back and look at it throughout the season, TSM are probably around that 50% mark, or 50-50 split in terms of, you know, placement points and kill points. You know, was it 4 to 19? That's like a 20%.
That's crazy.
You know, split or something there. That's very unusual for a team like TSM.
But the action has not stopped here, guys. We still got 1 more game to go for Group C and D. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this break, we got some more World's Edge action. Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs, our first set of groups waiting to play our last game of action. I'm Vicky Kitty, I'm joined with Genome, and these teams have already found themselves in the Aurora standings on where they stay, Genome, but what they have to do differently here before we dive into this final game.
Just watching Don wagging his finger at Nasky. It's been really fun to see him come along as a coach. Going over to that EMEA team, and you know, obviously Don was from APAC South, from Melbourne actually, where I'm from as well. It's been a big step up, I think, from for him to take the helm at such a you know, a team with such a long and awesome history in Apex, and you know, going back to the start of our first series here today. You know, you got to remember Alliance coming out with the win in the first game. You know, not far behind them was NDY White, though, who had a couple of absolute banger games to start with. And then we had that amazing game from Nasky, who, at least at the end of the last map, was actually the kill leader for this entire lobby.
Please say while we get ready for match number 6, but also the diversity of the teams that are sitting in our top 5. Highlighting and honing in on TSM right now. A team sitting in 15th place overall have not really been able to get placement points. I mean, you know, their best placement has been 12th place, but the KP, they have 19 total KP after the course of these last 5 games.
All right, going into the Legend Select now. Having a think about some of the compositions that we've seen so far, you know, it's been about 50% of the lobby has been playing the meta comp, right? Bangalore, Bloodhound, and Caustic. Going beyond that, you know, we're seeing some fun stuff come out for the contest, a bit of Conduit, you know, you got Yuka Peradata, a couple of Watsons in there, Player K, and then of course you've got Complexity on the Rampart, which you just love to see. Seeing some fun moments with Sheila already. And then a couple of Cryptos as well here on World's Edge, which I think has been a little bit of a change from Stormpoint, if I'm not wrong.
It's interesting too with the amount of Caustics that we have in the lobby, whether it be a little sprinkle on top of the Watsons or the Caustics, that EMP just immediately deleting all that hard work of you painting these buildings with those Caustic cast traps. But our teams are ready to land. We know the 50-50s that are waiting for us here on World's Edge. Let's not waste any more time, guys. Game number 6, our final game between Group C and D coming in now. And of course, we see the 50-50 as we have Wonton Dumpling versus TSM, who are giving them the middle.
Oh, but this is completely different this time. I mean, as we saw in the last match, usually both teams will land in the center building. I don't know if that was, you know, just a particular drop shot pathing thing, but Wonton Dumpling certainly won the jump master contest, essentially.
And they can't risk it here too, and Wonton Dumpling's in 13th overall, even if they don't have that KP here, while Riddle Order lose out on Meltstera first to deal here for RO, but you can hear the pings. He probably left him incredibly low and just waiting for the rest of his teammates to just close in the gap.
Madness getting chased down now. Vaxlon not doing much better. They could really use a Radiant transfer right now.
Vaxlon using it right now. I mean, with losing out on Keon, that's why you saw them just spamming that ping. Wondering if Riddle Order was able to get a reset here while Madness now moving away. Vaxlon's gonna be able to pop that syringe. Keon finally gets finished. And Riddle Order were indeed able to reset. Huge here for this final game for Riddle Order to put themselves on the board, but they also were able to get the Evil Harvester as they're exiting.
Yeah, so game 6, they decide not to push their luck, and they're gonna try and rat it out for just a couple of extra points. Meanwhile, we're getting a very different contest here between TSM and Wonton Dumpling.
Hao actually trying to commit to this alongside with Verhost here. Hao's incredibly low, but Rep's a little far away. Thankfully with that Conduit passive is going to be able to close in the gap even quicker. Waiting to put in that Radiant transfer as Verhost here with a suppressed fire. Comes in with the flatline and waits with the PK, giving them some PTSD after that last game.
TSM playing this one a little more safely. Hao goes down though. I think that's a 1-for-1 trade.
It is here. Verhost was able to get Peak God in the process here. Wonton Dumpling versus TSM, 2v2. Rev's dropping down. He's got the PK waiting for him. He sees it behind the door. Huge PK shots. finishing things off with the Hemlock. Wonton Dumpling gets sent back to the lobby as the first spot in this final game.
Once again, it's the PK to finish them off. TSM, they don't get the main building, and usually that is the goal. So I can only assume that was, you know, an error in jump mastering for them, but they still bring it back. Awesome way for them to round out this set of games. Of course, you know, they're kind of playing edge anyway, as we see. Very similar circle. This one, though, you know, it's a lot more likely to go, say, Skyhook, or maybe even in between Countdown and Skyhook. As a result, won't be so bad, but still, yeah, like TSM have got a long way to go, so you know, they're kind of going to be playing edge anyway. Don't have to worry about that too much.
Still pulling all the way up to the north side here, though, but looking like so many teams are going to be able to share the real estate over at Skyhook. So in these final circles, you're going to expect to see more of these teams just coexist in the same building. Look at that. 7 hostiles finally scanned on that blowdown scan. Patcher's going to be able to take some shots to the spot that just landed right alongside them.
Oh my god, that was some really good recoil control of the alternator from mid-range there. No sight either, damn.
Sometimes you don't even need it here. Passion UA, gonna wait not only on top of the roof, but take that second to last building floor. Boogie Borders. Team that's looking to keep up their spot right now here, but they found this building. They're gonna be able to hang out with the Cossack Traps. And this goes into that coexisting that we're gonna be expecting with more than 6 other teams that have already rotated over to Skyhook.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Complexity still all the way down with RIDDLE Order here. Apparently have not made it out of tree just yet. I mean, they're not going to be happy about these ring pulls, of course, having to go all the way across the other side of the map. And because they can't just walk through and perhaps grab some of those Evo Harvesters, maybe that's what they were looking for there. Maybe they wanted the KP from RIDDLE. Either way, they're going to try and Valcourt over the top of them. They should go to one of these balloons to try and continuing their rotate. Or do they actually want to play for the gatekeep on RIDDLE? Surely not.
Ooh, but at least taking this rotate would
Not
also
again.
be...
Not
Why
again.
is it every single time, always, when it comes to TSM, this is the 3rd different squad to try to attempt to do this to them.
I'm surprised that Waltz is taking the shots that early here, though, actually. I mean, you know, you're holding this choke. You really want someone to come right up and just spring the trap, not be, you know, just taking pot shots at long range, because all that's going to do is force them to go left, where they kind of, you know, they're happy to go there anyway. That's closer towards the ring.
It's about sending a message out here, and it looked like maybe TSM was already trying to go in there for that rotate.
Well, yeah, I guess the other thing was that just off getting those shots, you can see that actually does give Walty purple armor. So maybe, you know, maybe that was the objective. Maybe it wasn't getting the KP. Maybe it was just securing that early armor advantage.
Even better, too, considering they have that Evo Harvester on their side, south of Fragment East, whereas TSM, now having to fully commit to that Harvester rotate, won't be able to get that Evo Harvester unless they commit to the one that's on the outskirts of the landslide tunnel. We get to still see more of these teams like Heroez with the full blue Evo, with the Gibby too, by the way. I believe the only Gibby that we have in this lobby. But hanging out inside those buildings, and look at this. I said, what, 5 squads before, 6 squads? We could up that number right now, because we have so many teams already taking up these buildings over by Skyhook, whereas BR Demons, a team that is within the top 5, coming in from South America here, are going to be able to still stay by their POI, that is Trials.
All right, so circle shifts northwest. That does make me think it's more likely to be under the Raven. Wouldn't expect it to keep pulling to the west of Trials, but it's well judged. You never know, Vicky.
TSM hearing a little bit of action. Where's my invite, as they're going to be able to take the high ground over FURIA in the middle of this rotate now. FURIA getting pressured out by the squad that is right behind them, which is RIDDLE Order, as they try to rotate around Harvester. Managed to at least try to get out of their line of sight, but do TSM want to take this time to engage her? No, they're actually just going to be able to backtrack here, now move along through that vault tunnel.
Well, I guess one of the other reasons, just thinking back to, you know, placement points versus kill points that we've been talking about with TSM, their comp's set up for fighting, right? I mean, they pick this comp not because they want to play it late into the game. They pick it because they have to survive the early game. So maybe that's helping them out with some of these early skirmishes, but then, of course, not giving them the sort of abilities that allow them to make those rotates more easily into the final circles.
And that's the problem with early game 50-50s. When you have to adjust your legend comp to help you come out on top with the early fight, what does that provide in the late game if you are Conduit here? Yes, you could take these early fights in the middle of these rotates, but like you mentioned, that is why we are not seeing those placements. That's why their best placement is 12th place thus far. And we still got 19 spots left in this lobby, and I don't expect this to change anytime soon with the teams, the amount of teams that we have in these Skyhook buildings.
So not Moist here. They're going to be creeping up into Skyhook. They're actually going to go the long way around just to grab that Evo Harvester up the back, I think. And because, you know, there are options to disengage if you go this way. If you try and go through the tunnel and someone's there and they trap you in it, it can be very hard to get out of that situation.
Too risky. Rotate, especially with the amount of caustics that we have in this lobby, while 07 have the high ground of Trials.
Hopefully they don't give it up this time, Vicky, because they had that last game in the bag, you know. EA honestly should probably drop off a gift package, maybe a nice little basket with some fruits in it there for 07, because, you know, realistically, they had that tower from very early on in the game, and Elevate, you can see how easy it was from them to win out in game 5 with that particular position.
Amphi playing his own little game, making sure that nobody is going to be able to get up top of them through that zip line with not only the caustic trap, but he could use it as some makeshift cover. Complexity, make their rotate. Love how we highlighted the Valkyrie prior and the Rampart. See, this is the change-up, though. We saw Nasky with the Sentinel. Well, guess what? This is Monsoon out here trying to track his shots here with the Senti, and he loves that 6 times, by the way. He told us himself, as we see Legends Gaming now involved in a fight, trying to see if they can try to put themselves on top with 19 spots left here. Seeing some knocks happening in the kill feed while Koiful now trying to reset with the bat.
Koiful similar to Easy Flash in that he is a young prodigy. The interception pylon there doing its work. That grenade does not, in fact, hit home. Legends, you can see they're trying to avoid the Wonton fences here. Player K setting up his own. They get the reset off after they finally get those fences down, and they've got them here like a rat in a cage.
Oh, but they lose it on Striking Flame in the process. He gets finished. Yes, they finally finish off Patch and UA, but at what cost right now when they lose out on Striking Flame and now have to play this out as a duel as the third party have moved in from underneath them?
Is there a Moby res somewhere? They can get back up to the top of the building. Well, they've got other problems. There's another team right on top of them.
Oh, they got deleted almost immediately. Legends Gaming.
Made in Heaven.
They get taken out. Made in Heaven have moved into this building, whereas other teams in the distance, Boogie Borders looking at them, Heroes on the other side neighboring this building, as well as Spacestation Gaming.
Can you look at the map now? You can see Moist eventually made their way down through the right. You've got 07 trying to keep it up. Oh, it actually does shift back up to Trials. Okay, well, look, I had a pin from Ring 2 last game, but this one is definitely surprising me. And I mean, you can see the spread of teams here. I feel like they also weren't particularly sure about it, with some people placing their bets on Skyhook, some on Countdown, and then a couple on Trials as well. So this has definitely been one of the harder circles to read. Maybe not quite as hard as that Jurassic one we had earlier.
Yeah.
That was an absolute, really stumped everyone.
I'm just getting a little taste of deja vu out here with the way that this circle is pulling after the action that we saw from game number 5, where EA is still alive, by the way, but taking their time to rotate from the north side of Skyhook, trying to avoid a lot of that madness. And it's because they were forced to take that long rotate because of this exact spot that Complexity is in and have now been able to set up. EA were in the same exact location that they were in the last game, now forced out because of Complexity setting up on the other side of Trials versus on the south side of that rotate that they got pinned.
Yeah, true. This time, Complexity had their back to the circle. It's a much more comfortable spot to be in, and they can just crab walk their way in from there. Hopefully not having to deal with VR Demons too much, but with Riddle Order trying to get rid of everyone else here at Countdown, they're also going to have TSM on their backs. And here it is. Here's the climb up.
careful. They've been waiting for this, been waiting to go for the third party. Now this is their opportunity, but they're still rocking full blue elos. Huge Prowler shots. Burrows follows up with the Havoc. Hal gets the next stock with the Hemlock. Finish after finish here too. They come in at the perfect time to third party, and look at all the boxes that they have to their feet if they need any extra loot in the next minute in less than 20 seconds.
Yeah, as you say, so much time to get through these death boxes. Often, you know, you'll see the fights occur as the circles close, and you're just looking at those death boxes with like pleading eyes as they, you know, get further and further out of zone. You get no chance at all to reset, but this time, TSM will. Made in Heaven, wow, that's, so many teams have taken over that building in succession now.
Heroez go off in the distance while BR Demons, still with the Blue Evo, are going to be able to look at the action happening in the building. And a lot of teams are going to have to circle their way out of the fight. Spacestation as well. Versus NORTHEPTION, the Yuka has not been able to pull off that shield bat just yet. But Zainu has scanned. In the next 5 seconds, he sees him trying to pull off the shield cell or shield bet that was. Boney's trying to get the fall, trying to prevent him from trying to get the reset. I love this angle right through the window. He stops him from trying to get the res. 2 knocked here for Spacestation, and Spacestation up and alive and healthy, just trying to finish off this fight as quickly as possible, because guess who's waiting for them? It's going to be Elevate, who have already finished that rotate.
Yeah, you can see Elevate getting into it with Heroez on the other side here, who will come out on top. Bastion going down. It's a little bit of a hermit crab situation over here, honestly. It's just like, you know, that everyone's just like trading out, trading it out for the shell of that building as one team after another will take it out. There we go. The full elimination on Heroez as TSM actually plugging from a distance to be a problem here against SSG.
I mean, good luck getting out of this. I mean, especially when you're out in the open, not amount of these bangs supposed to really help you if you can help it. Spacestation get taken out. Elevate can't take the evac. It already took too long. They're going to be taking way too much circle damage with round 4 closing in. Riddle Order also get eliminated here with only Zap alive, literally one shot as he tries to wait and cover, but he's forced to still rotate here. He gets shot in the distance. It's 07 who still have not given up that high ground by Trials.
Nah, they're laughing, but TSM are not, because them and Moist have to go in against both Fnatic and NDY in much better positions. TSM, though, just charging their way through. Havoc on the horse is very much at home with that weapon.
Using everything in their arsenal, from the black hole to the conduit ult here from Revs, but Hal gets taken out. He wasn't alongside Revs and Pearls, and now this is the green light for Fnatic to close in right behind TSM.
Okay, so Fnatic, yeah, there we go. They delete both of those teams. TSM staying alive slightly longer, and now it's between Fnatic and NDY.
Trying to take this fight here on the other side of this rock, though. MDY taking control over the high ground slightly before Mr. K is forced to drop down for now. Only has that white mag on the vault. It could be enough. He gets taken down. Shark is one. Fnatic have the health advantage. And MDY get eliminated with 6 squads left.
Yeah, not that much time though. 07 are going to pull off the high ground. I believe they could have stayed up longer if they wanted to, but they don't. They want the KP and they're in for the kills.
And they needed that Nox gas to engage on this fight at first, but Amphi's the first to go down. Fnatic get eliminated. Wow. They can't go for the full reset. Huge here for 07.
That said, we've still got some things to sort out here on the north side of the circle. BR Demons, who played from the inside, will be going against Complexity. Well, let's get a listen in, see if Complexity can hold them off.
You're good. I need to get this armor stop.
Can we get on the side?
Why? We need to walk up. We need to walk up to the shot.
Yeah, I'm popping a med kit. I'm popping a med
kit.
kit.
Pick all the walls up. Pick all the walls up, Blue.
Yeah, I don't have any. Here,
yeah,
I'm
pick
getting
all
them
your
now.
walls.
We have a bang behind us still, though.
Yeah, I know. We'll kill him. We need to set our spot up.
I'm coming.
We're gonna fucking die.
Okay, I'm coming
up this rock.
We need to look behind us for the bang now.
Yep.
Yeah. Our spot is fucking beautiful.
Oh, I know, it's beautiful. Come float tight.
Come, Kim, come!
Coming. On the wall.
I'm popping the bat,
He's 1 HP banks, 1 in the smoke.
Okay, chill on me. Really good on me,
Top 3, boys, top 3.
Popping a med kit.
Yep, I'm selling. We're gonna get swept from our east, maybe.
No, they can't after the zone, they can't.
Boys, top 3, let's fucking win.
07 come in and sweep up that final kill from the Rat exiting out of Trials. Complexity now trying to fight for their lives, trying to get into cover, but they are in the line of sight of both Alliance and 07 who are trying to engage on Complexity with Alliance behind them.
Oh my god, 07, full send. They're playing for second here, essentially. Alliance have had the Southern Zone lockdown for the longest time, and 07, they recognize that. Do they come out on top? Yes, but you can see the resignation on Nasky's face.
Congratulations to Alliance with a 2-time win. They take the first game and they gotta sandwich this group by taking the last game. Your victors for game number 6. No surprise here, just another day at work for Alliance with a huge finishing blow. I mean, this would have been the Roti genome in that previous game if Legends didn't stop them. And guess what? Legends wasn't here to play with them.
It wasn't a huge one, right? It was 6 kills for Alliance. They were playing it very safe. They did not want anything to, come up and snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory there, because with that rock finish, if you play it from the south side, you've got absolutely no one on your back, and you saw all these risky plays the teams were having to take up that northern side. I imagine that Complexity are going to be pretty annoyed at 07, because obviously 07 right in the middle of the both teams there. They could have chosen to full send it on Alliance, but they thought they could maybe surprise Complexity a little more, because the line of sight, they kind of couldn't see them. Maybe they just do that and kind of climb over the walls there and take them out. It worked for 07. It definitely didn't work for Complexity.
I feel like that was such a smart decision for 07 in that moment, because if you think about it, they were within the top 5, right? They started off on Stormpoint poorly. Yeah. They were all the way in last place before ending off Stormpoint in a huge bang. But I believe they were very close to WMNDY, and with that 3K peak, they may have put themselves in first. We're gonna have to see while we tally things up. We're gonna see how that went down, guys. Giving it to WMNDY. Break us through the action here.
Thank you so much, Vicky Kitty and Genome, everybody. Great cast to end the first series of the day. I almost said end the day. It's been going on for quite a while, but we are just getting started. Our first third of action comes to an end. WMNDY, Zephyr, Graceful, and Hodsick. And Graceful, I'd be remiss not to mention the cool hoodie. Where'd you get that?
Ooh, dude, I got this at the merch shop. It's amazing. I want every single one on every land.
Can everyone go there and get that?
Everyone can go here and get this right now. It's amazing.
I heard it's sold out online as well, so they're accepting pre-orders. Just, a random fact here. This was not a planned bit, but go out there. The merch is always sweet, and I love the Nessie California style that Graceful, our model, is wearing. Guys, great day for Alliance so far. They bookended it, the sandwich. Zephyr, I love that conversation, and you picked Alliance as well to do it. And as we take a look at these match results coming up for game number 6, they do it yet again, both to start and end their day.
Obviously, we could have expected maybe potentially some other matches, but finding your way to double wins, starting off here at the playoffs is a great place to be, especially compared to some of our other teams, given that, consequently, as we get towards the end here, is the most important factor that we'll be watching for. And I know a lot of teams love to say that Alliance is a group stage team, but once again, this is just something that continues to reassure me here before we get to Sunday.
Yeah, absolutely. And you made a great point where obviously they didn't have 18 kills like 07 did, but one of the things that a lot of teams really prioritize is they want to win the games, even in just group stages. You can drop nukes, which is very impressive, but it's really, at the end of the day, when it comes to match point, you have to be comfortable with being able to win on land, even if it's just a group stage. So being able to win 2 games here, obviously they're not sad about the point standing that they have, but being able to win 2 games is probably the biggest takeaway for them, I think, for this series.
Graceful, difficult element here, looking at some of the teams who maybe did perform. It's not that all of these teams down here did not have a decent day, but certainly there is a theme in terms of some of our top performers and some teams that maybe need to step it up here going into the other sets this afternoon.
I think it's hard to take something away from it as well with the repetitive zones that we've seen both on Stormpoint, a lot of southern zones when we come to, on World Stage with 2 trial zones. Yeah. So POIs matters a lot as well, but I feel like teams are still adapting because macro has changed a lot now that people have been contested. People have been looking to, I think even TSM got caught a little bit on macro. A bunch of teams have been just adapting right now. And as we are adapting and further on, people are getting more warmed up, comfy in their shoes. We're going to see more I would say this is more a little bit unbalanced right now in terms. It's not steady, but we'll see that later on as we go deeper into the tournament.
Well, we're just beginning, but a nice little capstone for the start of a tournament here where all these teams are getting underway for the next 4 days, trying to make it to Sunday. We have a winner so far. Our overall series results after 6 games played in C versus D means 0-7 take the lead here overall in the tournament and in the series. This is a great sign for EMEA. This is a great sign for Nasky, Amphi, and Nags. This is a great sign, I think, for the health of the competition, where many of our LAN favorites tend to come out of the North American region. Zephyr, promising to think that maybe we could have some stories shake up here this weekend.
That's the buildup. We talk about coming to LA, setting up these teams, 12 historic rosters, all with their own incredible, of course, stories to go alongside them here in North America, and that is none of what we see coming out of these first 6 games. And a huge shout out not only to EMEA, but I mean, NDY. An incredible turnout, something that I think literally no one was expecting going into this tournament.
Fnatic find a way as well to make it into the top 5, which they somehow always do. Always have made it to winners finals. This is a team that represents APAC very, very well. Legends Gaming too, rounding out that top 5.
I think Legends Gaming has been, everybody was ready for it. Koiful subbing in hard, he's a really strong player. And I think they actually had a slow start and got more consistent later on into the game. And I think that's the adaptation I'm looking for in teams. Like, can you adapt on the fly? Some teams have been struggling throughout all of the 6 games. But now that you see that they're, you know, we did this, we did that, they adapted, now they improved, and they showed up in all 3 games, I believe. And they got massive points on board. They put themselves from like the bottom 15 scenario all the way up to top 5. That's amazing.
That's wonderful stuff. Well, as you can see, top pretty close, only 4 points separate our top 3 teams. But when you get down to it between team 4 and then probably all the way down to team 11, it was only 13 points. Maybe 1 swing game here that could have been the difference between a top 5 or a bottom 10. TSM, notably, you have to mention it. Outside of the top 10 in North America, the 2nd North American LAN, tons of fans out here in Los Angeles. It is a disappointing start to the tournament for them, but there's still so much to play. There's a lot to do. And getting back into it, I mean, let's walk through kind of how the back half of this transpired as we take a look at these final circles again, guys, because Zephyr, I'll start with you. You know, we continued into the action, and it wasn't sure who was going to take this one overall, but WMNDY always had presence within these games.
Yeah, they had a great presence here at the end, but what comes through, especially off of this starting point that Graceful just mentioned for Legends Gaming. This is where we saw that consistency come alive here. So while yes, NDY was a great pressuring factor over towards the north side, we talk about Kraber presence as well. This is something that then transferred over to Legends Gaming after what isn't incorporated into this replay. They did a great job of pressuring this team. As a result, they come in. It's a big separation on the other side. Obviously, we get the major crack here, and for them, that's just the go button. We talk about split-second differences, but this is a split-second position that comes back to bite the other end, and that's, of course, the first of potentially many major wins for Legends.
I mean, going into Game 5, this is my typical textbook gameplay. I used to drop in Lava Fisher at some point when I played for Pro League, and E8 played this perfectly. They trial ending zones, like we like to say. They took over tower very early on, beating out 0-7. Dirting them out early, and then just played the side from the north, played the game from the northern side, and just ended up closing the game. I think that this is honestly the turn point that I've been waiting for so long. I've always been rooting for Sack ever since I, you know, suffered him for C9 back in the day. Is that he's gone from Macer moments to Macer moments. Right now, E8 is popping off, and that makes me very happy, and I want to see them keep that and even go further beyond. They just need to, like as we see in this game, they got everything on lockdown. Can they bring the consistency? They have the potential. Can they keep staying consistent?
Absolutely, and speaking of consistency, you can't talk about it without talking about Alliance. This zone in particular for this game, I feel like a lot of teams misread it, because I was looking at the map around Zone 4, and I saw like maybe only 3 teams actually made it to somewhere reliably where they can rotate or play this zone. So, and Alliance was playing the south side beautifully, controlling so much space, which secured them for this really easy win. You know, 0-7 here, kind of like a bit of a desperation play, running into the middle of both of them and then choosing to just kill Complexity. Some might see it as a grief, others will see it as that's the only play they had. They were not winning this game with the position that Alliance had. They needed to push in. And I mean, they still kind of won. I mean, they got like, what, 18 kills? Like, ultimately they were the point leader at the end of that game, but really well done by Alliance. Really, we're seeing some really strong macro out of them. I mean, 2 wins in the start of group stages is a really good start. It'll have you feeling good.
It's basically all that you would expect heading into LAN, a big stage upon them, and they have shown up and seized the moment. But no team, maybe no player, has seized the moment more than what we saw earlier with an over 10 kill performance and a couple of nice Kraber shots that kicked off our time in LA. We the People is standing by with 07, the series winner, and one of their most famous members, Nasky.
We are here with the one, the only Nasky, one of the best players in the world, one of the best IGLs in the world, and definitely the best 5s in the world. So you're here in LA, you're playing for your share of $1 million. What has been the toughest moment to get you here?
I mean, it's been pretty much on hard mode for us. I want to say nothing really went our way. From losing org opportunities, to Nags having some personal stuff, to me suffering loss in my family, to Amphi not getting his visa before 2 hours before the flight left. But we made it here, and we have been struggling in scrims because of all of this stuff going on. I've been playing with substitutes, like trialing some good ones and seeing what's good. And we were the worst team in scrims. We all show up here, full house, vibes are peak. We came in here just ready to have fun, and I mean, you know, it worked out.
Look at what happens when you're having fun. And I mean, you said, you know, there's a lot of stuff that you guys had to overcome. The contests early on in the beginning of the series, right? Really tough, but you guys managed to win a contest. You dropped a 20-kill game. What was going through your heads?
You know how the last game of every tournament, I mean, I'm sure the people at home that has been watching streams and stuff like that, last game of the tournament, if a team is not doing too good, the communication is kind of like, oh, we need a big game. Let's just kill everyone. And we went into this series just having that mental from the start. We talked about it. Let's just have that mental from the start. And obviously, it was a little shaky the first 2 contests. But then after the third one, we just snowballed from there. And confidence was good. We had a really nice contest wipe. And then everything was good.
I mean, you guys played perfect Apex. Now, I got to ask you, you're from Europe. What do you think of the American food here?
I mean, LA has actually been showing me a good time, you know? Chick-fil-A every time, pretty good. But every other time I've been in America, it's not been looking too good for the toilets. Today, like the last couple of days, it's been good though. LA has been good, LA has been good.
You love to hear it, America. NA on top. We got Nasky right here, 07. And one last thing, to all the orgs that passed up on you, what do you got to say to them?
I'm gonna make that statement after finals, all right?
All right, so crowd, make some noise for one of the best in the world. Rain Day, take it away.
Thank you so much, Peeps and Nasky. I love the patience. I think that is the right way after a strong start to say, let's just see if we can keep this up. And that's certainly what we'll hope to see from 07 and squad. I want to thank you guys on the desk. What a great start to the show. Zephyr, Graceful, Hotstick, many of you, many iterations will be showing up later on throughout our upcoming sets. And speaking of that, we do have a few upcoming sets for you. 2 more to be in fact. So let's take a look at what is in store here to continue day number 1 for our Split 1 playoffs. A versus B coming up right after a small hiatus. So stay tuned. We will be starting that extremely soon. So keep it locked here on twitch.tv/playapex or wherever you're watching. And right after that as well, we will finish the evening with A versus D. Going to be a very exciting night. We're going to see all of the teams, of course, who are here have a chance to get showcased today. So all of that fun in store. Also remember to follow Play Apex Esports to keep in touch with everything happening on Twitter, on X, whatever we're calling it nowadays, and also, of course, everything happening for our schedule and any changes or highlights from the day. That's going to do it for right now. When we come back, though, A versus B is here in Los Angeles. The ALGS Split 1 playoffs continue.
World watching, make some noise because this is the ALGS.
My whole team on fire, dominating down to the wire. I said we on fire, never been, never fold.
Tiff. I'm standing here with none other than the CEO. Here is your Monster Energy MVP.
The storyline for TSM going into this event is they want to take back that #1, right? They just had to watch DarkZero win the last tournament. They came up short. They had the opportunity, but to win 2 tournaments in a year, and I think finally get their hands on the championship is what they really want to do. It solidifies their legacy, solidifies their dominance. The one thing that's missing for this team is the ALGS Championship. The expectations for TSM coming into the event are first. There is no other option. Second will always be a disappointment to these 3 players. If you're in a TSM jersey, it's #1 or nothing. I think everyone expects the battle to be between DarkZero and TSM. They've been the 2 teams who have won every single LAN in the ALGS.
We're tied in terms of LAN wins. Last LAN, we got second, they got first. We both pretty much just dominated the tournament. It's been a back and forth between us. DarkZero and TSM have both won 3 LAN titles.
Just stand in front of the... You keep chain on your right. Then standard esports pose with your arm in front. Yeah, nice.
How's the passion? Honestly, the passion was actually ignited after the last LAN. I was kind of happy with second place, but I feel like I've been at the top for a while, and I feel like someone else is creeping up, Zero or his team. After the second LAN, I was like, I have to work even harder. I don't want them, pass me by or pass me up in terms of like achievements and stuff like that. The passion's probably been even stronger than, the prior 2 LANs. It's kind of like a rivalry now, in a way, compared to it used to be me and Sweet, and now it's just me and Zero at this point. So, yeah.
It's not too bright, is it?
It is pretty bright.
We spent an hour walking around trying to find like a really nice dark area. But
I can't really open my eyes more than this.
No, okay. Oh, you're fine.
I can try, but...
Yeah, no, you're good.
The things that I admire about Reps personally is his selfless playstyle. He has been put on the least fun and Legends to play. Whenever he's been asked to, he's adapted and been able to fill those roles.
Yeah, Reps is easy to coach. Definitely one of the easiest players I've coached. He's willing to listen to my input. He rarely has like objections to trying really anything. Like he's down, right? Like he doesn't care what he plays. He doesn't care if he has to like switch roles or learn new things. It's been a blast.
What makes Reps a good teammate? The biggest thing is just his professionalism. He's just so professional about everything he does. Like never gets like temperamental. He's a great teammate to have. He works hard too. He's a grinder. I mean, he's been playing a support role for like 3 years now, which is arguably like the most boring role to play. Hopefully any role you need to. Just great like teammate personality to have.
Why did you decide to become a pro player?
Basically, I was just in college and I was just miserable. Every day, just hated going to school. It was always a dream of mine to become a pro player. Yeah, I was just not happy with my current life, with what I was doing, and I just wanted to take a chance and just hope that I could do it someday, and worked out in Apex. I'd say I first wanted to become a pro player probably when I used to watch like Reggie, Dyrus, Odd One, Rain Man, the OG TSM crew, the Bay Life House and stuff like that. So I've always been a TSM fan like since the beginning. So it definitely started in Halo because I used to watch like, for example, like Snipe Down. I used to watch him play Halo, like Final Boss, Straight Ripping, those teams, stuff like that. At first, my parents were definitely a little nervous because, I wanted to drop out of college to become a pro, and they didn't really understand, like, can you even make money doing this? Like, you're playing video games, like, how does it work? They were actually very supportive. They knew that it was what made me happy, so they supported me throughout all of it, to be honest. There wasn't a single time where they said, like, I don't want you to do this, I want you to go to school or anything like that. They were 100% supportive because they just wanted me to be happy.
I was on TSM at the time with T-Hump and Prodigy Aces, And eventually, you know, I was left alone. It was maybe like a week or two before X Games started. So I had to pick up 2 teammates, like, you know, pretty fast. I had maybe a day or 2. I didn't have any really like credentials or like what I was looking for. You know, it was at the beginning of the game, right? Like I'm a new player, everyone's new. Kind of just like looking at what I think is a good player. We had like a scrim Discord. You know, everyone was in this Discord so we could scrim against the teams. So I was just kind of like scouting, you know, the players that were like high up in the leaderboard. And I came across Jordan. I would just watch his VOD like on Twitch. Probably watched maybe not even like 5 minutes, and I was like, okay, yeah, I like this guy. That was pretty much it. That was really that simple. You know, what was it that I just saw from him compared to other players that I was like comparing him to? I guess instinct in a way. I don't know how else to explain it. I don't know. I guess I got lucky.
Why do you have to be so much taller?
You got a big head, and that's
Can you shrink down a little bit, bro?
We've played together for 4 years, right? So you can't replace that, right? You know, me and Jordan kind of have similar ways of thinking, and as soon as you have like a 3-man team that also all thinks the same way, that team is just like very dangerous and like, you know, a winning team, right? He understands how I play, I understand how he plays, and that's just like very valuable as a teammate because we're always on the same page, right? I can't find another player that's been with me for 4 years, obviously. It's only been Jordan. I definitely consider Jordan as a close friend and just a friend in general. Like, you know, me and him, we've built our careers together, you know, like our lives. This is our life now, right? And we make money doing video games. And same with Mac, right? So like we all went through that together in the beginning, and, you know, we built that career for ourselves, and now we're like living the life, I guess, as kids in a way. So, yeah, of course.
I think me and Hal have stuck together so long because we've always found success. Like we've always been able to, you know, win tournaments. We've always been like one of the best teams in the world, if not the best. I feel like our personalities are kind of like polar opposites. You know, it attracts a little bit. Like I fill in the stuff that he doesn't have and he fills in the stuff I don't have, you know. I think we also both know like what bothers the other person, or like we know how to speak to the other person. There's never been a time where we've ever like gotten mad at each other or had any personal like fight or like anger towards each other or anything like that.
They've teamed for so long, I think just because like they're both just like really professional. If they get into an argument or something, they can get past it the next day. They don't have like personal grudges against each other. And I think they just really work well together. Like Hal's an aggressive play style, be like an aggressive scouter like fragger type player. And Jordan's like kind of like a support anchor, so it's just like a perfect dynamic duo situation going on. And the personalities mesh well. Like Jordan's usually not as loud, whereas like Hal's making all the calls, so there's no like conflict in the calls or anything. They just have like good like personalities that pair well together. Like both their personalities and like their gameplay.
They were asking me earlier why we mesh so well. Why do you think?
We have like kind of polar opposite like personalities that kind of like, it's like a yin and yang,
yeah,
you know?
True. When I brought it up, I just said because we just play together for so long.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we play together for so long, and like,
yeah.
You know how I like to be spoke to.
Yeah.
Like, you know what makes me mad, what makes me feel good, and I know what makes you mad, what makes you feel better.
Yeah, I'm like your boyfriend. Basically.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a relationship.
Yeah.
This moment, these 5 days to decide who will raise the ultimate trophy, the championship. Will TSM finally do it, get 2 as a fan favorite over the year, and claim that they are not to be the ones to be mistaken as the champs? Or will DarkZero go back-to-back 2 years in a row?
So we're at the Apex Legends Global Series Championships. It's the biggest event of the year, and this is the big one. It's the one that everybody wants to play for, and it's most importantly the one that everyone wants to win.
So what makes this event special compared to the other ones this year is that it's basically a culmination of everything that's happened in year 3 so far, and it's sort of like the finale.
Picking that up, they have 10 KP in total. There's that mother load being called in. Look at all the space. Tries to jump right through the evac tower. Realize still able to restabilize, but notably here, Grumpe with a bow check on the other hand. The car on the other side. TSM looks so healthy. Full-man squad wrestles it on that shield. Blazer on the knockdown. And TSM take game number 3, our final game on World's Edge.
For them, Rory trying to hold on. They're not going to be able to do it. TSM just have to wait this one out, Tim.
Yeah, but they threw up the wall to hide themselves and let those 2 fight. Now, thumbing over on the grab slip, Hal is going crazy. Hal is showing why he has shown up to that with back-to-back wins. The furthest POI, typically away from this, right? It doesn't matter because TSM, full in FPS, going down immediately.
TSM's going to definitely try to capitalize on this, knowing that Sykes is just out
in the open.
The 3v3.
TSM versus Black Hand as your last two squads for game number 2, taking to the skies on the gravity lift. Hal takes on top of the rock, finds the beam again on the R9. Look at his ammo though. He's got only 4 bullets in the reserve here. Drops down. Maybe he can try to access that box, but it looks like with just the 30-30, this is all he can work with. Reps incredibly low, gets knocked. Hal gets a trade, and TSM with the 30-30 and a dream are able to dance around the gravity lift, 5 meters to the skies, and are able to take game number 2.
Kashira, stop EMPing me. What the f, man? How do you own the EMPS? What? You own the EMPS. You're the first team arriving. So annoying, bro.
I wouldn't say I feel like hurt that people say I'm underrated. I just think it's hard to like, I guess, become more in the spotlight, I would say, with like my team, because like Hal, who's such like a huge streamer, so many followers and everything, I think it's just natural because I feel like I'm like the smallest person on the team in terms of like size with followers or whatever, so it's just natural that more people would think of me like that, I guess. So I don't really care what other people think. I mean, I just care like what my team thinks and what I think.
He's definitely underrated, and that's just because, you know, he doesn't stream. At the same time, like, he kind of did that to himself in a way. You know, I've always bugged him about it. You know, you got to stream, blah, 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 like you have an opportunity, right? Public definitely underrates him, I just think because, you know, you don't get to watch him as much.
Streaming is basically when you are playing a game and other people can basically watch you play the game. People stream because either they enjoy interacting with their community and sharing like a passion with other people, and also because of money as well.
Promoting that every pro player should be a streamer is definitely a good thing. Like every pro player should be streaming. It's just better. Like it adds more viewers to the scene. Like it's better for fans. They can see what's going on in other teams' perspectives. Like it's just a way to get your name out there. You're just broadcasting your talent to everybody else.
Wait. Make these yourself?
Is underrated by the community in the sense that it's difficult to be the face of the team when you have players who are the biggest streamers, who might be putting up bigger kill numbers. It's always the flashy numbers that people like to look at, right? None of that happens without Reps enabling that to happen. You know, it's not just TSM, it's like a community tournament, and Reps gets to jump on one of the more, you know, frag-heavy legends in the game that everybody goes, huh, Reps is actually nuts. It's like, yeah, of course he's nuts. Like, it's Reps. It's easy to say he will be underrated because his numbers don't match up to others for obvious reasons because of the role he plays on the team. It almost hurts me sometimes when I feel like people say Reps is underrated because I think TSM would be underrated without Reps.
People think that I would feel offended or like that it's unfair that I don't have as much popularity as someone like Hal, for example, who I've played with since the start of the game. And I don't think like that at all because I know first off how hard he's worked. He's streamed so much. Like that's something that like I personally can't do. Like it's just too hard to do that, to stream as much as he does. He's earned the respect and all the popularity he's got and the fans that he has.
For Reps personally, I don't think it's difficult for him to stay driven when he's not given the plaudits from the community. I think he's the kind of character who his sole drive within what he's doing in Apex Legends is to win. That means that he's not going to be grinding ranked 8 hours a day for a stream. That means he's not going to be, you know, entertaining and playing solo queue because that's not what contributes to TSM winning tournaments.
Do you regret not building up your brand more in the beginning?
I think if I look back at it now, I regret it. Like in the moment, no, because I would have burnt myself out completely and I probably wouldn't even be playing the game at this point.
Who has more LAN titles, you or Imperial Hal?
We have the same. We've been playing since the start of the game and we've competed at all of the major LANs together.
Oh, you may know that because there's a Newcastle right in front of us and not a whole lot of people are running it. Virls has an off angle right now. We saw him do incredible damage during the last series. Gets chunked, however, has to jump back, and Hal going low and going down could be the end of TSM.
Ju's not going massive there, and that is what we like to see. TSM cleaned up.
Just climb up on them. Dojo, after that initial win down in the southwest in Thermal, they're still alive as well. Trying to make sure they can ensure their place in the winner's bracket. And enemies doing a job here with the R99.
Into Force 36 to eliminate. TSM eliminating as well. He gets ripped down and now Reps tries to move in. TSM though, All of a sudden, this is getting a little bit risky. It's all down to Imperial Hell. 142 for Optic are just looking at this and waiting to pick up the pieces. TSM down as Optic move in to surely finish off Complexity. Yeah, and Hal's still alive for now, but he's getting chased down. And this is going to be KP secured potentially for Oxygen Esports. And hasn't this just
Does it affect you emotionally when you have like a bad day?
Yeah, it does. When we do bad, like I sit there, I go back to my I went back to my hotel room last night and I just sat there, I watched the games over to figure out like what went wrong, and basically couldn't stop thinking about it for like 4 or 5 hours till I went to bed. So it's mentally taxing for sure, because I can't get my mind off of it when we do bad.
To escape with, right? Hitting the double time, being able to get back to the position that's being held by your teammates. And oh my god, I said, can Hal do something as a solo? Well, we had an opportunity to pick up a KP, but TSM will be eliminated. 8 squads. The more difficult this is going to be, but popping a medkit at just the right time might be able to get Timmy into the fight feeling full HP. TSM having to retreat, and the Digi-Threat's going to pick up Hal. First knock goes to the dojo.
But this could open things up for the likes of Alliance and Blackhand, who are taking a look, but Enemy through the catwall. Now with 30-30 in the back pocket, rips that out as well. As Timmy and Enemy are working hand in hand, and TSM go down.
The teams on the other side, though, TSM, DarkZero. If it ended right now, our 2 LAN winners of our previous 4 LANs would not be in the finals.
Spidey sense here from Hal. He turns around at just the right time because he knows that something was up. He hadn't seen the dojo for quite some time. The host has gone down though, and once again, almost a mirror of what we saw in that previous game. The dojo flying behind TSM. The question is, will the result be the same? It's Timmy on his own. TSM only have 1 alive as well. TSM will stay alive.
I'm gonna smoke the bodies. I'm gonna smoke my wall back. I'm gonna smoke the bodies. You need to move the body, okay? Listen, I think we're gonna play on the fence. We're gonna walk off it. You have your wall open? Yes, go get it, yes. We're gonna play the fence, okay? And shoot it when you have to walk in, okay? You need to just move the body. They're pushing it. Yeah. 50 moves. 100. Go there. Kill it now. We're gonna roll. They're so low, guys. I'm playing my life for a second. We're safe on vents. Yeah, we're fine.
But they haven't done enough, even a crack. Can they play this perfectly?
TSM intense. They have put themselves into contention for advanced starting points and Dreamfire, full sending down, Roy balls, 3 MC balls, and TSM, they are going to find themselves in the winner's bracket.
How stressful was that? Was that a good ending or not, though? For the winner's bracket, that was a good ending. It's just all part of the script. It sucks we had to wait till the last game to do it, but it is what it is. Now we win tomorrow. Reset, win tomorrow. It's time to go. Let's go.
Well, we were giving ourselves heart attacks too, don't worry.
I was getting mentally ready to just play through losers. I was like,
yeah,
better get ready.
I almost said after the 7th game, I was like, when is losers bracket? I was gonna ask when is losers bracket, but I was like, it's not. It's a one more game. Got one more game.
You better not fucking ask that.
Yeah.
Why do you look so somber on game days?
Just mentally preparing, focusing on what I need to do, you know, just get in like a walked-in state where I just want to focus, thinking about the game, thinking about like certain scenarios, and then I'm just ready to play.
They're taking damage. Zero in trouble. DarkZero in trouble. Jim Burton. DarkZero. The defending champions are eliminated from the tournament. Controlling this position within Overlook for quite some time. Burhol's going to have to be careful here. He takes a huge amount of damage. Excuse me, it's Hal on that high ground, trying to take it away from FaZe, and Phony will put him on his back. Reps tries to follow up. He's going to fall as well. It's all down to Burhol.
Stay up there. Walk out the data.
With
TSM looking to engage, exiting out of survey. Hal gets taken out by Nathan.
We need to wait. Like, you can't travel that early. You gotta wait, man.
Might be there.
Oh my! I got ratted on, bro. You got 25 seconds. Put the Qs in corners. I'm gonna walk.
So they actually come out worse off, even though right to start with they were doing better in the contest. Dojo and TSM have already run into each other at wall.
Dojo had gotten the advantage off the rip already. They had taken one out from TSM. Now they take Virtus next. There's only one left from TSM. But Dojo taking this fight over by wall and eliminating TSM as the first team to go.
Right side, right side, right side. Push them one. On your mark. One more. There's one more. The whole team. My team heard us. I don't know what else to do there. That's a question, bro. Like,
This game, TSM, they've been eliminated in the meantime. They're
having a peek over to this one.
And how good is that for Optic Gaming? It clears this side of the map for Optic. TSM trying to hold on in this fight, but will fall. The Dojo will take them down.
I definitely don't feel regret about anything I've done in terms of like becoming a pro or putting myself in the spotlight. Even though I'm like a really private person, I've made like life experiences that I'll cherish forever. You know, like it's pretty crazy to go to all these events and win some of these events, and I would never trade that for anything. So I definitely don't regret it at all.
What if you didn't win as much? Would you regret it?
I don't think I would regret it because I knew that I followed my dreams and what I wanted to do. At least I tried. Most people don't even get to attempt at their dream.
It's a chance from the crowd giving TSM the energy they need. From the chat as well, the supporters to give TSM the dub as FaZe find themselves in another top 5.
TSM though, they're all by themselves at the moment. There's a fracas behind the wall, but they will strike at the last moment.
FaZe against TSM. There's only one alive. The nade from Furrows. FaZe get eliminated. And TSM are your Game 6 champions. 4 squads left. Start a fight go down. Optic Gaming. Black Cat still in this fight. Black Cat though, strafing flame. Easy flash as well. This may be it for Black Cat. And it is. Optic Gaming are still alive. For how long? It's dropped. It's TSM from the high ground. 30 teams left. And the circle's looking like a skittle.
No one knows who anyone is in Optic. Once again, they can't manage it. It's going to be Dojo versus TSM as the circle closes at TSM. Match point eligibility.
Back-to-back wins. TSM is locked in to take another trophy home, sitting at match point now.
They've been going out one by one, and SAF, they really can't change this fight as enemy. Has been the first to fall from the Dojo.
I mean, this is a massive fight. This is a massive fight for the context of not just what you see in front of you, but the tournament as a whole. And SAF might play spoiler. Rems will go down. Virtus still got shields to play with, but where are SAF got all of this? Are they going to drop? TSM, who almost had to go on an elimination bracket run, they left it to the last game to get that win to send them to the grand finals. Moist Esports will be eliminated in the meantime. Elsewhere, you can see the Black Hand are taking a fight. Black Hand are taking a fight, and who's it against? It's TSM who are moving in, and Hal got that first knock.
Gets the first knock, wants to press up, and they will get aggressive here, because if they win this fight, they own the northern side. All the other squads are on the south. TSM win the fight, and now they're in prime position here.
But if TSM try and take a little bit more space, the digi threat here for Hal means the Bangalore smokes are not going to be an exit option for some of these teams inside of the building. And I tell you what, TSM are not going to wait for the game to come to them. TSM are going to go and win the game themselves. Pulverex down, Ascend down. 2 more teams for TSM to deal with to call themselves champions. Apex Folklore once again repeating itself as Hal, once again from the heavens, gets the
champions!
Please welcome to the stage your Apex Legends Global Series Year 3 champions, TSM! I gotta ask, listen, you two are the oldest, if I'm not mistaken, the oldest duo in Apex history since 2019. How does it feel?
It feels amazing to continue to play the game from the start and still have so much success, and I gotta say thank you to Hal for always trusting me and always playing with me. So I've always believed in Hal, and I feel like he's always believed in me. So yeah, I thank him for trusting me.
Two players who have been there right since the very beginning, back in Krakow, Poland, still competing together, Reps and Hal, and now alongside Verholst, have defined what it means to be the best team in the world. Absolutely.
So after the first game we won, I remember I turned around and I looked at Raven and I said, we've gone back-to-back already in this tournament with wins. I know we can do it again. The next game, we got a really good wall zone for us, ended up winning that game. And then after that game, I also turned back to Raven and I was like, back-to-back-to-back, we can do it. And somehow we managed to win 3 in a row and then get our first championship. I feel a sense of relief. We worked so hard together. We put in so much work, so much time, effort. We took first place in the first LAN, second place in the second one, first in the finals, the grand championship, netting us our first ever ALGS championship. We've never won a championship before, and that was always a goal of mine. I feel like I beat Apex, for example. Like I've gotten the final tournaments. I've got the championship now. Yeah, it just feels really good. Our morale was still fine. Whenever we're down on points like that, we tell each other, all we need is one good game to bounce back and we're instantly back at the top. That's just all we say, and then we just always put our all into every single game, and eventually it's gonna go our way. Honestly, like as weird as it sounds or cringe, whatever you wanna say, like we will never give up no matter what until it's over, because it is not over until it's actually over. I think a lot of people in the community, like in my chat, for example, I see people come in all the time saying like, oh, Reps, you're so underrated. Like, I didn't know you were this good or whatever. And so like, I personally don't think I'm underrated. I think a big part of it is my teammate, Hal, he's a huge streamer. Like he has so many fans and followers that a lot of the time they don't really, look into his team and like what they're doing. So they just see it from like Hal's perspective, Maybe that's why.
Positive place to play. You are the winner of EA's Positive Player Award. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Rain Day. We are here with the CEO and the newest world champ. And this is another trophy to add to your collection right here. The MVP.
Hey, if I can do it, if I can get up on that stage and compete and win these tournaments, I know you guys can do it too. You just got to put in your all, give it everything you got, always believe in yourself, and you can really do anything you want.
You don't come me! That's all you got. Wait, don't! Dead! Go!
He's here.
Working.
There's water!
The water here. Go! Kill one! Good! Nice! The back guy!
24. And 60, 60, 60. Yeah. Down.
Okay, we just smoke top floor, smoke his box, loot it, and then go over.
Yep.
We can kill them with utility. They're not really safe.
Why conduit ult them? I'm gonna hold it for a sec.
Not yet. Looking behind us as well. Big building's not in. Their case isn't in either. No one is in
We're
here.
getting wrapped in their back!
Okay, that's good.
I'm shooting these guys, man. Where you go?
Quick care charge.
I'm queuing you, you don't have to spell yet.
The hard ulting shit.
I'm conduit ulting them.
We're moving.
32.
Nade that.
I'm conduit ulting it. I'll get good ult.
I got nades on him. Crack, big crack.
Yeah.
I think it went on my ult too.
You hit him?
Get on.
Look, behind us.
Okay,
Like that in the corner, Stand by it. They're like, nade here. Keep nades.
Where?
Birdie them here. They're not zone.
In zone. Bang. Shoot him. He's weak.
Crack by knockdown. One shot behind knockdown, please. They're one shot in this corner, bro.
I'm not going here.
They're all dead.
Okay. I'm banning.
Close the door.
Banning. They're on the fence, right? Team?
Under bridge in the open. Pick under bridge. Sec here.
Yep.
But they leave. Team here.
Yeah.
74.
Copy cells.
Which bridge?
9-1.
We can take bridge now.
Take bridge.
Okay, go.
I'm down again.
You gotta pick the left team. The left team's on this rock. They're gonna push us.
Copy cell.
Is that the
wall.
It's blue armor team on bridge,
I'm
bro.
rolling.
I'm showing away from you guys right now.
I have 6-1.
Right out, bro. I jumped you in.
Okay, I'm coming. Are we in there?
Okay.
Yeah,
You ready?
down.
I'm picking wall.
I'm going forward. Come.
I'm pushing out.
Right. It's on.
Okay, yeah.
Come right.
Yeah, right. Try to blink. They lied.
Keep going right. It's on.
In front of me. I'm climbing the wall. On me.
One shot. Finish.
In the wall. Nice. I'm dead.
The knock guy.
You can res, baby.
I'm trying.
I need arm swap.
I'll drop you armor. Do you?
No, I don't.
I'm banning.
He's running. He's running.
I'm banning.
Yeah, I'm vibing.
But someone's in your thing. Oh, dead. I'm kidding.
You did get one shot inside 1 HP.
I'm kidding. Get a swing. I'm kidding. Nice.
Good.
Yeah, I'm looking. 24.
Hey, listen, 2 teams nuts. That solo in the water team is it. That's the entire game.
Yeah. I can wall over to
The water team won already.
Yeah.
You don't need to wall early. I don't even need it.
I can walk to the cannon and we just
You don't need to wall early.
Okay, I won't.
You don't need to.
I know.
I can wall there. Wall towards that.
Yeah, in a second.
Look like. We can get 1 second here. Easy. Like. Shoot that.
Yeah, look.
Keep coming up.
Cover me.
Crack, weak.
I gotta chill.
3 scores.
And a back.
W on me.
Sliding.
Two on.
Conjure 1. Count 1.
There.
I'm weak. I did a swap.
I'm on.
I spiked up. We're
pushing right
side.
Okay, right side.
Oh, you mean? Go on. Fight this. Oh, you mean?
Wait. 2-1. Nice. That's
Fuck you, man. Go.
Good week. No, nice try.
Oh, nice
try.
Great fucking game, boys.
Oh my fucking god, boys. They're so fucking good.
Oh my god.
You with me?
About to do. You're in 12 seconds ahead. I'm ready.
I'll go.
I have no meds. I'm trying to send it. It launched me forward. If I die, I'm gonna be so mad.
No one's fighters.
Yeah, but I have to work off the water, bro.
It just knocked me back.
We're fine. They're fighting top right.
Okay, I'm going.
We're good. Baby.
Jen just ping pong me in his own.
My bad.
We have to play for the corner. It doesn't matter. We have to play for the cannon. They're getting shot.
Yeah, I am.
Can I have gold armor and a syringe?
No, just fight. Right?
That's it. One.
Swing.
Yeah, 100 blue.
Thanks, left side on me.
Yeah, I'm swinging.
On me.
I got headed. Oh, you guys, I'm just trying to live. I got headed.
I'm 13 times off.
I'm not going to the angle. I have to live. I have to live.
I'm living.
Jenny.
Yeah. And no cells, no cells.
Work the Jen.
Popping about.
Push. I'm push out.
I'm queuing you, Jen.
Yeah, I can push
You play
out.
kind of slow. You have a lot of time. I hit you.
Okay, I have no items. Yep.
I don't see him. They're right. Yeah. They're dying. One alive. I'm supposed to right. In zone on me. That's all.
Okay, I'm good here. I'm chilling. Actually, glance behind me real quick. I can't see.
Control away here. Kill him.
Okay, I'm going.
He's flashed. Nice. Good job.
I have no heals. Where?
140.
I'm dying.
Nice.
I'm getting off. I'm gonna lose this kid. Yep.
Let's go.
Get it, boys. Alright, Digi, I'm gonna flank you.
I don't have to do.
A bit of a gap. You gotta go in left side.
Arc inside.
Get left side first, so you safe from the teams. They might run. Lay in there?
They're right into the cannon. Cannon. If you smoke this, we can push out.
Chill, right.
No. They're peeking.
Come. There's awesome here.
I can't go through the cannon.
Back there.
Break this one.
Yep.
Break you.
Break this all. Break this two.
Why do you leave zone? Don't need. In front of us. One cannon.
Yeah. Wait, swing it.
There's two inside and block.
Yeah, back now. 45.
I'm looking right for us. Are we in zone here? We are. On the rock.
Okay,
Break the tube. I can't do it all. What's the save? We are.
Back there.
Careful, they might fingers off combo.
One shot.
Anything
else? That works.
We have a lot of space. Kill.
Jumping on us. Dead. Cat one. Literally one shot. Cat. 170. Gold.
He didn't skip.
Nice. Shoot. Survive.
I'm queuing for.
I'm dead to that.
Kill one.
I'm healing.
Shut up.
Gold knock.
Nice. The team needed me. 100. They walled us. We can chill though.
Okay. I walled.
I'm phoenixing.
I'm popping about.
I walled. Counter walled it.
Can we walk along the right of it maybe?
You want to fight them?
Yeah. I have no smoke.
I need energy.
I have 30.
I'm swapping gun. R9. I got R9. Okay, I'm good.
I'm picking. Hey, come forward. I don't see anyone. They got things. Simple thing.
I don't know.
Pick. We go back there.
I'm going.
I have 30 energy.
No, I'm double.
I jumped to 30.
Hey, chill. Play slow. Don't shoot down. They walk for us. They walk on me. Oh, they try. Just play. 100.
Crack them. Nice kill.
120 feet.
I got naded. I'm coming.
So much damage, boys.
Nice. One dead. Dead.
Play under sides. Get under.
Go. Chill on me. No.
Press me, please.
Punching. I'm gonna die to zone now. I can't. You have to do it.
I can't. It won't punch him up the hill.
That was one punch.
It wouldn't punch you. I hit you 5 times.
It's okay.
Safe on me. Come.
Like maybe is the fence line safe? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. You're safe on me, Jen. You're ulti safe on me.
I know, but swing.
My God, I'm the best! Oh my God! You don't understand.
Get ready, baby. Come on.
No, you actually don't understand.
Come to me. Walling now.
Okay, I can't do all.
Stay here. Stay on me.
I'm gonna queue us when we get hit. Okay. Queuing it.
Coming on self. Care buff.
I'm bad.
Put a trap far side.
Okay, yeah, I'm popping cells, okay?
Yeah. Wait, swinging, wingman.
I'm ulting it.
Yeah, swing us. I'm dead. Oh yeah, he's not behind you. He's not.
Go through wall. Nice, boys.
Nice try.
Great game.
Oh my God. How the did we do that?
I don't know. You're the best. Holy shit.
Oh my God.
I think TSM won though.
Okay, they wasted wall.
They're trying to look for me. They're kind of looking for me.
Okay, there is a lot of kills server side if we don't get forward, alright?
They ulted me. And nades. I'm backing up to the truck.
We play for the late conduit ult. Hey, we can...
I'm down. I'm picking.
Split. Kill this guy.
You get picked here, Jen. Yeah, it's okay.
Wait, smack me.
Oh, I killed.
Crack that. One shot.
Still in on truck.
I'm looking for kills.
Sounds like they're fighting.
I killed one.
Nice.
Wait, I'm standing left. No one left side either.
I don't know.
No one underneath either.
Okay, nice.
No one underneath either.
Can I lose? Jen?
Wait, there's a Valk. One shot here. I killed him here.
Down, trying to pull.
Nee, like that.
Yeah, nice, good job.
No one underneath. There's loot, maybe. No, there's no loot.
They have to play underneath the bridge, underneath the ramp.
They're flying in on me! A bridge! Like a rock.
They're far, they're pretty far.
Yeah, they're far.
They're rapid.
Wait, in the oven!
Don't get killed.
I'm looking. I need heavy sight. If you have any.
Damage! 100 on both in front of us.
I'm found on that.
48!
I need the bat.
I need heavy.
In front of me, how much?
Banning.
What? They're fighting right from me.
You didn't fight?
Jen, play on height, I'm looking with them. Wait, this left side team has to move. Right side team has to move. They have to move. They're right here on the rock. He's right here.
Right side, boys. Right side.
Yeah, I'm looking right.
They're behind the rock.
Yeah. Come here, point this. One.
Another one, done.
They're one, dead.
Nice. Can we watch our left here? See my try to walk.
I'm scanning left. They're just holding.
Hold up.
Right. I think, okay. 55, 100, 140.
Nice, good job.
I'm healing. Oh, three full teams. Full teams, they fighting? Not even yet. One's here, one's right. Two full teams.
They killed one. Look.
I know, no, it's a solo.
I'm getting on this rock. What? Dead. I'm ulting.
I killed another one.
I'm coming for you.
You're not telling me.
I'm looking at all you guys.
Please help.
Busy flash. Dead.
Look at that. I'm on the rock.
On the rock.
Get on there.
I'm coming. Go on.
Please win. Let's keep going. No, 2 up.
80 cracked.
You're on the head. You got high.
Dead. One. Is it weak? Go! Oh my god!
Blue and white.
Monkey bottom.
Same cat though. Take me top.
Door. Chill. My name's
I ulted. Come.
Go up.
Come on. Cat was one.
Exit dead. I'll scan for you. 1 second. Hold on. Scanning?
Scan?
Yep, over there. Let's scan it. Oh, they reset him, bro.
Where's the door?
The other one's one.
We don't want in.
Other one's one. I need heavy.
Let's try someone close, I think. Wait, one here. It's the solo.
Solid.
Wait, his one is gonna fall. Wait, oh, he smacked me off. Nice, good job.
Fighting armor in. One. Dead. Nice. Keep shooting.
I am. They're all dead.
Nice.
Legacy dead, yeah. Shoot last.
Yeah, 53. One shot.
All good.
So weak. They already crossed.
Okay, they've made it.
I got a
Go back, coming down. Hit 80. He's behind this rock. On my pin.
Marking them.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Double mark them.
I got the two of you guys. I'm looking back.
Yeah, come back.
They're all dead. I gassed them.
Nice. Good job.
Look for kills. Not right.
Yeah, I'm looking right.
I gotta get you some.
They're fighting.
I'm swinging. Come.
Hard traded. Look at zone. Respawn's good.
Yeah.
We smoke across.
Yeah, maybe.
No.
I have no ult, boys. I have no
ult either.
Okay.
Go on to him.
Yep. I'm looking right. Actually, we can't really say that.
That's okay. They crossed the market. I didn't get his left.
No one's high. We can walk up left.
Yeah, I don't think it's not it.
The top of the rocket definitely is.
Gotta go check it.
There's no way it's not.
Okay, I'm just staying here. Just let me know if it's free.
Oh, it might not be actually.
I don't think it is.
Is there nothing safe? Like, can we play that?
I don't know. They have an insane headache up top. Yeah, it is in. That's in. That
wins the game.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know if I can come.
You smoke him? Can you smoke him off?
Okay, I can play respawn.
I smoked the roof.
I'm scanning over.
Okay, can I come? I'm coming.
I'm trying to cross you. Running up there. I still have 30 bullets though.
I'm good.
You can say that. It's still solid. 30 heavy?
30 heavy, yeah.
130.
Okay, it's fine.
Another 20.
Heavy ammo. Okay, that's good.
Hey, you can say them.
Hey, I'll tell you.
1 HP. 1 HP.
39. One shot. Wow.
I'm gonna die.
I'm coming to you, Reese.
Bang him still. Bang him up. Bang him. No.
On the repair.
There's the Wonton.
I can't see. Yeah, trying.
Yeah, they're doing.
It's a solo. He's knocked on the other side of the fence.
They might ape him right now. I don't know if they ape him.
No. We just focus this team.
Yeah. I said they might ape him since they scanned him.
Yes.
Yeah, they're going to. They're going to. Looking out on him.
Monkey gun, bang on. Bang on, blood on blood. Everything.
Okay.
This guy, solo. I'm gonna do one this guy. I'm gonna do one this guy.
Okay.
Swinging.
Let's swing.
Keep pushing. Can't see.
Yeah. Kill them. I'm pushing.
Nice. Push. I'm down.
Watch out there. Get in. Go.
Let's go.
Go. You optic. Oh my god.
Oh, I mean, they got 8.
Way to bring it back at the end.
Christ, we should have won.
Way to bring it back at the end.
Live from Los Angeles, California, it is day 1 of the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 playoffs here at the Galen Center. And the day has already kicked off in an exciting fashion with some stellar Apex gameplay. We're getting ready to dive into another series, and I can't wait to see what happens next with our next groups. It's gonna be a great day. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'm here on the desk, joined by some fantastic talent. We've got some new guests up here as well. We've got Zephyr, Lace, and Hotsick. And Zephyr, I'm gonna skip right over you. Go to Lace first, say hi, welcome our host from Apex South. What's it like being here at LAN?
Hello, everyone. I literally feel like I've just stepped off a plane and onto this stage. They're like, get on, we need some Aussie action. So it's really good to be here. Thanks for having me, guys.
Absolutely. I mean, we're excited to have you joining us here. You'll be with us talking about all the gameplay action. Zephyr back here for series number 2. How you feeling?
I have an addiction. I just can't get enough Apex. I've managed to crawl my way out of the cage they keep in the back to get here on the desk. So I'm quite pleased, really.
All right, and Hotsick, finally, we got through the first series. We saw what happened. Definitely some unexpected results. What are we expecting out of Series 2 now?
I mean, first and foremost, I'm expecting NA to wake up. I don't know if they're jet lagged or what,
I know they had
Yeah,
long
they came
flights.
over with me.
Yeah. But no, I mean, definitely some interesting storylines being brought up. A lot of APAC teams, a lot of EMEA representation, so it's really cool. I mean, I would love to see that trend continue because I would, as much as I love the NA region, I would love to see someone else step up and take it all.
Absolutely. Groups is always a little bit chaotic, and that's why today can be so exciting. Before we start talking about all those groups, let's show you the schedule for what you can expect coming up here in the rest of the day. Obviously, first series on the day was C and D. That is now done. We're moving on towards groups A and B, which will be kicking off here in just a short while. And then we'll be closing out our first day of groups with groups A and D. So lots of action. And if you missed C versus D, literally just go back and check it out, okay? Because there were some highlight moments. We're gonna give you a preview of them, Zephyr. Let's talk about what happened in those first few matches.
Of course, right off the bat, we kick it off with Alliance. No surprises to be said there coming out with some of these wins, but once again, to reiterate kind of where Hodsick was coming from, it wasn't the North American show for once. We had teams like NDY, 07 step out of nowhere, an incredible performance from APAC North with Fnatic rearing their head across the board, and of course, a plethora of other teams. Of course, at the end of it all, Alliance does work their way back into it to be the only team thus far to pick up the double wins, which at the end of the day, that's all that matters when we talk about getting here, coming to playoffs, and delivering where you need to most.
Absolutely. I mean, that's got to feel good for Alliance, kind of bookending their first performance here in groups, like you were saying, a win at the beginning, a win at the end. Before that, it was Elevate who was able to take home match number 5, but we saw so many individual moments throughout this series as well that I feel like gave a good lay of the land, Lace, for what we can expect for the rest of the competition.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, because I'm from the Apex South region, right? So I've been keeping a very close eye on them. So we've got Wonton, Dumpling, Legends Gaming, you know, just performing in the one before that, you know, and I'm just watching them and I know they can do extremely well, but it's really nice to see someone of the likes of Wonton, Dumpling charging up the leaderboard.
Absolutely. I mean, we've got lots to talk about here today. We mentioned those groups, so let's start talking about those groups specifically. We'll take a look first at the squads we're going to be seeing competing when it comes to Group A.
Top 2. Now it's a straight 3v3. Straight 3v3, and they will have to drop in just a few moments' time. The first knock on August and Hungry will clean up the damage.
Eyes on MDY. Wide combo is going to devastate the team down. Oh my god. Team Burger to take the victory. You win this fight, bro.
So many strong teams in Group A already. Lace, I want to start with you though. When we're talking about teams we want to be keeping our eyes on, I saw one I feel like you might be picking, so tell me about him.
I feel like everybody knows what I'm going to pick. You know, this team dominated in Apex South in the previous years, so much so that we compare every Apex South to this team. And of course, it's DarkZero. We've got Gen, Zero, and Sykes. They make up this deadly trio. You just watch them performing. The cohesion and the passion that they bring to every game is outstandable. You know, across Split 1 in the group stages, they were consistently in the top 3 teams, and they're placing first overall in the entire standing. So, you know, always at the top. Apex South down the bottom, but you know where they're always on top. You know, DarkZero not new to winning. This isn't their first time performing for us on the main stage. They've had a couple of consecutive wins as well. But you know, if they can lock in the same passion that they have showed across this split, and even in the last few years, they're going to be my ones to watch. But Hodzik, you've obviously been, you know, watching them a little bit closer than me. I'm dealing with Apex South. I've got a fair few teams. Can you give us a little bit of a highlight tip maybe to what you've seen with DarkZero?
Yeah, I mean, they've just been absolutely dominant. I mean, you know, have experience with a lot of these controller players, it seems. Sykes was a very good addition to them. I think he just brings a level of stability and sportsmanship that, like, not very many players have. I mean, he has that championship mentality, and when you have, not every team has those players. When you have at least even just one of them on your team, it resonates through the whole team, and it makes everybody just want it that much more. So it was a huge pickup for them, and they've been just crushing it ever since.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, I've been watching Gen for a while, the roller demon himself. I'm not going to say that he paved the way for other controller players, but this man has been playing and dominating on controller since I first started Apex. So I'm really excited to see DarkZero dominate.
Great choice, Lace. And now, of course, that's only half of the competition that we have here with these groups. In Group B, we actually have 4 of our regional winners. So let's see who else we've got playing alongside them.
Back off it. Let's go! 체크메이트に行く! そしてこのダメージとキル数! Serenity, I think they're going to do a climb, and they're climbing into a choke point. Serenity getting the job done.
Now, one of the teams on that list that you might not be super familiar with is Liquid Alienware. And while you might not be super familiar with that team name, you are certainly familiar with their players. So let's take a special look at this announcement video.
Team Liquid es donde vienes a empezar tu legado. Y convertirte en una leyenda. Mi legado comenzó hace 2 años.
Bastarda, that's a Seekers eliminated. A 3K into the round.
Meu legado começou há 6 anos.
Nest been going off this entire game. Liquid!
제 이야기는 6년 전에 시작됐습니다.
The hero of NA, Core JJ.
My legacy started 2 years ago.
Our legacy started 13 years ago.
Yanya is delivering on a silver platter. But Jaguars with the havoc from behind.
Oh my God, Nizul just goes nuclear. Luminosity, coached by Pistillo.
21 kills,
setting a world record, and they're going to push full Rex into Viva Mexico.
Nuestro legado empieza ahora.
Listen, we knew they wouldn't be without an org for long. That is Legacy now joining Liquid Alienware, a very well-deserved pickup, and you're one to watch, Zephyr, so talk to me about this team.
I gotta tell you, it almost brings a tear to my eye as someone who got into esports because of Team Liquid over 5 years ago. This team in ALGS has been an absolutely demonic force, whether it be at our last championship or in recent weeks, placing within the top 4 here in North America. Now, I know we've had some of our jitters today, but I can't help feel like when I look at how feral these boys can become, whenever they hit World's Edge or Storm Point, that they will deliver a packing blow as we get through A versus B.
Yeah, some really phenomenal slaying power on this trio. It'll be interesting to see what they can bring to the table here in groups with all of the chaos that we've seen so far. But another team that we do want to mention was a squad that Wig and Greek actually got a chance to catch up with before this event, and that is Reject WINNITY to talk to one of Apex's longest standing duos.
Hey guys, Wig and Greek here at the ALGS playoffs in Los Angeles. Today we are here with Obli and Karampe from Reject. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
We know you guys have been teaming together now for a little over 4 years. We wanted to kind of get the little backstory on how you guys met and how it all started.
원래 이제 셀리, 카롬프, 파카 이렇게 팀이었는데 이제 셀리 형이 이제 탈퇴를 하게 돼서 제가 이제 대신해서 이렇게 팀에 합류를 하게 됐고 그 이후부터 쭉 그냥 카롬프 형이랑 계속 대회 이렇게 나가게 되었습니다.
Regional finals for APAC North. You guys won in 4 games. How do you guys think you pulled that off?
이 경기에 임할 때 조금 그냥 재밌게 그냥 다 잡으면서 그냥 즐겁게 임하자. 왜냐면 이제 멘탈 같은 부분이 좀 말이 중요하다고 생각하거든요. 그런 부분이 잘 컨트롤 돼가지고 좀 결과가 좋게 나온 것 같습니다.
Are there certain legends that you like being in the game as meta, and then certain ones that you don't like?
여태껏 플레이했던 메타 중에 가장 좀 교전 위주의 좀 시원한 그런 장면이 많이 나온다 생각하거든요. 그런 점이 있어서 지금 메타에 딱히 이렇게 불만은 없지만은 이제 코스틱이 좀 아무래도 많으니까 플레이하기에 조금 더 신경 써야 될 부분도 많고 되게 제약도 있어가지고 코스틱 메타 좀 별로인 것 같습니다.
네, 저도 코스틱 메타가 좀 별로라고 생각합니다.
Yeah. Hey, caustic man.
What comp do you think you guys are gonna run?
저희가 플레이오프에서 사용할 레전드들은 일단은 방갈로르 그리고 블러드하운드 그리고 왓슨 이렇게 있습니다.
If you're going to be fighting off spawn, what comp do you think you're going to run with? Are we going to see Maggie? Are we going to see Wraith? Anything crazy?
네, 물론입니다. 일단은 저희가 지금 많은 그 PO에서 해봤는데 일단 호라이즌이랑 이제 블러드하운드, 뭐 콘딧도 나쁘지 않고요. 네, 괜찮습니다.
I've heard from people in my chat that Obli, you like to curse a lot. You also get super excited and very loud. I know you're a very strong IGL. How do your players feel about that, and how do you feel IGLing your squad and being a leader?
일단은 제가 이제 이 게임을 처음 했을 때 저는 굉장히 일단은 말이 없는 편이었고요. 이 부분 때문에 많이 일단 곤란한 문제도 있었고 제가 이제 이 게임을 점점 해가면서 느낀 건데 뭐 에이펙스 안에서는 저는 일단은 좀 크게 의견을 피력하는 게 굉장히 중요하다고 생각을 하고요.
My last question for you guys is, have you guys ever been to California before? And what foods are you looking forward to trying while you're out here?
일단 저는 캘리포니아 일단 처음 와봤고 미국은 두 번째로 와봤는데 일단은 먹고 싶은 음식이 일단은 저는 이제 신선하고 이런 음식을 좋아해가지고 좀 신선한 고기 뭐 이런 거를 좀 먹고 싶긴 하네요.
Yeah, you need to try a burger. We got a couple of burger spots we'll recommend him.
네, 저 캘리포니아는 뭐 저도 처음이고 뭐 게임 속에서밖에 안 봤었는데 확실히 실제로 보니까 더 좋았고 확실히 여기 와서 먹었던 음식 중에서는 햄버거, 치크필레 그게 가장
Chick-fil-A.
그게 가장 맛있었습니다.
What do you get at Chick-fil-A?
Spicy
chicken? Yeah. Hell yeah, man. That's so good. I feel like we all know the answer to this one. What do you expect out of yourselves this weekend here for ALGS Split 1 playoffs?
저는 이번 시즌이 가장 저희가 우승하기에 적합한 시즌이라 생각합니다.
All right, well, thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Again, this is Obli and Karampe from Reject, two of my favorite players to watch and one of my favorite teams. Thank you guys so much, and best of luck to you both this weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Love the Chick-fil-A order there out of Reject WINNITY. Talk to me a little bit about them here, Hotstick. Obviously, they were the regional winners out of APAC North, but a very strong squad in general.
Yeah, I mean, Obli and Karampe are just a legendary duo that have been here from the start, and we got to talk about, if we're going to talk about Reject at all, we got to talk about their pickup of Sangjun back, I think, somewhere around January. Sangjun has been also no stranger to lands and playoffs. He's played with for 4-7, Fun, and I believe Realize. And he has just been a phenomenal player. I think we have some stats on him where he's been the global, for this split, this first Pro League split, he has been the global average damage leader and average KD leader across the entire world. So he's definitely a huge part of why this team is actually a huge force to be reckoned with, because if we're gonna see APAC take over at any point, I think this is probably, so far, is the biggest land that they look like they can actually make a huge dent in.
Yeah, and this is a conversation we constantly have about what APAC brings to that global table. Every time we're at a LANs effort, they're constantly throwing a wrench kind of in the works of a lot of these teams on the NA and EMEA side.
And the thing I like about this is the aggression that comes out of APAC North teams has always been a huge question for us to analyze coming from LAMS, and it honestly doesn't get a lot of respect from the other regions as a whole here. So having someone like, of course, Sangjun from Reject WINNITY, but plenty of other forces like we got to see this morning with Fnatic that can actually come out and deal some of the most damage out of any other region out there, just goes to show the pace that things are changing when it comes to the ALGS as a whole.
And that's why we love these lands so much, to kind of get a gauge, a feel for where the global competition has moved and shifted as the remote splits are happening. And that's why these group games have been so exciting. And I think for Series 1, we definitely got some unexpected results when it came to our predictions. We'll take a look at our predictions here for this second series and see if anybody can get it right this time around. I mean, you hyped them up so much. I'm a big fan of them as well. I went with Liquid Alienware, but Zephyr, talk to me a little bit about your pick. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, is anyone ever surprised? It's not going to be a surprise later either, but for Aurora, easily one of the most dominating teams, and for the first time ever, fully put together here at LAN. That is something that has not existed for this roster in at least some of the previous playoffs and champs that we have seen. So now that we got the full fighting force, a team that has delivered 4 successful wins on match days, and of course a dominating regional finals, it is to no expectation, or at least mine personally, that they will lead coming out of groups A versus B.
I mean, it seems like Tiff and Dia agree with you as well, but Lace, give me your thoughts on who you'd pick for this matchup.
I feel like I'm like that person that got left out. You got to put like my little face and just an overlay sticker. But like if I had to pick, it was of course DarkZero. I'll get kicked out of the country if I don't vote for one of my Aussie teams. But of course, you know, I've got other Aussie teams like Serenity and stuff. But DarkZero would be my pick.
All right, I mean, Hotsick, you agree. Clearly, we saw your pick, and this entire second page is lots of DZ support as well.
Yeah, honestly, it was really hard for me between DarkZero and Aurora. I think Aurora absolutely shines. The one thing about group stages is the teams that are usually really good at fighting, for lack of a better word, like insecure fighting teams, you know, teams that aren't maybe as confident, Aurora picks those teams apart. So I did think that they were going to do it, but at the end of the day, DarkZero has that championship mentality, and they've looked so strong with Sykes on the roster as well that I feel like no matter how hard Aurora goes, I know Zero is going to want to go even harder.
All right, well, I mean, it's always tough to choose in these situations, especially when we're in groups with so many good choices on the line. And if we didn't happen to say one of your choices, well, don't worry, because you can keep up with some of your favorite teams all playoffs long. All you have to do is head over to Face It Watch, because they will have everything you possibly need to enjoy the Split 1 playoffs exactly the way you want to, whether that's watching up to 4 team POVs simultaneously, a dedicated map POV, or using one of the coolest features, which is that audio mixer. I mean, it does not get any better. So make sure you guys head on over to faceit.com/watch to enjoy our playoffs. And of course, for everybody at home or here, if you're in the venue and you're on your device watching live, make sure you were picking up these Twitch drops, okay? Today, that Wingman skin is available. All you have to do is watch for 30 minutes to claim that to your account. I know some of the talent have already done it. Zephyr, I think you got it on your account already, right?
There's a reason there's an iPad here. It's not for notes, it's for simply getting these skins.
Love it. Well, hopefully at home is doing it everyone at home is doing the same thing as well. It's time for Series 2 to get underway. Let's send it on over to the casters to kick it off.
Hey, thank you so much, Glitter. Y'all got me so hyped, and I couldn't be more excited to be here alongside Dia. We will be bringing you guys all the action, at least for the next 3 games. And they told me I was only able to cast this because Aurora is playing.
Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, you do have a lot of bias towards Aurora, and especially in this series, I don't think it's going to be a bad look.
No, I don't think it will. So let's go ahead and talk about that map rotation, because I know you guys are going to be all very excited to know where we'll be kicking some things off. We're starting off on Storm Point, which quite frankly is one of my favorites. It's a shame that this is the only time that we'll be commentating over it. Then for the later half of the series, we'll be jumping back onto that ever familiar World's Edge.
I really like starting off on Storm Point because it rewards really high aggression teams that we've mainly focused on during the pregame segments. Teams that do tend to play a little bit more aggro, go for kills, and punish teams that may not be set up appropriately. Storm Point really emphasizes the success of those particular squads, where when we get over onto a place like World's Edge, you can get a little bit more conservative play, a little bit more zone that may not be perfectly set up, but gets covered with some of the geography of the map.
Speaking of geography, as we go through this flyway, you can see 2R1C there. Navi was holding up a lot of space. Liquid getting Pylon, and we do have a few contests that we will be dropping into. We're gonna have Geared and NTC, Dom Youngpoon, and Serenity. You can see up there at the wall. That one's gonna get interesting.
It is, and I would be really scared to opt into this. TYK versus Serenity should, I imagine, go TYK's way, but some people have Serenity rated pretty highly. On the other side, Geared and NTC, 2 teams that I think most people don't really have a good read on where they'll be. Geared has actually done all right in scrims so far, but coming out of South America, they're a pretty underestimated region typically, and there's a reason why we haven't seen a lot of South American teams hit top 5.
Well, here in Los Angeles, I just have this feeling that the underrepresented teams, or maybe the underdogs, are going to come out to play. You've got Aurora getting their ever familiar Sinnoh Decay, LG all the way up at Zeus, but Red Rams landing Lightning Rod. Now, I've actually been watching a good bit of their POVs during scrims throughout the past couple months, and I've been loving everything that I've witnessed. They will be contesting TSM later in some different groups, and you know, that's been looking pretty fire.
Yeah, when Red Rams started contesting TSM and scrims, I was like, oh, okay, like who does that? Who's actually going to be able to take this POI away? And they, at least for the very first day, mopped the floor with them. Red Rams are a terrifying fighting team to go up against, as I think we've really emphasized in this group. We should be focusing on 3v3s and really quick paces of play. I think my concern might be that the edge is going to be very crowded in a lobby like this, with a lot of teams wanting to play around the outside and take advantage of weaknesses. Who's actually going to be left playing zone?
Hey, we'll have to find out, but adaptability is key, and we are speaking to a lot of our teams as we go through Legend Select. We see the Grim Reaper himself still going with the lifeline. You cannot make a change here, but it is time. Map number 1 of groups A and B, Los Angeles. Let's hear it.
The first couple of minutes of the map should be teams getting set up, finding some scans, but as we talked about, those contests towards the northern end of the map are going to be where we're focusing. Wall and checkpoint, especially Wall, should be going pretty quickly. There's always the chance to split some of these POIs, but that gets pretty punishing.
Well, when you start looking at that plane line cutting from west to east, it looks like Wall will be that first kind of action, and we'll jump on here. Now, typically, when you think of contest strategies for this building, running that conduit, locking it in, having the radiant transfer available to just kind of make that happen. Now, granted, she did get the cooldown reworked, a little bit of a nerf to elongate that out, but for Serenity, patience is a virtue.
As you're talking about, the patience with the actual tactical of Conduit can win you contests because of the nerf that she received. So when you see panic uses of it in the early game, that's where you can ultimately be throwing your fight. On the other side, checkpoint looking pretty good for Geared.
Ooh, PK in hand. All right, Panic, let's see what you got. Melee to end it. NTC eliminated. Geared already finding themselves a nice KP.
Very dialed in, and a squad that many would have underestimated coming into today. Geared, a South American team, as I mentioned earlier, a region that typically does not get a lot of respect, but we're one of the teams to qualify out of that region and did so in style with great zone play.
Let's head in that direction, darlings.
Seems as that is the first team out of the lobby. TYK and Serenity might have put up a nice little waving of a white flag and are going to disengage, but I love that Ziki is still holding high ground here in the building, looking to make sure, hey, that they actually did leave the wall.
It will mean that Serenity start rotating a little earlier than TYK, who will be forced to play around the edge. There's a chance for Serenity to try and play hard zone if they can find a ring console to use or some sort of way to get data on the way. Unfortunately for even TYK though, Wall hasn't spawned with one itself, and they'll be relegated to moving around the rest of the map to try and hit survey beacons and the like for a little bit of information. Disguise can make a quick rotate into checkpoint, likely to take advantage of this contest.
Well, it makes really sense, right? You think they landed North Pat, they've got the survey beacon available to them, they pop that, know they're on blue shields, and immediately start to put pressure and moves onto the teams that were in checkpoint, right? If they would have arrived any earlier, they could have been a third party to this contest, but now with the high ground, you're disengaging, and this is what they thrive on, that aggressive nature, which is why I thought it was interesting, but I thought Design with a charge rifle in hand, man's gotta snipe that out.
On a map like Stormpoint, charge rifle, honestly pretty good, but you're right, with the way that they like to frag out, it isn't the best secondary weapon. Seems to have opened things up nicely enough as Geared is still on the run, and with Rena still on whites, there's not a whole lot of disengaged potential here. Geared can't jump to the low ground anymore, even as Rena does so, abandoning his teammate on the high ground. This should be Disguise picking up at least one kill.
Well, you throw an enemy on the conduit, able to get that radiant transfer straight over Design to keep him in the fight, and albeit enemy does go down, but they cannot rip Design off the high ground. We're just looking to finish that up. A shotgun though, so we know not to get too close. A little bit of a smoke and a pinch, and that is how you do it.
Timmy's the one that ultimately cleans things up with the Mastiff. Another trade as Panic takes him down, leaving things just with Designful. Another Arc Star to try and secure this victory. Panic, 25 HP, goes down to the Arc Star. And Geared Gaming will ultimately fall without ever leaving the POI they dropped in.
That's rather unfortunate, but here comes the reset for Disguise. The radiant transfer going through, Timmy getting picked up, and despite expending the energy barricade to try and stave off that push. They were just able to approach that engagement with Geared from all different sides, and the way they just kind of pieced them together, it was nice control that I like to see out of Disguised.
It was, and you can tell that Geared, unfortunately, just weren't set up to fight them after the early 50-50, didn't have the loot, didn't have the information. Disguised got to take advantage of that, and 2R1C, who we have yet to actually spot in this game, get their first bit of action.
If we're gonna have a lifeline with a turbocharged Devo, that's one of the most horrifying things you can have here. Frag under the door, backs away, looks for a reposition here. It's Yuchako. Has to step away through the smoke. In comes your crypto player. But look, they're not necessarily worried about this. We're just letting the Devo eat alive.
With Micey down, no lifeline means no reses, means no resets. 2R1C now really on the ropes.
But this is why we told you Red Rams is absolutely one of the scariest 3v3 fighting teams, in my humble opinion. And with Patch and Tico still up, focusing on getting re-stabilized there, and look, I can't even say stabilized. I can't even say it. They're just taking my brain out.
It's going to be difficult for 2R1C to do just that. What is it with this stabilize?
Yeah, that was me. You're right. You're right.
Unfortunately for them, having been fully chased down, Yuchako can't get away. It would have been great to be able to take the grab cannon, but Red Rams very much identified the one escape option that 2R1C had.
Yep, they'll leave here, and this is a perfect place for them to hit the reset. You have the respawn beacon, you've got a survey beacon as well, so that will give you all the information for the rest of the lobby and where this zone will be going. For now, we can see that KINOTROPE has moved into Pylon, and if that's the case, that means we're gonna be relatively south for our next zone.
Very true. It does look like this one's going a little bit further towards Barometer, as so many teams are set up here already. Whether you're running a Ring Console Legend to try and figure your way into the zone that way by prediction, or going for survey beacons instead and going with everyone else, at this point, the only answer seems to be Barometer. And it's interesting that KINOTROPE are playing around the edge and sitting in Pylon for a little while, perhaps waiting things out for more information off the consoles that have spawned there.
And as that next pull comes in, yet again, Barometer. Now, I know we've had some time to run through essentially a ring guesser stability. So where are we thinking that it's going to move to? We've seen this ending towards Alienware. That was the open water where TSM and DZ were kind of battling it out. We've also seen it pull directly to the buildings where Oxygen Esports has positioned themselves. And that's a very familiar and also scary zone for them. You think back to match point for them. That is where Vayne was solo going through it. But back on over to Aurora, my pack to win. Hardeki, when your lifeline goes down first, it's going to be up to Oirein and Impulse to kind of throw it back. Can we get this res straight off? Don't have a smoke, but we're about to get one for the reset here.
Doesn't look like there are a lot of sight lines on Aurora, but as I see that Hardeki goes down to the Sentinel, it does miss out on the full thirst, but Hardeki likely going to fall completely with no respawn beacon in sight for Aurora.
That's going to be one of the scariest things for them. Now, if there's one thing that Aurora is so good at, is even though Sangjun and a Rogue Sentinel are going to put the finishing touch onto Hardeki, they have so much life in them. The craziest resets that they're able to get thanks to Lifeline being a support character, and they will just go through, hit the crafting or grab the banner, which I'm sure they were able to do. But for Cloud9, this position that they've really engaged in, I have been so invested in Sauce and his ability to IGL and grow as a team. Really curious to see how they bring it to the stage.
Sauce has been playing since year one, and in a weird way, it feels like Cloud9 and Sauce alongside them has hit their peak in scrims in the past couple of weeks. This is the perfect time to be farming lobbies. For them, since they're set up in Barometer, this could be a good game to start things off. They've already bullied a team like Aurora out of the next ring, and Aurora don't have access to a great spot to respawn. They've called in a beacon for now, but will they actually get enough time to pick up the respawn? It looks like they will as Hardeki's incoming.
Hey, that's so nice that Wonton with the Hemlock is able to really fend off MDY White's rotation, because they were the one that were trying to funnel down through that choke point, and that is all that he had to focus on. Now Hardeki incoming. I'm not surprised about the red shield already, because when you start filtering in a lot of those care packages from Lifeline, you get that Evo cash upgrade that will take you all the way up. And that is one of my favorite things. Aurora will be on triple red before you even know it.
Red's are nice. It does hurt that Hardeki's not going to have any attachments on his guns, isn't going to have the ability to get back into the fight with nearly the same effectiveness as Aurora would have had when they were coming fully looted out of Cedo. Instead, a little bit hamstrung for a moment, as you mentioned, perhaps an HP advantage that a team like Virtus.pro just doesn't have.
We should probe that sector.
Really happy. Pricey, Sharky, Wave back on the main stage, and they've got that third ring information. And I think that is a very strong differentiating factor between a lot of our squads. Usually you'll hit a ring console, you'll make your decision based off that second zone, and you'll hit the rotate. But then we've seen some of the most atrocious pulls in the history of ALGS over the past few months, and having that third ring information to hedge your rotation on is so much nice.
Something that, unfortunately, a team like Disguised won't be operating with, but they are moving around the edge of the ring. Squad at their back, TYK likely gonna have to go in the opposite direction, as the ring should cut these teams off from each other, clearing DSG's back without them really having to do anything. They just held a spot that ultimately now is gonna be out of zone, and TYK didn't want to risk throwing their first game by following up on it. Instead, taking the long route around the other side, and ultimately gonna be approaching the zone from the north.
KINOTROPE here. I love that we're barreling out the high ground. Want to make sure that no one can climb up there without getting a little bit of a repercussion. But for now, Tappy, Miyake, Arufa, this squad. Now, Miyake and One Tappy, you'll notice them from former RIDDLE, and they have just really stayed together to bring along an excellent performance. And I've been really hoping that the other regions, more in particular, the APAC North side of things, take the win at the end of the week. So I'm always keeping my eyes out.
This is a squad with KINOTROPE that I am really excited for, because these seem to be the team, or rather the players, that were underestimated, that were sort of cast off in trying to make the perfect APAC North team. And so, teams like Tapping Miyake, see what they can do. MDY White already starting to move down and pick a fight, one they've got to clean up quickly with 40 seconds left on the ring.
Now this is where things get really tough. If you are this far outside of zone, trying to take this isolated 3v3, of course you're not going to get third party for likes, but you have to think about your rotation after that. We're going down, now Legacy, we've got to kind of keep this going, but MDY White's phase you with the Devo. It's not even Havoc season anymore, just pick up a Devo, Serenity fall.
That was pretty quick, and they even gave them the ring around the rosy. Serenity taking height for a moment, forcing MDY up there. We were all running around a little hamster wheel of life in Cedo. Unfortunately for Serenity, MDY White come out on top of that. Now, however, their problems are even larger. They've expended not just a lot of time, but a lot of cooldowns on this fight that they're now going to need to fight through the north into Barometer.
And I think that's a very solid point, right? You always want to make sure that you've got those ult excels, that you have your ultimates available for your next engagement. We do have an evac tower to assist in the rotation should you feel safe. The position behind the tree and that along the fence line is very solid, but it just seems that Aurora cannot catch a break. And as they've separated out just a little bit, they didn't take any shield cracks per se, but we bring out the Beast of the Hunt, immediately start scanning. Now is the time to set up shop and help your team out. The Arc Star goes in, but when you get 3v1'd by, it's just tough. You got the entirety of C9 pushing into a duo.
Playing off the low ground now, Aurora don't have many choices. Building seems to be safe for them momentarily as Hardeki takes a chunk but manages to survive. This could be pushed by C9. Nobody else is going to challenge C9 for this height. And in they come, wanting to clean up yet another squad.
Oh, all right, Chaotic. Welcome to Los Angeles, man. This is a great position for them to hold. You've cleared out your back. You've taken down Hardeki, which is the lifeline, who had the mobile respawn. Should they have been able to even get the banner? Disguised, for the meanwhile, will fall to a multitude of different squads as they just get picked apart. Now, this is what I'm really excited about, this MDY White approach straight into Cloud9. They just finished off that last fight, and now Mingyu wants to get a piece of it, but you can just see how much damage gets whittled across. It's not going to be for free. They're not going to be able to do it, and they use out on LQ in the meantime.
LQ falling also means they have no real defensive capabilities without an ultimate from Crypto, and Mingyue down as well. This goes from bad to worse for MDY, and C9 come in and wipe them out.
You know, this is going to be a really good, solid first LAN experience at that point for Sauce, right? You come in, you start frying, you take down one heavy hitting squad, you take down another, and you just really want to put the finishing blow into Aurora, and they do just that.
Aurora played that pretty well, picking up at least 1 KP when perhaps they could have gotten none in the next few minutes. So they do trade their lives, but for a guaranteed point. Tough game for Aurora in game 1, but nothing compared to the time that DarkZero is having.
You know, sometimes I almost forgot they were here. I almost forgot. You know, we had Lace up on the desk talking about DarkZero, and I even saw Jen in the outside of the arena, and I was like, man, like, how are you feeling? He's like, I am feeling insanely good, and Zero pops the Hound, gets destroyed, but that's okay, because we're talking about Jen at this point. Sykes and them able to withstand a little bit, but when you've got the visual clutter legends going off on screen in front of you, it makes things a little more tough.
Oh, the nades as well. This is suffering of another level for Jen. I wonder how he's feeling now.
Probably pretty good. He looks locked. He's fine.
Okay.
I'll just pull out my next side.
Yeah. Next slide, please.
This is fine. Everything's fine, right? We've seen crazier things happen. We're gonna hit this med kit, a little 8 seconds to go, and we're just gonna crawl on out. But the havoc from behind, it's the man himself, Obli.
You know, in a funny way, I know we checked in on DarkZero, and they are a big team to look out for, of course, in the tournament at large, but in this ring, they just can't be the main character, and honestly, neither can Cloud9. Around the edge of the ring right now, squads that haven't been super proactive about their position are getting picked off, and that includes a lot of our North American squads. C9 and DZ, the prime examples. Oxygen did set themselves up, and now are playing the chase game, seeing what they can find. They miss out on the last kill from Cloud9, and instead now have found themselves in the open area and further from the next ring.
Elsewhere, OMiT, Reject have fallen, but Oxygen, this is their home. Now think back to when they were able to reclaim Barometer from themselves. This is a game that should be theirs in that moment. But when you've got Liquid Alienware, which might I add, those jerseys look fire. I love seeing Legacy go through Liquid Alienware, and it's now time to start their legacy.
Wish I could see them in red right now. Liquid Alienware, for all that they fight well, haven't managed to pick up any kills so far. Just now we're thinking about pulling off a third party. Na'Vi overlooked this, however. All 3 of these squads will have to move to the east for the next ring. The east, where Red Rams are kings.
Look, we talked about it. They're not contested over there in Lightning Rod. A decent rotation that is required to come down from the further northeast side, yet they have found themselves with such a priority place in that next zone. But for Na'Vi, who have to fight their way through it, clearing their left side, their biggest threats, Matafe, the IGL, on that 30-30 to allow that opening damage. I think historically back, when you're kind of playing a little bit of IGL anchor in that zone, they've got to throw it down, and they jump to the low ground. The ring at that team's back, and they will not be able to live here. But this is tough right now. We got Kinda here. Now, you guys in the audience will know him from his time on Element 6, has made waves, joining up alongside Na'Vi.
Trades are so bad for Na'Vi, though. They're going to go down. Nothing they can do after trying to clear their backs. 4 teams left. Virtus.pro still alive, trying to make it 3, but in the course of this, may very well make it 2. KINOTROPE have now fallen. It's Red Rams and Crazy Raccoon on the other side. APAC North versus APAC South.
They just keep on throwing down the damage, but there's only so much you can do when you must throw down in the open water into the loving arms of Red Rams, who are just looking to pick up every bit of KP as they take down VP. Now with a good scan to get the positioning on where that remaining squad is, Red Rams has all the space.
This is the best possible scenario for Red Rams. With the bank smoke clouding their vision for a moment, note the rock that they've already got priority over when compared to Crazy Raccoon, who with Wonton don't have the ability to really take space in the same way. Wonton can control it once you have it, but she's very bad at actually being aggressive. These arc stars that they're throwing is the last-ditch effort of Crazy Raccoon to get some sort of safety. They play the rock that Red Rams had. They find the first nut.
stuck. And they're just looking for more. I love that Jung. He already had the pylon ready to throw it down, but takes too much damage. But despite Red Rams having all the space, Crazy Raccoon swarms in and takes map 1.
And with the nades, with the timing, Crazy Raccoon pull off something that should have been a whole lot harder. Red Rams really underestimated the competition in that final circle. And Crazy Raccoon, I think as we've seen them at LANs past, really took advantage of that. It's interesting to watch them with a whole new set of players under this banner. A team that I think many would say has struggled to adapt to the more aggressive style that Crazy Raccoon has had. Now take things into their own hands in the final circle.
That's a very good point, because you were talking about how they have Wonton on their squad, and they're typically used to playing on these more defensive style legends, and they originally struggled at the start of international scrims solely because of the dramatic changes of season 20, playing these defensive legends, but knowing they need to prioritize aggressive, because that is the key to success. Being hyper aggressive on getting your Evo caches, farming up that shield till you feel comfortable, right? But this used to be Gondore Otosan, right? And then they came into it as CR, wearing that fire jacket is Coach Mandy. And my favorite thing was, I reached out, I was like, where can I get one of those jackets? You guys know Crazy Raccoon has a store in Shibuya, and you can get all of their Crazy Raccoon merch there. I'm not a shill, I swear, but they've got really cool skateboards.
That might be the time to try and pick one up. I can't skateboard myself, but if I don't know. You know what was the thing they used to do in school where you'd have the skateboard right here and you'd do that?
Tech deck.
Yeah. I tried that for a while. I wasn't great at that either, but I was better at that than skateboarding.
Well, it's a good thing you're here with me in the booth and we love some Apex Legends, because I know we're gamers at heart. And that is just crazy. Congratulations to Crazy Raccoon for taking map 1.
Is that for me?
Yeah, you want to talk about him some more? You don't want to hype him up anymore? What do you mean, bro?
It's funny that you mentioned that they came from Ganbare Otosan, because that alludes to what I was thinking of earlier when I said that they've struggled to adapt in terms of the play style. That Ganbare Otosan was not an aggressive team, and Crazy Raccoon as a brand had been very aggressive in the years leading up to that. Some of you will remember from especially year 1, year 2 of ALGS. But to see Crazy Raccoon make this pivot and pick up Ganbare Otosan and instead try and inspire aggression in a squad that had typically been very conservative has honestly been a difficult journey for them to make. Ganbare Otosan are a very talented squad, but meshing those two ideals of Apex Legends has clearly been difficult. It's a good time to see it coming together when it's required. What I'm feeling from Crazy Raccoon now is that they've certainly got still the Ganbare Otosan reserved nature, but at least we're seeing the aggression enabled in Final Zone when it's arguably most important.
And I love that you're like the aggressive nature, but you have to think back to the squad, back to their prior experience on LAN. This is the same squad that was contesting Blackhand at the time in Landslide. So they're not scared of anything. And regardless, Dogma, the IGL of that squad, just being at the helm, they have been through a lot of iterations. And I think what they were essentially doing was just biding their time, waiting to find the right organization to rep. And that slot in for Crazy Raccoon is crazy. So to come out, your first showing here for year 4 Split 1 playoffs, to take the map 1 victory, that is it. But for a lot of our other squads that have kind of shown up, shown out, this is a little bit interesting, right? I would have expected Reject to go a little bit further, but it's fine. Wait, what is this? What is my man doing?
I think they're eye warmers.
No, those are hand warmers, but we're using them behind the glasses. You think smarter, not harder.
It reminds me of like having fire in your eyes in a way. It
literally does.
Yeah. Although, as somebody who's accidentally tiger balmed my eyes before.
What?
Yeah, it's not. I would be careful. Playing with fire is putting it lightly.
All of our squads are playing for fire. What do you mean? That's what they're doing out here, looking to light up the competition. And as we just keep on moving through, waiting to see what those match 1 results look like, because some of our squads that went out earlier, Na'Vi per se, that hit that ring, that edge of fighting zone, they had 8 eliminations just right there. So if they were able to find a few points for placement, they might be all right. It'd be a solid game 1, but we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna cut to a quick break, and when we come back, we got map number 2 on Stormpoint. Too much damage, but despite Crazy Rams having all the space, Crazy Raccoon swarms in.
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Well, it wouldn't be Los Angeles if we didn't get to take a look at the glorious Santa Monica Pier, guys. It's the ALGS Year 4 Split 1 playoffs here at the Galen Center. And my gosh, A and B is starting out in a little bit of a frenzy. If you're just joining us, guys, you missed a historic Crazy Raccoon victory to kick things off in our series. I'm Spider Tiff, that's Dia, and we're about to get crazy.
You know, it's funny that we started off in the Santa Monica Pier because even those roller coasters have not compared to what we've experienced in the first series today. And even with this first game, I think we're getting a lot of expectations about this land suddenly subverted. Crazy Raccoon in first place right now, 18 points and 6 kills. It ain't crazy amounts of kills, but the control that Crazy Raccoon and Red Rams had over the zone was really nice. I'm happy to see KINOTROPE here, but look a little further down, Na'Vi. That's our first team from NA or EMEA to actually be in the top couple of squads. After that, Oxygen, Liquid, LG. It's interesting to see where the squads are grouped because it's the Apex on top and then NA EU below.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, right? But you've got Crazy Raccoon who lands Command Center, a nice rotation down to where the zone ended. Oxygen Esports being that first North American roster land in Barometer. So I would have been crazy to see them fall any lower than this. But Kotsik was mentioning on the desk earlier, he was talking about how NA looked a little bit jet lagged. And to me, in other things that I've witnessed, I thought NA stood for nearest airport.
Nearest airport. I mean, in this case, certainly so. They've had a lot less far to travel than many of our other squads. Team like Reject WINNITY slotting in towards the bottom 10, but just barely, with DarkZero and Aurora both having really slow starts. Perhaps ones where they were, by their own volition or not, forced to be a bit more conservative. Aurora got chunked out early, and for DarkZero, I think it was very much a choice to play a little more passive.
That's also tough. When you think about Aurora, you think of an edge fighting team, and despite kind of going through that iteration of trying to get Oirein back into the lobby, or Hardeki, you might say, getting him back in, the Lifeline, that is such an eloquent pick because there's only one other squad running it. You got 2R1C throwing down with the Lifeline, but as soon as teams see Lifeline, they're just like, that is Aurora. We must approach them. We have to take them down, or A, we avoid them. Because there's a lot of squads that are just like, we don't know what that fighting prowess is going to look like for us. But they land Cenote Cave, the zone pulls to Barometer. They're not likely to excel when it comes to a zone that favors them. They like that rotation, that pathing to get their shields leveled up and whittle down the lobby throughout their rotation.
Well, a funny note about the Lifeline as well is that as opposed to when you're running up against a Bangalore Caustic Bloodhound squad. Sure, for Caustic, maybe he's not the best 1v3 clutcher, but he's got a lot of other abilities that make him a threat at every stage of the team fight. When you're going up against a Lifeline squad, and Lifeline goes down first, this happened to both 2R1C and then later Aurora, that is a massive chunk out of your team fighting. If Lifeline has fallen, your team fight has just gone from very, very strong to pebbles.
Hey, well, hopefully it doesn't go to pebbles in this one because our players now, as they make their way out of the dropship, the plane line relatively splitting the map in half from that southwest corner, which means Aurora will be the first out of your ship into their POI to focus on getting up to speed to really carve back at that disparity they've created for themselves, and we turn our tides to Checkpoint, which will be likely hitting the ground first in terms of our contests.
And let's sweeten the pot a little bit. Last time at both Checkpoint and Wall, the contests, while they went fast, while they were exciting, didn't have a lot of rewards. This time, there is a ring console at both POIs for the squad that ultimately wins it.
So you gotta get it done, get it fast, grab that information, and start to go, because I think we don't talk about that enough. One of the worst things about contesting is that delayed rotation to find a solid spot towards that second circle.
You know what really hurts as well is when you change your composition so that you can contest and you ultimately swap out, say, your Caustic for a Conduit, and then you win the contest, and then you can't scan for ring anyway. That really hurts, and we're seeing a lot of teams do it. Never to change. Certainly one of them, as Korn is on Conduit for now. Haven't opted into a fight, however, up against Geared, who have swapped to the Conduit themselves for the course of these contests. Ran it in game one, and have continued that here.
That's what you really have to focus on. That Radiant transfer is just that much more valuable because you'll be finding themselves playing off that survey beacon information, and TYK over at wall against Serenity. The climb up for Dexter gets punished, takes way too much damage, and is able to find a bit of reprieve towards the inside and plays a little dance with the door. Takes a triple take to the face. That thing hits like a shotgun up close.
It really does, and perfect timing on the swing there for Serenity means they win the contest. However, they don't fully eliminate TYK, and because TYK is running a conduit, there is a chance for them to get back into the game later, needing to access a crafter first for them. You know, unfortunately, that's the reality. Not a lot of crafters in the area, but this is nice. Having a little bit of extra survivability, not going to hurt TYK.
Will rival this. I like the way we're rotating kind of just north of dropping down from the wall and maybe looking for a nice wraparound. The issue is, will Serenity spot them out? And as we look to where the next zone is going, Gear Gaming here, this is where that ring console, the caustic, would have been nice.
would have been so nice for Gear, especially because they love playing in zone anyway. You know, I say caustic. Geared actually had a whole, we had a talk before this LAN, and their coach went on this whole rant about how he believes that Reddit should be playing Watson at all times because Watson is better than caustic for X and Y and Z reason. And we've already seen a lot of our APAC North teams follow in this train of thought. Perhaps they'll feel this is even more punishing for Geared Gaming. But with the conduit to keep your economy up, you should be able to get similar value out of the conduit as you would Watson, if not exactly the same thing.
Here comes Reject. Now you think about where that zone is pulling. A lot of our teams will favor the down B side as opposed to going through checkpoint. Since that zone overlaps, it's not necessarily going to be the surefire reason to play from the down beast. We've seen rotations and crazy things happen with the different ring pulls, but where Cloud9 drops, it's actually down beast itself. So with DarkZero making the call to rotate from mill based off their ring console straight to down beast, playing for the tail, I love that we're already recognizing a similar pattern because we've seen an ending right where DarkZero is playing, but also kind of in that choke area between down beast and checkpoint.
Now we're alluding to the fact that DarkZero is sat next to C9. We're going to take a look at them now. Big advantage in the favor of DarkZero isn't just that they had prio on this zone, but that at mill, where they drop, they have both a ring console and a survey beacon. And on the way to downed beast, they've got an Evo harvester. DarkZero on blues, already a sizable amount on their way to purples, have a big advantage over the squad that landed in downed beast C9, even though they got to the play late, simply because they have so many more resources.
And that is where things start to be tougher for our squads that have zones that pull to their POI. Cloud9 is not going to have that much opportunity to work on their Evo shields. So trying to level those up, knowing that the moment someone shoots at them and maybe wants to take their space away, they're gonna be like, look, we're working with a triple napkin squad here. It's about to be round 2. This is our time. We have the leg up on that.
Got to look at TYK in the distance, who still managed to survive. Serenity have not been able to find them just yet, as we did talk about giving up things like Caustic earlier. They've also given up things like Bloodhound, which is interesting for Serenity. Now that they've survived, their composition is going to be almost entirely reliant on Horizon Ult, because if you're not running Bloodhound, you have to be using Horizon Ult to clean up fights before the vision differential between you and the other squad becomes a real problem.
VP here on their rotation by foot. Maybe want to scout out a bit before we pop that evac. We have a replicator, we got the ring console, you've got the Evo cache itself to boost up another 350. By the time they make their way into that next zone, I'd imagine they'd be close to purple.
Well, yeah, will they be? I'm double checking.
They got about 900. They need to hit a scan for 2, 350 on the. It'll be close.
Yeah, it will be. And you know what? With Na'Vi on their way, maybe they pick a small team fight and manage to make the rest of it up. But Na'Vi are going to take the Trident ahead of them, make a slightly faster rotate, and likely avoid the small skirmish in their wake. Instead, prioritizing the Evo Harvester and hopefully a southern rotation into zone. Keeping in mind that if Na'Vi keep going this way, they are going to run in towards Aurora, who we know will be coming from the south.
That'll be a little EMEA on EMEA violence, but while we're on the topic of Na'Vi, now that squad historically may have not performed to their best on land. They made a lot of changes coming through. And speaking of changes, you hit the grab lift from your blood from the top. Design wanting to find that protection, takes a black hole to the face, and now this is where we're just working on our placements, trying to help alleviate the pain from Design. It's Enemy doing a lot of work here alongside Timmy to take down NTC.
Participation at work for Timmy. Dropped down after doing a little bit of damage and just was like, Enemy, clutch up! And it works for now. DSG do come out on top of that fight. It should mean relatively few squads still coming in behind them, but it's not nearly as easy as it was last game using the zone to clear your back, because this time the zone is going to make more teams push in towards you. In this particular case, LG, big threat for Disguised.
Now, while we look at that map, we know it's pulling further into Down Beast, but there's a lot of open space ahead of that POI, which will allow so much damage on that rotation. Speaking of this, we've got to get out of the mill, but for now, Liquid Alienware and Aurora in a heated engagement. Scans for scans coming through. Yanya just 1 HP falls. Now in a 3v2. Oirain just found a way.
Oh no, the door behind him. Liquid Alienware don't have access to the height, and they're just going to lose too. At the point that the top floor door gets breached, there's no counterplay. Aurora, they've got the kill advantage, and they're going to take out Liquid Alienware, sealing the deal in game number 2. And continuing the move with Oxygen now coming in for the third party.
Hey, we knew this was going to be the issue of our teams making their way to the Down Beast. Yeah, Reeds just did that to Oirain. It's happening. Here comes the pressure, though. We put it back to a 2v2, and now Vayne finds himself in a sticky situation, looks to hit the finish to grab that shield swap, makes all the difference in the world.
2v1 swing, Lifeline still alive, but Lifeline's 1 HP! Aurora go down, Oxygen, great timing on the third party, but even then it was close.
4 seconds left with the round 2 ring, and all sights put towards the congestion here. Outside of North Pad to the east of Down Beast, Disguised Enemy hitting that Radiant transfer with ease. They've already got a knock onto Luminosity Slayer.
It's always Slayer. It's all just feeding into Luminosity, as they've constantly been internally battling this split. And this is not going to be the end of it. This tip at playoffs is just the start. Designful revs things up. Sentinel in hand with the 2x, not what I would go with, but I don't think he had much choice.
I would. That is one of my, I'm disgusting, like, no, the Bruiser, put it on, because it's better for me at a mid-range. That scope in general has less clutter.
Okay.
It's clean, it makes it work. And if you're gonna be popping heads, 156, 132, despite what helmet they've got, that's what we need.
I know you were trash talking it earlier, but the 6x for me actually pretty good, pretty consistent.
You are wrong, sir. You are wrong. I'll let you keep that take and put it in your pocket, but just stay away from me.
Take my wrong opinion. Serenity, for the meantime, will be the next squad on the metaphorical chopping block. Disguised are creeping up on them. I don't think Serenity know this is happening, but the charged Sentinel, one headshot changes everything.
Does it connect? We've got the broken shield onto Conduit, but Conduit, as soon as they get broke, they pop the Radiant transfer, so we're at least burning that tap from her. Here comes the energy barricade. They want to put that pressure away, and Design just gets caught out a little too far there from Serenity. And now it will all fall on to Enemy and Timmy here. The Bolt comes through, and when you've got the Rolling Thunder, so many ults expended into that moment for Serenity.
But look at Jesk's health as well. I mean, Designful did more than enough work in that scenario. The big problem was that Jesk got a Conduit ult off and stopped any further push. There's no way for Disguised to continue the fight in good faith and really believe that they're going to win it. That when they're slowed and taking damage on the way, it ends up being a trade away for one, and ultimately Disguised are left as still a duo and on the rotational path of Serenity. It's a matter of time until Disguised go down.
It really is, but they were probably able to snag the banner, Hopefully they have a mobile respawn in their hands, and as we look towards where that zone is pulling, keep your eyes on Reject over here. Completely free. So many squads not in that next zone, and if we can really lock this down, which they've had plenty of time to do so, are just going to sit back and allow all of the KP points to come to them. But when teams start maybe late evacing in, you're just going to have all this influx of those squads, a mass exodus per se.
It's the big benefit of getting a building like Reject WINNITY have. They're hard to come by on Stormpoint. Prime real estate for Reject WINNITY, who now have the opportunity to, even as late evacs come in, weather the storm and instead let the squads that surround them take each other out. Serenity's move in takes them all the way past us, guys. I want to note that, by the way. These squads did not choose to run into each other. Serenity did not pursue the fight, and they took the passive route, now playing for height, and you have to imagine a spot that they believe will win the game. The head of Downed Beast is still accessible in future rings, and Serenity could abuse this to get a top 3-4 spot. Some nice KP.
An enemy.
They're just looking to get the lay of the land. They're calling out where Reject has positioned themselves.
Over there.
Kraber coming down in play. Cloud9 at the meantime has been just underneath Down Beast for the entire time. And they're gonna have to move out for that next zone, but only by a little bit. They'll be able to play around that open space of the front of the mouth for Down Beast, but you can't really extend too far out, because the moment you start making that pressure known, Reject can just open a door and start trying to take some angles.
That they can. You remember when you said Exodus just a few seconds ago?
It's happening, isn't it?
It is. I'm sorry to say, but those squads that are still in checkpoint are not going to be having an easy time. It's going to be fight after fight. 2R1C taking on a mixture of Red Rams and now TYK on the side as well. Crazy Raccoon are in here. Everyone is leaving checkpoint, but I dare say none of them will survive.
OMiT eliminated. Crazy Raccoon, your map 1 winners have fallen. Disguise do not survive. Oxygen able to deal the finishing blows for them, and now the ring is going to be the next victim for a lot of these squads. Now working with 2 knockdown shields, here comes the push, and Hiarka just trying to stay alive, dodges it into the ring, and that will be the ending. TYK taking that one, but not before. Geared make a presence known. Renatricky falls and Panic. Panic goes low, but here comes the
Nice clutch by Geared Gaming, and it's exactly what you need when you already land checkpoint. Third party, I dare say, maybe fifth party coming in, has KINOTROPE picking up the kills, but this is a victory for Geared to have gotten some value out of checkpoint at least.
Job's not done. Geared have fallen, Na'Vi have fallen. We still have to get through Red Rams to make our rotation into Downed Beast. But for Red Rams, who are just holding that choke point, let's take a look at maybe another area of the zone for teams that still need to hit that rotation. MDY White playing the bridge outside of Mill. Virtus.pro hitting the rotation through that, but KINOTROPE makes their way through Red Rams with a little bit of an assistance there, but they lose out on Mia K.
KINOTROPE, that team that, as we mentioned, often underestimated, the players discounted, having shown up to LAN and now taking control of the spot of Red Rams. Now they will have to move much like Virtus.pro, who have to go south to north. KINOTROPE will have to go east to west, both very punishing. With Virtus.pro having a lot of open ground between them and Downed Beast.
Well, for now, let's jump in with a listen-in to Virtus.pro to see how they're going to navigate that.
That's right, crossing! Shoot the crossing! Cracked him. Fancy, shoot, fancy. Flash. I'm walking up. We gotta get on the head! Shoot the killer. Scan to me, scan to me. Cracked one. Cracked one. He's a free kills, guys! Got a nade on him. 51, 51. Bang, one. Nice. Up that figure right behind the Evo, Flash. Nice. They died, kill. Cancel Brock. I'm batting. Yeah, catch 25. Smoke the boxes. Yeah. Shield, the loot's not gonna go anywhere. Yeah, I need to get a spot. In zone. Free kills. Out back, west. I'm scared of him. Close. Kill the bang. Bang, one. 2 dead. One. Dead. Down. Bucket boss. Free kills on the road. I need to get a swap. Free kills on the top of the road. Yep. I'm here. 5. I can't see. I'm getting loot. Yeah, I'm looting. Yep. You're all good. We're all good. Wait, go watch your back. Go up the hill and watch your back. All right. They're trying to fucking move me in. I'm probably gonna.
Reject WINNITY left their building, may I remind you, only to get shooed through by Virtus.pro. A real rough look for a team that we have very high expectations of this game, but Virtus.pro, in the opposite sense, have now taken out several squads, and while their position may not be ideal for moving towards downed beast, to be in the same boat as a team like DZ is not always a bad thing.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Let me just say, the moment I saw them leaving that position to try and capitalize what they thought on it, but FURIA here got the Kraber in hand. DZ has to rotate further back in. That building they were playing is no longer in zone, and they were really putting a thorn in KINOTROPE's side, trying to make that rotation from the checkpoint area. They tried to hit an evac tower. You heard in that listen in VP, free kills, free kills. So between DZ and VP, they were just undergoing so much pressure. But now Serenity, after using the Horizon Gravity Lift to make a play to get on top of down beast, will have this overlooking effect now as VP has claimed Reject's former spot.
One of the problems with Serenity's spot, we're talking about the free kills call. From Serenity's perspective, nothing is a free kill. Everything requires a commitment to the low ground. It's a question of when Serenity cash in the goodwill, the momentum that they have on high ground to take a fight, because that fight likely kills them. Do Serenity go out in fourth, guaranteeing a full squad? Do they wait and try and play for second? Do they risk a second place that comes with no KP? What does this play look like for Serenity? Right now, good nades are really helping them out, but the grav lift doesn't quite have the angle, and Serenity have to wait things out a little more. Virtus.pro are being eaten alive by nades.
Right here. Coupled alongside the triple take, and they're just trying their best to stay under some cover. We're working with 6 eliminations here for Serenity, and I think it was very strong to point out that while we have this high ground, think of the threats with the 4 squads here. DarkZero has really barreled themselves down here on that left side, and VP just have the smallest of fence lines. Now, I did see 1 frag grenade in the hand, but it just seems as if they've got so many. There's that frag I was talking about. He was holding on to the very last one. We're investing it, and this is going to eat away at every bat or heal that VP had, which you're going to need that for the end game. Couple downside. Let's see what DZ's got working with. I see 3 thermites, 1 frag grenade. Bro, they're ready for war.
And they're saving these resources because while Serenity are trying to cash in on kills on the low ground, they've already got 6 KP so far, but they're unable to actually jump down and finish the squad. DZ very much playing for finishing squads with the nades that they have. They're not fishing for little bits of KP, they're fishing for squad wipes.
And Cloud9 is fishing for a stellar performance, but they've been inside down B since the dawn of map 2. Able to find a knock, but for Serenity here with the incoming Bangalore ult, are just gonna try and find a space that is safe on them. It's gonna allow Jen Burton here and Zero to lead the charge, look for angles, try to find what they can, because Cloud9, between all the barrels that we're kind of looking forward here, we have so much space investing. The rolling thunder, we see Pricey fall. Zero still making use of the Kraber.
Cloud9 have to know they're likely dead. They're waiting for Virtus.pro to fall, and now that we've hit top 3, it's C9 who are on blues, who have very little to work with. Remember, DZ have plenty of nades for the sole choke that C9 have to go through. They're pushing through it now. Will DZ actually punish this through the smoke? Cloud9 can't see the squad in front of them.
And we have 15 seconds to that next scan, but that Nox gas, that slowing effect, is one of the most detrimental regions for it. And Cloud9 has fallen. Zero does grab a couple of knocks, falls in the meantime, and this is Serenity's time to drop down from high ground, and they take map number 2.
That was so cool from Serenity. I mean, it was exciting to watch play out on the low ground. I did not expect Serenity to be the ones who rotated in, who took the passive route up against Disguise, and to be able to sit on down beast height for that long gave them such a massive advantage. Well played, of course, from all three of our squads that ended up in the final zone, because all three of them took very different directions to get there. DZ, early rotation, Serenity, mid-game rotation, and C9, they never left.
That's their home.
I was bored here.
And then you think about it, right? Serenity, they're in that contest at wall with TYK, so usually that rotation for them will be stifled a bit, but you can still make plenty of time for them to get there and be able to take high ground at down beast. A lot of that was allotted to the fact that how many teams were outside the circle, how many teams collapsed in checkpoint. The entire south side with MDY, White VP battling throughout, trying to get towards Mill, and that was just dynamic. But think about the top two here, Dia. Sharky, a former champion in his own right here on Virtus.pro, taking the win in a map over the former squad.
It looks pretty darn good. And I will say, Virtus.pro had a real tough time in the last circle, but up until that point, we're farming the whole way through. It's a great time, by the way, to point out that with Serenity having taken the win there, we've actually got something really different going on with Serenity this LAN than is going on with any other team.
Did I just say that Virtus.pro won? Because I think I'm crazy. Someone find me some caffeine. I think I'm just manifesting the future at this point. So I don't want to take that away from Serenity because they did fantastic. And now we start looking at what were those score lines. Serenity with the 9 eliminations, despite even getting the placement points for first place, are tied in this match with DarkZero at 21 points. Now Cloud9, this is what I was nervous for. Yes, they got to top 3. Yes, they got the 7 points. But because they were underneath down beast for an eternity, how do you peek out and find those eliminations? They were only able to walk away with 2 kills for 9 total.
Ultimately, very good game for them, even as you tie with DarkZero. I do want to look a little further down the leaderboard as Na'Vi and Gear did make the cutoff. Oxygen TYK not quite slotting into the top 10, and I'll tell you, Tiff, I'm surprised to see 2R1C down here again for the second game in a row. Really high hopes for this squad. The only team to be running Crypto and Lifeline, but it is not working nearly as well for them in the first days of LAN as it was in the last days of the EMEA Pro League.
Disguise, though, walking away with 4 eliminations. Now, granted, they start in North Pad. They kind of ran into a lot of resistance there, and they just couldn't find that stability after taking out that first squad. But for them to walk away with 5 points, I think that is still solid enough for maybe a game where you've placed outside the top 10.
Yeah, making one misstep every gamer, then it's going to happen.
Yeah,
and
true.
Having it happen to Disguised here, I don't think is anything to be counted against them. In fact, I would go so far as to say even this set, if your team isn't doing nearly as well as you might have expected them to, it's also hard to count that against them. With our top 3 squads, however, the stats really do speak for themselves. Quite a lot of poke coming out of Serenity, and they got great value. This is a team, may I remind all of you at home, that is, by virtue of a contest, forfeiting the meta. They're not playing the Caustic Bloodhound that everybody thinks you've got to be playing right now. They just won a game with no ring console, with no survey beacon, just playing for Godspot and using their early fighting comp to their advantage.
Well, the fact that they were able to get that, you think about slotting in the Caustic, you slot in the Bloodhound. It's just not going to be the same because you don't get the grab lift. You can't immediately take that high ground. And what are the odds that that in general was even free? The fact that Serenity was able to do it, well done.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a very high risk position. It's probably why it's free. It would normally not be free, but because it's a high risk position, I think we saw DarkZero toying with the idea of playing up there. You mentioned the late evac towers that often come into Down to Beast, especially for squads that are trying to rotate out of checkpoint. And landing on top of Down to Beast is a really tempting spot to fight for teams that come from the north. A lot of them will run up the tail, much like Serenity did, and they found themselves in this really interesting spot where they did take a high risk position. Nobody from the south landed on them, and they happened to be the last team coming from the north. It means nobody's actually challenging them for their spot. Kind of weird, but it works.
It works, and as we grab the series results for our first 2 games, it's DC on top here, 24 total points. Serenity just out there by 1, and Red Rams with 22. Virtus.pro 20. Look, Crazy Raccoon though, your map 1 winners, just finishing out that top 5.
Below them, teams like KINOTROPE, Na'Vi, Oxygen, all reasonable starts to the day. And we did talk about this earlier, but Stormpoint really emphasizing some play styles over others, especially those that do look a little bit more kill hungry. For that fact, I am surprised to see, say, a squad like Serenity near the top, because they aren't really a super kill heavy squad, despite how many they managed to pick up last game. And I really wanted to come back to this, Tiff. I really wanted to come back to it, so just a second.
You got it.
Serenity have something that nobody else on stage has, nobody else at this LAN has.
What is it?
They've got a woman on their team.
Yes.
Not playing on the stage, but Tilted Winnie, their coach, one of the only women to attend an ALGS LAN since Poland.
Ooh, can we get some claps? I'm sorry, I heard a couple in the audience. I need some more. We gotta have it, let's go. But at the end of the day, guys, that is only map number 2 for groups A and B. We got more action to come, game 3, when we come back from this break. Serenity grab a couple of knocks, falls in the meantime, and this is Serenity's time to drop down from high ground, and they take map number 2. What's up, everyone, and welcome back to Los Angeles. It's the Year 4 Split 1 ALGS playoffs, and we have one more map left to go here on Stormpoint. Could not be more excited. We got Crazy Raccoon, map number 1, Serenity, map number 2. Who is taking map 3, Dia?
I wouldn't have predicted either of those squads to take map 1 or 2. So who's the squad that I wouldn't have predicted to take map 3 either? I probably wouldn't have predicted OMiT to take a map in the first 3. So I'm gonna go for OMiT for map 3. And if the trend continues, I'll be right. And if not, well, at least everybody heard my logic.
Hear me out. OMiT, they have this effect about them. And when they locked in OMiT as that org via the acquisition, right? OMiT acquired Electrify Steel Gaming, and now they're known as OMiT. The moment that name change came in was where we started to see an amp up from that roster. And I have just got to say, I think he might be onto something. Lufka has plenty of LAN experience, most notoriously known for his time competing on Ascend, but then you also have Light and Blast.
Yeah, and Light actually statistically has been really good in EMEA Pro League. I think has the, I'm gonna check, 4th highest DPS in the region. Being top 4 in anything is gonna be really good and has really impressed. I think the problem that I was anticipating out of OMiT moving into LAN is that they really skirt the line between a team that plays for hard zone. They're not like a Made in Heaven that really hard sends zone and then just wins from there. And they also don't prioritize God Spot very often when rotating in from the edge. They often are you know, moving it along with everyone else. If they end up in a good spot, they end up in a good spot, but they're not really going after these game wins with nearly as much intention as you'll see from other squads. So I'd be surprised to see it, but my expectations have been defied so far. Let's see what gets changed up as we drop into our first set of contests.
And with the plane line here favoring the northern side of the map, that contest at wall just starts throwing down, and Dexter using that Prowler to take down not one, but two members of Serenity, your map 2 winners. This is a complete different dynamic, but TYK, they need this considering where they have fallen on top of that series leaderboard.
Just watching, like, who does that? Who just takes down 2 people with a breath? That was Dexter. My metaphorical hat is tipped to you. TYK take probably the fastest contest that we've seen from them so far, but Disguised poked their heads in just a bit. Boogie hanging out for now, will unfortunately be full thirsted. And I feel like we've got just a little bit of a look from Disguised to see if they can pick up KP, but they shouldn't really be going for it.
No. Can we talk about Disguise for a second? Because it's only Timmy and Design that have extended out to get into the wall mix. There is still a player, enemy, back at North Pad, ready to make things happen for them. But for now, you mentioned they're not necessarily going to commit too much to that third party. And for now, one member of Serenity still stand. But we have to turn our sights over to what potentially happened for the checkpoint contest.
That's very true. Checkpoint contest has gone largely unnoticed so far, and it's because, well, it didn't happen. NTC dropped down in the hot dog buildings. I will remind everyone at home, or those that are unfamiliar, this is not a POI. This is not a place you want to drop, because it doesn't come with a lot of loot. But NTC's odds of surviving here, clearly better than they were in Checkpoint, at least to their own calculations. It will mean that both teams get to play a, in air quotes, regular game of Apex Legends, but I will say with NTC as close to Disguised as there are, I'm going to put a limit on how regular it's going to be.
Well, we get a good look at where that zone's starting to pull. It's going to favor your map 1 winners, Crazy Raccoon, who land in Command Center. We've seen them take a game that ended in Barometer that favored a little rotation. Now let's see how they fare off trying to defend that home turf. Red Rams in Lightning Rod will likely start positioning themselves towards that area where the zones kind of overlap on that northeastern side. But for all of our squads that have that hefty rotation of going from the further southern points that are that ultimate low ground of the map as a whole, it's never fun to rotate from south to north.
Well, and that's one of the benefits that LG has. I mean, we talked about Red Rams who land at Lightning Rod. From Zeus Station, it's basically the same thing. You play out of the high ground, and LG never want to be fighting uphill into anyone. So it's interesting that they've put themselves in this building. They're predicting, of course, that it'll pull over towards this area. And for a ring 1 like this, I dare say it's not a really bad guess, because it can't end up on the high ground in the mountains, and so most of the zone is excluded from possibility.
Cloud9 on their rotation. They're taking so much damage. They actually grab a knock onto Naughty from afar. Dexter, man, just making it all happen.
Are they gonna go for it? They're like 50-50. It's just like, do I, don't I? I think at this point the call is kind of don't I? C9's reset going off on the other side leaves them just fine. I mean, the Trident rotation getting stopped is mildly irritating, but C9 we're gonna have to get off pretty fast anyways, because going through wall and a Trident just is not a real strategy. They're gonna walk their way through here, and they're going to get back in the Trident. They've gotta go around wall now, surely.
Surely, but not done here for TYK. Yes, they weren't able to get that elimination, but we still have more squads making the push in Asia. Cracks 2 before falling. Now all falls onto Dexter and Zicky. Jen Burton will fall in.
Dexter's down.
Zero, man. Zero has to finish this off.
Still has Beast the Hunt ticking for a little while longer. Zero's going to abandon this. Not going to try and clutch up, not going to fight onto the high ground. 5 seconds left, and turning around for now. Maybe we go for a soft reset, but there's already a man advantage on the other side, and it feels like DarkZero just decided this is scuffed and would rather literally play it out as one person than go for the win in that fight.
I was curious if he was waiting for Sykes to try and crawl to some semblance of cover that he could work with, maybe get Sykes back on their feet. He grabbed the tack cooldown on the scan so we could play a little bit with the Nox gas traps and the scan. But TYK, they hit the Evo swap, manifest themselves onto purple, and keep moving. But for 2R1C, the only other lifeline in the lobby is going to be Micey. They have found themselves into Stormcatcher, but for now, this is going to be a very savory position for a lot of our squads that are still coming out of the southern side.
This is the 2R1C that I wanted to see at LAM, the squad that would take and win fights. Really important for them. As DarkZero does go down, I think we'll be reminded of how quick, or how important it is to take quick fights. And 2R1C's composition truly is built around that. You don't see Crypto Lifeline every day, and there's a pretty good reason for that. It's honestly not a great combination from the majority of teams, but 2R1C's game plan is pretty binary. If they see a team, they want to fight them, they press EMP and run at their faces. And that's something that Uchako and Micey have really worked well with Hyark on.
Well, let's see what KINOTROPE's able to do, working their way down the hill. They deal the finishing blow over towards Oxygen Esports. Now, mind you, we still have 18 squads left. DZ and Oxygen are the first two squads to hit back to the lobby, forced to watch the last map on Stormpoint for this series play out. For OneTappy, Miyake, Arufa, their journey's just beginning. We've already taken into the top 10, but that's not going to be enough for them. We're still trying to have that great solid game to really shoot themselves up the leaderboard into the top 3. Now, landing in Launchpad, we've already made our way just a little further north than we would have liked. We still have a while to go, and for LGMDY White, a lot of these teams that are kind of playing around that area, it's tough to get up there, to close that gap, the distance, especially when you're looking downhill in all these open spaces.
One of the most important things about a ring like this that's pulling up towards where we saw LG earlier in the Stormcatcher Thunderwatch, may Thunderwatch rest in peace area, is your use of evac towers and when that happens, because there's some of your, where they're one of your only tools to really access height. Virtus.pro, with a great strat here, do manage to keep a lot of that resource management game at bay, and they trade health for an evac tower. They say, we'd rather use meds, we'd rather tank zone, than use an evac to try and get up to the height. And I can't say that I fault them for it. It puts them in a good position to take perhaps the roof of former Thunderwatch and maybe even turn that into a couple more kills.
I'm very curious to see how this plays out. They are so mindful here, and elsewhere you see Navi's name out to the furthest right that could possibly happen. They went on one of the longest rotations outside of the circle to get to where Virtus.pro has positioned themselves. And I'm not sure if they're aware, and when I look at the kill feed and see Sharky go down, it just seems as if they were able to catch one of them off guard.
Doing the same play, and Virtus.pro, as you say, definitely got caught off guard. It's tough to see them use the evac tower. They tried so hard to avoid using, only to go down. Navi inherit this potential now. It's likely that they also choose to prioritize the high ground. They can take a fight, but Navi's focus should be on getting the roof of Thunderwatch and playing from there. There is a big threat, however. Any team that's coming from height off of Command Center up to the north, they're going to pose a really big problem to any squad that's trying to play low ground.
Cloud9 fallen to Red Rams, and this is the attention that we were looking at. OMiT picking up Red Rams, finding that KP. Look, your prediction might not have been so bad after all, because they found themselves in a very solid spot towards this next zone. But I'm very worried about our squads trying to come out of this corner of the circle. Now, Disguise, they've been showing their fighting prowess. It's been great, but we need to see them make it through that endgame, and this is the perfect zone for them.
Just a little while longer for TYK. They haven't had to move yet, which have transitioned from playing a very central area, picking up kills from the teams that pass by them, to now moving into the edge, where yes, they'll be lacking a little bit of information, but they absolutely have the KP to feel comfortable gambling with their lives, playing for the win. 5 kills so far, and with Geared being the squad to rotate by them, Geared with a member on 1 HP, Asia does so much damage to 2, but ultimately goes down. Dexter so far away. This could be it for TYK. They've made a critical positioning error.
The full comes in, and now Asia will be left into the lobby of the death box, and we pop the Beast of the Hunt. We hit the sweep onto goodbye, Zillage, but job's not done. Ziggy's got a PK. Going down, Retta. Yes, Panic grabs the trade, but at the end of the day, TYK will fall. Geared survive, despite it looking very scary.
They're going to be taken out by Liquid Alienware. Last member being chased down now is Geared. Will ultimately fall. Panic, the last member. But what a clutch from Panic to take it up against TYK. TYK have been on such a warpath in this game, in game number 3, that you've got to respect any squad that's able to take them down, and especially seeing Panic clutch it up. It does make me smile. Panic's one of the youngest and also one of the most talented players coming out of South America. He's only 18 years old, but is incredible on the controller. Very much proving it right there. Unfortunately, doesn't get to move it into the next ring. Liquid Alienware inherit the spot. They've got the survey beacon. They've got all the information on teams ahead of them. Let's see what they can do.
For Timmy and Enemy now working in tangent here, taking down the remnants of Never to Change and hitting the quick reset. You see where that zone is pulling, and look at where they need to go. We've got a couple chokes to try and filter through. It's like, which one is going to be our best course of action? Now, for those of you who may have forgotten, Crazy Raccoon is still in this lobby. They land in Command Center, and look at the space that they have taken for themselves. They have one member of the squad that is really looking northbound, holding that point from Disguised and OMiT. But when you're about to get hit from all fronts, I'm very nervous that Liquid Alienware on their rotation will really throw it down.
You know what's the perfect way to contextualize this? You remember the last game of Champs, where it was Startify TSM, and ultimately the drop down off the high ground changed everything, but there was a lot of high ground in off of the Command Center drop. It's the same area that Crazy Raccoon have. In fact, this appears to be almost exactly the same ring. 2R1C fly in on the grav cannon, actually do so pretty darn well. They're not going to be focused as so many squads are already sat in Thunderwatch.
Now LG, they called it, right? They were one of the first teams to make their way into Thunderwatch, and as that zone starts to favor that POI, all of these teams are going to start collapsing around each other. Na'Vi, the team that made that furthermost eastern rotation to really surprise the VP squad, but they're just all collapsing on each other. But for the squads that are running Conduit and have that Radiant transfer available to them, if we can start connecting some of these Amp Sentinel shots to whittle away at the health, it'll allow them just a moment of time to further the journey out. Now granted, they're still in this zone for the time being, but we've invested so much. The black hole comes down, and the Arcstar barrage to try and do as much as they can. Timmy falls, but Enemy picks up another.
This could be it. Designful could clutch this right now. Charge Sentinel comes out. Crazy Raccoon go down, and DSG win the fight for Tiff, one of the best spots in the game. Uncontestable high ground now for Disguised.
But it's not done, right? Because we've got this squad that's traversing the topography of Stormpoint through the caves, have the Trident, which is going to provide a bit of that audio cue that now we know, looking down on, that will be available for them. And it's tough, right? We're shooting out the traps, we're making our presence known. They're going to have to worry about the squad that wants to drop down from high ground. And I'm a little nervous. Oh, hey, KINOTROPE, let's go.
Will it be Reject or will it be DSG with a thirst on Disguised? It looks like Reject are the ones that'll actually be coming off the high ground. Will actually be, I think in the words of Onset, no, it was Gaskin coming down from the heavens. That appears to be Reject in this case. Disguised don't have a lot of options to fight this out anymore. They're already evacking away. You can see them in the sky above Liquid Alienware. It's the last two members of Disguised heading to the hills.
No, one didn't make it out. One did not get it on the evac. So we just see Disguised fall apart from Lufka, from Sungjun, and they will be done and dusted down to the final 9. Now, this OMiT pick that you had and the OMiT effect we were talking about, if there's one person I know that's very familiar with Thunderwatch endings, it's going to be Lufka.
You're right. Man, this is tough. OMiT are going to have to absorb the push. It'll probably be Reject the jump on them. That's what I'd be guessing, if anything, for now. Now, the other opportunity is that everybody leaves OMiT alone, and I do think that's a better situation for literally everyone involved. OMiT benefit, so do Liquid and Reject, because OMIT's unlikely to commit to the low ground if either of them fight. But if somebody takes a fight on OMiT on high ground, that's getting third party. Focusing on the low ground, however, KINOTROPE are starting to make their way into zone, and they are getting cut short in a big way.
And it's a Rufa. Last standing for this squad. At this point in time, when you see both of your squad mates, we do have the mobile respawn beacon available to them, but I don't think that there is any way we're recovering that banner, especially when they know exactly where a Rufa went, and it's just a matter of time before Aurora are able to take down the rest of them if the ring doesn't do it first.
Hasta la vista, baby. KINOTROPE go down. Aurora make their way to top 8. Not a lot of kills for Aurora so far, but as 2R1C fall, the placements just get better. And Aurora keep dialing in. They've got the next zone coming to them. Tiff, this is exactly the zone we talked about. The pulling just north of Thunder Watch. The drop down from height is going to mean everything, as will control of Lightning Rod.
Look, Hardeki already whittling down towards Navi, and also Impulse focusing on Luminosity. Some of these squads that have been here prior, and since a large majority walking in from Zeus. Now it's just everyone falling apart, and it's Yanya, Niezul, they're taking down OMiT. OMiT not going to be able to rotate towards that next area. But for Aurora, they have sent out their next target. It's going to be following Luminosity. We're trying to get into that next zone.
We called this out earlier, but when Liquid Alienware take a fight onto OMiT, surely there's a third party coming in after that. The low ground is exploding into chaos as Oirate takes down Funk. Aurora will take a short reset. They've already used Beast of the Hunt. They do not have this critical cooldown, and that is hamstringing their capabilities. Well, up on the height, this fight really does kick off, and Liquid Alienware have already lost two. Yanya tries to survive in the smoke and will do so for a little while, but it's temporary, Tip. Liquid Alienware have a limit on time.
Speaking of that, Luminosity does as well. They will fall. And now Yanya forced to play as a solo. And you can just hear all the audio cues around him, the feet shuffling. You're just like, please do not look over here. Just let me be. We were talking about legacies and wanting to create them, and you know, that's tough.
Teams have ignored Reject WINNITY's path into this game, however, and from the north, they have one of the best positions. Virtus.pro on low ground is only a duel, have such a limited ability to access this game, to influence it in any real way. It's Reject, who again are being ignored, that are likely going to come out on top of all this.
Natus, he's got 5 eliminations, 8 for the total squad. They clean up Navi, but this is where it's going to get tough. We have 4 squads remaining. Liquid Alienware's Yanya, the solo. Virtus.pro looks to be on the right side. Now, this is where Aurora is going to try and
Lifeline is down first.
That is always going to be a tough spot, right? But 9 Impulse does have potentially a smoke, but they're focusing on healing themselves up, maybe waiting for those to lock in behind the supply crate. But Yanya is going to be able to poke and prod, put damage on it, but then you've got the squad on the north, Reject, who just has lines of sight galore.
Reject, they know what's going on. There are drops on both sides. Aurora have to go for the reset. Ignore Reject. And I cannot believe they get this res off. Reject have taken so long to actually take space. And with Zhangzhu now on the side, they're going to have to create a team fight out of nowhere. Aurora have reset.
Yeah, but Reject's the same squad at map number 2 that leaves their building to take an engagement. But Obli opens it up, throws it down, cleans up Aurora in a blink of an eye. They do it!
Underestimating Reject. To quote Obli himself, you will regret. That was an incredible way to close out the game. Not because, importantly, Tim, not because of the actual end game finish. The last 3v3, it was okay. Actually, Reject made some pretty critical errors on timing. But what happened was all before that. What really determined the course of the game was when they were able to move on to hype. When Liquid Alienware took the fight on OMiT, saying, you know what, we can take whoever third party them. And they couldn't take it because it was Reject.
They needed to do exactly that. Ahead of this playoffs, I I had to ask some questions over to Reject to hear what they had changed post-champs to now for the playoffs. And a lot of that came with OMiT prior felt pressured to not only perform with those eliminations, but stay on the top of his game as that IGL, micromanaging a lot. But that's where, you know, you've got that teammate, Songjun, to make a lot of those other important calls, to relieve OMiT from that pressure of feeling like you have to do everything. And when you have a trio that you trust, and we already highlighted with Wigan Greek interviewing Karampe, they have that duo-ship. So really creating that trio and showing out in groups. Now granted, it's just the start, but this is where you start fleshing some things out and you know what works and being adaptable, being aggressive and getting that. But I'm really curious to hear what the desk's got to say about it. So Glitter, you tell us.
Thanks so much, Tiff and Dia. Fantastic job on those first 3 matches here of this series. And we knew groups were going to be chaotic. A lot of the teams that we actually spoke about did well. Some, on the flip side, not. Let's dive into it. Okay, first of all, closing out the day, Hotsick, you had mentioned them. Reject WINNITY coming out on top.
No, absolutely. I mean, that was a really good showing. As Dia pretty much mentioned, they won that game the second they took Team Liquid out from the high ground there, as they were trying to push onto a mid. So huge awareness to realize that that is the game-winning spot, and that's the spot that they need to play for. So great job by Reject. It did seem like they kind of mistimed that push a little bit on the end, but the important thing is they were controlling most of the zone. So they didn't have to necessarily make the first move unless they had a really big opening, in which they did. But a little bit of mistime on that last push, but still well played overall.
Yeah, I mean, really solid performance, at least to start off the series. Now we're obviously going to be switching maps in just a little bit here, but at least those first 3 Storm Point matches are out of the way and people are feeling really confident. Speaking about some of these other squads who also had a strong performance, we did see some moments there out of Liquid Alienware, and that was a squad that you had mentioned as well, Zephyr.
It has been kind of a slower start here, but being the best North American team to come out at least right now in Groups A versus B, we finally saw signs that showed a bit of the life there, especially in our most recent game. Granted, we expect a little bit more from this roster, especially when it does come to some of those 3v3 situations, but ultimately, in the end, they are staying competitive in comparison to at least, well, some of the rest.
And then a squad that I think we didn't even really get to highlight at all here, Lace, but really showed up so far in the series is Virtus.pro. Tell me about them.
Yeah, I kind of feel like a little bit of a proud mama watching my boys grow up. But you know what, this team I've been watching for a little bit, it was really nice that they actually got picked up by an org. So you can know that their cohesion and everything that they're doing in this game is just being outstanding. To come actually, you know, be on the main stage and to land, but to watch these guys just actually pull it together. You know, as an Aussie, we kind of like love to yell at each other in a bit of banter, but their, like I said, their cohesion and playing today is exceptional.
And then let's talk about some of the squads that we are going to be looking to pick up that performance when we head into World's Edge as well, because there are some teams I think we saw go out a little bit earlier than maybe we would have liked. I know specifically for you, Zephyr, 2R1C.
Oh.
That had to sting a little.
It stings for me, especially as like the die-hard 2R1C fan, but optimally, especially for a lot of these teams in EMEA, that's one that had, especially towards the end of the split, really started to ramp and understand kind of this sense of macro. That was super, super good. And while we don't see the further display kind of past the regionals, it just goes into this emphasis of you never know what to expect, especially once we get to the group stages here. Those that find their way into repetitive second, thirds, or fourths during a regular split are in a completely different world. I mean, talk about Aurora.
Absolutely. Well, let's start confirming some of these numbers here. We'll start things off by taking a look at those match results and see where everybody landed. You mentioned Aurora. 10 kills to their name for a 19-point second place finish, which is not too shabby when you look at where Reject WINNITY ends up at 20. So very, very top heavy here, but we also mentioned Liquid Alienware. All these squads having a really strong third match so far. But talk to me about some of these other teams on the first page here, Hotsick, that also still at least kept themselves in the running.
Yeah, one of the biggest standouts for me is LG. They dropped Zeus Cannon, which is really close to that ending. Granted, that zone, if I don't recall if they had a beacon or not, but anyone that hit that beacon and saw zone 2, their heart probably skipped a couple beats, because that was a horrible zone to have to guess on where it's gonna, which side it's gonna end on, because if you're on the wrong side, you're just not gonna come out on top. LG did guess it right. They were, I believe, in Stormcatcher, but I don't think I was surprised to see. I figured there was going to be more point production out of them because it was a zone that they did have a little bit of priority to, and that they called right. So curious to see if they can kind of pick it up a little bit.
And as we take a look at the second page here as well, a couple squads struggling in this third match, still able to get some kills on the board there for Geared Gaming and Tom Young Kung, but we do see DZ in that 20th position, but they also had such stellar performances in some of the other matches, so they're still in a really solid spot right now, Lace.
Yeah, look, I was watching them, and it was kind of like we had a group of Australians versus C9 in that last sort of situation. But when you think DarkZero is about to go down, they end up absolutely wiping and resetting. I have watched them, and they just reset like it's butter. So it was really good to see them sort of like perform in number 2. But you know what? Not a great game of match number 3 for them, but that's fine. They definitely pulled it together there. But also, you know, if we could touch on Serenity, in our second match as well. They actually versed Tom Young Kung right at wall, right? So they actually had a bit of a rotate to make it to Beast. But the fact that C9 sort of solidified themselves inside the Beast to allow Serenity to take the height. Like the first thing we're taught about Apex is God spot, take the height. But you know, C9 made an interesting choice, went into the Beast and then made Serenity take the height, took the win.
Yeah, I'm excited when we get an opportunity to take a look back at that as well. Before we do that, let's take a look at the series results and see where everyone is kind of standing in that overall after our first 3 matches here for groups A and B. At the top of the table, it is Reject WINNITY at 27, followed very closely by lots of scary squads, Zephyr.
This is probably the most balanced that we have ever come into a third series here. The difference between, of course, the top and the bottom is literally just 9 points between that and first. That's not even something that I usually say a happy win. You don't need a happy win to even top out on the board right now. For the majority of these teams, we've seen some of their glorious and some of their failures in all 3 of our games. No one has particularly stood out among the rest yet.
And then when I'm taking a look at the second half of the series results here, Hotsake, something that's really jumping out at me is the fact that we've got the likes of Disguise, Tom Young Kung, with some serious KP on the board, just not able to nail down their placement points.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is actually like the way you want to look at some of those numbers sometimes is, again, you have to look at the zones that they had in front of them. The games 2 and 3 had really hard kill zones. And what I mean by that is after showing like zone 2, zone 3, the POIs that are available and open to actually be able to be occupied are not going to be in that zone 4, zone 5, which means everyone's going to have to rotate. Like game 2, if you look at a lot of teams, I don't know if they thought it was going to be checkpoint and they kind of just gambled, or if they just had no choice. Sometimes that is the case. They have to rotate out of checkpoint. I mean, you saw on the northeast side that massive pile of death boxes. The same thing with zone, like you said, game 3. When you see those zones, it's just you realize I can't really get a good spot here, so I just have to kill everything in front of me, and that's what some of these teams are doing.
You have to do the best with what you have been given in every single situation. That adaptability is so core to what Apex Legends is as far as this esport is going. Now, I want to get one more thought from you here, Lace, before we go to the next part. Now that we see where everyone is heading into World's Edge, who do you think can really pick it up?
You know what, and it's always like that. You change maps and teams sort of change their compositions, but look, I'm still going strong with DarkZero at the moment. Like they had a really good game on Storm Point, and I know that they can be an incredibly tough team. And like I spoke about, they're great at resetting. We go to a smaller map, we go to World's Edge, and I just know that they're going to be able to dominate on that map. So I'm still itching for them.
I love it. I love it. Well, something that we had seen last year was our Positive Player Award, and that's going to be returning again this time around. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, let's check this out.
So, Hero, what's the plan? Let's do some shopping.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You ready for another round?
Now, as you see there, the nominations are open July 5th. Verholz was the winner in NA, so you guys can participate and give us your thoughts on who you think should be winning that this time around. But if you are here in the Galen Center with us in LA, there is so much to do throughout the venue, so many things to check out. So let's throw it over to Peeps and see one of the many cool things that we have in store.
What up, everybody? I'm We the People. I am here at the Battle Beaver booth at ALGS LAN in LA, one of the sickest booths they have here. They have setups where you could 1v1 somebody or play some Apex. They also have exclusive ALGS controllers and PlayStation 4, PS5, and Xbox. And if you're not here at LAN and you want one of these controllers, you go to battlebeaver.gg/ALGS to pick one up. Come check out the booth. I'll see you here. Yo, what y'all think?
Love that, okay? Make sure you guys are interacting with everything we've got going on here at the Galen Center. You know, hanging out with your friends, meeting the pros, meeting the casters. We've been wandering around. It's really, really fun. And it's only the first day, all right? We still have so much action in store, whether that's in this series, the rest of today, or the rest of the weekend. So hopefully you are going to join us and experience everything you can here at our ALGS Split 1 playoffs. But it is time to get into the second half of our series right now, which means World's Edge is ready to go. Our casters are ready to go. Let's dive into it.
Oh, we're so ready for this. Stormpoint was a lot of fun, but World's Edge, I can promise you it's going to be even more fun now because we're going to find out what those final standings look like when we get these 3 games done and dusted. Dan, it's good to be back, man. It feels like we've had a bit of a break, refreshed.
A bit of a rest, ready to just
drink,
yell about some video games again. And honestly, there's going to be a lot to yell about. You saw how close the leaderboards were after those first 3 games. It is going to be tight going into World's Edge. And there are, as I always say, some teams that are now going to benefit from the change.
Yeah, certainly are indeed. And I think the biggest thing to talk about there is, like quite rightly you said, how tight the leaderboards are. There's just 1 or 2 points, it feels like, between every single position on that leaderboard. And that means as we go into match 4, 5, and 6, as you can see on this graphic, is going to be World's Edge. It means one big game can put you up into those upper echelons of that leaderboard, and you can kind of relax a little bit and say that your work's done.
And there are 4 teams in this lobby who have really benefited from World's Edge throughout the regular season. Reject WINNITY, Disguise, Red Rams, and Cloud9. Now, of course, Reject WINNITY are leading at the moment, so they're going to be more than happy with their performance. As we look at some of the drop spots throughout World's Edge, we are going to have a couple of contests. We think Aurora versus Red Rams at Climatizer is going to be one of them, and that is a mouth-watering affair.
That looks really fun to watch. I don't know about everyone else. That's going to be a real battle to see who comes out on top at Climatizer. Elsewhere, you have NTC and OMiT having a little battle, which is going to be over a Harvester potentially as well. But I've got to be honest, I'm only kind of interested in this first game in that one contest. I think it's going to be an amazing one.
One note is Fragment is currently free. You might have noticed it as we were scanning over the skyline here of World's Edge. So if you do lose those battles, if you aren't winning your contest, maybe you just resort to going to Fragment. I know it's not the most desirable POI as it once was in its glory days, but I personally would rather have a free POI than having to fight another squad every single time.
It's interesting how that's developed, right? I mean, like you say, Fragment used to be the POI, and now as the meta has changed and the Zero has become more and more important to pick up on your way towards zone, it's almost like a longer path that you can establish becomes more important, right? Interesting to see DSG as well, of course, dropping, where we've seen them drop on land for quite some time over at Thermal Station as well, and that was one of the biggest stories coming out of the ALGS Championship, right? Alliance and DSG having that battle, and DSG, they've won it, and even when we see the 2 groups go up against each other a little bit later in the tournament, I think they pretty much claimed it over Alliance as well.
Yeah, and I mean, 60% of Disguise points have come from World's Edge, and for good reason. Thermal is just a very powerful POI to be dropping at. They fought for it tooth and nail, and now they've been rewarded for it. Whether they will stay there throughout the entire tournament, who knows? There's going to be other teams, of course, that will be contesting them, and we've already seen Alliance look very good so far. There's the contest you were speaking of between NTC and OMiT, and I'm excited to see, you know, I think that Harvester's an interesting POI to try and share. It's a fight that isn't going to be a fun one if you are competing in it, but it is going to be an enjoyable one to watch.
It was also one of the craziest contests that we saw, the Aurora DarkZero contest that went over a Harvester quite some time ago. The POI has changed for sure since then, and certainly both teams have decided it's not the POI for them in this split, but it's going to be, I think, some really important games here because nobody's really stood out in this lobby, it felt, so far. Yes, it's only a small sample size. It's only 3 games, but when we saw C versus D a little bit earlier on, it felt like a couple of teams were stepping up to the plate. They were really kind of putting on a performance and saying, hey, we're kind of going into the second half of this series feeling confident, looking good, knowing that we haven't got to do too much, where I'm looking at this lobby, I'm looking at the leaderboards, I'm looking like everybody has to put in a game if they want to be up there.
And it's surprising when I looked at the comparison between C and D and A and B, we had 4 regional final winners in Group B. So that in right now, 4 of our regional finalists, that means that you would imagine the most consistent teams coming into today, right? The most on fire, informed teams. Doesn't seem to be the case. They don't seem to have found that same form, and that's what can happen. The distance between our regional finals coming into LAN, the scrims, the practice that happens, and introducing other international teams you haven't competed against that might be taking your drop spots. Suddenly, that form you had in your own region, you have to rethink it. You have to start to redesign and reimagine how you want to approach the game.
We'll have to look at how compositions do waver as well as we change over maps. We're always interested to see if there's any off-meta picks that we're going to see coming through. Just having a little look at the moment, it doesn't look like there is anything too crazy. No surprise to see Hardek is still on the lifeline as well, but that contest is going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing if Red Rams run something, if they do throw a conduit in there, if Aurora are going to stick with that composition, just confident that they'll win the fight without having to have the conduit as part of their lineup. And we'll have to see how that goes. But DarkZero, we've seen some good moments as well. Some beautiful Kraber shots coming out of Zero. By the way, we were all in the green room watching him play on his player cam. We were like, how is he even hitting these shots? Because his hair was like completely in his eyes. I mean, maybe I'm not.
It's not something you have to worry about, really, is it?
Yeah, I saw that one coming. Yep, sorry, my bad.
But I mean, it is surprising. That's why we started to see players add like hairbands and stuff, right? Just to ensure that they can get the hair out of their eyes. And it's also another chance to design extra things if you are a sponsor of a team and you have that idea to put it forward. But yeah, in terms of composition, you mentioned Lifeline. I think that one of the problems for Aurora so far is Lifeline has been the first character going down, right? The first legend to fall, and that's not what you want from your Lifeline. You need Lifeline staying alive and surviving. But it can also be a massive thing in a contest as well if you play the Lifeline correctly. So we'll have to keep keen eye on Aurora if they are able to get in a position to utilize Lifeline.
That's very true. I apologize for the little wait here. We've got one player who's got a little bit of an issue going down. That is not how you should use hand warmers, by the way. However, who am I to tell you how to use hand warmers? Use them how you want.
Is he
might
all
actually
right?
be calling patches?
Can we check in on him? Is that like... If you look at the terms and conditions on the back of the it probably says don't put them in your eyes. So
specifically says if you're in an ALGS tournament, do not put them behind your glasses.
It could really hurt you. So yeah, we'll make sure he's okay. But yeah, apologize for the player issue. I think it's us. We're cursed. This happened to us earlier on when we came into the broadcast as well. So maybe it's just our fault, but that does mean we can wag our chins a little bit. But I am saying, Mark, that when we look at this entire group, we look at Group A and B, there are points to be had now here, I think, as we move over to World's Edge. There hasn't been a clear leader that you were speaking of, but that means that someone has the chance to step up to the plate now and could make a real lead going into World's Edge.
We're hearing one player is on their way back to their booth right now, and we should be just moments away from getting in. You can see that the most of the players and teams already locked on their Legends select screen. But who's been, I know we've still got 3 games to go, who's been impressing you most? Because we've seen everyone play at this point, and is anyone who's stood out to you team-wise, or maybe even just player-wise, that you think, they've looked pretty scary so far?
I think Red Rams really took this group by storm. I was maybe not expecting them to have the performance they did in the opening games, as that's a banana in the crowd. You've got to be careful. And I do think that Red Rams, yeah, they should be a team that has to be watched out for when we get to World's Edge here, because if they can find that same consistency they had in the opening games, then a real threat to this entire leaderboard.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think one team who impressed me a little bit earlier as well was Alliance. I thought they looked really scary, really scary. And most importantly, I think for Alliance as well, very showing good conviction in those end games, which has sometimes been a little bit of a flaw for them. But enough about what we saw earlier. It's time to look to the future. It's time to look to the now as the Legend Select is locked in. The game is just moments away, and I'll look at the DSG as well. I feel like DSG have got some good moments in them here.
I'm seeing a lot of the usual Bloodhound, Bangalore, and Caustic. Don't think we're going to be seeing any Pathfinders like we did, a few Cryptos or a Wonton as well. So, okay, we've got a couple of Horizons to feature. So it's not going to be all the same across the board. I mean, that would be something. I don't think we've ever seen that in ALGS, where it's exactly the same composition, 100% across the board. But match 4, we're underway. We're into World's Edge, and I cannot wait to see how these contests are going to go down, because we've got some spicy ones.
Well, we mentioned keeping an eye on teams. Maybe DarkZero is going to be the team to watch. And Zero specifically, you can see he was the highest damage dealer in the North American Split 1 with over 40,000 damage done over the 43 games. So good on that Bangalore, getting in and out of those fights, dealing damage, allowing Jemberton and Sykes to move in to clean it up, and then coming back in if needed to re-engage and clean up those final pieces of damage. And Zero, we know he's one of the best in the world. Well, is this going to be him leading his team to 3 of those great games that we know that DarkZero can have as we head into World's Edge?
And I'm just looking across. Looks like Harvester might be okay, and Red Rams, are they going to be on their own as well? So no Aurora are there. Never mind. This is going to be a contest happening over towards Climatizer. This is what we expected, and you can see the Spitfire in the hand. Does have a lot of ability to have that clip, but not much ammo to work with.
Well, this is interesting. Oh, the first knock's going to come in. All right, has gone down already. And I was going to say it's interesting because you are seeing what I would describe as a very contest-heavy composition here for Red Rams. You have the Conduit and you have the Horizon, both in position. And with that first knock, you have to fancy Red Rams to win this one.
It's similar to what we saw earlier with Pathfinder coming into the equation. And, an attack from the above. And it is going to be as simple as that. Nineimps gets taken down.
Oh, Hardeki's a good player, and he is the last alive, but he will be going down in just a few moments, you would imagine. But Hardeki somehow actually, hold up, excuse me, has a Peacekeeper, and I should know better. However, this should be the final moment. Oh, Hardeki's still alive. He's still alive. What is going on? Oh no, Hardeki's still alive, by the way, and Nightingale is alive as well. This is falling apart for Red Rams.
Well, Aurora have done so well to rescue this one. Nightingale back on his feet. This is the benefit of having the lifeline staying alive, and Hardeki able to escape there, managing to get back as a 2, but you can see Red Rams also a 2. So what was a 3 versus 1 temporarily, now a 2 versus 2, and this has really gone south.
That really shouldn't have happened. That was one to go back and VOD review, I think, for Red Rams, but this isn't done as yet. You can see neither team has managed to pick those banners up as yet. However, there might be the ability, of course, of the Conduit to go and craft those banners as Red Rams now look to re-engage themselves. Looking across the ammo is always an interesting thing to keep your eye on as well in these close fights that happen off the rip. Looks like there is enough for Red Rams to get this job done, but Aurora seem to be scarpering away for now.
All the meanwhile, by the way, circle-wise, we're probably heading down somewhere towards Geyser and Grandma's house. So that's where the rotation's going to be for now, but we're just going to keep an eye on how this contest goes, because it's taken a long time, and you got to be careful, because there is KN in the area. They dropped over towards Survey Beacon, so they would have heard all this commotion still going on.
Might be time to get out of here for Aurora, and I think that might be the call coming in from Nightingale. You can see they're back on the gondola. And haven't paid the fare. It looks like they are able to get out of position. And from there, you can see the attempted respawn was coming in with a mobile on top for Red Rams. And it's going to be Tico-chan now, who is the last alive. So Aurora, you would... I mean, it's very difficult to say who won that contest. I don't think really anyone did.
I feel like Aurora will feel like they won it based off what happened. And this is what I was mentioning then, the circle and where we're going. You can see early movers, OMiT, 2 Rats, 1 Controller, MDY White, and Cloud9 already featuring in the circle. So they'll be able to hunker down and set themselves in a fantastic spot to get to late game. Down at Big Mord, Tom Young-Kung have had the ability to get ring console as well, so they'll be able to move quickly through that path and maybe take the choke point on the south side of Geyser.
One team is going to have some difficulty, though, is DarkZero. It's quite the travel for them, but we do know they will be looted. They have ring console, they have Survey Beacon, they have another ring console on Survey Beacon, Alarm Fisher. Plenty of ways to get over. Yeah, I mean, they're going to be purple, possibly even reds when they approach the zone. So for DarkZero, there's the opportunity, of course, to fight their way in. OMiT, though, they've got to be careful. Lufka has the shield stripped away, but not his life for now.
You can see Blast was very low. S2R1C also have to be careful. Just getting out of dodge, and they should be able to reside here for quite some time. This is quite a commanding position that they find themselves in, but also a desirable one. So it means that other teams may try and take it off them, but having the ability to have the ramp up, put the walls up, it's going to be near impossible for teams without the right kind of siege weaponry and abilities to do so.
Yeah, OMiT also have that Loba, so they're going to be able to make sure that anyone who's going down is going to be able to be looted without them having to overextend from any positions that they are holding down. So it's just going to be the long game for them. Securing that position has allowed them to play that. VP, though, been a little bit quiet in this game so far, but they're in a pretty good spot. Not quite in the overalls, though. Third position as it stands at the moment. Na'Vi inside of the triple stack building here over at Skyhook, and, excuse me, over at Stacks. And looking to fight their way in. At the moment, it looks like there's a couple of teams in front of them. Liquid Alienware are just behind them. LG are having a little poke at this as well, and Tom Young-Kung. So a lot of teams in the vicinity here, and I think that's why you see Na'Vi make the call to, hey, let's just bunker down for a second before we become the team who gets pins.
You were speaking about the overalls. There's only 8 points between 1st and 10th at the moment. This group is by nowhere near won by anyone. Like, if you are in 1st, you could still be finishing in the bottom 10 after these next 3 games. So there is a real opportunity for someone, and maybe one of our World Edge teams, to really show off and make a difference. As you can see, Oxygen also making their way to feature just over on the eastern side of Lava Siphon here. And in the kill feed, it's Aurora again losing a rain. So they were able to get him back up, but for only a short time, sadly.
Well, Oxygen picked up a couple of kills there on their way to securing one of these buildings on the outer side. BP trying to move in still, and they're going to be neighbors for quite some time. Back over to Stack Zone, you can see that Na'Vi is still up on this high ground, but the zone is forcing this fight now, as everybody's going to have to drop to stay safe.
Yeah, they have to take it.
And Tough is going to pop that Beast of the Hunt, and they are going to full send this. Oh, wow. And it's going to be Team Liquid Alienware, and Tyler left on his own. The zone might do all the damage. It's a 1v1. Jaguares has to hit the syringe to stay alive, and will manage to do so. Is anyone else still in the vicinity to try and look at this? Tom Young-Cook might be having a little look, and this might be a case of a surprise coming around the corner.
What a fight, though, and what an ambush it was from Team Liquid Alienware. Just have one player, the Bloodhound, just around the corner, waiting, baiting. But sadly, it's all going to be for nothing, it would seem, because TYK have arrived, and TYK want to put this one to bed. Elsewhere, Never to Change just got eliminated as well. 17 squads now remain, because we do get confirmation. Liquid Alienware, they fought.
So the battle for Stacks is going to be won by Tom Young-Cook. But now they're going to have to work their way a little bit more towards zone through Siphon, and you can see it's moving away from Siphon a little bit, and quite right, like you said, the bar and Grandma's house is going to be a really good position to hold. The interesting thing for me is what happens to the next zone, right?
Yeah.
Are we going to pull in towards Geyser a little bit? Is it going to pull back towards the north side of Lava Siphon, or is it going to be on that ridge line that we know a lot of teams are banking on at the moment? Third beacon info could be very important here.
And a team that is going to have it, DarkZero, they just went down towards Landslide, were able to get that beacon information, and it's going to be quite intriguing to see where DarkZero position themselves, because they're going to be one of the few teams that have it, as well as Aurora that you just previously pointed out to me. They're going to have the opportunity to do so as well.
Back up to 3 as well, Aurora as well, and it's one thing to be a team who isn't, comfortable with playing Edge. Well, Aurora built for the Edge at the moment, and with all 3 of them still alive, they'll know how to work their way in from this position. DarkZero, like you mentioned, they are doing something similar at the moment. And we mentioned how they're going to have a very comfortable time collecting Evo on their way towards this zone. You can see all in purple at the moment, and you would imagine not too far off Reds.
Couldn't quite see on the map whether they had Ring Console information. You'd imagine they would have, but maybe they went a bit sooner.
This is Tom Young-Cook versus Crazy Raccoon. This was the fight we were kind of alluding to on the other side of Stacks. Users looking to move in here, has the vault. So any close range battles, he'll be in a good position to do that damage, and there comes the first knock. It's going to be Dogma, who does get it. The second one will come in as well, as he manages to pick up his second, and Dogma's looking for all 3 here. Has a little tiptoe in and around the zone. Ziki, he's only got around 50 HP to play with, and you imagine that Crazy Raccoon should be able to clean this one up.
Crazy Raccoon started this series so well with a victory in Game 1, and they'd love to replicate that in Game 1 of World's Edge here, as they will wipe Tom Young-Cook. And I tell you what, they've got a different kind of competition as well, utilizing the raids maybe for a little bit of movement later on to try and manipulate the map in any way they would like. But LG had a sniff, but they didn't really like the smell. So they said, let's just leave this one for now. We can just hold this ridge.
Yeah, LG are just thinking, hey, let's think about not just what's happening now, but also this position for the next rotate. They had a look, they still have that high ground, and they can certainly hold CR out still. Elsewhere in the area, you can see Disguise Toaster in and around this little choke as well. So LG backing out of that situation, realizing there's a few too many teams for us to feel comfortable taking a fight. Back to DarkZero in their path, though, as we see MDY White as well. They might be about to engage, and Zero's up to red.
And so Zero and DarkZero did have ring information, and it is going to be kind of still in between Geyser and Lava Siphon at the moment. It hasn't really swung either way. Still pretty central, so those who did commit to the likes of Grandma House are just on the edges of Geyser are fine, but also those who committed to the edges of Lava Siphon also fine. It's a circle that works out for everyone right now, but again, it can still move either east or west here.
Package is going to come in here, and what have we got? We got an Evo cash available, so that's going to be another member, you would imagine, of DarkZero getting up to red Evo.
And DarkZero were one of the first teams with the changes to Evo that really showed us how to get everyone up to red, starting from up towards Trials, right? They were just finding every possible way to make that Evo just raise ever so slightly, even if it was just scanning a package in the sky, for example. They knew that every little bit could help, and it really has helped, and they are going to be a very impressive force when they get involved in any fight here with the armors they've been able to build up. But they're not the only team who knows how to do it nowadays. You see Geared Gaming also with a red to work with as well.
Well, as far as the zone is concerned, we were saying Grandma's house is the place to be. Well, that is still going to be the case. It looks like it might actually pull down just underneath for the end zone, down into the low ground between Geyser and Lava Siphon. KINOTROPE, though, they're trying to take this fight right now. Okay, taking some damage himself, and now he's going to be last alive. How to use his barrel for cover. Funk for LG, trying to use the knockdown shield for cover himself, but the gold knockdown shield is going to allow him to fly out, but no! He's not done yet. KINOTROPE, they live to fight another day.
The Havoc does rip through, but sadly you're on almost 0 HP here. Have you got enough? Have you got the ability to even contest with this one? Well, you might get the chance to get a bat off as well. Sadly, Sweet had to back away. It's red versus purple, not much health on either side, but it is a 1v1.
Is he going to be able to stick this? He's got the gold. Reds as well, which means that Slayer's going to come back with some health to fight with. However, you can see the indication is there's a third party on the horizon. Sweet has to take this, but can't win it. And it's BK who wins it. However, that will be them finally falling. BK's still alive, by the way. I don't know how he's doing this, but the man's a magician inside this snake build.
Yeah, it was MDY White who just came from behind there, and sadly, it was the demise of LG, and they will not be particularly happy about that one, asking why on earth MD White decided they wanted to send it, but MDY White said, hey, this seems like a free spot that we can take. There's so much confrontation that's happening in the building. Why not get involved? So you've got MDY White in the southern building of Geyser, DarkZero on the northern side.
How has this happened, by the way? Aurora, who spent a long time on a contest that we're kind of giving them shading. You know, we're giving it to them, but it was very, very close. They've lost multiple players and had to go out of their way to res. They now find themselves inside of zone with Hardeki on red. This is a wonderful rotation from them, and somehow they've managed to not only survive, but it looks like they're thriving here as well.
And I feel like this is a tournament where Aurora really could be a genuine threat to every other region and a real possibility of winning the entire thing if they can play the way they did throughout the regular season. Now elsewhere, you can see DarkZero starting to walk up onto Geared here. They really want to take this fight. They've noticed they've had to back them up almost into a pen here, and you can really destroy a team if you get in the right angle.
Well, there's the scan off the back of the smoke. They're trying to get that first knock. You see they were death balling together, all trying to focus one player. Now they're going to have to wait for that next scan, however. They're forced into this fight, though, because there's 1 minute and 15 seconds left on this zone. And DarkZero are not safe for now. That gen is slowing everything down, though. They can't use utility to flush them out. They can't use that caustic goal. It's all going to be eaten up as finally KINOTROPE will be going.
There's other teams that heard what was happening, and it's actually Cloud9 who are having a little look at this one, saying, well, if you're going to take that long in the fight, we might just poke in. We might just join you in this stake. And they've actually forced DarkZero outside now.
This is where the best IGLs earn their money, when you're in these tough spots trying to navigate the traffic. And Zero, the man on your screen, he's got his hair out of his eyes, and I'm sure the gears of his brain are working hard right now to think about how to maneuver him and his two teammates through. He's going to have a little bit more time to think about it right now as we have a pause in the action.
So we get a little pause by the admins. Could be a technical difficulty for one of the players. We'll get confirmation shortly, but it is the benefit of having a pause in this game. So it does give us time to kind of look at the map overhead and see where everyone was residing. We had a lot of commotion that was happening in Geyser there.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams who, like you say, are trying to work their way through Geyser just because they would have seen like the amount of traffic that was in and around Grandma's house up on that ridge. But I think for some teams, they might be waiting to see where that traffic ends up going. And we don't want to obviously give too much away in the pause menu here for the teams who are on our main stage. But there's a couple of teams who are in very good positions that we haven't even mentioned as yet. But it's fascinating to watch, isn't it? When you see teams trying to work their way through one choke that's available, and there's 3 or 4 teams. Like, it's not about taking the fight sometimes, it's about starting the fight and then getting out, surviving, and coming back in to be the third party. DarkZero tried to do that on a couple of different occasions there, but just weren't quite able to create that opening.
Can we talk about Aurora again? What a journey they've had in this game. I mean, the fact that they were down to 1, Hardeki survives, gets them back up to 2. They go back up to 3 temporarily, they lose OJ Rain again, and then suddenly they are back on our screens as a full 3. Like, it really is the advantage of having that support legend on your roster so that you can craft those banners and you can get back into the game. But the fact they've been able to do so also just shows what a powerful squad they are, the damage output you have to guard your teammates when they are spawning.
I will say, by the way, that Aurora shouldn't probably been allowed to do that. Hardeki did some crazy stuff with a Peacekeeper, and that's what he does, right? He's just got that aura about him sometimes in those battles. If it's anyone else, sometimes you feel a little more confident, but he just has this, he almost seems to just rise to the occasion. He lives for the occasion where he's in a disadvantageous position. He can just clutch up and do something magical. And if Aurora do manage to get into a position to win this game and put themselves into a great point scoring position, I mean, Nine Impulse and Oirain, they've got to look at him and go, thank you, buddy. That's why you're on the team.
Thankfully, when we have a pause,
here we go.
A countdown that lets you know when the pause is going to be unpausing. Red Rams get eliminated just as they get back into things, and now DarkZero are going to be just about okay here. It was looking a little bit dicey before the pause, but they're able to escape, and they're able to put themselves in a great spot now.
Aurora have been eliminated, so for all of the good work we were doing in building up them having a good end game, it's not going to happen this time around. However, they did still get a few points in this game, remember, but not into that top 10, which is so coveted. Look at C9, though. They're trying to make those rotations across the open ground, and Zero, well, he sees this as an opportunity for free KP if they can get that knock, but no. C9 will just about manage to get to that ridge line and stay alive.
This is vintage DarkZero, by the way, in an advantageous position with 3 reds and watching every angle, almost shooting everyone in the lobby, it would feel like at the moment. They just have to be aware of this dive that could happen, but they take out the drone. That was massive.
Reject WINNITY have gone down as well. And the scan that came in from DarkZero and Zero himself on the Bloodhound just means that team has to drop off the high ground now, which gives them a little bit more time to reset. They can walk this in and try and clean up the damage that's going down on that low ground. That's exactly what they're going to do. 2R1C, they're gone as well. MTYY, they're eliminated. That's the team that's down on the low ground. And now DarkZero, having survived, looking for the final player. Sykes can't find him initially, but there is the last member of Geared Gaming. It's more KP here for DC.
Yeah, that was a full set. DarkZero knew they had to take out anyone that was below them because they could become a problem later. Now they're looking over towards Cloud9. They're their next point of contact and their next big threat, but they're not going to be a threat shortly. They're eliminated. DarkZero into the top 6.
And OMiT doing a little bit of work from the high ground there for DarkZero as well. Just helping them out to deal with Cloud9, and there is the team we were talking about, but look at the armor discrepancy between the teams. Elsewhere, on the north side of Siphon, this is the landscape, this is the team. And the collection of teams who are going to be trying to win this fight on this side of zone. Whoever comes out on top from these 3 or 4 teams that's left is going to have a great opportunity to close this game out.
Look where that circle's going as well. It's ending in no man's land. They are going to have to go down into that ditch, all these teams, and you can see a lot of fights happening before this actual circle gets the chance to close. As Sykes has just gone down, OMiT aren't doing a job, Zero's fallen as well, and suddenly this could be the demise of DarkZero, maybe in 6th position here.
DarkZero just caught in such a horrible position. It's DSG who are putting pressure onto them, as well as OMiT from this high ground. And how things have changed in the last few seconds, right? We had blue, blue, purple. Now you've got red, purple, purple, and OMiT suddenly look like a potential game winner. If they can clear this side and walk in and use these rock formations down on the low ground, then they might be in position to maybe close this out themselves. Elsewhere, DarkZero are desperate to try and get this reset down under that tree root. They've got the smoke down. You can see Designful doesn't want to let it happen. He wants to swing on this and make sure that DarkZero are not a problem.
Well, that's because it's their biggest threat, right? They have an amazing opportunity disguised with the position they find themselves in, but we'll turn our rotations back to the west because Serenity, Virtus.pro, and Oxygen are all going to have to push out at the same time as DarkZero do get eliminated in 6th. 5 squads now remain. 4 of them are on this western side. There's only Disguised on the east.
Disguised in a great spot to win this one. The zone will force the play here from VP, but the Thermite is going to slow down that push. Only 2 ways to leave for them, and they're going to hope that someone else does some damage. By the way, in the kill feed, DSG have found themselves a few guns for distance to play with, and they're Sentinels who are doing the damage. But speaking of damage, it's everyone who is trying to do the most to output the most damage in this situation to win this fight. Oxygen will not win it. They will fall. VP will fall on this side as well as DSG overlook everything that's going on.
Can anyone stay healthy? That's the real question. Serenity may be the best opportunity to actually take a fight to Disguise right now. 3 squads remain, but OMiT are just a squad of 2. So they're in a pretty disadvantageous position as well. It's Disguised with the height, it's Disguised with the armors, and it could be, and maybe should be, a Disguised game here, but they still have to close it out. They still have to be very aware of Serenity. Oh, and I'll tell you what, OMiT, they're joining the fight, they're joining the party. They're gonna be back to a 3 here.
All the loot's going to be collected here, and grenades in this sort of situation can be the difference maker. Keep your eyes on this Sentinel, though. Enemy might be the man to create the opening. Designful's found himself a Sentinel as well, so hey, take your pick on who's got the long-distance weaponry to force these 2 teams together. Designful going to use another shield cell here. Plenty of them in the backpack alongside enemy to make sure if this sentinel shot will hit, it will hit as hard as possible.
Wow, a lot of vision has now been taken up by Disguise. They can't really see much. The scan's going to help 88, but here is the Wraith that we were speaking about earlier as well, and the ability to be able to just move into a different position. I was worried about where Disguise were. The ability to relocate this successfully just allows them to take slightly different angles and get extra goodies here from the death box.
Seal's got extra shield core here as well on the floor, Designful, so even if he takes damage and overextends, he can swap that quickly and get back, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. Allow an enemy to try and pick off some shots, 132! But it isn't enough to get that knock, but Designful's gone down to the ring! All of a sudden, Designful, who was trying to make the play on the ring, gets taken down. Disguise will fall as we're down to 2, and OMiT move in.
Suddenly, OMiT and the ability to get their third player back up is absolutely everything for them. Through the portal to celebrate, it's like showing off at this point. And somehow, some way, OMiT, who were just a 2, still pull it off and take match number 4.
From Grandma's house to the victory screen, they can call themselves champions here in game number 4. And the control of that game was the most impressive thing for me. They never overextended. The most important part of the end game for them, though, I think, was getting that res and being able to show presence as a 3. I have to go back and watch what happened with DSG, though. You're seeing Designful go down to the ring in that situation. We know they had to make a play, they had to push in. Maybe it was a case of them playing for second, but OMiT just played it perfectly. The patience was everything for them.
Well, I think Designful relocated with the Wraith, went back through the portal, probably got caught by the ring after he'd already taken the damage. The downside for Disguise was the fact that Serenity allowed OMiT to get back to a full 3. Serenity didn't even look at OMiT down below them, and it was one of those stages where everyone was kind of trying to win, but sort of playing for second place at the same time, and it really could have been a Disguise game had OMiT not been able to get back up to a full 3, but Serenity, they said, you know what, why should we take them down? We could actually use them as an ally here to stop this team that's going to snipe us from above. And even though Disguise got some pop shots in, it wasn't enough to be able to stop OMiT from able to push up and get into a better position in the end.
Well, it's going to be Europe and the EMEA region who has something to celebrate on the main stage here in Los Angeles with that win coming in for the 3 gentlemen you can see on your screen. And we mentioned how one big game can change the complexion of this overall series score. Well, that's exactly what OMiT have done now. They've given themselves a real chance to put points on the board.
Yeah, a strange up and down season it's been for OMiT as well. They started quite slow, obviously a few team changes, team name changes, org changes, and then they really found their form towards the end of the split, and that form seems to carry on through here into LAN just when they needed it. I think they're going to be delighted with that victory. Such an adrenaline rush as well to be able to respawn your teammate, get back up to a full 3, and then win the game.
Take a look at the match results then to see who was on top of the leaderboards after that game, and no surprise to see OMiT right at the top. 20 points to their name. Serenity, again, a great game from them. Just in behind 5 KP to go alongside the 9-14 for them, and 14 overall for DSG. A good performance once again for Timmy and crew. Elsewhere, you're looking at the middle ground, you're looking at Oxygen, DarkZero, a couple of KP, a couple of points alongside it, and it's going to mean that they tally up, but we mentioned how tight this is down. This is really going to come down to the wire, I feel.
Yeah, I think that when you look at the overall series standings, you're going to be noticing that there's such an opportunity for teams who are still on the lower half of the leaderboard to break their way through and pick up some points. But of course, with how the system works here at playoffs, points are absolutely everything here in the group stages. So if you can pick them up in any game, it's still going to be good. As we look at the second page in the lower half of this one, Aurora still finding 5 points. KT finding 5 as well. I mean, I think this is a good spot for some of these teams that are still picking up a nice average amount.
A little bit of a quiet one there for LG. There's been a little bit of a quiet series for them so far. Elsewhere, you're looking at Liquid Alienware, sometimes World's Edge is a map where you're looking at them and you're thinking they can have those pop-off games. That's, of course, where they set a record last time that we were on LAN. Or one of the times, I should say, last year that we were on LAN as well. There's some stats from our top 3 teams as well. Lufka, who, of course, knows how it feels to get extremely close to lifting a title. Well, this time he's putting some kills on the board to help his team to a first place in this game.
Disguise with 3.8k damage, but I think they really lacked having the ability to pop a bank smoke down towards the end, and sadly for them, they couldn't really stop themselves from finding themselves in a position where they could win that one. But we can look at the series results, so far, 38 points for Serenity. Remember, they were able to get into the final 3 there. VP, 35 points in second. It's still so tight between these teams. 15 points between first and 10th. They're starting to become a little bit of a gap.
but we know that 15 points can be closed pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, even looking down at Never to Change, right? They a couple big games, they could jump up into that top 6 very, very easily. It's not out of the realms of possibility for anyone in this game to either jump up the leaderboards or conversely, completely collapse down onto the other side. So these last 2 games are really, really important in the context of A and B.
Just noticing as well, Disguise with 20 kills, leading in kills in the lobby. If they can start to get extra macro down as well, they are going to be, a real threat to potentially take this entire thing. Only 8 points away from first, and they are on World's Edge now, which is their better map. Down in 18th, you can see LG there, not found their form just yet. They were sadly in an engagement at Geyser, then they got briefed by another team that arrived a little bit late. They just haven't really been able to get going.
Well, maybe there's going to be an opportunity for them to get going in these final 2 games, but my question to you, Dan, is do you like taking care of your lower back?
I really do.
You do, and trust me, at my age, I like to as well. Big shout out to our sponsor, Herman Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. And if you pay close attention, you'll see the newest Phantom colorways that our ALGS coaches are using this weekend. Now, more good news for you as well. In celebration of the Split 1 playoffs, all Herman Miller gaming products are 20% off right now through May 16th. So,
wow.
Get them. Get them. I've got a Herman Miller chair, let me tell you, it has changed my life.
Quite literally.
Literally.
It might have actually added years to your life,
I think
to
it
be
has.
honest, because your back was looking in pretty bad shape until you got your Herman Miller. So big shout out to Herman Miller for supporting, and of course, for supporting my casting partner.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Seriously, it's supporting me more than one way. That's all I will say. Fantastic stuff coming in from Herman Miller. Thank you so much for your support. And Aurora now, they're going to have to go back to that contest and maybe think about how to approach it a little bit, because I think composition may have been a little bit of an issue. I'm always looking at contests and I'm like, you have to have a conduit, I feel, in a contest. Just because of the med situation. If you're going to like hard contest and you're going to find gun quick as possible, challenge, see who wins fight, the ability to hit that conduit Q can be the complete difference maker. I mean,
Yeah, it's tough looking at it in hindsight, because you also look at the fact of what Lifeline was able to do and what Lifeline was able to add there in those final moments, getting the second player back on their feet. So yeah, it's tough, but can you really sacrifice any other legend in that composition as well? But that's something that I imagine Aurora will be having a conversation about. But also they're probably thinking, look, we'll stick to our guns. We've got this far.
That's what
playing
they'll be
this
thinking,
composition, so why should we change? And they will trust in their ability to win the team fight. They just weren't really able to get the fight in the way they would want in that engagement, and perhaps they'll drop a little bit differently this time.
I still want to go back and watch Hardeki POV and what happened in those final moments, by the way, on the gondola and in and around the gondola. I think it'll be known as the gondola moment, to be honest with you. We'll have to get that packaged up and shipped out so we can watch it a little bit later on. But elsewhere, just looking at down at the other end of the table, there's a few names who were maybe a little bit worried going into our final 2 games here. I'm looking at some of our big hitters from North America. LG, understandably, Luminosity Gaming, they're struggling a little bit at the moment, and not just struggling when it comes to placements down, but only the 6 kills across the 4 games is a concern, to say the least.
Yeah, they've been fighting from the far western side at Lava Fisher and Mirage à Trois. And you can always look at circles. Have they been bad for them? They had to go a long way. They did have to move all the way from west to east, essentially. But you could say the same about DarkZero, who came all the way from Trials and Skyhook, and they were able to still pick up better points. So it's just a fact of some of these rotations, maybe you can manipulate it in a way so that you can get those ring consoles, you can get survey beacons to get not just extra info, but also extra armor. I mean, it was massive. We saw DarkZero with full reds at one point.
It certainly did indeed, and it put them in some great positions towards that end game. They just got pitched a little bit in the final moments, but to be expected when you're arriving so late, right? There's going to be other teams who have those prior positions. Cloud9 a little bit quiet, but at least they've got some 8 KP alongside those 12 placement points. And like we mentioned, it's crazy to say, Cloud9 at the moment, just to put it into context, right? They got 13th place overall, 20 points. Serenity in first have 38. So one big game, one monster game, and all of a sudden they could be first. That's kind of the situation we find ourselves in.
So a lot of Disguise fans in the house as well, and plenty of TSM shirts as well, waiting to see whether their teams can be able to put things on the board here going into the next game. Disguised at the moment in 4th position, and them alongside DarkZero kind of leading the way for North America and showing what they can do here in this lobby.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from Serenity as well. A team we're not talking about enough, in my personal opinion. They are top of the leaderboards. We'll have to find out when we get back from this break if they can continue to put those points on the board. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game number 5. Welcome back once again, everybody, to LA in the US of A. With Game 5 just around the corner, it really is coming down to these final moments, these final games, as A and B take each other on. Dan, it's been a real back and forth between every single team in this lobby so far.
Yeah, it's going to be important now if you are in that lower half of the leaderboard, if you are starting to lack points. You really have to ask yourself a question. Can we realistically get points when these groups are going up against one another? And you can only answer that yourself in matches 5 and 6. You might have learned a lot going into match 4 of World's Edge. Some of these teams, even though they've been scrimming against each other, might be playing a little bit differently when it gets to LAN. Of course, compositions can change, routes can change, circles can change, which does completely change how the game works. So it is difficult sometimes for these guys to adjust, and some of the better teams are those who can adapt on the fly.
This is a good test of mentality for teams as well in these positions, right? When you get into a position where it's 2 games to go, everyone's so tight, a lot of times it will come down to concentration in these moments. Everyone starts to play a little bit safer, I would say. Don't want to take risks, knowing that there's only 2 games left, and if you throw one of those games away, that there's not another opportunity outside the 1 game you have left to put points on the board. So I'm expecting quite a kind of slow game filled with a little bit of trepidation on decision making from teams, and I feel that's where the best teams in the world aren't afraid to take a risk or so. That puts them in great spots to get points.
Yeah, I think it would be a bad frame of mind to put yourself in. Just give it your all, just throw everything forward, take a risk, try and have a big points game to hurtle you up the leaderboard, and then suddenly when you look at the overall standings with every group, you're going to be up there, you're going to be in there, the possibility of getting through to the winners bracket, not having to face an elimination bracket run later on throughout the tournament. So I don't like keeping it too safe at this point. I would rather see teams take a few risks for those who haven't been able to find something yet.
I think take the risk now rather than game 6, right?
Yeah.
At least
or
you got
both if you have to, right? Like if you take it too safely in 5 and then you have to try and have that weight on your shoulders in 6, it's all a mental game and it's not really going to work out for you.
That's the one thing that you can't recreate when you're sat at home, right? Is that kind of edge, that mental game where you're looking at what's going to be going down in these situations. You don't get these situations at home when you've got the live crowd in front of you who want to see the games getting underway, you want to see you take a risk, but you know that this is a situation where one risk going wrong can cost you maybe progressing in a way that you want to a little bit later in the tournament. It is such a balancing act for them. By the way, congratulations to the 3 gentlemen on your screen right now. I can't think of 3 players who deserve to be as part of an org like Liquid Alienware and deserve to be represented in the way that they are. They have put in so much work, and they've been one of my favorite teams to watch progress over the years. They're one of the longest lasting trios that we have in Apex Legends. They've been together for years now, and the success, it's followed them as well.
Yeah, we've always spoke about how chemistry is everything, and they've been a team that really been a big advocate of that, of sticking together, sticking with your guns, sometimes sticking to your drop spots and taking those fights even if they have to happen. As we are almost ready to get into this game, we appreciate everyone who is here in the venue, and of course anyone watching from home, especially those in other regions who are staying up a little bit late to watch this one.
I will say, it's starting to get a little bit louder in here. I'm going to be that guy, by the way.
You're going to be that guy?
It was pretty loud over in England. It was pretty good. Still waiting for the North American noise to pick up a little bit, but you know, what can I say? Maybe we're built different in Europe, who knows?
I mean, I'm in NA National now, so I'm just going to be on their side. I'm going to be on their side, I'll be on the good guy. I know that these guys are going to be as loud as ever, especially
just saying,
as it goes on throughout the tournament here. But yeah, big thank you to those who are turning out on Thursday, especially those who have been here all day since the very early hours of the morning. Also, shout out Battle Beaver. You can get these special ALGS Battle Beaver controllers if you are in-house as well, and you can order them online.
And I also have a Battle Beaver, so I can once again fully endorse it.
All right, so we need to have a discussion here. How have you managed to get a Herman Miller
Looks
and
like
a
Game
Battle
5
Beaver?
is ready to go, everybody. It's time for us to lock back in and... What?
Where's mine? By association, I feel like I should have got something. Never mind. Yeah, it's fine. I'll just share the chair with you.
They're available. You can go and buy one.
That's right. 20% off as well.
Exactly.
Through May 16th.
It's true. Anyway, match number 5 is ready to go, everyone. The players are loaded. They are ready. It's just moments away from seeing that beautiful dropship fly over World's Edge once more. We thank you once again for sticking with us. We apologize to everyone who has to listen for us for any more than they have to, but it's the world we live in, right? We're doing our best out here.
It's kind of our jobs as well, so we're not really, it's kind of a thing. Anyway, Climatizer and Harvester is going to be our attention at the beginning of this game. As we previously said, we've got 2 contests happening. I mentioned, though, Fragment is free, so if you did lose that contest, perhaps you might move yourself away from it. I don't think Red Rams will give up Climatizer, though, because I don't feel like they would have really
They
think
wouldn't have considered they lost that.
No, I don't. Maybe they'll give themselves a half point, you imagine. But Aurora certainly got the upper hand, we would have said, and we would have thought. But elsewhere, it was pretty easy in terms of drop spots for everyone else. But the circle can make a big difference here. If we can see something pull a little bit further southwest, it could make a huge shift in how these rotations go and make things a little bit more difficult for some of the teams that had an easier run in match number 4.
Just trying to look at the comps that's going to be played by Red Rams and Aurora as well to see if anyone does make a little bit of a change. Red Rams are playing the Conduit once again. On the Aurora side, is there going to be any changes? And look across at the moment, no, it's staying exactly the same. So we're going to have exactly the same composition for the two teams, as we do see the dropship in front of us. However, we do have a pause.
Got to make sure that all these players are all lock loaded and ready to go. Apologies again, must be a small technical difficulty for someone, but I didn't think that Aurora would change away from it, to be honest, Onse. Why would you? I mean, it's worked so far, and I don't think they will change. And you also get a little bit of an ego when you start to get these drop spots, and sometimes you need a little bit of an ego to win it.
You need an ego to be one of the best in the world. It's a fact, right? You need to believe that you can be one of the best. You believe you can win every single fight, and Aurora certainly do believe that. It's good that we get a look at that overall leaderboard as well for the beautiful look at the main stage, just so if you're joining us, if you're sat at home, if you're sat in the crowd even, you can see how close it is. I'm a never-to-change believer, Dan. I think that something's going to happen in this next game that's going to propel them up the leaderboards. That single point is going to turn to double digits.
And the fact that Serenity, leading at the moment, 2 players, is the first time they've competed here in the ALGS LAN, and they are performing in that way to be able to top a leaderboard full of such incredible previous historic players as well. And then you've also got one of the players who featured on Black Hat at Season 2 playoffs, so there's at least someone with a little bit of experience and maybe just guiding the way for the rest of the squad.
We'll take a look at the series overalls as well, just to, again, give you a little bit of an up-to-date, keep you abreast of everything that is going down. Shout out to Pete, by the way, stagehand, down at the front of the stage there. Good guy.
What a guy.
I'm just going to introduce everybody to all the staff. All good people. Talk us through those stats.
Well, here's the leaderboard. We were mentioning it. Serenity, 38 points at the moment, but quite swiftly followed by Virtus.pro. Also, I'm going to say it's amazing to see Virtus.pro back in the Apex scene and also just back in ALGS in general, because Virtus.pro a very historical organization as well throughout many a title, not just Apex. You've got to feel, though, that as you get to the business end of these matches on set, you are going to be seeing teams who have more experience to start shining through. You'd imagine the likes of DarkZero should be able to push their way through. But at the same time, the reason why all these teams are in the playoffs is because they have performed well. They have done well under the pressure, but you mentioned it earlier. It's very different kind of pressure compared to when you're playing at home. And also the scrims in general, very different ways to rotate. You're going to see teams that are going to try different things because it is practice, but then suddenly when you get to tournament play, a lot of that practice has to be put into a way where you can try and find victories.
Limit testing and stress testing is my new favorite way of hearing things described, right? It's like, oh, we actually just tried something different, it didn't work. We were stress testing this situation. It's like political terminology.
Sounds like me when I get to play video games with you. I'm usually stress testing myself.
I'm stress testing you.
You are stress testing me with some of your play. We can actually look back at some of the final circles as well from today and from this series, just while we're waiting for everything to get ready. In match 1, of course, we started things on Stormpoint Park.
We certainly did indeed. It feels like quite a long time ago that we were on Stormpoint, and it was quite a long time ago at this point. Crazy Raccoon in position. We saw this endgame taking place, and we felt from this position that CR weren't really the favourites in this position. However, they did end up managing to clutch up, and it was down to a lot of initial damage as they just broke around this corner.
I have noticed that the Watsons have made a real difference in the late game for a lot of squads, especially those who are running them, but also going up against the Watson and maybe not realizing there's a Watson there, and the Gen just making that difference to block those grenades and not allowing you to maybe make that push. Or you've naded, you start to push thinking the nade's going to do damage, and then it just gets fizzled out, and suddenly you're in no man's land. You find yourself a very vulnerable indeed. But this was a big game for Crazy Raccoon, who just pushed well together. I mean, I think that you mentioned it, death falling is a thing. Pushing in the same area, focusing on the same target can be absolutely massive for your chances in some of these games.
Well, one piece of advice I can give to a lot of people is if you're not death balling, you ain't winning. It's simple as that. You really do have to just fully commit sometimes to full swing as a team to make sure that you get that first knock in those situations. This was the Serenity game though, and the fact that Down B stayed the height in this zone for so long was massive for them.
It was funny watching this with Graceful back a stage, because he was like, oh, okay, the team on the top's gonna win this game. And I was like, yeah, but you know DarkZero's down there, maybe they can
grab them.
And Graceful was like, no, I guarantee you Serenity are winning this game. And well, that's why Graceful is one of the best in the game and why he's a fantastic analyst to have on the desk too, because Serenity were able to hold the high ground. They were able to be the last team to engage, and how often does that result in a victory in Apex Legends? But we do see some teams throw it away from positions like this. If you don't deal the damage when you get down there, then you can find yourself in a little bit of trouble.
I've also seen the likes of Dan Gaskin slip off of height in these kind of situations.
Does happen sometimes.
It does happen. It can be a little bit slippy. C9 did fall down here. And Serenity did have a very simple job of just moving in to clean up the final pieces. As when we do see those three-team situations, usually it is a case of one team having zone or height advantage. We just wait for that damage to be done. But as we move into our next game here and into another end zone, you can see that Aurora, it's one of my favorite end zones just because of player cams, by the way. I saw Owen Wright, he was kind of directing troops. He didn't have his hand on his keyboard or his mouse at one point. He just pointed saying this. It was a bit of a celebration knowing they got into top 2 as well. It was a lot of fun to watch.
Sometimes you know you've got a little bit of time when you are reviving and you're just holding that one key to revive, or that one button to revive if you're on controller. And Liquid Alienware, with one player remaining, we're kind of thinking, all right, are we going to be able to really make a difference in this one? The answer was very much no. Sometimes rats can really change a final circle. Didn't really happen there. Aurora were able to get back up to a full 3 temporarily, but it was the positions that were taken by Reject WINNITY. They really surrounded them and made sure they kind of pinched them in a way that no one from Aurora was able to get into a spot to take an angle to do any damage.
Yeah, I think it was this initial isolation of the player, right, where they just managed to get that damage down. You can see the Sanguini's just holding with the Peacekeeper as well, using that choke to make sure max damage is coming out, and they managed to close out in those final moments. And of course, that was just before we moved over to World's Edge. We're still in the pause screen right now. Hopefully we can get this game back underway as soon as possible. Once again, we have to apologize to everyone not just sat here. Seriously, apologize. Everyone at home who wants to see some Apex Legends, we're in the same boat, trust me.
I'd also like to see some Apex Legends as well.
Nice.
So can you apologize to me? That would be great.
Never.
If you could take that responsibility, that would be awesome.
I would never apologize to you.
Well, it looks like the game is about to resume. We have a wonderful countdown from our production as well, just to let you guys know that there is some Apex that is going to be coming and arriving on your screen very shortly. Now, I do remember in England, everyone started counting down with the timer. I don't know if people in America do that. I guess we'll have to wait and see.
You've set yourself up here. I'm leaving the pause. 3, 2, 1. Yeah,
I can always trust.
I heard you, don't worry. It's all good. Match 5 back underway.
It will get better, but I tell you what, for those who did commit, I appreciate you. If it was silent there, it would have been awful. Now, Aurora have moved, and maybe for good reason. Maybe they felt like the Climatizer fight wasn't a good one to take, but instead, they'll be taking a fight with Cloud9.
Very, very interesting indeed. Aurora, you cheeky chaps. Found a Sentinel and a Vault as well. A couple of grenades is going to help them get up to height. OMiT have been eliminated, so lots of fond memories of this game in comparison to the last, to say the least.
Yeah, that was the fight that was maybe we were expecting to happen elsewhere. And sadly for OMiT, they won't really get to compete in this one after having a pretty good game previously. But now Aurora, maybe this was something that happened as they jumped out of the dropship. They just noticed that there was a spot available and they were able to take it away off of Cloud9 and just overshoot it towards Overlord.
Cloud9 hitting the full bruh. Did you really have to do this? Elsewhere, let's look at the zone, as we can see that DarkZero are going to be smiling. And this is a real opportunity for LG as well. It looks like it is going to pull maybe towards the bottom of the choke that you can see between LG and DarkZero. Maybe pull up a little bit more towards Skyhook, or maybe just a little bit into the open, a countdown. But look at Chaotic, he's having to get out of there right now. 9 impulses straight after him. It says, come here, boy. And he gets him. However, he'll fall.
Well, if someone just sends themselves down, you have to follow, and Cloud9 eliminated, and some interesting gestures from the Aurora coach happening behind, but wow, Cloud9, they are going to be pretty annoyed about that one.
They're going to be pissed, and they are going to be very angry at what they just experienced. Aurora, all smiles, as you would expect. I will say, it was almost worth the long pause to see that happen, because
they had a long time to think about that, really, as well. They were probably looking at the drop saying, actually, should we go?
I want to know who said it first. It's like, we could just drop on Cloud9.
Well, it worked out for them, but whether it will happen in match 6, that remains to be seen. For now, Aurora will have a more simple approach to the circle than they did previously, but Crazy Raccoon are approaching them elsewhere. Maybe we'll get a look at that a little bit later. Right now, 2R1C, they've got some enemies nearby as well.
landed near me.
So I want to see maybe thinking about playing the choke. You can see that is pinged at the moment. Just outside of countdown. Opportunity maybe to do a little bit of damage, or are they going to let this team rotate ahead of them? Well, the white armor damage is going to maybe encourage them to push off the back of it. Shako looking to move in. Smoke is going to go down, which allows that team to reset. But knowing they've got white armors and knowing they've rotated so quickly, it looks like they want to try and push this and take this position away.
Oh, they really are getting aggressive. Beast of the Hunt activated into R1. This is not a nice push, by the way. Trying to get on this ladder, you're so vulnerable. Ayaka has taken so much damage as well. 2-on-1s, you have to be careful, and they've lost one.
Yeah, I was about to say, not only is it a bad decision because of the fact it's taken so much time, but now you can see it's a terrible one. As soon as those barrels went down on the windows, they couldn't climb up, they took damage, and then they couldn't disengage. They fully committed to it, and Oxygen say, thank you for the KP.
Yeah, it's almost like once someone had made that call, there was no one to really pull them back, and perhaps there should have been a second guess of themselves, as now Oxygen can just hold on to a nice spot here in Countdown that is going to be within the next circle, so they can reside here for quite some time, but we imagine this is going to continue to pull northwest up to where DarkZero and Serenity currently reside.
Speaking of,
yeah, they are.
There they are, as you say. DarkZero have managed to get up to blues already, as you would expect, but dropping over at Trials.
A very different game, though, for DarkZero, right? They are a team who likes to kind of arrive late to the party with their reds. They're not going to have that same opportunity here with the circle coming to them. So we're going to have to see how they approach this one and whether they're able to build up their armor in different ways, perhaps with just some damage across the pond, and really just trying to grief those who are arriving late on.
I'm keeping my eyes on Aurora here, by the way, as we do see a couple of teams getting very close to each other here. One team on that high ground, one on the low. The MP is going to go off, and that is going to slow things down. That is going to do some damage. That is going to stall. And it's MDY White who are playing this bottom floor. Ballstick here as well means this fight will not be quick. Now this is looking like it's messy for both teams at this point.
Again, when you get into fights like this, there's so much that's on the IGLs for your movement around the map, but straight 3v3s sometimes, excuse me, you do just have to rely on your own ability to make decisions. You can't always trust in your IGL to tell you where to go and where to shoot. You have to be watching angles yourself. You have to be thinking about where other people could be coming from. And at the moment, both teams are a little bit terrified to go up against one another, and instead, it's defenses being thrown out by both.
Yeah, it's almost a feel of like, okay, you can have the top floor, we'll have the bottom. The only problem here for MDY White is they just don't have any doors. So anyone who can get angles, if they're healing, if fights do start to break out or someone pokes, they're not going to be able to heal behind them. And a third party is very, very easy. They're susceptible to nades that are coming in from a distance. All of these things start to add up. So they want to ideally clear them out, and it looks like they have cleared them out. So one team leaves, one team will say the bar is ours, and everybody resets and just chills out for a few moments. Crazy Raccoon, they're going to hit the survey beacon. They're going to get a little bit of info, and those evos are a little bit higher too.
So it's starting to get a little bit congested over towards Skyhook. Countdown is completely free, so no one banking on Countdown. They very much have seen this pull time and time again in terms of ring. And Zone 1's about to close, so those who are arriving a little bit later are going to be able to hit that ring console again and get Zone 3 information, which could prove to be vital with their chances in this game. Red Rams, Aurora, Crazy Raccoon, Tom Young-Kung, Reject WINNITY, Disguise. There's still a lot of teams on the outer edges of the map right now.
Reject WINNITY, one of those teams who saw almost have one player picked off over at Harvester here. They were playing for that survey beacon, and it looked like Liquid Alienware were aware of that. Tried to line it up, 3-2-1 the player off of the survey beacon as they went for it. They managed to survive. Speaking of DSG, they were the other team who's kind of sandwiching Liquid Alienware at this point. And Timmy's already up to red here. So not only have they found some Evo to play with, but they've been doing some damage as well. Aurora, though, speaking of damage, Hardeki's having to escape.
Kind of crazy how more confident Disguise look, by the way, on World's Edges. Aurora, as you previously just stated, they're having to back off, but it doesn't look like it's going to be an easy retreat for them. They are very much being chased at the moment, and sometimes you get thrown into the deep end here, but it looks like they should be able to find an escape route. But this is a long way round. You really need meds to work with.
We do have the lifeline Q, but it's not going to be doing a huge amount with the zone where it is. Looks like Oirain is kind of just held back there, and he might be able to get the information for his team about when they can come back and rejoin him to continue that rotation behind the team that was holding them out. Elsewhere, Liquid Alienware, who bullied Reject WINNITY off of this survey beacon a few moments ago, are trying to hit it themselves.
Well, Reject WINNITY were able to go and hit the ring console in Harvester, though, so perhaps they're the ones who have the last laugh, as RC have just lost one. St. Jude's gone down, and now Liquid Alienware are pushing up, but that's a lot of damage that has just been taken.
Sengyu will get back up to his feet. Obviously having a little poke at this. Beast of the Hunt has been popped by the Bloodhound on the opposite side as well. Jaguares taking a second just to pop that battery. It's just two teammates get alongside him to give him the cover that is required. Zone's a long way away though. 20 seconds until the zone starts to push, and this fight is getting messier every single second that ticks by.
Very messy, because Reject WINNITY to their backs is Na'Vi, and Na'Vi are hearing all this and are looking to get involved in Harvester, and because the zone is closing soon, they're going to want to get involved sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they're all going to be approaching the zone at the same time.
And guess who's behind Na'Vi?
Aurora is going to be my guess.
Behind.
Yes, okay.
Yeah,
Aurora,
Aurora
they have re-entered the zone. They couldn't go all the way around through Geyser, but Aurora are going to have their tails being singed off as they approach the zone. So I don't even think Aurora will have the opportunity to get involved in a fight, but they might just clash with Na'Vi here. Look how close this is. It's a race to the choke point, but sadly for Aurora, Na'Vi have won it.
Well, Aurora haven't managed to heal as well from the zone damage that they've taken. You can see they're still having to pop syringes. They're still having to work their way through the white meds, and now the zone is going to start to burn a little bit more. So they have to either commit to this fight, try and push Na'Vi away, or think about a plan B in this situation, because you can see that Hardeki is going to pick up a med kit. He'll be brought back to his feet. You wonder if maybe there's a gold res around, which is going to give him a little bit of health on getting back to his feet, but this is a tough game for Aurora, and looks like Na'Vi
don't care, because Na'Vi are like, the zone's going to do the job for us at this point, boys. Let's not just waste time and try and look at this fight. We need to be pushing into the zone as well. If we stay too long, we're just going to end up in the same spot that they are. Now, ahead of them, Tom Young Kung also find themselves in a great spot to maybe pick up some kills, as Crazy Raccoon have found themselves right on this northern tip here, but there are only two of them. Can they get a respawn beacon down? That's the real question.
Do they have a mobile beacon? That's the question. Looks like Yuzna is putting a portal down. Maybe he's going to try and hit a res himself. Elsewhere, a landslide. This fight has been going on for quite some time. From Harvester to landslide and everywhere in between. Reject WINNITY and Liquid Alienware have been consistently at odds with each other, and nobody still has got the advantage.
This is a battle that quite literally has been heard across the entirety of World's Edge. As you can see, a couple of players falling to the ring, and they are Aurora players. There's still one remaining player on Aurora, and they are slowly reviving themselves, but they're still in Monument, and the circle's still moving. Like, Aurora might just die to zone here. This, like, it's going to be a big test about how many meds they actually have, as the Liquid Alienware versus Reject WINNITY fight will stop for the time being, but I'm sure they'll find themselves once more. It's inevitable at this point.
It almost feels like this is the way the game's going to end, doesn't it? With how the two teams have been battling each other for the majority of the game so far. Map over here gives you an indication of where we're going. DarkZero in a fantastic spot, as you would expect. Landing over here at Trials. Aurora's still alive, by the way, and still moving. They might be able to hit the balloon just to the north of Monument to get into zone. Na'Vi are looking behind them at the moment, thinking, where are Aurora? Because they haven't seen them in the kill feed for quite some time. Haven't seen them be eliminated for sure.
All the meanwhile, by the way,
ghost of Aurora now for Na'Vi.
The circle has moved away from Trials a little bit, slightly closer towards Skyhook, where LG currently find themselves. NTC also in a position, and we saw Crazy Raccoon right on that northern tip. They're going to be in a great spot for this endgame. But a little bit of a lull in terms of action at this time, as everyone making their late rotations. No more shorter than Aurora, who are somehow still alive and still moving in. And they are going to land on the east side of Skyhook, and it looks like they're going to land healthy somehow, some way.
Very strange games coming in from Aurora in these first two World's Edge ones, but ones that have been effective. Up until a point, 17 squads remaining. 9 Impulse are going to go down to the ring again. Keep your eyes on Aurora. We'll keep you up to date, everyone. Don't worry.
It's the old Fire Beaver strategy, to be honest. We've seen it time and time again.
Maybe not this extreme, I will say.
No, and also I'm sure that they've had a difficult time in the zone, and their meds are going to be very much depleted. Now, elsewhere, DarkZero, we mentioned them earlier, up towards Trials. They're not too far away from the likes of Oxygen here, and Serenity, Virtus.pro. There's 4 teams in this area. Oxygen quite literally have their backs against the wall right now.
They have to have their backs against the wall as well, because this is one of the only positions where that extreme height above them does not have a line of sight onto them. Elsewhere, you can see Na'Vi and RC are having a fight at the moment. It looks like Na'Vi are going to have the better of that one, and this is the fight that's taking place that we're talking about. MDY White, you can see also in the vicinity here, Reject WINNITY will finally fully be eliminated. Minute and 25 seconds until that zone closes, but Na'Vi have won that fight. That's some points for them.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for a Na'Vi pop-off, so they're still 15 points behind first place, but they are a team who have been able to have absolutely mammoth games, giant games over in EMEA Pro League. And we know they are capable of doing it. However, traditionally and historically, have been a team that have kind of failed to have that same success once we get to LAN, and they have sometimes even failed to get into the winners bracket at LAN. I want to see a big change for Na'Vi. I want to see that big game where they really show us what they're made of.
That's where a countdown. Team Liquid Alienware against Red Rams. Two teams who love to fight. Of course, he's going to have to jump off the high ground. Tinko-chan's trying to go in to finish off the damage, but no, it's going to be Dash who's going to be the first down. Tinko-chan goes down as well. And Red Rams, they will be eliminated. And that looked like a very simple fight for Team Liquid Alienware there. They made that so clean.
They weren't just eliminated, they were obliterated there by Liquid Alienware, as now Virtus.pro only on blues at the moment. Barrels are going to go down just as protection, but I'm not sure it's going to protect you from the swing as Pricey goes down.
It's Oxygen who are going to be swinging as well. Pricey has fallen, like you say. Reeds and Co looking to clean up those final pieces, and they managed to do so. And by taking not a lot of damage in that fight as well, Oxygen staying healthy, it means that Liquid Alienware can't swing aggressively as they would want to clean up the damage. They're showing great respect.
Liquid Alienware, by the way, one of our most consistent teams that we've seen in ALGS. It was still astonishing they were so long without an organization, but now they will wear the Liquid Alienware shirt, pride and prideful. Now they're going to be making their rotation in as well. This is a risky one. Where do you go?
Well, you can see the ping coming in. You've got to wonder if Neozil's going to be able to touch his feet to the ground before he finds himself happen to be rezzed by a teammate or holding up a knockdown shield. Elsewhere, you can see Na'Vi making their move. They managed to work their way into the triple stack building. They will be safe in this next zone, and they're trying to take the fight as well as MBY White, who are inside of this building, and Na'Vi are cleaning house.
Na'Vi are not scared of taking a fight, but they're also going to look at this position saying, actually, we're safe here for now, as Geared Gaming eliminated 13 squads are now alive and remain. This is a cluster bomb down at the bottom here on the southern side. There are like 6 teams here.
Well, if Na'Vi have the opportunity to take the height of the building, there might be some KP for them. Serenity, who have been so strong so far, the team who are at the top of the leaderboards, might not be able to get into the top 10 now. Boogie is left on his own. Scans in front of him, though. There's 2 teams to engage him. Maybe he will be able to survive here. But that package is causing all sorts of problems. Decides, hey, maybe I'll just try and sneak past here and survive.
MBY White and Aurora just got eliminated as Oxygen will jump on those death boxes and pick up some extra loot. Na'Vi still happy to reside in this building. I really appreciate their patience here, but maybe now they're going to start to get a little bit more aggressive. 45 seconds before this zone closes. You've got to move north, and they look like they might have to either just full send it out of those doors or full send it onto this team below them.
Smokes are going to go down. The Digimozam. Best gun for the situation here. However, Matafe not able to hit the killer blow. Elsewhere in the kill feed, you can see that LG are having a fight as well. Funk has fallen.
Ultimate accelerant here.
Slayer did get a little bit of a kill himself to even out those numbers. Another team fell just momentarily. You can see the teams remaining on the right-hand side of your screen as well as Na'Vi still trying to leave. It's DSG who are causing the problems.
Na'Vi versus Disguise, and Na'Vi are able to get 1, maybe 2 here, and should be able to reset comfortably, you'd imagine, because they've got the ability to do so. They've got the walls around, but the circle's coming in.
Zone's going to be coming in, but they are going to be able to take down enemy. There's 1 player still alive, I'm pretty sure, on the side of DSG, who managed to escape this fight. But now, look at how treacherous the rotate is for Na'Vi. They have to move across the open ground in front of them, and DarkZero, well, they're just waiting for them.
Well, DarkZero are waiting. Let's jump into a listen and see what DarkZero think of this zone.
Okay, I'm doing it.
This spot must be safe.
Yeah. Come on, yeah, it is. He ran. He's down here, ball. We can play this one. Okay. I'm smoking once. On the spot. Okay, behind us.
I have no bats. I bats.
Get behind. I won. I have 1 more smoke, saving it. I'll drop the bat.
Over here.
We need kills.
It's a right from it.
On me. 1 dead.
Oh, cool.
I'm chilling. We can shoot out. What on me? We can shoot out on me. We got it. I want to flank it. Walking 1. Shoot. Kill on. Booting. Fucking edge. I'm fair minded again. 50%. Yeah, I'm taking again. Just jump fucking
Yeah,
Play 1! Knock down! Crack! Dead! Arms up! I've got no...
Well, DarkZero get the kills and the intensity is there as well. Crazy Raccoon now outside the market looking to make their mark on this lobby.
DarkZero get the chance to reset, but LG has one remaining player as now Crazy Raccoon doing a lot of damage at the moment. The gas, the Nox grenade is doing plenty of damage as well. You can see Jen Burton just got knocked by Sweet, who's the last remaining player of LG, by the way.
LG and Sweet is doing crazy stuff right now, by the way. I don't know how he's still alive, and he is, and he might go down in the next few seconds, but he was causing so much carnage in that lobby. LG will fall. Kung might be the next team to go down as well. Zeki, the last man standing for them, he will fall, as 2 squads now remain.
What a hold from DarkZero, but I'm afraid it's probably going to be too late because Crazy Raccoon can surround them now, and they should be able to just pick apart DarkZero because they can just watch this doorway.
But this is DarkZero we're talking about, and it's not that easy. DarkZero gonna knock themselves, but it's not enough. Crazy Raccoon will be a champions here in game number 5.
From game 1 to game 5, Crazy Raccoon make it 2 wins in this series to really propel themselves up that leaderboard. And they're only just going to be behind the team they just killed, DarkZero. Again, great amount of points just found by DarkZero though, and the fact they were able to even get second place was unbelievable. It's all about Crazy Raccoon, and quite rightly, a big celebration to pop off from them.
Big performance in the hang game for Crazy Raccoon. And like I said, it's not easy to take down DarkZero even when you have the advantage. Just for a second, you thought it was swinging one way, but then straight. The momentum went the other way back to Crazy Raccoon. And they managed to clean up those final KP to get that champion banner. 9 kills alongside that 12 that they were going to get for placement points as well, Dan. A big game from CR.
I've been so impressed with our APAC North team so far today. I mean, is this going to be finally the tournament where we see a different team finally raise a trophy? Is that something that we're going to maybe see a replication of later on, where DarkZero have to face against the likes of Crazy Raccoon? There is still a lot of Apex to play. But DarkZero, we even saw it actually earlier on in this series. DarkZero finished second and still celebrated like they had won, because they know how important it is to pick up points here in this series to start off hot here at ALGS.
Well, that big game from Crazy Raccoon should solidify their position in the leaderboards as well. Jumping up to, you imagine, inside of the top 5 at least, maybe even in the top 3 now.
Yeah, they'll be up into second place just behind DarkZero. We can look at the results of that game and just how many kills they picked up. 9 in the end, 21 points for Crazy Raccoon. I mean, this is what happens. We had a really tight lobby after we looked at the first 3 matches. Going into match 4, it was still pretty tight, but now we're starting to see a breakaway of some of the leaders here in the top 3.
And how important could that performance as a solo, as a wrap from Sweet Dude for LG as well? I'm pretty sure that it was around the top 7, 8, maybe even 9 that he was the final player alive for LG. Managed to not only get into 4th position, but some of the kills, I'm pretty sure he cleaned up a few 1v1s in there as well to help put those 5 KP on the board, and the 10 in total for LG. That could be vital for them. Somehow Aurora, even though they felt like they've spent most of their time inside the zone, still get 6 points on the board. And that's one thing you can guarantee from Aurora. Even if they fall outside of the big placement points, they usually have a good amount of KP from a fight they've won earlier on.
Yeah, they did even get into zone, but sadly a lot of the positions were taken by other squads in those buildings, so they had to take a very open area approach, and in the end they just got stuck between too many teams. But as we look at our 2 big hitters at the moment in this series, Crazy Raccoon and DarkZero, who not only went up against each other in that final fight, but they were also 1st and 2nd place in the overall standings here between the 2. Damage-wise, very close. Placement points, very close. Kills, Crazy Raccoon, they got 3 extra because they killed DarkZero at the end. But I still think DarkZero will be delighted with that. When they got pushed by Kung towards the latter stages, they somehow held themselves in that building and really showed true grit and determination, excuse me.
I think my takeaway from what we've seen so far today is no region has really put their hand up as saying, hey, look, we're the region to watch today. It's been everyone taking turns, right? Everyone winning games, everyone winning big fights, and DarkZero stood at the top of everybody after 5 games between groups A and B. 47 points overall, but again, it's so close between all the teams. Serenity knocked off of that top spot, but DarkZero with that game are going to be thinking nothing else but first place at the end of this group. Will we get enough of them?
Well, we've got what? North America, APAC North, APAC South, and you've got EMEA. Like, this is a fantastic position for a lot of these squads that have been able to just battle their way through this series, what has been a very hard-fought series as well, where there was really no clear winner, no clear leader in this series in the early games, but then now we're starting to see teams shine through a little bit. That experience is just breaking through the clouds.
And a very important points on the board for LG as well. You saw they stay in touch in distance of that top 10, maybe even more with that performance in the previous game as well. How vital could that be? We'll have to find out when we get back from the break. Game 6 is just around the corner. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs here in the beautiful Los Angeles. The Galen Center is looking beautiful, as is that main stage stand, and as are you.
Thank you.
It's all right.
I wasn't expecting that compliment, as is everyone in the crowd as well here today, as we have still got a lot of Apex action to get through today, not just throughout this weekend. Now, so far this series, we've had 5 matches, and we've had Crazy Raccoon manage to find 2 victories on set. Can they make it a third here in match 6 to try and solidify that spot on the top after these 6 games?
We'll have to find out in just a few moments' time. I'm also very interested to see what happens as far as where Aurora are going to drop. Is it going to be back over at Landslide onto Cloud9, or will there be another victim for them in this lobby? What do you think? Where's your money?
Definitely won't be Landslide. Overlook maybe is where they were.
Sorry.
But I mean, you did a me. That is the most me thing you have ever done, comparing those two, because I do that all the time. But yes, Overlook is where they might be going to. However, it's really going to depend how confident they feel after that game, because their rotation from Overlook was not fun, right? They were constantly stuck in a scenario where they were in the zone. Their bums were getting singed the entire time. And I can tell you, not a fun experience.
First hand?
First hand.
Anyway, moving on. Sorry, everybody. I'm so disappointed in myself for that. Anyway, let's move on. Let's look at what is going to be happening, because the Legend Select is going down right now. Wouldn't surprise me if there was no changes whatsoever. Everyone looks pretty comfortable with their compositions at this point then.
No reason to change. I mean, the only teams you'd expect to make a change, you might see it in some of the contests like we saw earlier on today, where suddenly Pathfinder got introduced, Conduit got thrown into it just to make sure you could win. It was Harvester that actually had a lot of commotion happening in the early stages as well. Sadly for OMiT, they were the ones who went down initially in that game. But here we go, match 6 is locked, it's loaded, and the players are already out of the jump ship. We'll have to keep a keen eye on Overlook.
Final game of this lobby. The final time we're going to see A and B go up against each other as well. The dropship is leaving World's Edge pretty soon. As will some of these players as well. Looking at where the drops are going down, me and Dana trying our best to keep an eye on where Aurora decide to go. It looks like they might be going back towards Climatizer here.
Yeah, it looks like the grief is not going to happen, but this is what we were talking about at Harvester. OMiT, they lost the fight initially here in match number 5, but are they going to be able to get some revenge in match 6? They're 9th in the overall standings. This is a real opportunity at points if they can win this contest.
Well, they're trying to be as aggressive as possible, and you always need to on contests. The more time that is taken, the less likely you are to be able to continue with your game afterwards. Longbow not going to be maybe the gun to use in this situation, but the Peacekeeper certainly is on the contest. 20 flesh damage is going to be good. Now it's just a case of push, push, push. Get the job done. Never to change eliminated. OMiT will win Harvester.
You can see Lovker as well. He let them know what it meant to them, as now they get the chance to actually loot up and play a game of Apex Legends instead to never to change. Get out of our POI. And they send them packing. What are Aurora doing right now? That's the biggest question I have. I came back and I'm saying, what's going on? Aurora decided
are a nuisance.
They've
is what they are.
decided Epicenter and Survey Camp is going to be their target. Sadly for KINOTROPE Gaming, they weren't even able to get going. Again, they're just catching people off guard.
They are the villains of the lobby. They do not care for the traditions of Apex Legends. They are playing to win. And I love it. I absolutely love it from Aurora. They're playing the game their way.
It's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? Because when you're in a contest, you are expecting the contest, so you have legends to help you with said contest. You're not expecting someone to be landing on you at Overlook. You're not expecting someone to be landing on you at Survey Camp. And this is what I've always thought should happen in Battle Royales. Why wouldn't you be landing on people and catching them off guard? That's exactly what Aurora have been doing. And sadly, it just means that some of these teams are left a little bit surprised.
One player is coming back to face up against Aurora now, or certainly flying through the skies over them from the balloon in the train tunnel. Last remaining member of KINOTROPE Gaming. Back towards Epicenter and maybe back towards a respawn, but there's one thing you can always say with Aurora, they always keep you guessing.
Well, someone's got to keep us on our toes, as now we can see the circle on our screens as well, heading over towards the slight central side, but more west, you'd imagine. Countdown is going to be a focus area, and certainly the rocks just to the east of Countdown. A lot of teams are going to position themselves in on that tower and around surrounding areas for sure. LG and Oxygen have already made their way. Virtus.pro also going to go through the southern side and might just actually decide to hold this choke point. Either that or set up an ambush. We've seen a few ambushes already today.
Yeah, looking at where the circle's going, it's an interesting one, right? It's landslide is a potential of where this zone could go if it pulls back. By the way, LG really struggling on their rotate. They've tried to move quickly. Funk is already down on his back. They only have white armors as well, and it's 2R1C who are raining down fire from the high ground at the moment, and it might be another solo expedition here for Sweet.
And that's what I was going to say. If they learn anything from last game, Sweet can do it on his own, apparently, but would certainly prefer to have Funkenslayer alongside him. It's never fun anywhere around landslide for me. Traversing that ground, you're so exposed.
One thing I was trying to kind of get to before we saw those knocks going in is, like, landslide, we've seen some pulls back towards landslide sometimes, but we also see the pull, and I would say when the first look at this zone, the more traditional ending, you would say maybe below the drill tower, maybe outside in the truck towards the vault tunnel itself. But it looks like a lot of teams at the moment are kind of just betting on it being towards landslide, or maybe just playing landslide because it's the only place that they can play. You can't really set up for the long game in those open fields. Just not enough places to play. They're protected.
I think one of my favorite areas would be the northern vault tunnel that you can hold. We've seen DarkZero win games from that position with very similar circles as well. But DarkZero were not first to get to that vault tunnel. It's actually Serenity who are going to be holding that right now. 2R1C are going to be happily on the height of landslide, and this is an okay position to hold. I don't think it's a game-winning position right now, but it is something that can certainly be a temporary spot to pick up some KP, and it's very temporary because they don't want to stay there for very long.
2R1C found themselves down to 2 now. Yaka is going to be knocked, but should be able to be res, you would imagine. However, now they get pushed. The caustic ult is coming in, so forget about the res. It's about survival for now. The res does come in, but Yaka's gone down once more. 2R1C are probably saying, hey, buddy, We're going to be stay on your feet for a few moments, but VP are saying we don't want to see that happen.
Well, 211C do have the lifeline temporarily, but they just don't have the defensive capability. They lack the core stick now, and they are struggling in this engagement. But Virtus.pro, noticing that the res has happened and just backing off, maybe hoping that other people will get involved in this fight with all the commotion that's going down and the damage that's being done.
Elsewhere in the kill feed, you can see that Red Rams are getting involved in a little fight against KINOTROPE. I think that might have been as well. Over towards Epicenter, 211C and managed to get back up to a 3. Again, the lifeline coming in clutch for those reses. Funky's going to be taken down and finished once again, so LG's continuing with their struggle.
Oh dear.
As we see part 2 of Aurora versus C9.
C9 are going to have nightmares about Aurora tonight for sure, as now they're going to be their demise once more, you'd have to imagine. Hardeki continues to challenge because he knows he's going to have support from the rest of the team, and Cloud9 will get wiped in 19th position, and it is pure laughter on the face of Aurora players now, which is concerning for the entire lobby, it has to be said.
I'm telling you, man, they're demons. They are the villains of the lobby. Elsewhere, at the other side of the map at the moment in Geyser, you see a Liquid Alienware. Kind of wiping the floor a little bit in this fight.
We've seen that a few times, right? Today, where Liquid Alienware, when they get in, they straight 3v3s, they rip through their opponents. And this time it is Tom Yum Kung who will sadly go down to Liquid Alienware. And they just look so good when they get into these fights, but they just haven't really been able to get into the late game yet. That's why they find themselves in 9th position, 16 points off of first. But again, they could climb the leaderboard here in match 6.
Well, 201C, for all of the up and down, up and down, up and down that we've seen from a few of their players when it comes to getting knocked and getting revived, they're actually in a really good spot now. They've got up to 2 purple armors and a blue. KINOTROPE Gaming have just been eliminated, by the way, as your 4th team to be eliminated in this lobby. But now they hold this bridge, and they've got DarkZero to deal with. But for the long game, this is probably one of the most solid holds, you would say, in positions to be in.
Whether it's going to be, again, just as I was saying when they were on top of Landslide, it's not a game-winning position, but it is one that can pick you up points, and depending on where the circle shifts, that's when they can start to think about where they would like to go. Well, talking of circle shifts, they're still going to be okay there, and this is looking like more of a drill tower finish. Certainly could still be a good spot for Serenity as well. They just have to worry about the likes of Aurora, and then LG, who were struggling, have found themselves pretty much center zone as a duo here.
Holding that truck down will be LG. And you get the feeling that if DarkZero do manage to sniff out that that's a duo, they'll be more than happy to push that position and claim it as their own. MD White on the other side of things, holding out the eastern side of World's Edge. Anyone trying to move through those chokes from Monument, or maybe down for those trained tracks where Geared Gaming and Red Rams find themselves having a little poke battle at the moment. They'll want to clean up those pieces. Serenity in that position, like you mentioned, though. That Vault Tunnel is so powerful for this zone.
And the truck you were speaking of as well, a very difficult position to hold because of grenades, but we do have Wonton teams in the lobby. Reject WINNITY were running Wonton earlier, so maybe if they could find themselves in that spot, but right now they're still down towards Monument, and I'm not even sure if they're a full 3 at the moment. Maybe they've just got their 3rd back up. Now, Red Rams, they're going to be on the far northeastern tip at the moment. They're just having a look over towards Geared Gaming. Speaking of Wonton teams, they very much made that house their own.
DSG versus Na'Vi. Damage coming in from Tyler. They're going to continue on their counter-rotate. They look like they don't want a piece of this at the moment. That's game 6 syndrome, you would call it, right? Na'Vi knowing they need points. They don't want to take a fight this early in the game.
Do they know Disguised are a 2? That would be my question. As Na'Vi are just going to continue their rotation, they don't want any of it because, again, at this point of the game, when you are going through a choke like that, if you take a straight fight, regardless if it's 2 players, if it's 3 players, very vulnerable to a 3rd party, and they will know the rotation times of a lot of these other teams who are on the southeast side, like Liquid Alienware, a squad who very much love to get involved with a 3rd party.
Enemy spotted.
Evac's going to go down to get them a little bit ahead of the zone closing behind them. Also, maybe to get away from this fight, but they've got to drop because Jaguaris takes a huge amount of damage. He's going to be able to get down, and he's going to be able to pop that back. Let's see if they can survive this and jump into a listening now with Liquid Alienware.
Vete, intento. Es un team de dos. Voy a dar la vuelta por zona y lo reímos, Ánimo, te veo después. Tú corre. Creo que tengo un pendejo aquí. Está en mi caja uno. ¿Sí? No, me estaban rateando, güey. Pues, no, neta, por mí, sí. Vete. ¿Te prendió? Sí. Dice no, pendejos de nadie, ¿verdad? No, eso es tranqui. Ese güey no sabe que soy una verga. Titipulaste? Sí, sin pedos.
Well, it looks like a change of certainly plan A here for Team Liquid, and DSG trying to chase them down and get those KP, but Na'Vi is still here and still causing problems.
Yeah, Disguise as a 2 just trying to survive at the moment and not going to have the ability to get Designful back on his feet. No support legend to work with here to craft that banner, so they are just going to have to work with what's available to them. However, Timmy and Enemy are still very much a threat in this lobby, and Na'Vi are taking a lot of damage as they are on the hunt here.
Are they going to be able to find DSG inside of this building, though? Are they going to scan the building and get that information?
Here we go.
Kind of knows where they are. Might get a little bit of a surprise, but gets the barrel down instead to lock them inside of this building. And now Disguise are forced to make a play.
Yeah, do you just have to suck this one up and say, look, we're going to try and take a 2v3 now. Let's try and push the narrative a little bit. Let's not just sit in the building and accept our deaths. Let's try and go out swinging. But sadly, they're just being held at the moment. But Timmy's managed to find a route. Timmy is ratting his way through at the moment, just saying, look, follow me. I will make a path and I will make a clearance for us.
Gonna time that medkit as well, the syringe, I should say. And then you would imagine the medkit straight afterwards to stay alive, kind of, though. You're worried about those health meds for him. He pops the medkit just in time as well. I mean, this is at the detriment to everyone at the moment. Nobody is rotating ahead of each other to try and get towards that zone. Everybody is kind of being held out or griefed a little bit on the edge of zone at the moment, which means that no one's really winning this apart from maybe Liquid, who got that res.
Got back up to a full 3. This is massive for them. Just the Na'Vi chase on Disguise allowed Liquid Alienware to have a bit of a distraction, but now everyone flying through the skies going to be arriving into the zone, but they're going to be arriving very weak to some teams here. If they're looking up to the skies, might be able to pick up some KP.
Well, they are going to be safe. They should be able to reset inside of this building as well, and here's always going to have a little poke, but oh, the traffic is in front of him, but oh, it doesn't matter what's in front of him because he just got deleted.
Deleted for now. However, you can see the pings from their teammates just to say, look, it's not over yet. There's still more of a job to do here. But Na'Vi are a full 3. They're healthy. They've been able to reset properly. And it should be a cleanup. You'd imagine Metafe just about survives and reject WINNITY go down. And now Metafe falls to the zone.
And this is the problem, this fight, this slowing down of the rotate for Na'Vi. For the likes of Liquid, and of course, for the likes of DSG, just means that everybody is just waiting to be forced to their deaths by the zone. You're looking at Red Rams on the edge of zone now, just taking everyone down. And look at that. Liquid go down, Na'Vi go down, Red Rams survive for now, but you just felt like no one was really going to survive that battle.
Disguised fell as well. It was a valiant effort from all the teams that were running from that eastern side, but they were all in the same boat, really, and they had to sync together. Now, Red Rams, Geared Gaming, Crazy Raccoon, and MDY White are all on this eastern side, but some of them a little bit healthier than others. Red Rams down to just 2. But they're trying to be quiet. They're trying to just listen to see maybe they can pick up on some of this damage that could be done elsewhere.
I mean, this is a really big fight here, and Crazy Raccoon, who have already won 2 games in this set, remember, if they win this fight now against MDY White and force them away, control this choke, there's a real opportunity for them to maybe look to win this final game as well, as they would have cleared this side. Elsewhere, you can see VP take a little fight against Oxygen here, trying to nade out some Arc Stars behind these blue crates to force them away before they swing.
Big fight for Oxygen. They've got to utilize the damage they're putting out at the moment, though, but they're very aware of the other teams in the area. VP eliminated, and Oxygen will hold on. Just need to get healthy. Don't want to overextend too much here. 45 seconds until they officially have to move, but they are making themselves big. They are outputting a lot of damage to scare teams, but Reeds has gone down. LG will fall. Crazy Raccoon have also gone down as well, because all these teams now are being forced together by the zone.
Well, it won't be 3 wins in this set for Crazy Raccoon, but there's a Fusey in the lobby, everybody. And it's going to be OMiT who are playing Fuse as well. You can see the Knuckle Cluster coming in, just doing that suppressing, almost annoying damage to teams who are trying to hide in behind some of this cover. Here comes Lufka, though, with a Havoc. A little bit more traditional. Oxygen Esports will be eliminated, and we're down to 7.
OMiT still with a chance to top this group, by the way. 6 kills at the moment for Lufka. 7 kills for the entire team, but 201C are having a sniff over towards it. The zone, by the way, is going to be a drill tower zone that we perhaps alluded to earlier. Aurora are now holding the northern vault that we were also speaking about being a power position, but DarkZero, who have been very quiet in this game coming from Trials, are just holding the western side over towards Countdown, and they might be a real threat for this endgame because they're pushing up onto Serenity.
Serenity again in the endgame, though. And we're in a position now with some of the teams that are in this endgame down that the winner of this game could jump up to maybe be the winner of the group. DarkZero taking this fight though. Jen and Slice are going to take damage. EMP's going to be here, and look at the swing now coming in onto DarkZero. They get caught off guard. Japan's going to be left on his own, trying to do what he can, but it's going to be 2-on-1C who wrap behind them and take down DZ.
That's great news for Serenity. They were in second place behind DarkZero, but now they'll have an opportunity to top this group. They're only a couple of points behind, but it's 2-on-1C, potentially ruining the day for any team that looks to try and win this one cleanly. But now they're losing players. Now they're taking a lot of damage as it's just a lifeline left. But lifeline being alive means you can get those little tippy taps.
There is a tippy tap for you. Shako back on his feet as well, looking for some finishes. Might be an armor swap available if they can get this as well. And 2-on-1C will clear this side of the truck. They will stay alive at the 2. As here come Aurora, everybody. The moment you've been waiting for.
Aurora getting involved, the villains of the lobby, able to wipe out Gear Gaming. And of course, they have the tippy taps too. We might get Lifeline versus Lifeline in the final fight, but there's still 3 other teams that can make a difference. MDY White and OMiT, and still a single member of Serenity. But you can see Legacy's taken so much damage. Surely Serenity will fall.
Well, this is the zone that gave us one of the greatest ALGS moments, thanks to the man who's on Aurora right now, HardDeki, as the solo player, managing to win one of the most famous games. Well, he knows his zone better than anyone, and maybe this is going to be enough for Aurora to step forward here.
Aurora with a real chance of taking some points, and a good chance for us to jump into a listening and hear the comms from Aurora.
Блядь, мы спиздили, уже не надо. Дай пуш только. Там мы спиздили, я дал. Бля, ребят, нам будут это, со шпилем. Давай, мы прямо сейчас пойдем, готовы. У меня один смог пока что. Ну дай один смог на шпиле, все. Один под шпилем. Ну давай смог на шпиле, они пока второй супертель. Да, давай. И вниз него просто полетели. Даю скан него. А это другой спад, слышите? Плюс, блядь, какой-то. Я хилюсь тут, я тут вот хилюсь. Их занейтили, может пикнем их? Я хилюсь. У меня сейф, у меня фулл сейф, Фулл сейф на мне, на мне сидим пока. Сюрик, фулл сейф на мне. Хилься. Надо еще этот вагончик подпикивал, ебаный. А похуй тут не видно ничего. Сейчас эта капуста может упасть. Чуть что налево, шпилем тройка. Окей. Слева, человек. Бежит долбоеб какой-то, ребят. Я убиваю его. Я с тобой. Ясно, найс. Я забрал. Я бэкнул назад.
Safe for now. Aurora very close to being able to win this group. Only a couple of points behind DarkZero, who are currently in first place. But look at the top of the tower. The Kings of the Castle, MDY White, could have a real opportunity to win this one as well. The nades were not good enough, though, to take down Aurora. And it was a very similar position. You speak of those famous moments when HardDeki had that famous win in that position. It was about just finding a nook and cranny, surviving until the end game, and then popping out at the last minute. If Aurora can do that as a full 3, they also could be one of the teams that can maybe take a victory here. But we also have to talk about 2-on-1C here.
2-on-1C, they've got the Reds. They've got back to a full 3 as well, so they're going to have something to say about this lobby. And the position they're in as well, they're going to be able to do damage up onto the team at the top of the drill tower. So they're going to allow other teams to survive underneath. The difficulty here for MDY White, as always, is at some point, you have to drop. And when you drop, your gun isn't up, and the teams who are on the low ground can take advantage.
One's already fallen as well. It's going to be Orain who's able to get the initial one. Now we're going to see Beast of the Hunt activated as MDY White say, well, we might have to send it, but Aurora say, no, we'll send it for you.
Aurora do not need to be asked twice, but are they going to look back on this as a mistake? The answer, we're going to have to wait and see. Another team is going to try and join. It's OMiT who now go up onto the hyper. Lufka will go down. Light goes down as well, and Blast is now on its own, and somehow it looks like Aurora's still alive here.
Somehow still alive, as now it's just fists are swinging, and OMiT get eliminated. Now it's Aurora, but it's 2-on-1C, the healthiest team, and all they have to do, realistically, is find this last player on Aurora. It should just be a waiting game.
Well, 2-on-1C are going to do it for you, but it's HardDeki. It's still HardDeki, and for as good as he is, with all due respect, you have the feeling that even HardDeki knows, wait a minute, or he's saying, right boys, it's up to me.
Well, ladies and gents, here we go. This could be an I was there moment.
What have you got for us, HardDeki? Not enough. 2-on-1C for win. Game number 6. But an incredible effort from Aurora in those final moments. But it's the 2 European teams who give us that moment in the end. And how that is going to change things down on those final standings.
Yeah, most importantly for Aurora, it puts them right at the top of that leaderboard.
We need to see these Aurora shirts up close, by the way, because they are, I've never seen this before. They are trash-talking other teams on their own shirt. Pretty sure it said HardDeki is better than Imperial Hal.
I mean, that kind of goes with the whole story of Aurora, right? They really approached those final 3 games so differently, changing their drop spots, surprising other teams, saying, well, why would we have a contest? Why not actually just get the jump on some other squads? And with the points they've just accumulated in that final game, they put themselves right at the top of the leaderboard.
Where's the Grim Reaper? You can see Hardeki, who took a sip of water and realized that maybe even for him it was too much in those final moments. But Aurora, the Grim Reapers of the lobby, the villains of the lobby in that game, get the second place and a huge amount of kills alongside it, but is it going to be enough to send them up those leaderboards?
Well, you can see there on the screen how the series standings are looking, but it's going to be very important points for 2R1C, who get that victory, 28 points on the board. When we start to look at the tournament progressing to winners bracket and elimination bracket, those points could be massive for 2R1C's chances of progressing into the winner's side.
Very impressive stuff from Aurora. They really do look like a team who is here to play this event. Some disappointing results, you would say. Certainly Champs, I think, was a bit disappointed with how everything went down, all the drama surrounding those decisions that were made during the tournament. But for now, they are looking dangerous. 2R1C with the win, but it's the 14 kills and second place for Aurora. They give them 23 points in total.
And we are starting to get glimpses now as we progress. We've seen all 4 of our groups compete, and we've started to see teams that have had those big games, right? We've seen a 30 bomb already today, a 23-point game here for Aurora. Those are the kind of games that could be the difference makers as it's all said and done in this tournament. And it may not just be the difference maker for getting to Championship Sunday, but it's games like that we've just seen from Aurora that really make a difference to get onto match point. You need to be able to score points in a big way.
Serenity up there once again at the other end of the table though. Cloud9, the unfortunate victims of Aurora once more. 2 games in a row where they were eliminated. Elsewhere, you're looking across at Liquid Alienware. A couple of KP for them might be extremely important with how the standings were, giving them 6 points overall. BP a little bit quiet, Na'Vi a little bit quiet as well. LG and just struggling in that game as they made that quick rotate and got cut down. But the overall leaderboards are going to be fascinating here with how close it's been to see who are going to be the teams who are going to take the most points away.
I do like that you're still playing up to the fact that you don't know, even though they're right behind you.
I have a massive screen. People at home don't know though.
They do not know. Well, they did. They saw it, but there you go. There's the series results for everyone at home. Aurora, 58 points will find themselves after their first series, and that is going to be such a healthy total. It might even be enough to get them into the winner's bracket, to be honest, with how they've been playing. DarkZero only shy by 7 alongside Serenity. We have to take our hats off to Serenity in their performance, but also Crazy Raccoon, the only team to find 2 victories here in this series.
I think the most terrifying thing about that Aurora performance is the fact that 37 kills were picked up alongside the placement points as well. So they are playing some serious Apex Legends and looking as dangerous as you would expect the team who won the regional finals in EMEA. It's been a pretty impressive set of games, I would say, and this team that you're looking at right now might be one of the ones to watch as we move through the days. But Dan, for us in the casters booth, that's going to be it. We're going to send it to the analyst desk right now to take it away.
Thanks so much, Gaskin and Onset. Phenomenal way to close out this series. I'm just going to give Zephyr a moment here to bring it straight on over to talk about Aurora, 2R1C, some of your faves.
There is nothing that makes a Zephyr happier than EMEA showing up when it absolutely counts. For Aurora, they start off this series in the depths, and they manage to climb it all the way back up, coming into World's Edge, dropping the dub as we approach our series match results. And to top it all off, the icing, the creme de la creme, the cherry on top of the cake, 2R1C, a team that we peddled just on the last analyst desk, a team that has the capabilities to win, gets the opportunity to chance to show that they can strut the stuff among the best.
And it's like, this is something we were talking about in the green room when we were watching these last 3 matches. Aurora did something a little atypical.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to talk about them just despite how the series actually ended. Starting out their contest at Climatizer with Red Rams, they went 2-on-2, and then both teams kind of just dispersed, got their reses off with the support legends. And then game 5, landing on C9, killing, I believe, one of them, and then, you know, taking that KP and just going with it. And then game 6, landing on KINOTROPE, killing 2 of them, and going that, like, taking that with them as well. I mean, that's just like, that's devious. And
Who does that?
And that's like, even despite them, like, where they ended up, like, as a competitor, you absolutely hate that.
Right.
But obviously, as you know, spectators, it is really fun to watch and to see something, people like that, teams like that, just kind of mix up the gameplay and what we know.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely put on a show. And then, Lace, I'd asked you before we got into these last 3 matches, who did you want to be keeping your eyes on? You've obviously talked about DZ a lot, but they ended up tied, at least in 2nd place after the series. That's going to be something we expected out of them, sure, but obviously we've seen a lot of our top teams struggling. Now they're not one of them.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, I went for DarkZero, and I spoke about right before we started that we're looking in Apex South who's going to fill their shoes. So, you know, DarkZero were my pick for today, and they're doing extremely well. And then Serenity right after them. They've been a team that I've watched through here, and they might be the people to fill DarkZero's shoes. Like, they are neck and neck right now.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic competition so far. We'll take a look back at those final circle moments because there were some exciting ones to talk about. Zephyr, we'll start with you and match number 4.
It's not quite Aurora, it's not quite 2R1C, it's another team that comes from EMEA that finds their way to the victory here in Game 4. But it all starts here in Lava Siphon in a very common circle that we tend to see. Now, usually this height on the opposite side that we'll peel over to where DarkZero is playing can be an incredibly effective stall coming into games like this. The problem is it comes down to the pull. It's always about that final pull here. As a result, DarkZero actually come down a whole lot sooner. And this is something that OMiT analyze and find in the very, very early game. What I find absolutely incredible about this win is that OMiT doesn't actually play that small. They extend themselves out around the corner, secure the successful KP out against Disguised and crew, extend that over to the rock after the successful fight to pick up the win.
Yeah, no, OMiT did a really good job in the series. The second we move over to World's Edge in general, but then we move on to match number 5 here, Lace, and talk me through these final moments.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, as we see DarkZero, you know, having the zone pull in their favor, but Crazy Raccoon kind of waiting and biding their time here at Market. This was a smart play for them, as we know, this zone sort of pulls out from the buildings, and all you have to do is wait patiently to clean up the mess that sort of portrays out of those sides. You know, we saw Serenity before here. You know, they were making a tough fall from height at Trials. I had a feeling that they might solidify themselves in this zone, but again, Crazy Raccoon made the best call and waited patiently. Again, DarkZero had the position early on in this map as it pulls out of these buildings into more of the west side. But you know what? Crazy Raccoon, again, they were just biding their time, waiting, and it's easy for them to clean up those KP points. I think at the end of this match, they had 9, and 3 of those points were DarkZero, so they absolutely obliterated in this match.
Yeah, team has definitely turned it on here in this series, but we just got to watch the chaos go down. Review it with us here, though, Hotsick, because it definitely deserves to be replayed.
Absolutely. I mean, it all started with Aurora getting a pick on height on that post, and then them having the one character, one of the peskiest legends in the game, that could actually go up and capitalize on that Horizon, which I believe they probably only picked because of their contest earlier in the game. So it was a huge pick for them to be able to do that, get up there, and not only kill the team that they got a pick on, but also the next team, and then still and come out with like massive points, because they know that, again, they're in one of those positions where they know they're not going to win. 2R1C has that one spot. They were playing the RB the whole time. They have the spot that's going to probably win. So they're going big. They're just going for all the kills, and they sure as heck got a lot of them.
I mean, it was a fantastic way to close it out, especially when we take into consideration just how close those standings were, putting themselves in that top spot, and now definitely starting a little bit of a snowball effect for themselves, setting themselves up well on day 1 of our LAN here for the Split 1 playoffs. Overall, groups have been stellar performances, some really unexpected results so far, and I can't wait to see, because we still have one more series coming around the corner. But before we do that, I do want to check in with Peeps, because if I'm not mistaken, I think he's standing by with 9 Impulse.
Glitter, thank you so much. Apex, what up? So I am here with one of the best in the world, 9 Impulse. They broke the world record for most points in a Pro League split. That was an absolute insane performance. What do you guys have to thank for that?
We are not thinking anything about it. We are just playing by our hearts, and that's all. Like, nothing special. We just do our things. We are playing the game, not thinking something behind it. And yeah, we just play the game.
It's all about business, all about business. So this is the first time Aurora has a full roster at LAN. once you guys got your visas, that must have been a weight off your shoulder. What was the mindset through that?
We're happy to be here because it's super hard to get a visas for us, and that's why we missed so many tournaments in previous year, and everyone just forgot about it. I don't know why. They're watching our performance, but just watch our performance from this tournament. So we're happy to be here as a full team.
My man said, watch out for the performance from this tournament. That is a warning to all the players. So this is one of the most diverse metas for weapons and characters, right? What do you think about the metas?
It's too many characters, and to be honest, I really like it because a lot of situations, and if you're a really strong player, you just keep everything in mind, and you're ready. And if you're ready for everything, game feels easy. And yeah, we're just playing Lifeline. I think we are not alone. It's one more team who are playing Lifeline, but yeah, I like this meta. We can survive on Caustic, guys, and no one ready for us, I think. I think a lot of NA teams didn't even watch our VODs. They're like more talking than trying to win now. So maybe this year is gonna be European one. We'll see.
All right, NA, you heard it there. You better step it up and bring your A game. Aurora, 9 Impulse, one of the greatest in the world. Thank you so much. Glitter, take it away.
Thanks so much, peeps. A little bit of a gauntlet being thrown down there by 9 Impulse, saying they've been underestimated. I love that, Zephyr.
I love it more than anything, and I love the fact that North America could soon be renamed to nearest airport, not just in the other games, but here in Apex as well. But granted, we've still got a whole lot more to go on here. This is the first take that we've seen of our 40, but there still is, of course, our opposing groups that will flesh themselves out here. So while, yes, we do see some of the familiar faces begin to show up in our recent series with DarkZero, of course, and Aurora, there's still a lot of time for these other rosters to begin to cook, to find our way to our TSMs and potentially other friends that have shown in the past that they can throw the gauntlet and find their way to the duel.
I could not have said it better myself. Well, we're almost done here. Before we say goodbye, though, Lace, want to give a very special thank you to you for joining us up here on the desk from literally the other half of the globe. What was your experience like?
That's it. I'm still very jet lagged, and I can't see further than this, guys. But like, you know what I did see? Absolute passion from all our teams. You know, especially from our Apex South teams, where you know we don't get a lot of light shined on us. But the fact that we had 8 teams this year come over to LA is absolutely exceptional, and I'm very, very proud of them all. And to see them perform and be in those top couple of teams is exceptional.
Oh yeah, they are a force to be reckoned with. Hodsick, final thoughts on this series?
I mean, I gotta echo Lace's thoughts, honestly. It's just really nice, like, you know, obviously part of the NA region. I love seeing NA on top, but it's been really nice to see new faces and new teams that a lot of, you know, fans probably have never even heard of start to take the limelight a little bit and kind of, you know, poke at NA a bit, you know. It's just nice to see that there's actual contenders from all of the regions. So I'm excited to see the rest of this tourney.
Yeah, and, I mean, you said we're not done, okay? That is just the first 2 series of the first day of what we have in store all weekend here. So if you've been following along so far, that means we have now finished groups C and D, which kicked off our day. We just wrapped up groups A and B. And now for the last series of the day, we will be heading into groups A and D, kicking off at 7 p.m. PT, which is not that far away, okay? So hopefully you guys are ready for 6 more matches of Apex action. We'll give you a little bit of a break before we do that. But as always, if you missed anything that happened earlier today, or you just want to keep up with any of the action that's going on here, or all weekend long, or for the rest of ALGS, which is what I really recommend, at Play Apex Esports on X and YouTube, or at Play Apex on Twitch. And that way, you will stay up to date with every single second of our ALGS action. But that's all we've got for our second series on the day here. We'll be back in about 30 minutes. You've got time for a little bit of a short break, a little bit of a reset, and then we will wrap up the day with our third and final series of day 1 here at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. Make sure you tune back in then.
no sleep, no cap, balling, never falling, falling, falling. All eyes on me, I go OD, winning only. Stay up, no sleep, no cap, balling, never falling, falling. All eyes on me, I go OD, winning only.
They are going to full send this. Oh, wow. And it's going to be Team Liquid at Alienware. And Tyler left on his own. The zone might do all the damage as a 1v1. Sky will fall as we're down to 2 and OMiT moving.
Suddenly OMiT and the ability to get their third player back up is absolutely everything for them.
Stay up, no sleep, no cap, balling, never falling. I go only, winning only. Stay up, no sleep, no cap, balling, never falling. All eyes on me, I go only, winning only.
This is the greatest Apex moment of all time. My judges, Apex YouTuber Jayhawk, ALGS caster Zephyr, and I assembled some of the best highlights. And today we're gonna rank them 1 through 10 to award 1 as the greatest Apex moment. Let's do it. Let's just hop right into the first clip.
Order, I don't think they can do anything about this.
Oh my god!
I love his face every time.
360 Kraber shot into the top true combo!
They miss when he does his initial spin, so you know that they're in the back and someone's like, he's spinning, we have to go to his POV.
I know it was recent, but this is crazy. We're starting hard. I'm giving it a 9.
I'm gonna take it down just a tad bit. They were already going to win that game from that position, so I think it's cool. I'm a little bit more harsh. I'll put it down at like 7.
I was already gonna give it an 8 before either of you said your numbers. Every Apex highlight reel that will ever exist now, that moment's gonna be in there.
I'm keeping my 9. I like that you're taking the what's it called into account.
I'm taking into account your 9. I'm saying screw you.
You're keeping the criteria like there, like, which is great.
Watch when Peekaboo. Oh, sweaty! No scope with a Kraber.
No scope Kraber, armor swap, buy one blade. It has a little touch of like all the little details of Apex Legends, and like forever it's definitely gonna be one of those moments that people always show off.
His pop off is good too.
The only thing I will bring up about this clip is that I think it immediately gets overshadowed by the other clip that you have, Zephyr.
I'd put it probably a 6.
So 6?
Yeah, I was thinking 6.
I was thinking 5. It's a great clip. There's gonna be some clips in here where I'm gonna be fighting for a 9 on them, I think.
Maybe now the door is open for Alliance, the European powerhouse, to come in and clean up.
It's not so easy though. Smokes are down. And they get it, Alliance! From top of the wheel, get it done. Get on your chair.
I mean, this is one of those clips I put in there because it's like, there's no skill here. Alliance didn't dominate this fight progressively. They were handed foot going to win it. It's here because of that.
I'm gonna give it a 9.
Oh,
personally.
wow.
I'm going high on this one.
I gave it an 8.
8. It's crazy. As everything I do love about the moment, I was gonna give it like a 7.5. This one. What is this one?
What do you mean? What is this one? This one's iconic.
Because I saw the thumbnail. I saw the thumbnail. I saw the thumbnail. Like, what? This is just so good.
Play on me.
toxic. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
No fucking way! No fucking way!
I don't know, like, well, there's so many great clips. This has got to be, I think, at least top 3.
There's so many good memories about this clip, and it's like, you won't see that anymore, right? Like, someone's gonna just walk up with an SMG and you get one clip.
It's also like one of the most iconic moments ever.
So everyone focuses on Snipe Down because it's 2 melee kills. Reps goes crazy. There is no HP there. What? Like, and he wins it.
I don't know whether to give this a 9.5 or a 10.
I'd give it a 10.
I already put 10 down.
Just because it's early, and we still got a lot of clips to go through. To not give a clip right now a perfect 30, I'm going 9.5, and then after, when we come back to it, when we rate, like, we'll take the 3 highest clips and then see like which one of them wins at the end. That's what we'll do. So
Knock is trying to stay alive. Yep. 4 shots going down. Knock gets knocked. Skittle Cakes, the last one alive. Can he do it? Some more shots going down. He's going to get the KD for his team. And it 1v2 scenario. Is he going to get the armor stop? He does. And is he going to win it for his team? Can he do it? The armor stop coming out from Skittles. And it's going to be a 1. Oh my god! Skittles with an absolute insane 1v2 with a double armor swap.
It's so good, bro.
The double armor swap?
Like, in terms of skill, it's very rare that we have a clip that is this skillful on this list.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna rip off the band-aid. I'm giving it a 9.5.
Skittle was facing cheating allegations going into this. He was an Xbox ranked grinder, comes over, is playing MNK now and pulls that off.
Bro went from roller to MNK.
And also, dude, this was the first LAN we had in 4 years. I think I agree. I'm gonna throw this up with a 9.
I think I'll give it an 8.5.
And also, imagine if Skittle was like, he stood on the desk, you know, like, that would go crazy too.
Imagine if he did everything else in other clips.
If he just
This would be a 12, guys. A 12 out of 10.
I want y'all to know, this is the clip that I think deserves to be in the time capsule. If there is any Apex moment that is the greatest moment in Apex history, this is it right here. Play the clip.
Let's go, baby.
Lifeline! Lifeline! Where's me? Lifeline, use. Where's Lifeline?
Look at him.
They leave him for real, like they do. Why do they? And then they all die.
He died.
We can all relate, Bess.
Let me give my pitch for the clip, okay? At the very beginning, he is knocked and his teammate clutches the fight. He says, "Let's go, baby," because he thinks they're gonna res him, and then it ensues. 10. I give it a 10.
I am so biased towards comp. I'm gonna give it a 9.5, bro.
I'm gonna go 9.5 as well. I'm going
crazy, guys.
I think
they used this in the Post Malone trailer, guys.
Go for the queue up here on
Oh,
TSM.
they got Wigs POV in here.
The tournament here.
Holy shit, this is not going to be good.
I love Greek calling that.
Now TSM will be forced off a fight, and they might get pushed here because there will be a grab lift behind them. They're gonna get queued behind, and it's X.
I was watching Jayhawk stream, and I was freaking out, man. I was screaming. I dropped everything and started writing a script for this video.
Out of every moment in ALGS history, this is the one where my heart was like pounding out of its chest. Like, just the moment of like, TSM is the reigning champs. They're about to potentially win again. TSM is on God's spot. Like, all the possible things that could be like in this moment, followed with, then I see XZ go up, I started freaking out. To find that clip after too, because in the moment you're like, wait, how did FaZe get up there? Like, they don't have Horizon. And then I felt like this clip embodied like what it means to stop a team from winning match point.
In the moment, it isn't as high of a clip. It's just after the fact, once you have the information, that it pushes up there.
Are we talking about just Scurry throwing the Q, or are we talking about the entire moment that this is, right? And if you take that into account, you gotta look at the whole game. I've watched this game from every single POV, and I called it the greatest game. I'm throwing my bias in, sorry. I'm giving this my first 10.
I'd give it a 7.
It's a 7.
Okay.
It's good, but it's not the in the moment factor that some of these other clips that have.
Game 4.
Poor Wig,
no
his voice,
Poor
man.
Wig, bro.
Shout out to Greek, man, because he carried that day because his voice was not destroyed.
The chants are so good.
I was chanting NRG.
I'm with you, sweet. I'm swapping. Coming up. I have height.
I was like front row in the crowd to tie it to like a traditional sports moment of like when this is the championship game is on the line and everybody stands up and like you can just feel like the atmosphere has risen because somebody in the back all of a sudden just goes NRG and then the whole crowd within 2 chances all like bought in, like everybody is chanting NRG. It was the loudest I have ever heard a stadium. And like I've been in like huge football stadiums and everything, but I think because this is like indoors, you know, I give it like an 8 still. I think it's still a legendary moment, but yeah.
I think it's an 8 for me as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with 8 as well. If Energy goes on to place higher, win the tournament, like it's an instant like 10.
One of the first major moments. Granted, Timmy is literally full of these. Like, I cannot count offhand how many like incredible things Timmy has pioneered for the scene as a streamer.
100%.
And now he's a pro player, which is fucking insane.
And I love that Jen is here.
Now, I say now. He was previously as well, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Jen with his horrible mic. This is probably the best Apex stream of all time. And like on top of it, well, right behind this current stream that we're doing. I've never seen the entire Apex community like rally behind something as much as they did around this stream. Like they really did. Like there was pro players all day going in to help him. I wasn't like it was down to like, oh, that's Timmy, like leave him. Like he's gotta get this right now. Everyone rallied behind him. Easy 10 in my books. It's an easy 10 in my book.
This moment, I would give it a 10, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't think this made Timmy, but it elevated him to the point that he was like cream of the crop streamers, surpassing not just Apex, but like as a streamer, you know, like huge viewership, everything.
I'm dead. Give me your shield. Nice try. Give me his low. Fucking give me left. Find you. You got this. You got it, bro. You got this. This guy's it's just you. You got this. You win it. Go. It's a 1v for the brand. Oh my god.
Oh my god. It is so crazy. When this clip happened and I was making barbecue for my family, and when he hit the last shot, I dropped my phone like on the barbecue. I was scrambling to get it off the hot grill. I love this clip. This is the moment that is like the best 1v3, 1v2, whatever you want to chalk it up to, but I think it's the greatest.
Vicky's casting, her FURIA wins. It's like, I love that moment. But also, I am just such a massive sucker for hyped panders comms. You got this. Like, I'd give it like an 8.5, personally.
I got an 8.
Oh, wow. You guys went lower on that. Okay.
The only reason I go lower is because I don't think it's the craziest individual clip ever.
Get through these. What is this?
What
is this?
Everyone knows this.
All right.
Ascend have got to make the play here. Do they have the EMP available? Is that what they're going to use to try and push from? It does not get more intense than this. Match point leaves us with 2 teams as Kashera makes the play. Kashera for Europe gets the shots in, but no shield break as now the fight goes down.
So important that you get the damage here, and it's done.
TSM up in the skies. House goes down from the heavens. London belongs to TSM.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. You go first. I don't, like.
I'm giving it a 10.
A 10,
to me,
right? Like,
out of every Apex competitive moment that has actually ever existed, like this is the best moment. This is the greatest casted moment in Apex history. Like Gaskin knowing like what to say in the small moment to then instantly give it back to Onset for like the greatest call that Apex has ever had.
Yeah.
It's a 10. It's a masterpiece to me.
Yeah, I can't say it any better.
It's a 10. You'll have to listen to From the Heavens when I'm behind the scenes talking to these people. It holds the memory in its weight in gold, especially as a caster too. This kind of call is the dream for me one day.
Yeah.
There's only one number you're allowed to say, Jumbo.
I said 10 already.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all have seen this clip. Make sure it's loud.
I love this clip.
1.
I just love the reaction of 1, and then he breaks out laughing. And I'm gonna give it a 1.
I'm gonna give it a 1. One's all around. Yeah, the one's all around.
Give it a soft 1. 1, bro.
That's great.
One.
That's absolutely hilarious.
Unironically, I think it's 7.
This is in APAC North Pro League, and it's just Yuka F styling on somebody.
Give it.
He just stopped playing. He stops playing.
Crazy to say that Yuka is probably the greatest mechanical player MNK.
I would say yes, but the movement, like people, their community would probably say no. They're including like Fade and the pubs people, you know? But in terms of like actual comp, he's like the only one that pulls that into competitive play and uses it.
I only watch comp, so, you know.
Yeah.
That's all he knows.
There you go, bro. That's the best movement I've ever seen.
Zephyr just said Fade who? What? Like, oh, don't put the Fade fans on me.
I'd give it like a 6, by the way.
6? Okay, cool.
Great moment.
Reignite being like a relatively unknown team at the time.
Consequence, yes, you see them right here. Sharky gets taken down. They are repositioning right now. This is so difficult because now they're going to be in the line of sight of Off the Gaming. The mobile respawn leaving to act as makeshift cover here for Reignite. They get the res onto Sharky. They couldn't get the dirty. This is still winnable. Ganja has to drop. It's all up to
Back when he was Ganja Man, bro.
dude.
Dope shield comes.
I forgot about that.
I didn't even catch that.
And hoping that they can ride this wave.
People used to think he was a cheater, too.
Behind the rock here.
Yeah, I remember that.
Respawn beacon to play off the gaming is engaging with Luminosity. Reignite to go in for the third party and take this entire victory. LG is out. After gaming skill gauge goes out as well. Zero's gonna do it. Wide left flank, and just like that, Reignite is gonna do it. They are your champions. Australia comes all the way to Europe, and
And not just that, the only European to ever win an international
Didn't think
land.
about
The
that.
only European. Shout out my boy JMW.
Technically, Hal is of European descent, but
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
he lives in Europe. Yeah.
I still think this is such an incredible moment because it's set up what kind of hype and direction exists behind this game as an esport.
It's a sub. It's the beginning of the DarkZero legacies. I'm gonna give it a 9.
I bumped mine up to an 8.5.
The clip itself is actually like, if it was only the clip and the moment didn't exist, I'd give it like a 3. I'm not gonna lie.
It's really low quality, but this is the whole clip. How do you not include this as like one of the most iconic clips of all time?
This is the epitome of Kings Canyon right here.
It's actually impeccable that there are no guns on the floor.
Yeah.
There's no guns. How is it possible? There's nothing.
At this point, he's passed like 6 different loot spots, by the way.
You know he was on the original TSM Apex squad. It was him, Prodigy, and Hal.
Yeah.
I think this made him retire. I think this made him retire right here.
This is 8 loot spawns already.
Look.
Purple.
Nice, dude. Thanks for focusing.
Look how many loot pills he goes to.
Here's his 9th loot
This
spot.
single-handedly changed the King Canyon loot.
Look,
what are you doing?
We chased him for so long.
10 right there. 10 loot spots. 11, 12.
Oh my god.
There's just nothing on that mat right there.
He's at a second POI.
Clip this, bro. Somebody clip this.
Right, honey.
I'm uploading this to Twitter. I cannot handle
Look,
it.
3 shields, bro.
Why the fuck do you have a job? Why do you have a job? Why are there 3 armors? Why?
They're all white.
Oh my god. I think the triple white armors is the best part for me.
That's like 16 loot spots.
Chasing me the whole army!
Okay, for non-comp clips, this has to rival. But like this has to rival that Shiv clip.
In terms of all time, that is probably one of my favorite Apex.
Yeah, it's up there.
Yeah.
In terms of non-comp clips, I think it's right behind the Shiv clip.
Yeah.
Whatever my Shiv clip is rated, I'll give it literally half.
Yeah, whatever.
You guys did 10, I think. Yeah, you guys both did 10. So I think
9.5.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 9.
9's all around. Okay, the chat's loving this one too.
I just love when he gets so frustrated. He's like, "Why do you have a job?" Like,
I have a job.
And
he went from being mad at the game to mad at the developers. Like,
and the cherry on top, the guy's chasing him the entire time.
Yeah.
So like, again, if they won, I think this would be like one of the craziest moments in LAN history. It's the second highest points in a LAN. Am I mistaken? LG being the highest.
LG got more.
Yeah, 2 more points.
That's what I'm saying.
LG just did it in bracket stage.
Yeah, they did it in like winners or losers.
I think it was losers round 2.
Yeah, losers round 2.
Oh man. Great moment.
Fucking Watson bouncing around.
Match point, but they want to win this game. As Ree takes him down.
Oh my god. And NRG with a 20-kill win. 32 points.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
And guess who's at match point format?
This moment specifically, I'd give it like an 8. I think the rivalry with TSM during that LAN, and I still believe that to the mass audience, TSM NRG is the rivalry of Apex, and that was the peak of it. Dominance of a lobby in a finals game is the best finals game in terms of like overall points. So I think it's an 8.
I don't know if I throw
Also,
it at 8, but I throw it at like a 7.5.
I think the fact that
It's coming out here with a 2. Go ahead.
A 2?
No, that's what I'm thinking he's gonna say.
I was gonna say 20 kills gets a 2.
It's a 6 for me. Once again, it's just like a lot of context, and especially in this specific LAN, the fact that nothing really comes up of it. It's an incredible game. That gets it to the 6.
But
right?
isn't that what makes it a great moment?
But think about the storyline, the rest of the LAN.
The YouTubers versus the caster.
It is a 6 right there. That is
But
a 6
Zephyr,
for me.
rest of the next 4 games, it was TSM NRG. Who can close it out? The 2 biggest rivals. They had trash talk, shooting bodies when they fought each
That's
other.
great. That's great.
Sweet versus Hal.
I am oh so sour about NRG in their quality and performance.
But this was
To
their
be-
best.
Great. Wow. This is what their best was? Like,
Second
that's
place?
laughable in my opinion.
Second place is laughable.
I never think of, oh, NRG got this incredible game during this specific LAN and it highlighted the context. No, I think of down from the heavens, right? I think of all of those.
But that LAN was so unique because it's like, imagine getting to see like LeBron and Michael Jordan go at it in a finals. Like, you never will. But in Apex, that's what that felt like. And they're just braiding blows like.
Okay, points. We got 8 from me. Jay talked me up to an 8. Actually, I'm gonna go. Yeah, just even to throw a little spite at Zephyr, I'll go with 8.
I was an
5.
8.
And just because of this discussion, it's a 3 now.
Oh,
that's crazy. That's crazy.
We gotta have this in here. The 3 back-to-back games. It's tough. Some people in my chat have already been saying that this is the best clip, and there's no debate about it. Fem's got this at 4?
This is definitely not the best clip.
This is not a best clip of all time.
Not the best.
I will say, if you want to show all 3, selfishly, you can go to my video about TSM because I thought it slapped when I did all 3. I'll give it a 6.
I'll give it at least a 7 because
are we
it
talking
still
about the clip or the moment though?
winner.
Are we talking about the clip?
Wait,
or the moment?
are we talking about like the 3 wins in a row?
Yeah,
as a
3
moment.
wins in a row. Like
I give it a 9.
Every single end game.
I'll give it an 8.
I think I'm gonna go with a 9 because the comeback's kind of crazy. Like, you want to say this final game, 3 in a
Comeback,
row, like
3
the
in a row.
comeback. This clip right here, I think, shows the weight that this moment held. But we go to the fans and we
Look
have
at me.
Jayhawk here. Absolutely, everyone
I am
looks
stunned.
Every single person is clapping, and Jayhawk is flabbergasted. And
In my mind, I was just like, TSM truly is inevitable. If you don't go for the head like with Thanos, if you give them too much time, they will come back. This is literally when Wig became Wig. Like this is the moment that gave him the attention.
Yeah.
I think he is the most influential streamer, I would say, for the competitive.
I'm playing with Dizzy.
Yeah.
I'm playing with Dizzy. I'm
Outside
playing
of
with
obviously
Dizzy.
pro players
What the
and stuff like
fuck?
how.
It's Dizzy. Take.
It's so old, too. It's season 1, funny enough. It's not even season 0, but
No way he just hosted me, bro. There's no way he just hosted me.
Damn, bro.
There's no way I have 10,000.
10,000 viewer rate is crazy too.
That is, yeah.
and Dizzy was on another level at that time in terms of streamer
Yeah,
size.
he was the face of Apex.
Yeah.
No way, this is real life, dude. There's no way.
Damn, dude. It's crazy how things change.
Hey, look, Wig rated me. I'm biased. That would have never happened.
I'd give this
if
clip.
Never happened.
I'd give this a 10 personally.
I give it.
All I really want to do is
Yeah, I give it a 9.5. This is what happens when you give the right person the right attention, right? And it does not happen often. Swig getting that opportunity and then running with it and becoming the man we see today is, it's one of those, it takes a million variables, irreplicable, and damn, dude, every single time I watch this, it's probably one of the most emotional clips.
It makes me feel super emotional. I like I said, I think that Wig is like arguably the most influential person in competitive Apex, showing off every single region. He's doing watch parties for South America, APAC North. Like he is putting so many people on because Dizzy put him on this one time.
In terms of reaction to videos I've done, I've never seen the comments about how Wig changed their life, how Wig like helped them through tough times, how Wig got them to Apex, how Wig did this, how that, and like it all started because of this. That's where I also like throw in my bias, calling it probably the greatest clips of all time. But this is just like the first Apex tournament.
Yeah.
This is what made Dizzy Dizzy.
All dead, all dead. Let's go, dude.
I put just the end of it, I think.
I know. Push, I'm coming for the loot.
Yeah. So like, don't focus on just the clip. Think the tournament
We can easily
context.
just push north. We all know they're here. You know?
More happened.
Miss old Apex kind of.
Yeah, I missed the feeling.
Ninja,
of
that's
old
not your
Apex.
kill. Why are you taking my loot? Sorry, no, I'm kidding.
I give it a 7.
I give it, yeah, I'll go with there with Jayhawk and give it a 7.
And this was the first like Apex event. This was like 2 weeks after Apex came out. I'm just gonna give it an 8 because of that. Like I think this is what started it off. So the results are in. In third place we have the Shiv and Dizzy raiding Nicewig. Second is the Snipe Down Snakebite double melee and Reps clutch. And the greatest Apex moment of all time is the Howl from the Heavens TSM winning Split 1 playoffs at LAN. Be sure to follow the Twitch stream so that you can be there the next time we do something like this live.
这黄瓜在那个桥上，我们走这直接摸，把那个直接夹，不要等，死人了，直接去，呼倒，这边，打这个，打一枚，哎，吃死了，好看不看？喂，我56包了，没事，直接上，能打到就打到，倒一个，这，在右边。导键管导，都能收，全收兄弟们。直接跳，姑姑。打60。打。好。妈逼！我看你们舔，你们小心背后，稍微看一眼背后就行了，进就行。往哪边进？正中上面能站吗？身上有人，不行。我们可能得进城里。这边。OK，跟你，跟得很紧。我去这儿。我操，这里，这左边、右边都可以看我们。我说实话，右边来看我们了。慢慢来，好吧。你看有电网，没看到人。应该是没人，先进。有人被抽了，我们这脸上。街中有人。有，一楼好像就有。有人跳来了，有 ，PK 一波，30拦甲，打100，直接上，他们打呀，能进吗？绕一边，头顶上再看，只能走这边，把他们挤出去。OK，帅，无人机在外面，有位置待，我们不急，慢慢来。有位置待吗？有，我们得跟着前面是有位置可以待的。对。大哥一个人踩桥，2个人踩右边。墙要踩吗？要。要。没事，可以夹死吗？一定倒了。给倒了。我就补那个。踩我那个位置啊！打，回去。先回去。出这件事情。别人的，但是能踩，爬上来踩。后面有人飞啊，没事。看后面，就踩这后面。就踩这，朝枪不要。这后面有人。朝枪不要，就踩这。你们先那什么？就是说， 你去那儿，你自己用烟在那玩，看后面的人，然后还有那边的人，不要让那边人过来报信息就行了。我看这边。我脸上一个，脸上2个，就2个，就2个。
我吸没下，
我过不去，
跟不上。没事。能抽，可以退，
可以退吗？我觉得不用退啊。
那直接打。
逃这个，这大招不是我的。
我打电。
我6秒7秒
，4秒倒。
死完了。
是。可以看情况，看圈里，我们卡毒飞，一直先往毒里走，往圈里走。
可以先往前走，对。
有书先拿下书。有雷先拿下雷，输雷。
我给吃100，我吃100猪。我吃100猪，我看这个电力包里有没有。
这房车是不是有人？房车有。房车
我们可以去桥下吗？我们是不是可以去桥下？
能把房车抽出去啊？房车就看到一个。
房车底下吗？
对，这个房车。好像就一个店妹，我就看到一个店妹。
店妹吗？
对，就一个店妹。
啊，就他一个，就
一个，先清他一下，别让他恶心我们。残了。清了，然后单左边那个桥那边能待的。
我在看。
桥那个下面，你懂我意思吗？
没有烟，我没有刀，给我镜头。
等会儿。慢慢来，我们可以带桥的。
我10秒烟，
能过吗？能过点就过了。
5秒，我都给他打。屁股堵了。
能过吗？打烟过了。过，我能过。就这。
我们都得给墙打了。
对，要打。但等我吃本书可以吗？
我快有大招了。
哎呀，打猎。
我80大招。他是不是走了呀？他走了。
好像是过去打了。我们就小心大斜坡上来就行了。
站后面呗，
我不要在这有圈，听我说，我不要这有圈。
前面能劝吗？
抱歉，有大电吗？丢我一个大电，我在屋里。
这里有圈，我标点了，看一下。
你丢我大电不？
我把这里先卡了。
对，
喊我。
老张，你先站上去，我来看这里。你去上面看左边，对不对？不要让他们回来。
听我说，这有圈不？
然后姑姑看右边，到时候来我这集合就行了。到时候找我集合。
OK。
圈见找我集合就行了。
OK。我先去抢位置可以吗？
有圈。
对的，他也要进去，
他给我们扔大了，完全给我们扔大了。
没事，能接。
丢了，楼顶。打枪头，我这可以躲。
我们架着就行了。
我被炸了架。
打很多伤害，3个碎甲，没事。
我们能清他吗？他们被爆了。
他们在
去清。
别！
并队是吧？
对，抽。
等墙，没事。他们马上就死了。
好严点，打头顶上那个，最头顶。
没。
最顶上那个。
我们要注意清这边。哎，没了。
这边。
我操！我被烟军穿死完了，我们这边死了。
我也看不见。
拉这边可以吗？
别上这边。
他们是来脚下，
踩不了，我滑下去，
我给他交吸，
炸到，
吸到，
大波，
打来，我去玩，
可以，慢慢来，我们是最好的位置，这里，别过去给机会，
我没事，我走了，
退下，打呀，
听我说，这里能随便把下面抽了的
，OK，
然后架上面，要把我这位置架好，我这位置，听我说，
我想舔包，张哥你能回去一下吗？
我这里位置一定要站好，
我要回去了。OK。张哥，你能去踩下面，然后一会儿
一定要站好，这里一定要站好。
OK。
把右边卡了，别让右边来。
打一个100，给我走。
打100多，我给你倒，
还有一个碎甲。哎，真的去拿我们位置了，我操！
没事，拿，不要打。集合，3个人引下身，把人补一下。别急，
我把人吹起来，我吹走了，我给他吹走了。
在我脚底下。
我打电，
爬过去了。
一丝烟妹，
又爬回来了。
我能把这烟妹清了。
在罐子这儿，这里。别，看左边，来我这儿。
来，马上
过去，别过去。
过来了，我过来了，丢雷了。
有烟劲就多炸一下，我9秒的，等下压，随便压就行了。能打到吗？
一定一个，
我看不见，给倒，我看不见的，
吹起来了，
真了，帮我们了，广告牌上有，左边还有个，被我电了，打倒，
小人头顶，
打个链，爆团，
头顶，这，趴了，我能架，你给我倒可以吗？
没倒，1秒，
倒2个了，我觉得可以打了，
接打，我打了这个，
最后一个，我操！我这，
谢谢 MDY Black， 给我的哈，我靠，真的谢谢了，我也给他磕一个了。操你妈！我要给你磕一个了。
我看一眼，他去那边，
你可以去踩下去看看啊，老张。
我觉得差不多了，兄弟，我觉得差不多了，6秒，他拉动要专门走了，走吧。
去吧。
走，给我升。
交升。
扛波压。两个，
倒2个，补人，看头上，头上在飞，大头上，头上爆了。
看，不用管头上对我们没威胁，一会儿打起来我们可以去劝。
对，打起来可以劝。
电妹70，电妹140。
倒了，能去吗？
有机会呢。
丢到。
都在那边，有另外队，右边是另外队，可以在头边位置。
死完了。
我打，头边可以凯波把他们压下去。
我操！
慢慢来。
打电，压一下。奥林打，上。
压！
补进，我下来，先补人，他下去了。
他做门了。
没事 ，OK。这里在动啊，
这里一个
，2队动，2队在这儿，向头相生。
我还能舔包吗？我要舔个包，有书吗？包里？
舔，我还有一本。哎，他没干了，
背包了，加一下。
倒一个，另外队被我破甲2个，
我爬了，姑，最后一个，死了，
在对面，
另队，
出甲对面
，50，
我打个球，我们压一波把电网开了，
被我电到，
压一波，最后一个，上，
踩头上，
我在看，看一下，我们要加这里 ，OK 吗？
把对面加了。
打100个，不
急，我们右边很多位置可以踩，慢慢来。
我们都看脚下，你知道吗？然后我们这里可以踩的，我们这可以踩，这里可以踩的，我们顶上可以踩的，不要下去。
下一个多蓝，我知道。
可以等。
帮我看好脚底。
我再看，再帮你看。
我的老张是不是可以拉到这儿去啊？接那个里面的，接这里面。对，你有烟劲吗？
打瑞哥，我没有烟劲。
我吃本书，现在帮不了。
他不也出来了一个，有烟劲，我看不到人。
我扑出来了。加这里，加右边，扔中一个。还有2队，
我拉左边了，哥们。
丢他。这金标。
我要挡住他不从左边出来，可以吗？
可以。
OK， 我交大了。
Q 了，他 Q 了，出来了。
底下能拉我身，找我。
收拉了，全在右边，穿他。
在很多山。
我这又破了。
黑下要修了，等黑下。
对，我被烧死了，倒人了，别急，一起打，别怕。 别怕，
穿烂了他，我他妈的，给他穿烂了，跟他妈有斗士一样。
我也穿烂了，浩哥，我操！
没，舒服了。
先打了，先打了。要追加一个，我走了，我没缺了。这里，
打个。
这个。
来，还有一个。
他左边你没缺的，左边没缺。你得喊姑姑。我可以给，我这边也残呢。倒了一个。
也没残的。
要是做一个。
得进圈了，得进圈了。
打不是，左边回来。
小心左边，我们贴右边。
我要给他抓了。
一个人。
我压左边。
你。是。
左边有人呢。
我被左边打倒了，我们家打倒了，这。我爬过来可以拉，你拉。拉，我起来有甲。帮我看头顶，波波。
再看，你们那位置很安全，可以站。我们得把左边这里吃了，打160，打个160。
这边在拉人好像。
我现在帮不了你，我什么东西没有了。
在玩手机，能把得清，真得清，把左边清了。
我没有输。
我也没有输。
他没位置了，随便架。打160，打
OK。
好了，吃多，我没
出去，被点到两个，
回点个包。
点，小一点，上头顶，我没烟。
OK， 没事。
我给同打烟，我打的。
没事，保命。
小帮手。
我什么子弹都没了，我真得舔包。我们找机会集合舔包好吗？我们小心。下面可以吗？
底下有人，底下有人。
就3，
我给你分子弹，
没事，我能舔到。
我给他找好吗？
找。
看一下，这两队人，我们得注意这队，
我还是没子弹。
OK。
好，我们得注意底下那队，你要什么子弹？
能量。
右边来爆了！
跳下来了。
你可以拉我的，没关系的，他那带不了的。
瓦机残，下去了，电到了。这店妹死斗了，店妹倒了。
头顶。
我这边打。另对吧？这是。
我真的能玩我盾。
打个。
能玩我盾。上盾后。
撂着。
打电。打满状态，你们打最后一波好吧？等就行了。
这个多。
有金盾吗？
是。
电完了。还有3队。
我可以试下。起来换
留给你们。你们去打，我把岛留给你们。我没子弹，兄弟，右边来了。
没事，可以拿第二。头顶，小心头顶。
举盾。
第二了。
他们就两个，最后一个，
头顶最后一个。nice 啊！
你不知道，我这么跟你说，这波打了他妈的至少有1200的伤害，真的。
兄弟，我1颗子弹都没有了，我操了，真的。
我操你妈！我这波
差不多8秒的8秒6秒。
没事，我们还有时间，我放了。
没事，
抽一下，赶紧得抽。
4球，
第一个。
走了。
走。
这边。
Day 1 of the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 playoffs. here at the Galen Center. I hope you're still hanging in there with us as we are live from Los Angeles, California, and we have already finished 2 series of matches here today. And now it is time for the last push from our teams as they try to close it out on a high note. It was also really cool, if you noticed that during the break, we got an opportunity to see some content from some of our lovely Apex content creators. So we want to give a shout out and a thank you to Jumba for giving that to us. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'm your host for this last series here today, and we've got some wonderful faces back on the desk and one new face here as well. We have Zephyr, Graceful, and Jayhawk. Jayhawk, I want to start with you. Welcome to the desk. Are you excited about this?
I'm so excited. The venue's beautiful, and we're getting some great Apex.
It's been a fantastic day of Apex, to be sure. Now it's time to close it out for day 1, Zephyr. How are you feeling?
It has been a trials and tribulation for so many of these teams here, coming into an environment that has felt chaotic at times. And a lot of the predictions that we've had, albeit for some people like myself, are always correct. For others have been a struggle in many ways, for teams as well.
Graceful. First of all, how are you feeling about the little dig there from Zephyr on the predictions?
Oh no, I've been completely fine. You should have seen my zone reading. 10 out of 10.
All right, we're gonna have some fun here in this final series of the day. We've got some things to get through before we start diving into all of the action. Specifically, if you somehow missed what we had in that last series, it was a chaotic, fantastic series. Let's walk through some of the highlight moments just to kind of catch you up on everything that we saw, because I think the theme of the day so far, Graceful, has been the fact that we're getting unexpected teams really stepping up to the plate here in huge ways.
Seeing teams from all regions and from all different types of teams as well, both Edge, both Zone, all of them popping off in their own way, it's been great. And I'm looking forward to see all the highlights of today. I've been following the whole day, but there's been so many, you can't catch them all, so it's going to be really fun to see all of them.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we also noticed, Jayhawk, was that while they might feel unexpected, it's what we've seen in previous lands. When you get more regions on a stage together, that's when you start seeing things like APAC really starting to pop off.
Yeah, when the lights shine bright, certain teams respond. And it's actually, ironically, kind of come at the cost of some of these major teams. LG, Moist, they haven't had great sets so far. Can they respond? That's what I'm kind of looking for going into this set, because as you're talking about these unexpected teams, they are rising to the occasion. Can the teams we thought who were going to, can they now?
All right, we absolutely love to see it, but we're going to start with everything that's happened from this morning on. We'll take a look back at some of these moments. Kicking it off actually with Alliance in that first series, who bookended the entire thing. They had a phenomenal start to the day.
Alliance playing really strong the whole day, but the most important part, they've been proactive, right? WMNDY as well. All these teams that you've seen today throughout all the series have been proactive. Nobody is just being passive and reactive. All these teams are showing up regardless of past experience or not. And that's the difference between when we say start slow or start hot. All the teams on top today have been really hot. And most importantly, and most fun part is, it's been all regions.
And I love to see some of the reactions in these moments here, Zephyr, because we want to see the passion driving these squads. And so many teams, when they have these moments, can like almost taste just how close they are to getting to the next step of the competition.
Well, and that is something that's even increased by the fact that when we go back and kind of experience these series in succession, it is so much closer than it has ever been here. We go into something like that top 10 and really, truly, one excellent game. Some of those bombs that we see teams like 07, like Alliance come back around to drop are enough to throttle them from places as low as 10th upwards into our top 3.
So we can see there, that was the last match of the first series. Now we switch gears into the series that we just wrapped up. Crazy Raccoon here, kicking it off in that first match. Once again, another squad, another name at the top of the leaderboard, Jayhawk. This seems to be the theme.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon, they were fantastic. DarkZero as well. Some of these teams, DarkZero, we expected it. Crazy Raccoon, we didn't really.
And that's what we love about the group stage, right? We always get a little bit of the unexpected, whether it's seeing 2 Pathfinders on a contest, nobody saw that happening at the beginning of the day, or seeing more squads. We got an opportunity to even talk about Reject WINNITY a little bit and then turn around and they get a win. And when we mentioned it in the second half of the day's effort, we even said to our 1C, are they going to be able to turn it around? at the end of the day, they did.
Yeah, the thing I like about our second series here is we do battle a lot of the instability, but the truth is, with teams like WINNITY and, of course, DarkZero and Aurora topping things out, it does go to still show that the threats that exist in ALGS are present. Your regional final, APAC North, your top performer coming out of EMEA, they are absolutely as powerful as they were at home here at LAN. And while some of our other teams may be taking some time to warm up, you have to worry about this in the group stage because we're already a third of the way through, and if you aren't accelerating to the pace that they are to, you're not going to have that chance.
I think one team that cannot be talked about enough, though, after the performance that we saw, especially in those last 3 matches, is Aurora Graceful, and we can see the group stage standings so far, just how close they are as well, but Aurora at the top of the table by 1 point.
Aurora at the top is exactly how I expected it to be, honestly. And it's because of LAN currently being played differently from scrims and online, right? When you see Aurora, they're thriving on edge. On LAN, people tend to like zone a lot more. But Aurora coming off really strong, and they're showing that, hey, online wasn't a fluke. We're here offline, and we're still doing it.
And we even heard that in the interview with 9 Impulse. He was like, seems like everybody underestimated us, and it's going to be their downfall, right? We also have some other big names up here. We've got Alliance, DZ. Like you guys were saying, we saw Serenity popping off, OMiT popping off, Crazy Raccoon. This is just the first page, and it's only separated by 13 points. That's less than a solid performance when it comes to a single match. We take a look at the second page, and it doesn't get any easier from there. I mean, BR Demons doing well in that first series, Zephyr. Lots of big names here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we do kind of play down on some of these teams like Complexity or NORTHEPTION from APAC North, kind of expecting bigger or better games. But the truth is, especially with how averaged out things did end up being, those positions are enough to cater towards the top 20. Obviously, this series and thus further may evolve to something else, but as we work our way through it, I mean, it's those single point differences that are starting to make the difference between you in winners versus you in losers.
Yeah, and we can see even now on the third page just how important even one strong performance, one win on the board is for a team like 2R1C. They were down at the bottom of that second series up until that last match, now putting themselves at 28, tied in the area of WINNITY, a team that we've been hailing for really strong performances here at Jayhawk. So group stage is always a little chaotic, but this is arguably one of the closest group stages we've ever seen.
Yeah, and if you're one of those teams that's kind of on these bottom 2 pages, because of how close it is, you don't want to give up because you don't have that much of a gap to overcome to get right back in the mix.
Yeah, and if we're looking at this last page, talk about surprises, we have Not Moist. We have LG on this last page, and obviously it's early in the competition, but is that what you would have expected on this year, Graceful?
So the thing is, I've always been saying it is a lot of teams are struggling with adapting, but the thing is that LAN, when you plan for LAN, when you plan scrims, when you play on online tournaments, you're kind of making your strategy, and on LAN, when there's so many groups and people are still contesting everywhere and their macro is different from like even 3 teams that are dropping on the same POI have different macros. And when you're not ready for that, like you're trying to head out early, and then when you can't, you know, you run into a team or two, it's going to stop your whole plan. And when you're slowed down, you went from a zone team, now you're on edge. But you're not just on edge trying to get in. You're on edge and Aurora's in behind you. And then, you know, they're triple red armor and you're still there on blue. It's really hard. So I think we all know that they can pull through. LG can pull through, Not Moist can pull through. They're contenders of for the LAN title. However, they have a little bit of leeway to wake up, but I think that a little bit more and it's going to be rough.
Well, we're going to start seeing those teams waking up because we've gotten an opportunity to see every individual group play once today. And now this is where we start getting those repeats where different groups will be combined in these series. This time around, it's going to be Group A and Group D, which has got some really strong performers in here. But just in general, which teams jump out of the page starting things off with for you here, Jayhawk?
BR Demons, they actually surprised me big time in that first set. 43 points, that was fantastic from them. I think because of the region they come from, they don't get as much respect as maybe they deserve, but these guys are LAN proven before. Can they continue that momentum with another strong set?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be rough, but definitely teams that also we literally just mentioned at the bottom of the table for an opportunity to really pick it up here, Zephyr.
Exactly. We talk about Not Moist getting that kind of break to come back into things and to potentially look to elevate their scoreline. And it's not just them. Plenty of our bottom-ended teams are within not even a good series at this point. It's literally 20 to 30 points to jump your way up into the top 20 and feel a little bit more confident going into our further series tomorrow.
All right, well, one of the teams that we saw have a very strong performance here today that is on this list is Virtus.pro, and Jayhawk actually got a chance to catch up with Sharky before the event and see how he felt about returning to competitive play.
On April 15th, the Apex esports scene was shaken as news surrounding one of the most accomplished players dropped. A two-time champion, one of the best mechanical players of all time, Sharky had decided to retire.
I think that what really led to it was just the lifestyle change and just the mental deteriorated from there.
But now in year 4 of the ALGS, he's back.
Sharky, the champion for M4, will be a champion yet again in the map.
Team Burger picked that win up.
Sharky first made waves winning 5 back-to-back ALGS tournaments, leading the Oceania region.
With Sharky, they banned international teams from NA scrims, used to change our names just to get into NA scrims, and everyone thought he was cheating, like full-on started like a witch hunt to find out who he was.
Wherever you are on the map, you felt his presence, whether that be like up close and personal or he's just killing you across the map with a 4-8 scout.
He was the best player at that time in our region, Apex South.
I think if you look at his achievements, probably versus time played, the amount he's actually practiced the game, he might be better than, you know, anyone that has come this far.
Fast forward 2 years later, and with the return of LANs on the horizon, Sharky gets picked up by Reignite to join forces with Zero and Jen Burton for Split 2 of Apex South. They win the region with ease and head to the Split 2 playoffs to compete on the international stage for the first time.
Apex South as a whole, I feel like we didn't get anywhere near the amount of respect.
And despite the world doubting them because of the region they came from, Reignite won the LAN. But they didn't stop there. Getting signed to DarkZero, they went into the Year 2 championship and went back-to-back.
DarkZero is going to be your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series!
Heading into Year 3, DarkZero was looking to take on a new challenge and move to North America. But the team struggled, narrowly qualifying for the Split 1 playoffs and placing 13th in the finals. And following this, Sharky was unsure about his future competing.
That's all he said all the time. He didn't have passion for the game. He just wasn't enjoying it as much.
I didn't touch my PC for maybe a month after I retired just to get away from it.
It was very, very depressing. Kind of wanted to play with him like the rest of the time I played the game.
After moving back home to Australia and taking time away from the game, the competitive itch came back, and with it came his return.
One thing led to another. That competitive drive came back, and I was like, why not?
He's able to co-IGL pretty well. In fights as well, he just brings a lot of damage to the table.
I just thought he was like the best support player that I've seen.
He's the best, quite simply put.
Once they found their form, they went on to place top 6 in every single match day. Now coming into the Split 2 playoffs, they have something to prove. How confident do you feel coming into this LAN, knowing you have Sharky, a former champion, on your team?
Pretty confident. I feel like finals is an easy target.
Yeah, this LAN, we've figured out issues and looking good.
So yeah, I'm back. I've won before, and it's just time to do it again.
Man, talk about an emotional roller coaster there. That was a great piece, Jayhawk. I mean, we get a chance to take a look at the players live as they're getting ready for this next series as well. But what was it like being able to kind of chat and learn about the whole start to finish of Sharky's career?
It was special. Apex is still a really young esport, and there's only so many champions because we've only had DZ and TSM win. And so that list is very small. And I think getting to talk to someone who's had that experience and done it at the highest level, it's really cool. And then now his different sort of storyline that he's following with Virtus.pro, I think it's just so interesting because he retired, he comes back. Pricey has a sort of similar arc, and the whole team, they're land proven, they've done it before. And now you kind of wonder, Sharky's won before, like he said at the end, can he do it again with a completely new team?
It's definitely going to be a very exciting storyline to be paying attention to, because we haven't even really gotten a chance to start talking about the fact that this is an opportunity for any of these squads, because arguably this is the most competitive season year that we've seen so far, to take that title out of the hands of TSM or DZ. Will there be a team that's able to do it? And if so, who will that team be? Lots of opportunities for us to be watching throughout the entire weekend. But that was really, really cool. And thank you for doing that, Jayhawk, because it was nice to learn a little bit more about our players, as it always is. Now, Graceful, before we get into this series, we saw how many teams were on that list, but I didn't get to ask your thoughts on anyone that you think might be able to pop off or continue solidifying their overall standings right now in groups.
I think for sure DarkZero. So DarkZero has been dominating for months on end. And what I'm looking for in teams, it might not be what other people are looking at. Oh, how many games did they win and whatnot. It's just a straight consistency. They are showing up in every game pretty much. And when I'm looking at their macro, when I'm looking at their decision making for which fight are they taking, 99% of the time it's game-winning fights. So when they lose, like when they lose a fight, it's like if they just won that fight, they win the game. If they win that fight, they just win the game. And then when they do win that fight, they win the game. So like, I'm just waiting for it to happen because when you take so many, opportunities, at some point it's gonna reward you. And I feel like a lot of teams aren't taking enough risk, but when you have enough risk, at some point the rewards will be huge.
You see that? You got the little kangaroo there on the desk. Jen looking real comfy and relaxed as DZ's waiting to get into this next series. Even got to run into Jen earlier. Saw Papa Jen running around the arena. Always such a fun group, supportive family. And I know they're going to be anticipating the potential next trophy raise on behalf of DZ. So we'll have to see what they can bring to the table here in the last series of day one of our groups stage. Let's talk about what we think, or what we said we thought was going to happen. Honestly, I feel like after we saw in the first two series, everyone's, except just Zephyr apparently, has been way off. We'll take a look at these talent predictions. Okay, I went with Alliance. I might have picked them in the wrong series because they did so well in the first one, but I think they can do it again. I'm not worried about it. But Graceful, you were hyping up DZ. A lot of people on this first page agreeing with you on that. But Zephyr, you and I on the same page. Is that good for me?
I don't know if it's
or
good
is it bad for
me.
you?
I was going to say, I don't know if it's good for me at this point, but I'll tell you what, with Alliance showing up the way they have been, and especially even after what was a fourth place finish coming out of the first group, they elicit some of that kind of factor that you were discussing, Graceful, when we talked about DarkZero. While yes, DarkZero were several points just behind what could have been a pickup here, I think Alliance now in this kind of limelight and space for this specific group have the chance to run away with it.
Graceful, tell me your prediction here. What are you thinking?
So, well, speaking on Alliance as well, I think that...
Yes!
So I picked DarkZero because of what I said previously, but Alliance, all of like I said, there's heavy hitters in this group. For me, DarkZero is still number1 in my head. Alliance really strong for that same reason that we said previously, is that you have, game-winning fights that they lost on trials. They won, they lose one, they win one. Like, they're just ready as well.
All right, and then Jayhawk, a little bit of an outlier here, not moist for the final series.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this LAN, this was one of the teams that I personally thought could maybe dethrone DZ and TSM.
Yeah.
They don't start off strong, so I'm looking for the bounce back. I think they still are that team that we expected them to be, and I don't know if this crowd is, but I'm ready to get a little bit wet.
Listen, I picked them in the first series. Maybe that was where I missed. If you're right, I'm excited to see what they can do. Definitely time for a little bit of a bounce back when it comes to not moist. I also agree with that, and I'm glad that you said that, because even coming to this LAN, I was one of the people that thought that not moist was definitely one of the squads that had the potential to dethrone DZ and TSM, and I don't think that what we've seen so far is even remotely indicative. Sometimes they're just a slow starting team, Jayhawk.
Right, I agree. And we've seen this previously in some of the other LANs, and sometimes it takes them a little to get going, but when they get to those bracket stages and when things are on the line, they always show up, and I think they will.
I see you nodding here, Zephyr.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just going to show the fact that the experience that comes alongside these teams when we talk about LAN as a whole is going to become ever present as we go further and further into these series. It's great to be bomb and find your way into an incredible win on day one. But once some of these other teams shake off a little bit of, I wouldn't say the nerves, but maybe some of the rust of the international play, they will come back and show that they have delivered packing punches before and are ready to do it again.
There is also a question here, Graceful, of will we see another team try to pull off what we saw out of Aurora? I know we talked about a little bit from that last series, but Aurora went full crazy, dropping on different teams in 3 different matches, and it actually paid off for them.
So I think it's really important, and it's also a skill to recognize the fact that some teams we can beat, some teams we cannot beat. And when you're taking advantage of that and you're surprising people as well, you have to remember, when you're flying and you're uncontested for 3, 4, 5 games, you're not expecting the 6-game, contest. And their flight paths might be different, and so all of a sudden they get 3-man landed, or they get landed for a strat that they haven't prepared for. They can catch anybody off guard. Nobody's safe. And I wish everybody might introduce this strat if you're a little bit ahead of the curve, because that's when you have the leeway to make big plays.
I love that. And if any time to try it, it's in groups, okay? Try and see if you can nail that down, but our series is about ready to go. If we were talking about some of your favorites or teams that maybe you didn't hear us talking about, just make sure you check out Face It Watch, okay? That way you can get up to 4 team POVs. You've got the map stream as well, and all you have to do is go to faceit.com/watch to keep up with all of our ALGS action. But like I said, it's time to get into the last series of the day. Genome and Vicky, let's close this thing out.
Thank you so much, Glitter. Are you guys ready for some more Apex? Because the action has not stopped here. LA, are you guys ready? Welcome back, everybody. All right, Vicky Kitty here. I'm joined with Apex South aficionado himself, Genome. And I love touching up on stories like that. It highlights some players that we don't really get to see very often, but specifically that emotional background that we get to see when these players come right back.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, you know, Sharky was gone there for a while. We missed him for quite some time before we were like, oh man, making that, you know, potential for another Apex South super team. And they're here back, and they're going to be playing on Storm Point first.
See how they play out here on Storm Point. Our first 3 maps, of course, will be on Storm Point before we transition into the last 3 games here onto World's Edge, where we see some teams feel way better on Storm Point versus what we see usually on World's Edge, as well as certain different compositions from some of these teams too.
Yeah, we've seen lots of different ones come out today. I mean, it's not the most diverse meta we've had, but it's also not the most homogenous meta we've ever had either. Bang Blood Caustic certainly is the core of it, but lots of flex picks out there into Conduit, Horizon, Pathfinder, Crypto, Valkyrie. Yeah, look, plenty to play around with in this meta. Lifeline, we just saw how effective that can be.
Oh, yeah.
You know, some people called it a nerf with the last round of changes to Lifeline, but even then, Aurora coming out on top.
Love this little flyby here too. I love Jayhawk's brave prediction here on Not Moist. Little mustache here, maybe damp when looking at their results so far in that first group. See if they can try to get that bounce back. As we take a look at this beautiful flyby of Storm Point and talking about maybe some 50-50s that may be going on.
Yeah, we just saw complexity over a command center there. I think that's one of the big reasons why they are one of those 2 teams that we saw in the previous lobby picking Valkyrie. It means the rotates, the Skyward Dive from the upper portion of command center. You can basically make it across the whole map from there, right? Like, you don't even need evac towers. Save them for the late game if there's a random pull. I think that's what makes her so powerful from that particular POI.
And that's how we see these different legend compositions, depending we either get a 50-50 or the POIs that these teams will be landing on. I love how you touch up on that, because when you use that Skyward Dive or even an evac tower from that command center point, you could just cross so much distance there. Of course, that height and the elevation that command center provides gives you that advantage here too, but it's also the high to low ground disparity that Storm Point has.
Yeah, Legend Select coming through here, and we do see Kimchi picking up that Valkyrie. So yeah, if you guys didn't know, like literally every, you know, extra meter you give yourself on an evac tower, on a Skyward Dive, will actually affect how far you get with it. That's why sometimes when you see teams trying to go over the top of a mountain, they'll try and find a little tricky spot on a rock that's maybe 5-10 meters higher. That's where they pop the evac, because they need that elevation just to make the sneaky over the top of the mountain.
Especially on a map like Storm Point, guys. Let's not waste any more time. Game number 1 here for groups A and D. Gonna pay attention to the 50-50s that we're gonna be exposed to. MDY, White, and How over by Stormcatcher. Riddle Order versus 2R1C over by Jurassic. And it looks like they're already gonna get started here with 2R1C. Gonna be able to land first.
All right, I mean, obviously this POI has been retooled recently, so we haven't had a huge amount of contests in this particular iteration of it.
Oh, Yukio losing out on his shield. Saku goes down right after he uses the Radiant Transfer here. Yukio with just a triple take could be so tough already off the start. That's 2 reps of controller with Missy being able to have that Nemesis mode. Sarah takes the high ground, and that G7 coming through, finding Uchaku first. Takes the skies here with a gravity lift, missing some crucial shots as he gets taken down. Missy with the rampage. Yukio's left and alive. The triple take is not going to be enough, as Riddle Order is your first team out in this lobby.
Oh, they're not super happy about it, but it was close. I mean, you can see there, Chaco not really on much health at all. The other two on the ground first. So, well, 1 over 2R1C in the first contest.
Not only did they get that free RP, but they also were able to get the ring console and the survey beacon. Now they can eat and they can see where that circle is going to be pulling next, as well as Heroez already having that POI advantage over by Cedo. They're gonna also be able to get the Evil Harvester over to the side. But with a circle like this, Genome, and the circles that we've seen thus far, how are you feeling?
Yeah, well, look, the rough part for 2R1C is they had to change their composition to win the contest.
Yep.
That means they don't get to use either of those beacons. No controller character, no recon character. So unfortunately, you know, you can see this zone, it's actually quite central. From that point, extremely hard to read. They are going to have to play reactively and watch where people are evacing in and rotating in around them, and then try and work it out from there, which is, yeah, as you say, is so rough because it looks like it's very much going to be a Ceto station zone, and 2R1C would just have, you know, they'd be able to waltz straight into a fantastic spot if they had that info.
Complexity taken to the skies out of command center, like you mentioned, crossing in that distance as quickly as possible to secure themselves into where they predict the circle will be pulling. On the outskirts of Ceto too, where we already saw Heroez try to loot up and split that loot over by Ceto Station, but they do find themselves in this space.
Yeah, they're taking one of the small buildings over here on the outskirts of Ceto. It can get, you know, a little gnarly in there, you know, especially over to that sort of left portion of Ceto Station. There's a lot of buildings in close proximity to each other. So, you know, maybe taking the one by themselves means it's a little bit more isolated, maybe less variables to deal with once everyone does start piling in.
BR Demons, not having to deal with that 50-50, but being able to get that information on the console. Passion UA. And have full blues already on their rotate, looking like they want to get on top of this ring console, see if anybody else is around. But with complexity already rotating out of here, they have nothing to worry about here. They could wrap around and get that information and start planning ahead here for Passion UA.
Alliance and LG still behind them as far as the ring goes and rotating in. Alliance, of course, had a monster first series, 50+ points. They and DarkZero at this point, if they repeat their performance from the previous matchup, Vicky, could get to 100 points in just these two series. And just to remind everyone, that's roughly what we're targeting, right? So obviously we split this these 40 teams between the winners bracket and the losers bracket in this next stage, and you'll need about 100 points to see yourself through to the winners.
And teams like DarkZero paving their way to try to see if they can secure that point threshold here, playing absolutely insane, but no surprise there. I mean, this is DarkZero that we're talking about, one of the most consistent teams out there in NA. That's why they were one of my teams to watch for now. But there's already up to 5 to 6 squads that have made their way towards Ceto that have that information, whereas other squads like Crazy Raccoon taking their time to rotate right through Barometer. Do you know that Wonton Dumpling landing by Coastal Camp and rotating out of Echo HQ would probably be taking that slow rotated play by the Edge alongside as Spacestation?
More and more teams filling up those buildings in Ceto right now. Not a lot of them coming into contact in the outside, though. I guess because it is a fairly central zone. There's definitely scuffles inside as they're trying to work out which buildings are free. And Passion UA do not seem to have been able to identify that correctly, even with the Bloodhound scans.
I mean, that's what you do when you take the Hail Mary Valkyrie and you land right on top of Oxygen, who are going to absolutely capitalize off of that. When you land from the Valkyrie, you have some startup frames before you can take out your weapon or even try to use a tactical there. So the moment they landed, they also got focus fired by not even just Oxygen that was also right there, but it also looked like another team that was right next to them.
And it's tough when you're the, I don't know, maybe 7th or 8th team that's coming into that POI. There's going to be a lot of people. There's always going to be someone poking their head out the door with a 30-30.
Spotted a weapon supply bin over there. Zero already going to be able to clean up that last member of Passion UA. That's going to be our second squad that we say goodbye in this lobby for now, as LG also make their rotate here.
LG, they're doing okay at the moment. Whereas KINOTROPE, I think, have just run into Alliance. I believe they were going back for one of the objectives when they run into them with the Trident.
KINOTROPE not expecting this. Where did their Uber driver take them? I'll tell you, this building, the DBZ buildings, trying to send KINOTROPE right back. One's happy, not happy about that, but Alliance absolutely going to come out of this as they're trying to reset, getting hockeys back up.
I mean, this is just beautiful for Alliance. They come out of the wall, get delivered a speeding 3 KP towards them. They take that, they take the loot, and they also now have the Trident to continue their rotation.
And they don't have to worry about a third party either. Nobody else is there to contest them on the north side of that wall. They'll also probably have an Evil Harvester on their pathing here too. As we get to take a look at where this next circle was pulling, Spacestation calling this out alongside 7 other teams that have been here, and BR Demons looking on without trying to fully involve themselves, such as LG, who have taken their time to rotate as we saw before from wall.
Okay, so getting a look at that, the zone, I'm sure we'll get that dotted circle up soon to show you where the next ring is going after the one that's currently been revealed to all of the teams. It's a little bit to the left here of Cito's station. BR Demons, they can gatekeep for now versus teams like LG, but as you can see, they will have to start moving eventually. Na'Vi, it looks like they've got the cluster of buildings sort of just below Cito. That is going to be a fantastic spot to hold, especially because they've got Kinda on the core stick.
That's a great point. Because that building gets hot real quick when a lot of the squads try to take exactly where we see NTC is, up on top of this mountain. Sometimes we've seen the circle try to pull in this direction, but they can also prevent other teams from trying to get that Evil Harvester if other squads want to try to rotate there. We do note that 2 Raccoon controller have now rotated all the way around Jurassic, more so towards that northern barometer side, and now are creeping up right behind Never to Change.
Ooh, you know what's interesting about this lobby, Vicky? Is we've got all 4 controller characters in play. We've got a Rampart, we've got a Catalyst on MDY White, and obviously we've got quite a bit of Caustic in there, and then How is playing the Watson as well, Passion UA2. So yeah, it's a fantastic spread here for the Ring Console characters.
We were just talking about that too, the legend compositions that come into play that actually shift depending on which map we're on here. Wonton, Dumpling, rocking the Pathfinder, even when they're not contested, are going to be able to zip away and go into that vault. But there was another team right in front of them here on that middle of that rotate. That's going to be Crazy Raccoon that are not going to try to contest that. They're going to be holding this choke right now, as Wonton and Dumpling are going to be rotating in the direction of BR Demons outside of these vault doors.
Yeah, I mean, you saw, Dia was certainly putting stock in them, having them as his prediction. But they've fallen a little bit short of their status as, the #1 team from the APAC region coming through Pro League thus far. But, look, early days in the LAN, I think there's definitely got a chance to still, acclimatize to this live situation, the pressure that brings, and, prove themselves over the next couple of days.
How on their rotate now, full purple Evos. That's all based off of their pathing, trying to get these Evil Harvesters as well. Stormpoint also kind of provides the wildlife that you could take advantage of if you want to get some extra charge out here too. And one of the squads also rocking the Crypto.
I've got to say, of all the picks we've seen so far, that's the one that I'm struggling to understand a little bit more. I mean, it feels like we're seeing less and less use out of that. The EMPs, yeah, I don't know. There's just, there was a time where it felt like, you really could use those survey beacons, especially, some teams playing Edge, hitting a lot of them.
Let's go that way.
The extra range on that can be useful, but, there's generally only one in sort of the end zones, and you only get to hit it once. That's, I don't know, just the utility available there. I'm not personally super convinced about that at the moment.
I'm surprised Hawkins didn't see him. He was poking out a lot right there. They take some shots, but they are going to be able to have the high ground position here, as well as the Evo advantage. 3 purple versus 3 blue from Virtus.pro. We were highlighting them right before we dove into this group. But even more pressure looking at now where that next circle was going to be pulling.
Yeah, this is actually quite an important fight. Virtus.pro and Alliance. Whoever wins this will be able to come up on the backside there, close to Na'Vi. So Na'Vi has essentially gotten the next ring pull. Those buildings we were talking about, pretty much got spot right now, but VP and Alliance will have maybe the second best spot behind them. Depending on who wins this.
That was such a smart position from Sharky there too, because he was able to go into their line of sight, trying to contest him, but Hotkeys,
come on.
I mean, with the disruptor rounds ringing through their ears, is going to be able to get that first knock. Effect is going to follow with the Havoc. Open up the door. I ain't got even more to say, as Unlucky now is forced to take onto the roof. Only one member left. Golek trying to get that reset here. 17 squads left. Yeah, they got the knockdown, but nobody to res him. Hotkeys gets taken down, though. The Costa can only do so much here in this situation. They're going to be able to get the res, and no worries here. They still have 30 seconds before the circle starts closing.
Yeah, attacking at each other through those chokes. It was really, a lot of that was up to the core sticks, but damn, that first beam with the alternator kind of put VP to rest there. And as we said, that's a big win from Alliance, who should be able to find a nice spot in that next zone if they get their skates on.
Alliance, the only group, by the way, from Group D to be in the top 5 after what the action we saw from Group C and D. Still maintaining that momentum here to Red Bull controller. Just using that Trident as some makeshift cover while also taking control over the high ground. This is the pressure that NTC was afraid of when they were looking to their backs, as 2R1C were taking their time to rotate right behind them.
Yeah, it's a solid spot for 2R1C. As you said, you've got NTC just behind those smokes there. If they can take them out, they'll be even happier.
Another prediction on where this circle is going to be pulling to, because it is that mountaintop that NTC had called from the very beginning. We see the double evac towers coming in, just in case one gets shot, you still got the other for insurance policy. WTD is going to be able to take that and start rotating away from all the chaos that we see currently happening in Cedo. Just to put it into perspective, we have over 7 teams here trying to fight for their lives, and in that next circle, it's going to get even worse. Wonton Dumpling in some trouble here too, lose out on 1. And have no shields to work with here. Falls into the thermite now, taking more tick damage. Jorwin's here still going crazy. Never to change, finally get eliminated on that hilltop. And Wonton Dumpling are gonna meet them back in the lobby.
Oh, I mean, that was a very aggressive, a very risky push there by Wonton Dumpling. Doesn't work out. 2R1C, as you said, they managed to grab the hilltop, but Alliance don't want to give it to them.
Off of their rotate and that previous fight with Effect coming out with Red Evo. Trying to use this rock to get out of their line of sight. The gravity lift has already been used. But it's very patient fight here, and while they are fighting, Anavi is looking onto this after they've been inside of that same building that we noted from the very beginning of the game.
Okay, they use the smoke to engage here. Effect's gonna get right on top of them, and they don't see him! It's a surprise attack!
Double swing though, find Unlucky in this, and Hotkeys lose out on his shield. BR Demons get eliminating your feet. 12 squads left here.
Na'Vi have heard it though, they're actually coming up the hill towards this. If Alliance can't finish this off soon enough, it could be a problem, kinda. Gets caught in the crossfire. I think that was from both teams actually, and all of a sudden Na'Vi go from God spot to nowhere in a spot of trouble.
I mean, it was a risk that they were willing to take. They saw this fight happening from that building that you saw Effect brisk through really quick, and especially since they've been there for all game, they had no evil shields to work with. If they came out on top, they would have been in the best position, whereas Alliance, they have triple reds.
The circle is shifted back down to that building, and yet Na'Vi are now on top of the hill in a worse spot with only 2 of their members alive. Alliance, after taking a couple of those successful kills, now triple reds.
Get a little bit of information here. You can't hide from me. Tries to pop maybe a shield bat or a medkit across that little crevice. Sweet is in a load of trouble. He tries to get out of their line of sight as LG is forced to play this off the low ground.
I mean, I'm trying to work out why Alliance have decided to swing round the side there rather than take out the 2 remaining members. I mean, the scan from Hackers there reveals it's only 2. They know they got the knock, they got the finish before. Why not just wipe out that side of the map with a 3v2 advantage?
It could go hand in hand with just presence too. They want to create that space and make sure they aren't going to get third party here. DarkZero being one of the teams to try to force their way out of Cedo. It looks like Alliance finally cleaned up that last member here too, or maybe chasing after that solo that could be left from Na'Vi. They finally finished that. DarkZero now moving into that next circle. Blue shields easy to pickins as Zero's going to be able to get that knock. Tries to get the follow. Moist has been lighting up the feed, by the way. I see Walty going crazy. Crazy Raccoon now getting eliminated with 7 squads left, but they lose out on Jen Burden.
DZ have been struggling in scrims to work out what composition to play. They finally settled 0 on Bloodhound. And you can see there how much impact he can have when he can see through the smoke and be able to make the calls and micro his team with that information. They actually get the reset, it looks like. They are at risk of Moist, who are still a little bit further south of them. But if they can get that res...
Oh, huge nades from Unlucky. They fight Slayer. You know, Sweet is lighting up those comms, calling out to Slayer. Let's jump into a listening with Alliance as they shred the lobby.
We're good. Chill.
Yeah, we're good. I got them. You're good. One HP. Go back up. We need to fight for the water. We have rocks there. Okay. We need to walk in on the low ground with the rocks.
Okay,
Can you please left there, blue armors? Listen, we have the rocks here. We need to play the rocks on my ping.
Alright, let's go for a quick second.
Yeah, keep the left team and play my rocks, okay?
Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah, come.
Smoking her back. Nice.
You're good.
I'm gonna have ult, okay?
Yeah, I have mine too. 95.
I got fucking Sentinel, bro.
We have a lot of loot there.
I only got 2 bets, by the way, yeah?
We have a lot of loot there, bro. 2-6.
I can jump, yeah.
They're crossing right now.
Okay.
Take one.
Yeah, give me. Thank you.
No bats here. Can you guys walk, shoot for me? I'm gonna boost the car, I think. Can you smoke this, maybe? Okay. Smoke. Cannon. Yeah. Car is good.
One.
I'm coming to you.
Yeah, I'm coming down as well.
Might need to take space on the side here. I'm not sure.
Like here, no?
Maybe left side. They're dying left, I think. Yeah, on left. I'm scanning everything.
Alliance brains being as huge as they are, moving the Trident forward to give them even more space to work with here by the rock mass, getting into that circle while DarkZero still fight for their lives, taking care of complexity.
Zero popping the scan in to try and work out if they've got time to get Sykes back up. They do, just in time, but Moist is right on top of them. They've got them into a corner, and it looks like How is going to team up to take out DarkZero. Moist now, they've run through a gauntlet to get here, and they've got 7 kills to their name, but that's nothing, not even a half the amount of kills Alliance have picked up in this game.
And they need it though. Not Moist needed an opportunity like this. Our last 3 squads, How, Alliance, and Not Moist left, while Alliance take up to the high ground of this building. Huge bang ult here. No shield on the other side of Not Moist. Sliding down all the RP for Alliance as they take the first game of the series between groups A and D.
They don't even look that phased, Vicky. These guys just pulled off a win with 18 kills. Yet another ranked lobby performance here from Alliance as they storm through everybody. I mean, you know, they pick up reds, and I don't think that was as much from an edge, you know, playing the objectives play styles, because they were just running through team after team.
And that is with their rotate from Lightning Rod. Look at this, 5.4k damage across the board, 18 KP. What an explosive way to come in and make a statement for game number 1, just like they won game number 1 in their previous group stage, now taking the first game here. I mean, I told them, like, listen, Alliance, we know that you guys pop off on group stages. We have to see this consistently throughout the whole weekend, because we know it's possible. What a crazy game. From Lightning Rod to also the rotate with the Trident right through wall and taking care of every single team in their way on that Western rotate.
Right from the start, they were getting into the thick of it. As you said, you know, they've definitely done this before. I mean, they've done this before with subs as well, Vicky. I mean, last LAN, I think Effect only turned up on day 2 or day 3. This time, they've got him right from the start, and that, I think, personally, is what they need to really lock in that team chemistry and make sure that they've got it going into finals, which I'm just going to go out there and make a wild prediction that they're probably going to find themselves in.
They keep playing like this, especially looking after that first game. Here are your match 1 results. Alliance, as you saw on your screen, 18 KP, already starting off with 30 points. Huge out here as How coming in second place, 6 KP, 15 points. Not Moist needed this though. I highlighted it right before in that final fight, getting 8 KP as well. But this is where most of the action happened over by Cito, as we saw with DarkZero.
Yeah, it feels like we're kind of playing tennis here with the 15s and 30s going on. But yeah, look, Moist absolutely going to be happy with that Alliance. I mean, you know, they backed up the previous series. I'm pretty sure they won game 1 as well. So, you know, doing it in style. twice in a row here. Yeah, look at that. I mean, you know, LG picking up 3 placement points, but no KP because so many were just soaked up by those top 4 teams. I can imagine as we move down here, there's also not going to be a lot available. No, a bunch of donuts. 2 rats, 1 controller, really the only team seeing anything in this bottom half.
Yeah, that was them coming right behind NTC, taking care of NTC before Navi moved in, and then Alliance says, oh, we're truly feasting after they finished their previous fight here too versus Virtus.pro. On the second page though, with 2 rats with controller getting that 5 KP, like we saw in the beginning, they didn't have a legend to get that circle information, but they pretty darn predicted that circle in a fantastic spot. We have seen that circle before in the past, and having that hilltop just gives you such a great advantage. You get to see all the action from Cito without getting involved.
Yeah, it's a good spot, but that's, of course, why there were so many other teams coming at them. Teams like Alliance picking up an insane 5.5k damage, as well as the 18 kills. Effect 8 for him. You know, no doubt. We saw so much footage of him at the end of that game, right? He was just sliding at everybody. It was like, as soon as the camera got on him, he was on his snowboard going all the way down the hill and just pulling the havoc on them as soon as they turned up.
Can we highlight Guild, by the way, doing 2.1k damage across the board compared to MT and Waltzy? Again, this is the momentum that a team like Not Moist absolutely needs after that first game on Stormpoint. But we got a lot more games to go, guys. Game number 2 going out to Stormpoint. Coming to you soon on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. On the other side of Not Moist, sliding down on the RP for Alliance.
Alienware, the official PC and monitor partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Muscle Beach as these teams duke it out for the opportunity to flex that beautiful trophy. Welcome back, everyone. We are here in the Galen Center in Los Angeles, California. Down 1 game here in our finals groups for the day, groups A and D. And it is all for that trophy genome, all for the prize. And Alliance doing a pretty darn good job at showing up and showing us who the best in the business are.
That was a crazy game by them. And you know what's even crazier is that they got 18 kills and they never particularly looked like they were in mortal danger. Right, like they won every single one of those fights in such a convincing fashion that I feel like they never dropped more than maybe, you know, one of their players. It was insane. That's just such a crazy run through a game, and getting rewarded with 30 points is a pretty fitting, yeah, it's a fitting reward for someone who played a single game so damn well.
Nice little flyby of the Legend Select here. We highlighted it before, but the POI is becoming that influence for these teams to choose whether we're going to see that conduit like we saw from Riddle Order or even the Valkyrie from Complexity. Let's get started, everyone. Game number 2 now underway.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the meta, basically you can look at the amount of conduits in the game, and that will tell you how many contests there are. It's kind of that simple.
That or the left field Pathfinder. Makes sense here, you know, when it comes to trying to fight for that POI. Don't expect anything to change here between what we saw earlier between Riddle Order to R1C. I heard the crowd trying to give their energy over to R1C, over by Jurassic. We saw what happened before. Not the cleanest fight, but still coming out on top. And again, nothing's changing here. 2R1C now trying to just immediately jump on top of Riddle Order.
Yeah, I mean, they're going straight for that sniper tower. You know, are the marksman weapon, are the sniper weapons the best to be using in these initial contests? I guess if you grab a good sentinel shot on someone, it's kind of all over from that point.
It's a trade-off here, though. Hierarcha came through with the longbow to also get a knock himself. Yukio is throwing his fist around, gets a next knock onto Hierarcha. Vincere being down here as Saku, a little bit separated from Yukio. Gonna be able to pop a shield cell for right now. Radiant Transfer is not here. Instead, gonna be able to prioritize the Rev.
Okay, a little bit slower this time. They've taken the zip, I think it was, across to the other side just for some extra chance at looting and picking up something nice. You can see they've done enough damage with a nice headshot there. Finish off Hierarcha. But yeah, you can see, I mean, Yukio with 298 damage already is already up to blue.
Finish that off real quick. Riddle Order, strong start here. They needed that as a nice little point of view to see. Finally, we're going over to the north side here a little bit more now, closer towards North Wall where KINOTROPE could thrive.
Okay, so yeah, but over the east side here, Vicky, looks like we've got MDY and How. They're not splitting Stormcatcher or contesting Stormcatcher. It looks like How is just playing that sort of coastal cliff side, and there is not a huge amount of loot there. That is a tough spot to play from.
Especially when Alliance always sends somebody by the Trident there too. There's an Evil Harvester on the outskirts there. They're going to be able to clean up that loot, so going to deny that from the rotation from How once they see where that next circle is going to be pulling. More squads take it to the skies before they make their rotate over by Wall. That's going to be LG, ready ahead of the curve, flying right over Passion UA, trying to take some shots as well. But they avoid them, looking great on terms of loot here too, but it's with these quick rotates that LG's trying to aim for when it comes to where the circle may be pulling.
Well, yeah, no one thinks it's going to checkpoint. If it does, we'll have a mad dash to get through the 1 or 2 chokes that allow you to get in there. Everyone, as you can see here, pulling over towards North Pad and down Beast. But the thing is, it's not even a circle that goes all the way out to the sea. Where you can play the rocks, you can play the catwalk in North Pad. Those won't be in like zone 3 by the looks of it. So it's really going to be around these gazebos, the octagons, and yeah, some real trench warfare coming up. That's going to be great for teams like Complexity running the Rampart.
Fighting through the trenches, yeah, this is a perfect setup that you could have here when you're settled already in this position. Looking at all the other teams in front of you with the amp cover on top of that too. Monsoon having that charge rifle too. Sometimes it's not even the senti that he needs. All the charge rifle that he could try to use, prevent these squads from rotating from afar.
There's not even that many angles. So yeah, the amp cover, you can block off behind and in front of you very easily. SSG walking up slowly now because they've got a bead on How, who are sitting up here, I believe, doing the spiders right now. You can see that, yep, the telltale signs of all of that loot on the ground. SSG, looks like they might have scanned that. Has the crypto drone worked out that there's someone in the vicinity?
Subtle pings, they definitely are. They're going to be able to get ahead of the rotate for right now, but with the crypto drone, they're also going to be able to have more of that information, knowing that Spacestation are going to wrap around this rock. How trying to beat them on that rotate first, so that way they could claim the high ground, get a little bit of that advantage as they start engaging. Whereas teams like Alliance, going to be able to take a nice look at the other squads that still may be around the area for Wall. We know that there is an Evil Harvester on the left side of Wall, but Passion UA had taken their time to rotate. They're just not here by the Wall side, more so by that bunker before they start rotating beyond that.
Eventually, we do see one or two teams find their way into checkpoint. That's going to be Oxygen and Heroez. Heroez have been having a tough day, honestly. Of course, they were the 8 out of 8 teams that qualified from APAC South. Doesn't mean they aren't capable of it, though. You know, you've got Kissans here, winner of, you know, the online ALGS championship for APAC South. He walked away with, I think it was, the team picked up something like 170K from that one. It was a very big prize there. So, yeah, exactly. You know, they've definitely got some capability there, but it's not been their day so far.
You have to worry about your 6 at this point. Got the Cossack Gas Trap doing all the work for you. Basically a 4-man here for Oxygen, as they're going to be able to rotate off that Trident for now. Just trying to look at the action happening from afar. They hear the bullets. They put down the smoke. That was Hero shooting at them from the high ground of checkpoint before we transitioned right above Complexity. Little Order as well on their rotate. Closer to the gravity cannon, but with more of these squads now going right over to North Pad on the outskirts by the trenches where we saw Complexity earlier. That's where it's going to be the most congested.
Yeah, as a result of that, I think this the next couple of minutes might not be too crazy with teams like Crazy Raccoon and a bunch of others still just, you know, taking their time, hitting some Evo harvesters, a couple of, you know, assault bins still left around in the middle of the map that they can chase down.
With the slower pace here too, there's a lot of space for teams to coexist in on the outskirts of those buildings. So we still got 20 squads left. It's actually crazy, as you guys can see on the minimap here. The fact that we have, what, 8, 9 teams already over on that north side here. Heroes still holding checkpoint, but it's still in that next circle. What's gonna be trouble for them is when that circle pulls more to the north side, LG could easily try to gatekeep them inside the safe space on the low ground of that building. Riddle Order going to be playing by the edge, but Oxygen Esports are looking to see if they can try to take onto this high ground eventually. Before they go in for that, though, they want to make sure they don't get thirded.
Ooh, MDY White! They try and make it into there. We see the Dark Veil come out from Catalyst. Haven't seen that in-game for a hot minute, but never to change. The lesser talked about China invitee we've got here today being very much outshined by their compatriots NDY. Let's see if NTC can do something to improve upon that here in this third series.
They're going to be moving in right here, though. Good timing on that. Lato is going to be forced to pop the med kit. Can't really push in on this Cossack Gas for right now, but they get the double knock onto Slayer and Sweet. They get the finish onto Sweet. And that was LG not being able to hold down this space. This is that low ground building now. This is the green light for more squads to now move in here. As BR Demons trying to completely contest this third party that has now moved in. Riddle Order getting that first knock here. Artini trying to fight for his actual life, playing around the knockdown. It's not going to be enough as BR Demons get taken out and Riddle Order have now moved in.
Heroes could potentially come down from checkpoint and have a look at them. MDY White, they catch up Junghi. He's trying to get his way through the smoke, but it's just too late.
Look at Dogma, he's literally one shot. Just those trying to give him surprise fire. He managed to pop the bat for now, but it is 2 teams looking at them. The onslaught of nades hurtled in their direction. Riddle Order get taken out by Heroes who have moved away from checkpoint finally. But Crazy Raccoon, can they get this reset? Trying to get into some cover here. MDY White do not want to give up the space for right now. Look at that catwall already at 65% here too for Mingwei.
They hear the res. They don't want to let it happen. They're going to send this on to Crazy Raccoon. Now just trying to play their life. Do they get away? Dogma goes down.
Oh, they are out for blood. How far do you want to chase here when you lose out on your cap from right behind? It is a third party from right behind them. We saw this team from a distance. It is Alliance cleaning up the scraps of what is left, while Not Moist also trying to get out of this circle.
Yeah. Alliance pulling up from the North Pad house there, but as you say, Moist, they're fighting with Wonton Dumpling all the way down south.
It's just round 2 here closing. Wallace is going to be able to pop this shield bat patiently. Well, the rest of Moist try to hold on to this high ground here, but they lose out on MT. You see the beams coming in. Literally one. Wonton, Dumpling get eliminated, and not Moist come out on top. He will have enough time to pop the syringe and then the medkit afterwards.
Will Guild, yes, gets it off. You can see he's playing that perfectly. And just those little things, right? I mean, you see Waltzy, he knows the climb up. You have to climb up to that specific part on the window to sit on the windowsill to be able to take the second climb. And all of a sudden, you know, that wins the fight for them in the end.
They see the straggler that was left from LG. That's what leads to Funk and to LG. And it's complexity. We talked about it before. It's not even just the Senti. You put any sniper in Monsoon Tan, and he can make magic happen. With that charge rifle, he does get that knock. As we still stick onto Alliance, who are still trying to suppress this squad from above. Nice information on the scan, but Hake's having to back away for right now, with the rest of Alliance also moving back.
Yeah, just a good little foray there from Alliance to grab those couple of KP against MDY White, I believe it was. But zone shifts a little bit south here, as we can see. So Alliance potentially looking to clear their back and then go in after that against someone like KINOTROPE or Complexity.
I hear the PK ringing through the mic right now here too. Heroez looking at Crazy Raccoon as a duo. Crazy Raccoon thanking to Raccoon Controller for going in for the third party to prevent Alliance from continuously harassing them behind those bins. But Heroez getting an invite to the party, seeing only Youngie, who's left, trying to back away. You saw that charge rifle shot from a distance. That's Monsoon, who's looking at this fight. Crazy Raccoon has not had the time of their life here. I mean, they've been fighting to just stay alive as this duo, but it's back and forth on getting these reses and resets.
I mean, honestly, I'm impressed they're still alive at all. They've been taking it from every side so far. I mean, Heroez, you see, they just had to pull back after being so low, but eventually it feels like they probably should be able to get through here if they, you know, grab the scan on Crazy Raccoon. They feel like they can push it, and they'll probably get some help from 2R1C and maybe even NTC on the north side here in pushing them back.
Now with round 3 closing in, they're in a great spot, and they have rotated at a great time too, because there are now 4 teams that have made their way through checkpoint. The teams that have taken their time and played by the edge: Oxygen, Not Moist, Space Stations. 3 teams here rather, and never to change. Playing by the rocks, but are gonna have to move soon. Once again, Monsoon in the distance with that charge rifle, trying to give Joker a haircut.
Yeah, you can see NTC, they're using QQ, did play in Pro League there for AGL. So there is actually a little bit of Pro League experience on both these teams. On both of the Chinese invites I'm talking about there.
Team, though, still rocking off blues here, Gino. DarkZero.
So DarkZero, they were sitting down near down beast for quite some time. I thought they might be looking to push into Virtus.pro. Maybe wait for a little bit of a distraction to happen and then try and take that spot from them. But they actually have to try and go for something different here. And as you can see, it's not the most playable spot in the world.
Navi literally just threw everything at them. He did the classic Nox gas, sending out the bang ult on top of it, but they're not gonna move from this spot. They know there's another team right across the hilltop from them. That's gonna be KINOTROPE, who are also looking at DarkZero. So DarkZero's stuck in a bit of a pinch. But there's another Trident here from KINOTROPE's side, and we saw another one in front of Navi. More of these squads like 2 Raccoon Controller trying to still hold on this low ground.
Look, the teams on the east side here still have a minute before they have to get into this, but there's, I think it's 6 teams over there, plus Alliance up the top lurking. Alliance have actually carved out quite a bit of space for themselves, but the other 6 teams, oh man, they're going to get joined by 3 to 4 teams in checkpoint, and it is just going to be a bloodbath as they all stream towards the finish line like a 100-meter race come this next circle.
Literally 10 teams that are not in this next circle, and Alliance is just waiting to see if they can move in from the north side, from the north pad rotate, where KINOTROPE still probably has the full blue evos because they're playing incredibly patient, trying to poke out DarkZero so they can get that damage on board. We're talking about the teams that are still outside the circle. I mean, look at the squads that are stuck still over by checkpoint.
Yeah, this is always the question for me. It's like, do you make your move early or late, right? Do you try and get in before everyone else does and potentially incur the wrath of the lobby as they sit in their spots? Or do you try and make that late move when everyone else is occupied with their rotations but you just have that intense amount of pressure, and I gotta be honest, people rarely make it out of those situations.
See what they try to do here. Heard that evac tower being called in. Navi's gonna be able to take control over that fight versus DarkZero. Looks like DarkZero in a bit of trouble here, while 2 Rats, 1 controller finally trying to engage here, send out that black hole. And they have Missy on that conduit, already gonna be able to put those makeshift shields here. Chaco gonna be able to get that knock officially onto Corn. 15 spots left here in this circle, and it is gonna get hot quickly. A lot of these spots are gonna fall in this rotate. You see teams coming in from the sky with the Hail Mary, hoping if they can find any space.
Yeah, I mean, Oxygen Esports have even left 1 in checkpoint. They didn't get out of there. Or DarkZero actually go down. They get found out.
We're in a terrible spot here, while Heroez, as a duo, beaming with the Beast of the Hunt activated with this Hemlock, sends out with the Havoc here, tries to see if he can get into a different position. Look at this, Patch and UA never to change, get eliminated. Crazy Raccoon still alive as a duo, playing up right behind that pillbox here. Actually crazy that they're still here, nobody else contesting them, while 2 Rats, 1 controller fall in your feed.
Alliance yeeting the caustic grenade in there. Just trying to make things harder for all these other teams. SSG, Crazy Raccoon's Heroes down on the south side. Alliance are looking scary again here, but they do get a hit. One of them goes down. It's going to be Hackers.
As a duo here with that caustic trap, the Nox grenade doing that tick damage. Can't get the melee. Get over here into safety so we can res you. They get hockeys up. Crazy Raccoon finally get eliminated. The duo that lived for 2 more circles than they should have, honestly. Could have been the downfall for 2 Rats with controller on their rotate when they were stuck by the ring. Now Heroes on the other side are going to be able to get the loot that they may need off of those death boxes, but backing away so that way they can still maintain that high ground.
So Heroes are actually spread out. They've got Lahim down in the trenches trying to put some pressure on Alliance to try and keep them penned in, while the other 2 sit on the high ground. Oxygen Esports go down. We've also got Virtus.pro. Why don't we have a listen to how they try and make their way north through complexity?
I die. Holy shit, I'm banning. Someone's got to watch the right side for me. Do we have them off? They're here. They're taking it, they're taking it. We're gonna have to climb and go left side. 1. Give me, 1 by 1. Kill caustic. I have to pop cells. Nice. What are we doing here? We're chilling. There's on the caustic. Okay. Got it. I'm picking. I'm picking bunker. I'm high. Walk up left. We gotta walk up left. Okay. I don't have smokes. No smokes. I'm walking up. Walking. Okay, we'll walk up to this. Walk up to this. No, right. I'm on. We're chilling here. I'm medkitting. Can we pick this? I'm medkitting. Shucky, chill. I heal on 50. Are we in here? No. I'm not big heals. We have to fight this. What? In front of me. Dead. I'm walking forward. Get inside. Here. On me. Bang dead. 60 here. Get the kill. No. Unlucky.
It was a tough beat there from Virtus.pro. Pricey has been coming into his own as an IGL this split, but it was an impossible situation to navigate. Now, KINOTROPE versus Heroez.
And Heroez is a duo in this rotate here too. Trying to stay alive from all these nades, but KINOTROPE 1 still having blue Evo, lingering behind before they slide in, and they take game number 2. Patience pays off, Genome, for KINOTROPE. They had pinched DarkZero. KN win for the fans in the crowd, jumping up and down, giving them the energy that they need. But that was a tough circle for all the teams that had to rotate from that checkpoint side. They did not give up that space, and that's why we saw the Trident there from the very beginning to give them some extra room and cover to work with.
They're probably the most enthusiastic fans I've seen here all day, Vicky. Big shout out to KINOTROPE fans here. Awesomely made signs as well. Is that like a... That font reminds me of something.
Persona.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the Persona side. I love it. They played from the north side there. As you said, they had it probably a little bit easier, right? The teams who did end up in that final sort of 5th or 6th circle, they didn't have to move a lot, right? And it was just... It's funny, because the trenches kind of look like brackets, right? And it's almost like going through a bracket in a tournament, the way you have to beat one team and then go up against the next as you move through the bracket. And so all these other teams that were out on the eastern side, you know, they had to play round after round, and KINOTROPE were just getting buys. You know, they were straight into the finals, and they take it out against, who was the last team that they fought? Heroez, I think it was. Yeah, and at that point they were a duo. They were bloody and you know, beaten up at that point. And it was really not too hard for KINOTROPE to take out that final dub.
Every team having to go through those trenches, we're matrixing around every caustic gas, trying to play it out as a duo. Look at the match to results out here. That's the patience that I was talking about. Yes, they get the dub. It was only 3 KP, but they still were able to get those placement points. Whereas Heroez, the team that rotated out of checkpoint at the perfect time, were not only able to get a third party to sit down in that building that they were in for quite some time on the low ground, but were able to get the 11 KP in second place.
Yeah, that was a tough rotate, as you say, out of checkpoint. And the other thing that I really liked how they played the trench part of that as well. You know, I think a lot of teams, they'd sit 3 people up the top and just be like, hey, we've got the high ground, just don't let them climb on us. Hero actually took one step further. They were proactive and put, I think it was Lahim down there, and put even more pressure to keep people further away from them. They buy space, they buy time, and they buy themselves 20 points.
Huge here. They're also the other side of the sandwich with Virtus against Complexity, who are just terrorizing lobby with Monsoon and that charge rifle. Looking at the second page here, 2 rats from Controller. They fell in those trenches, getting 3 KP. We saw Not Moist being one of the teams to have to fight for their lives out of checkpoint. We saw how difficult that rotate was before. They were able to get some KP, though, at the very beginning of that game, as well as DarkZero, unfortunately, falling early when they were sandwiched against the game-winning team KINOTROPE.
All right, seeing this matchup here versus those top 2 teams, you can see there's a big difference in how they played it out. Heroez with 4K, not too shabby whatsoever. I mean, 4K versus 11 kills is, you know, a fairly efficient use of that damage when you see the difference between, you know, the 2K to the 3 kills of KINOTROPE Gaming. But of course, that's just because they needed to keep their spot. They didn't necessarily need the KP. They just held everyone else at bay. And yeah, look, placement points are every bit as useful as kill points when you're talking about the overall leaderboard.
But man, that was such a crazy first game for Alliance. I mean, look how far ahead they are compared to the rest of the lobby. With 41 total points, still 26 kills here. They still lead the way with Heroez coming in right behind them with the 11 KP that they got.
And I mean, that's nuts, because we were talking about how if they got 50 points again in this series, they were most likely going to be already qualified for the winners bracket, Vicky. They could be there after 3 games. After 9 games in total, which is like a half of the group stage, they could already be there. I mean, wow, that is actually kind of nuts. I think, I'm going to have to go back and check this stat later, but I think Alliance may hold the record for the overall group stage points. And I think they're on track to beat it if they keep up the pace that we've seen so far. That's how well they're playing.
That's crazy. And KINOTROPE winning after landing in North Pad. They have the POI advantage here too. Which of these other squads could take Storm Point? We got one more game on Storm Point before we dive into World's Edge, everyone. Tune in after this break for some more Apex Legends action. everyone. ALGS, they got the jams and they got the action ready to go. KINOTROPE take game number 2. Got one more game here on Stormpoint, and Alliance are so far ahead of this entire group, it's crazy.
They're so chilling, right? Like, you can see how relaxed they are. They know they've got it sewn up. They could literally just run at every team for the rest of this lobby and the next, and they would easily make it through to the winners bracket. It's a familiar place for them, you know. I think the tension, the anxiety might creep in towards the end of the weekend for Alliance, because that is where they have struggled.
We know they have the potential here. They just got to keep that momentum going, especially with what they've shown us already thus far. I love the diversity, though, in terms of regions really showing up here in these lobbies and the different legend compositions that we've been exposed to. Teams playing into those legend comps and the 50-50 resets that we keep having. That game, we had 20 squads all the way down to, what, Circle 4 or so? I mean, that was a lot of players still. Even if they were playing out as a duo, it was still 20 squads for quite some time for that second game.
You can see all 20 of them here. All ready to get into our last match of Worlds Stormpoint. The world of Stormpoint, that's what I meant, Vicky. For today.
What I am happy to say here, though, usually when I do cover over Stormpoint, it's been a curse to see those Echo HQ zones. Not gonna be the case here.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like since we had that mid-season update, it's changed things quite a lot, right? I mean, they changed some of the invalid zone endings. Yeah, it's had quite the shake-up in terms of that. In terms of even beacon spawn rates for some of the POIs as well, I was informed today.
Yeah. Surely we won't cast a curse here for this game 3. Let's dive right into the action. Zero Unlucky, Sangjun Peak God, and Af are your kill leaders from each respective regions. And that's what's one statement to make here, especially diving into our last game on Stormpoint. Last opportunity for teams that do find that success on this map to really clutch it up before we dive onto World's Edge. And of course, the 50-50 that we saw before, we're gonna see it again.
All right, no point picking up the Digi. There's no guns there that can use it. And once again, Meltstera has a great scout skin, actually, for using the iron sights. Perfect for this contest.
Oh, no. 2 rats with control and Missy with the PK. Anything but peaceful here. 2 rats, 1 controller off of that. I mean, what a strong weapon to have off the rip. 2 rats, 1 control. They win the contest versus Riddle Order here in this game around.
It's kind of been a bit of a theme today, hasn't it, Vicky? I mean, we've seen, you know, even in those Wonton Dumpling TSM contests, whoever had the Peacekeeper seemed to be coming out on top because, you know, there was so much, well, all the contests we saw were happening in close range. You know, they were rarely evolving to the point where teams had, you know, say 50 meters between them to actually, you know, try and sort that out at a longer distances. So yeah, PK coming in clutch there. And having a look at this circle, we move down towards Cenote and Barometer. Whoa. Which side are you picking, Vicky?
Ooh, I'm thinking on the outskirts of Cenote Cave. We've been seeing it by that choke point that we actually have on the north side choke point that looks over to where the Trident is located for Oxygen. So I'm thinking there. We've seen it also pull towards that building that's on the outside of Cenote. So we're going to see if that could potentially be that pull here. Na'Vi is going to be able to also not only come out on top with that POI rotate, but be able to get that replicator if they need any extra bats or med kits before deciding where to go. Whereas Oxygen, they're already scooting away on the Trident.
Man, you say that word so much better than I do. Maybe, I think every time I need to say Cenote Caves, I might just like throw it to you so you can...
You know, Graceful has said Sino, so we're out here. I got Graceful's back too.
I used to say that until I was corrected by someone like yourself who knows what they're talking about, so...
And that was the spot that we used to see. Now, current Team Liquid landing way back when, feeling that confident. But talking about the building that I mentioned before, where Oxygen just took the Trident and actually already took up space, is that final circle building that I've seen before, at least in my games here, and not Moist, now taking a roundabout rotate on this Trident, probably with the same plan, wondering, did they already rotate? They're looking at the same building, and they see them in the distance. So that spot was what they wanted, and now they're gonna have to try to play on the outside of that building so they don't find themselves pinched by the squads that may be coming from Sinnoh.
Yeah, the pings go out, the boost. They hit the NOS gas on the Trident there to try and get past. And yeah, I think you're right. They may have wanted that building, but there's plenty of other spots down to the south of Serenity if that really is where they want to play. You can see, yeah, taking a bit of damage. They have to get out. Oxygen probably aren't going to want to give up their spot unless they get, you know, maybe a knock. Vayne just trying to make sure. So keep out.
But with these changes that we had in Season 20, the Evil Harvesters, the Evil Shields, the amount of damage that you need to upgrade them, going for an early rotate like that from not Moist with lackluster loot could be very detrimental.
Yeah, and the other thing is, if you're taking a Trident all the way down south through the water, you're not going to hit any Evo Harvesters, right? Like, none will be spawning down there. Maybe one if you're very, very lucky. You can see they're further inland, like the one that Virtus.pro just managed to hit. They are very happily taking this southern building in.
Cenote Cave.
Thank you, yes.
Gotta always get it. Spacestation may be eyeing that, but looking at inside that evac tower right in front of them. Taking some shots here, but clearing their path to go right through that choke. Whereas Crazy Raccoon already had gotten ahead with that evac tower here too. So many teams with this quick rotate. You have DarkZero already in Cenote. Oxygen still not going to give up that space whatsoever. Crazy Raccoon rotating now onto Barometer's side. They're going to be right behind Complexity, who have probably found themselves in a building by Barometer, but we know what happens to the teams that once the circle does shift over to the west side, there's little to no cover to work with. You are out in the open. It's just water, maybe a rock or two, a little lone island. We're going to be able to scan where these enemies are on that survey beacon.
Okay, so Crazy Raccoon get the survey beacon. What does that tell them? It tells them that there are currently 5 squads sitting within Cenote Caves. They've got Complexity just below them. A couple up towards Bean. Do they sit happily there for the moment? I mean, that really should give them the info about where it is finishing.
Like how Heroes have to double ping the fact that they all need heavy ammo and decide, all right, we got to pull back here. I know we want to try to poke some damage, get some more information on the squads rotating, but maybe try to get some extra loot while we're at it here too. Seeing BR Demons make that rotate over to the south side and Passion UA. Another team to try to take the evac tower. It's getting shot at in the distance by 2 Wrathwing controller, but they will be able to get away in time for what it looked like here. But what part of Barometer is available here with so many teams?
I mean, there's not that many teams in Barometer, so I think they'll be fine for now, but I mean, Passion do have the scan, so they know it's not going to be a Barometer zone, so as you can see, they will immediately pop the next evac tower and continue on their journey.
Can't even take an evac tower in peace here. Sonya losing out on those shields. It's not 2 Rats with controller, it's the teams in the distance, Crazy Raccoon, that have taken over the high ground here in Barometer, seeing them land in the distance. We know that Complexity is somewhere around there in Barometer too. Landing right on top of this building though.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Complexity are on the train cart that lead from the zip lines to that lonely island.
As I say, further down. All right, this next shift is probably the important one, the indicative one. Oh my. Okay. Yeah, all right, it's gone directly over
Cenote Cave.
Okay, so it could actually finish on the inside, which is a fantastic, just absolute roller coaster of a circle. There is, I'd say, a small chance that it goes southeast and hits that building that we saw Oxygen in before. But the fact that it is like directly over the POI, I think means we're going to get a really fun circle where all of this is in play. You've got people in and under and around the coral. Lots of fun height differences. I mean, if you've got like a horizon, it can make a big difference because it's actually quite hard to climb a lot of these obstacles and you know, take high ground off other teams that have it. So having a look around, 2R1C currently sitting on the horizon with Uxako. Or anybody else. We've got, well, Meltstera had it, but he got taken out immediately, of course, on the contest. And yeah, we've got Peak God, I guess, also known as Gugu there for Wonton Dumpling on the Pathy, who, yeah, as you can say, I mean, it's not, well, like, you can technically take a gravity lift up as well, I suppose, but, you know, if you've got the zip line there, it's there forever. I always thought that was something they should add to Pathfinder, the ability to just, like...
Take out your own zip.
Cut the rope, you know?
Nobody's invited to the Pathfinder party, although Path is way too nice for that. LG with this rotate. Sweet taking a little bit of damage, but that space station inside of this building. They popped the Beast of the Hunt in the distance. While taking these shots, though, this is also allowing Sweet to get information if there are other squads in the distance to see if they are in their line of sight. So keeping that squad in that building is going to allow LG to just try to prioritize that rotate. But here's the overview of the squads that are still fighting now in Serenity, trying to find their own space to coexist with, especially with the amount of causing that we see. Still tapping over a little bit of that thermite before backing away in time, but KINOTROPE is one of those squads like we saw in the previous game, always trying to prioritize being in that final circle position.
Yeah, they're pretty good at it. Got enough meds there, it looks like, that they'll be fine and dandy to sit there and poke for quite a while. Obviously, the poking part is more important than ever, trying to get up to purple shields. If you've done the early rotate, you're most likely on blue, and you will have to do some damage to get that all-important purple Evo. Red is a bonus at this point. Blue means you've perhaps been a bit too passive, or you're very poor, you're in shambles on meds and ammo. Purple is, yeah, it's kind of the new normal, I guess, in an endgame.
Really important in the differential between you and a team that has not really been able to get access to Evil Harvesters or any poke damage whatsoever. I like this rotate that we just saw Alliance take here. They're going to delete that Cosmic Trap, but if they were trying to find the space inside this building, it's just that Cosmic Trap took way too much time to deal with.
I mean, it was the right move, right? You send the Caustic to knock down the door, he's not going to take any damage. But, oh, I guess this building was split-held. Unless they're on top of it. No, I think it was split-held. Now, that is some good shots there with the Hemlock. Almost actually gets the knock. But yeah, I guess the buildings were literally, sorry, the barrels were literally just in there, you know, to cause people problems. You know, they got the knock, to be fair, so they were probably looking for another team to come in here, get stymied by that barrel on the bottom floor, and then try and take advantage of it. But Alliance just managed to get in there.
Especially when the team right aside from them is KINOTROPE. We know that team is not going to be moving anywhere from their building. And I think on the other side of that was Never to Change, while Crazy Raccoon are in the crevices of the rock in Cenote Cave. So now Alliance have that free reset. They have that building. So they decided to wrap around, because even if they did want to go through the northern choke that leads into Cenote, there are so many teams and it's such an open area for multiple squads to take shots at them. So they wanted to try to eliminate that opportunity with the amount of squads that would probably be in these individual buildings.
Yeah, as you say, there's pretty much every building at this point occupied. The ring is a straight shot towards the edge. Continues to pull in exactly the same direction. Interesting that DarkZero are splitting up there down the bottom. They've got, looks like, one in the building and then two trying to put some extra pressure and create a safe zone in front of them, as so many other teams will have to pull up towards there. I mean, DZ probably won't have that info. To be fair, they might just, they still could be predicting it. Okay, so definitely hasn't gone the way of Oxygen.
100% just pulling so far away. It's going to probably be on top of that southern building by where Virtus.pro had actually predicted, where Complexity with the Valkyrie ult actually landing right on top of them right now. This is a great move from them. We talk about whether it be the Horizon Gravity Lift in an end circle like this, the Valkyrie that we had pinpointed to that could be an opportunity here. Now Complexity have the high ground.
This is the Valk advantage, right? We interviewed Monsoon throughout the Pro League season, and what he said was, the less Valkyries there are in the lobby, the more powerful it becomes as a character, because there are positions that you can play and there are rotates that you can make only with the Skyward Dive. The more Valkyries in the lobby, the less likely it is that you're the first one to make that rotate. So that's why Complexity are able to hit these 6 spots with the Valkyrie.
And what's great news with that is that the only other 2 Valkyries aside from Complexities is Max Strafey, who is right there alongside them, as well as right from Hao, who have been taken out, because Hao is now playing that out as a duo. So great news for them. in terms of any contest to try to get onto that high ground. They could just secure that. Spacestation also trying to fight for building space themselves. 19 squads still left, but we can expect this in a final circle like this. There's so much space to share here for these squads as round 3 closes in behind them.
Yeah, 19 squads going into round 4. That's kind of nuts, no? That said, next one is going to have not nearly as much space. Won't be nearly as hospitable. And it's actually zeroed in across a couple of buildings, Vicky. Those of DarkZero and Natus Vincere.
And you mentioned it before, DarkZero kind of playing a little split up. They were able to hold that northern building while still trying to put in some extra pressure. It looks like LG is going to be that second team to fall here. Caught in the line of sight as 2 rats, 1 controller playing on the edge. See the pings on the evac, going to be able to swap that for the Moby. But they're going to be forced to take this. I mean, where else do they go in a situation like this? But this is also the problem. In moments like this, in the space that they have to cross, yes, they have Hierarcha on the bank, but in late game, the conduit being a problem.
I mean, their rotation to the next zone is absolutely scuffed, right? You know, can they beat another team that they walk across in that rotation? Yeah, probably, but will that be the end of it? Also, yes. It's going to be a tough one for 2R1C. I don't expect them to see them in Zone 5.
Enemy over there.
Trying to work out if Heroez is in front of them. Of course they are. You know, they don't even have the they don't even have the Bloodhound, right? So they can't even scan this tunnel ahead of them and get that information for sure.
The pressure that they were feeling, they knew if it was either Heroez in that bunker or dealing with both passion or oxygen. So they took the evac, they took some circle damage, and they wrapped around through that northern choke. But now you're going to be met with, what, 5 to 6 different teams that are going to be hanging out on the northern side of Cenote Cave, where it's going to be pulling far south. A lot of these squads now coming out of these buildings.
Yeah, well, there's currently 6 squads within the circle. You definitely get one more down on that south side, whether that's Oxygen, perhaps Moist. But the rest of the teams up the north there, Vicky, that's, wow. I think we're about to lose. I'm going to say 10. I'm going to say 10 squads in this next zone.
Survival of the fittest here, as Effect gets immediately deleted. Oh my goodness, that Nemesis tearing right through him. Hockey's meeting him right there. Popping the shield back, Unlucky setting up the Nox grenade, but they are in the line of sight of a team that has that height. It's that split position that we were seeing before as Oxygen get eliminated. Passion are going to meet them back in the lobby. MDYW, who have been able to hold on to the high ground while 2 of those members are trying to still give suppressed fire over to Alliance.
All right, kill feeds lighting up here. How an SSG go? Maybe there's enough high ground, maybe there's enough variable heights in this last sort of situation that it can occupy a few more teams, but we're down to 12.
Free loot here too after they take care of Alliance. NTC are not even gonna poke a finger outside those doors. I mean, even with the blue Evo shields, I mean, this is terrible for Not Moist. We highlighted it before. The fact that Waltzy still has 50 bullets in the hemlock means that Not Moist has just been playing so patiently right behind Oxygen, waiting to see where the circle was going to pull. KINOTROPE get taken out. 2R1C have forced their way into that next circle.
Yeah, I mean, when you're trying to hide behind your caustic barrels, you know it's not going to be a great time. It will just be a matter of time before people start getting shots on you. And you can see, I mean, you know, Waltzy, often the one doing the most damage on this team, is still 200 away from purple Evo, so they're not even that close to having the safety and the surety of the 4 armor bars.
MDYY have been an absolute problem. Now taking care of another team here, specifically Korn getting taken out. NTC is going to be forced to get out of the circle with now closing in right behind them. But they did burn the catwalk. Maybe a little too early with 9 squads left. We know there's so many squads waiting for that wall to go down before they make that rotate.
They get a knock onto NTC though, but crazy Raccoon, they pull in and finish them off entirely. This ring closing a little slower. It's actually quite a central ring pull, which means all sides of the ring close at pretty much the same pace.
going crazy. Beast of the Hunt. The Havoc doesn't even need a turbo, but that's fallen incredibly low. Looks like he maybe had shield swap earlier or just leaving that for just now if he can. No, they don't even have that shield swap. He can't get the res. The circle's closing in behind him, feeling all the pressure to now run out in the open. Maybe use a little bit of what's left of that smoke for some extra cover. The circle is a nail in the coffin. And you hear that? Look at the Pathfinder zip line onto the high ground and the Sheila. Bringing through the years here. The rest of the squad's left underneath complexity, and they're still in that next circle by the lip of this building rooftop.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide for XCZ. And the other two Wonton Dumpling members still up. And it pretty much just is those 4 out of those 5 teams that we were highlighting within the circle originally. Complexity are actually going to start making a move now. They need time to set up the amped cover. That is a lot of the power behind this composition, is being able to set that up in advance, and then having more charges of it ready to place down at any moment to block for a res, to, you know, increase damage, to reduce some in the other, coming in the other way.
Or that Sheila there too, but they immediately get beamed by Na'Vi, kind of coming through with the Havoc, finding the loot and Mon. Na'Vi, they needed that here too, because look at Tyler with the blue Evo.
Nice damage coming in there. We've got 2 teams on either building. Na'Vi will reduce that to 1 on their side, taking out Complexity, and then we've got DarkZero versus Virtus.pro on the right.
And that's with DarkZero holding on to the rooftop of this building from the very beginning. I believe maybe have been Jen since he's got blue Evos and he's been there the whole time. But our last 3 squads left, DarkZero, Virtus, and Na'Vi.
I mean, this is what I was talking about before. Red is a bonus. We don't have a single player on red armor going into this final fight. Oh, what a nade from Zero!
Huge arc star, but way to match out with the nade himself. What direction are they gonna rotate with the Beast of the Hunt activated, or potentially could be activated here from Zero? They also have the Bang ult, which is huge here in a circle like this.
Yeah, it looks like it was actually a combo effort with Virtus.pro chucking in the frags at the same time. And yeah, Tyler are kind of trying to get the bats off, but you know that they're done for soon. But Sykes holding onto the gas grenade here, that's extremely important. Obviously, Na'Vi, they're going to be shoved out soon. Do they get pushed off before DarkZero get pushed off this roof, though?
I think it's going to be lethal depending on how they rotate through these ults. Drops down the Nox, covering his back. They know that team has still been inside that building. Trying to maybe focus on the team that's right across from them instead. Tricky situation to be in here as Pricey takes the first shot. Sharky is going to be able to get the knock onto Tyler. Going to be able to follow up with Kaida. Not being a lot of trouble. 3 spots left, but DarkZero pressured with the ring right behind them. They got to get this follow-up.
How is Na'Vi still alive?
Are you kidding me? Virtus.pro gonna be gonna clean up the rest of this lobby, getting out of the building for free and taking care of those last 2 squads and taking game number 3.
Well, we heard it before from our boy Jayhawk. That guy in the middle of your screen, Sharky, he knows how to win. And they take out a dub there to finish off World's Edge. I am still so confused about how Na'Vi managed to get out of that in 2nd place. Well, like, was it literally just the respawning legend coming out of the dropship that kept them alive? Because it seems insane that they took about 300 damage, you know, in a second from the nade spam and then didn't die.
It was the fact that they were on the other side of the lip bridge, closer to DarkZero, had the Moby there for makeshift cover, got the res, and DarkZero, looking at the fact that the squad coming out of the building were out in the open ground and they had free pickings on both sides. Like, even if they didn't have any cover really to work with right there, it was working around the pressure of the Nox grenade. But what counters Caustic, you know? Caustic. And that is what the person that came out from Virtus.pro, Pricey, clearing up that space and getting 4 KP at the very end.
Yeah, look, I don't know who came up with this game of rock, paper, scissors, but it's like, it's scissors versus scissors for Caustic. It's kind of the only way you can make it work. But yeah, I mean, I really liked that the Caustic grenade that they dumped down at their feet as they tried to push forward and take out Na'Vi. I have no idea how you know, they didn't finish them off in that moment. But, you know, look, it was a crazy end game there. But full congratulations to Virtus.pro for taking it out.
Huge performance here from our teams on Storm Point. We still got 3 more games to go. But before we dive into that action, I want to hear some action from you, Glitter. Tell us your thoughts after the last 3 games.
Thanks so much, Gino and Vicky. Fantastic job on those first 3 matches. And talk about a good time to come into the action, because there's a lot to talk about after just 3 matches. Alliance at the top so far, really strong performance, but I don't know if what was in the water here. Jayhawk, VP, did they hear you? I mean, that was a great third match.
I mean, Sharky, he's a champion. He's been here before. He knows how to do it. So I don't think this was me, but I mean, he's one of the best players in the world for a reason. You heard Zero, you heard Jen, you heard Genome, all of them talking about how good he is mechanically. And this team, they're having a really strong day so far.
They look comfortable, and this is it's not an easy day either, right? Group stage is pretty long day. Our players are here for a while, so the fact that they're able to put up a performance like that 3 matches in the last series is pretty big for Virtus.pro, and they looked pretty happy about it. We can see them behind us here on the desk. They looked like they had a nice celebration going after that as well. But I see you brought the pin out for the halftime shows. Ever talk to me a little bit about Alliance's performance as well?
I mean, we'll definitely get to it as we start to break down some of these previous rings, but for, I mean, all sakes here, I know there's a lot of people that love to peddle the fact that this is a group stage team, but is that really a bad thing at this point? I think they go beyond that in many ways, and we'll definitely get to see that as we progress through our bracket. But at the end of the day, being a group stage team, coming to these lands and being impeccable every single time, that is so much pressure alleviated for this roster, now knowing that we're not walking out of just 1 good series, but now potentially 2.
Absolutely. Well, we'll start things off by taking a look at our match 3 results. Obviously, VP taking home that win, 21 points in total there. A nice first place finish, but we even heard the casters talking about it, Graceful, not be able to secure a 2nd place finish.
Yeah, the fact that they managed to get into that positioning is crazy and Survivor as long as it did. I'm not even joking when I said that if he did, like if Matap didn't get hit by a Skynade, they could have maybe done something else. Got 2nd place, maybe, who knows, 1st place. But I'm starting to see some resemblance of veterans coming through right now on the leaderboard, where, you know, all the teams that have veterans and experience and all the LAN players are showing up every single game now because they are adapting. Like I said, in the beginner, in the first 2 series, people were having a hard time adapting. Now it looks like they're on fire.
Yeah, and you can see that some of these squads focusing on those placement points as well. We saw DZ up there, Complexity. Shout out to Wonton Dumpling, Dia's pick on the predictions as well, having a pretty solid performance here. Crazy Raccoon getting those kills. As we take a look at the 2nd page here, some of our squads down there on the bottom, but in general, even when you look at a team like Heroez who had a little bit of a slower game this time around, Jayhawk, they still overall in the first 2 matches have done pretty well.
Yeah, and Heroez is one of those teams that the first set, they didn't do that great. And so this is one of those teams that we're looking for, like an LG, like Passion UA. Can they bounce back? So far they have. In this game, it wasn't the greatest, but on the set so far, they've been looking strong.
And on, you know, that side of the same token, Moist also having a bounce back in this series as well. We'll take a look at the series results so far and see exactly where that puts them. 5th overall for Moist, not too shabby. We mentioned Alliance here at the top by a decent point margin, and actually falls off even more so after VP's effort.
Yeah, obviously Virtus.pro with the big win is going to at least establish what is one of the first gaps that we have seen within the group stage. Usually coming into this, going out of our match 3, we're somewhere right around eclipsing that 30-point mark. So this is something that, once again, we talk about alleviating pressure, but it lights a fire under the butts of so many of these other teams now realizing that their chances of victory, especially for A and B, who are slowly losing out on those group stage opportunities, it's getting harder. It is getting much harder for you to launch yourself on the board, come away with the effective points, and guarantee a slot when we talk about top 20.
And as we continue kind of looking at some of these squads, obviously Alliance is really standing out when it comes to their kills versus placement points, but then continuing down on that trend, looking all the way down at 2R1C, Graceful, only 4 placement points, but trying to slay out with 14 kills.
I think that teams are slowly beginning to like I said, online play and offline play is very different. You know, in online, I swear to God, on EU, we had 10 edge teams. Right now, people are waking up and seeing Aurora making these plays and other edge teams actually getting success. Teams are slowly leaning to playing slower. They're getting more objectives. When they have more objectives, you get beefier armor. When they have armor, they build confidence, morale, and now also like everything just starts flowing in the direction because they're comfortable fighting when you have triple purple instead of, you know, running straight to zone, cheering with 15 teams and then having only blues. They're not confident. Everybody's being proactive, and I love to see it.
Yeah, and we see how important those points are with just where it can put them in the overall when it comes to these series results. But you mentioned it, Zephyr. We're going to take a look back at those final circles, starting with match number 4, because we've got quite a few things you want to highlight here.
Of course, and this is a game that makes me so happy in many ways, but also so sad. Alliance put themselves into this position, not just on their lonesome, but after taking an incredible fight, pressuring up against 2R1C, and of course, Navi as well. We talk about being the meat versus the bread. We love our sandwiches, apparently, on the desk. They do a great job of navigating a lot of that pressure, and as a result, they come out as one of the only teams working their way into Sito from the west side. As a result, when we start to see them actually make moves towards Hal and some of these other teams that are actually located within inside these buildings, they are so far and above the rest in terms of setting themselves up there. And another thing that I love to see from Alliance is, given the fact that they've been able to create the caliber of this kind of zoning control on the outside, they get to create additional space, destroy defensive teams, take advantage, and basically run it for free.
Yeah, mimicking a little bit of what we saw in the first series there for Alliance. That jumped the gun. It's not match 4, it's match 1. We're in the first half of the series, but match number 2 was next. At Jayhawk, talk me through what happened here.
Yeah, KINOTROPE, they land at North Pad, they get a favorable pull, they get to God Rock, but they do have some key moments in the mid game, even though there wasn't a lot of fighting. Alliance, Virtus.pro, some of these other teams potentially could have moved in and maybe tried to take the spot. They do a good job holding space, they wait, all these teams have to form around that gazebo, they start to kill each other, KINOTROPE sees the opportunity, they take that space, walk up to the gazebo, easy little third party, and they come away with the win.
Yeah, and that's going to be one of those teams that was looking to get a win on the board, keep themselves up in the better standings when it comes to this group stage. As you can see, those final moments wrapping up, those nades coming through, the caustic gas putting in the work, and like you said, a nice little third-party opportunity to clean up there. And then, of course, match number 3, what we just got to witness here, Graceful. Talk us back through this replay.
I think we see the exact contrast of what we just saw in the former game. Here's where the team that is normally just playing, you know, defensively and always textbook. Most people probably thought that DarkZero would win this game, but it wasn't them. It was Virtus.pro who kept holding their space, holding their ground. Even though they got caustic ulted, they got bang ulted, they kept taking space to the sides, and the moment they flushed out Navi on the left side here, where they're looking at, the duo on the left, they returned back on the box on the right to cover all the angles, making sure that DarkZero can't escape anything, and ending up closing out the game with a big dub, actually, after they get so many KP. Normally, you wouldn't even get all these KP because you kind of hope that the other teams take out each other. Once again, be the bread. But they actually are in on the action. They're just looking, how many kills can we get? Go get all the kills. We're not even trying to not, like, you know, just repeat. They want to get all the frags, and they closed out the game perfectly fine. I think this is almost textbook reactive play instead of just being proactive, because they were always ready to, what is happening? Are they going left? We are going right to make sure they can't sway anywhere. And they're just pinching everybody and playing perfectly.
Yeah, it was a really, really solid finish there for match number 3 before we switch over to the next map. But Jayhawk, I noticed you had a little bit of an outfit swap there as you were modeling our current Nessie hoodie here for our Split 1 playoffs in LA. And believe it or not, the LA Nessie hoodies sold out online. I know that's insanely fast, but they are already gone. But we want to keep the hype going. So we're going to do a limited time pre-order just for the duration of Split 1 playoffs from today to May 5th. You can go to playapexshop.com now for your last chance to grab this hoodie. And it's worth it, okay? It is very, very comfortable, and you did a great job, Jayhawk. So
I can
we
attest to
appreciate
this.
that.
This is one of the most comfortable hoodies I've ever worn. Looks great. And I love the colors. I love, you know, the pink and the blue. It's real nice.
I know it's very flattering on everyone, but it is almost time to get back into our last 3 matches of this series. Before we do that, though, I want to check in with Peeps and see what he's got going on in the crowd.
Apex, what up? I am here with some ALGS fans in the stand. Dude, what's your name? Where you from?
Ross, and I'm from NorCal.
Shout out NorCal. Dude, name and where you from?
My name's Kyle, aka Taserface, and I'm from Northern California. Let's go!
Woo! What's your name? Where you from?
Jacob, Iowa.
Iowa.
I'm Sorrel from Utah.
Utah. So, dude, talk to me about the experience of LAN, meeting all your friends, all your favorite players. Talk to me.
It's been a great time watching the quality games. I got to meet this guy in person for the first time. It's been awesome.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
And how long have you guys known each other?
Like a year at least. Yeah. Yeah, we met on Apex.
Dude, best buddies, bro. That's a ranked team right there if I ever seen one. What about you, man? Talk to me about the LAN experience, friends, and favorite players.
LAN experience has been pretty amazing. Basically, I came here solo, didn't know what to expect, made so many great friends that I didn't even know till today. And great plays. Everything's been amazing so far. Don't know which one to pick, and more to be made.
I love that. Well, you heard it from the crowd. Tiff and Dia, take it away.
Hey, Los Angeles, and thanks so much, dude. Or, I mean, peeps. I'm sorry. I had to do that to you. Had to do it, dude. Okay. But for real, though, that was a great interview because something that's really nice to be shown is the Apex community as a whole. No matter if you're coming up to LAN alone or even if you're looking for a group to play with, whether that's pubs, ranked, whatever it is, we have such an amazing community, and I'm just really grateful to be here for it. Spider Tiff here, Dia alongside me. Man, we had so much fun casting that first series of the day, and now, look us go.
So much fun we had to come back and do it again.
That's
but
true.
for, I guess, a different series of groups or a different set quality of groups. You know what? I'm already changing things up. However, as you say, the matches that we cast earlier, even the first group of the day, has been really interesting because I think many would say that this is not what they expected from the outset of LAN. In fact, we don't really have that North American domination that other pro teams from around the world were expecting themselves when I spoke to them before the competition.
I was just talking in the green room about that, but Alliance, they at least kept one thing consistent. They've taken in the map win on their first game of the day. They've already done it. They're looking to run it back again, and a lot of our talent had predicted them to do well, but there's also other names to be had. You looked at the series results back with the desk. VP in second, DZ, you know, majority of the talent pick as well. But there's been unsung heroes that have made such a dynamic push. And as we look through our World's Edge POIs, we will still have some contests that are going to be going through. And, well, KINOTROPE and Heroez, that's going to get interesting considering how far KINOTROPE has come. They're finding themselves where they need to be into that top 10, but they're not going to be satisfied with that.
And I dare say that this contest isn't going to be something particularly satisfying for them either, especially when you're contesting over Survey, Epi. I mean, who wants to do that when ultimately your reward is a POI that has honestly pretty mediocre loot, that is surrounded by Climatizer. You can't really play Edge with any certainty. You certainly can't play Zone nearly as well as a team that lands, say, Harvester or Fragment or Monument. So early contest for Survey, not hitting nearly as hard in terms of the effect that it'll have on the lobby, more on the morale of these two teams in particular. I do really want a quick touch on something though. If you guys have been following a lot of the drop spots that were announced before LAN, you would have heard that Wonton, Dumpling, and BR Demons would be contesting over at Siphon. In fact, we've got it at the top end of your screen right now. Wonton, Dumpling, given their results so far, we've got word that they're changing their drop spot and are moving over to Dome, conceding one of the most powerful POIs in the map over to the BR Demons.
Now, I really like that. That's going to thrust Navi from having essentially both launch side and Dome, but it's going to make them focus solely on launch side. We got our legend selections up on screen for you right now, and well, I'm just looking for any off-camber picks, but it just seems that Bangalore will reign true with that 90% pick rate that we have been witnessing. Not necessarily 100 though.
Not necessarily, no. But you know me, Tim. Whenever I see Rampart, it's all I see. That's my whole screen right now is Complexity, Rampart, Lou racking up kills with Sheila from last game. Really enjoyed watching them play, and Complexity having a very different read on the meta is refreshing, much like the teams that we've seen, like How earlier that were pulling out Crypto, Watson, in the face of a Bangalore dominant meta. Creative solutions are my favorite thing to watch.
And that's what a lot of our regions outside of North America have been focusing on coming into playoffs. It's what is that adaptability going to look like? Well, it needs to ring true here, especially in the groups and then the later on bracket stages. But for now, a lot of our squads, well, They're just vying to get into that winner's bracket. But for the contest that we were talking about, KINOTROPE and Heroez, you can see that Heroez has kind of maintained a little bit more health than the opposing KINOTROPE, and that Radiant transfer does come through to get Bastion back up to full health, but we will have to deal with that 30-second cooldown.
Lose-lose scenario for both teams. May I remind you, the longer this goes, the worse it gets. Already top rotations out of Survey. Epi fighting for it is going to harm both squads, and in the standings, we'll see that likely play out. For the moment, nobody's gone down just yet, but the longer this goes on, you're gonna see it in the corner of your screen right there, top left, right, top right. Phony's starting to move in. SSG out of Climatizer can very well take advantage of this.
Look, I mean, they've been a dark horse for so many, but that squad, I'll say it, I thought they were going to be one of the ones that were going to come in, swoop it all up come the end of the week. And if they're going to start here, nice timing on the Radiant transfer. It's just not going to hit Lahib in enough moments. It just was that split-second differential. Now, sometimes you'll get that Radiant transfer to connect prior to the down. You'll res them, they'll have shields. But when it comes to this, here comes Spacestation. Phony, though, gets punished for immediately trying to make that happen. Frex, though, able to grab a knock.
Should be SSG cleaning this up pretty cleanly. KINOTROPE did stay in the area and could try and re-engage off of the Phony knock, but as we're getting a reset, it looks like SSG have stabilized and they should be just fine to move up, maybe grab themselves an Evo Harvester, but have I spoken too soon, Tiff?
Look, this was a planned hit. This was a planned third party. They just grabbed the first weapon they could find. None of them have ammo. They're dealing with maybe just the remnants of what is left. Now, that's the thing here. It's like, hey, we know they're contesting. Let's grab the first weapons we see that we feel comfortable with fighting. We know they're going to be sitting on whites. Let's go ahead and take that fight to them. But them taking that out with Heroez allowed KINOTROPE to hit a bit of a reset.
Rufa climbing on Zainu right now. Zainu is the one split from the team. And well spotted, doesn't take a whole lot of damage on the way down. The rest of SSG around to back this up. Zainu's able to fire from above. Rufa goes down, Tappy to follow. And KINOTROPE on the losing end of this trade already. Zainu has fallen, but it's another 2v1 situation for SSG. Having already cleaned up the majority of heroes, they should be able to do the same to KINOTROPE.
Love the comfort here. We're gonna hold on to that smoke, not use it for the res, because we think around this rock, we're in safe space. You hear the smoke come out, and now we're gonna focus on healing.
Oh, no.
But, you know, when you're just gonna keep fighting out in this area, and a lot of teams looking for their rotation onto that next zone, they're gonna be allured by the audio cues for that. Never to Change wants to take a piece of that, right? And Crazy Raccoon just on the outskirts of Skyhook near that tower. But for the next zone, man, this is gonna be a good one.
Survey might not have been a Fiesta, but it was Fiesta adjacent, that's for sure. With as many teams there congesting this space as possible, it's surprising to see it, but sort of a natural consequence of the time the contest took. You have highlighted the ring, a ring that every single one of the teams that landed Survey and Climatizer should have had priority to, one that's pulling us directly over to Monument Fragment.
Which is why I like where we saw Oxygen Esports playing from. They have control of the choke that is leading towards Harvester. And we've seen a lot of zones that will pull to that side, but dare I say, I don't think we end there. MDY White calls Fragment home. That is where they land on the Monument side. They get both POIs, Frag East, Amon, and they have decided to play just on the outskirts of the buildings closest to the choke towards the left of Landslide, and that is a very solid call in my opinion.
Likely to work out for them. Looking around the map, 2R1C, the ones playing through the edge. Taking a northern approach to this ring could work out in their favor, and it'll give them the opportunity to pick up a little bit more Evo. 2R1C's dream in a zone like this is likely to take a move in through the epicenter side and then move into Fragment Monument by third-partying other teams that have a little bit more chaos injected into their game. For Heroez, however, the 2R1C move up north means that they're not going to be able to craft their teammates, and ultimately will play this out as a solo for a bit longer, waiting for access to a crafter.
But at least we did have the conduit, so for the contest that we can make that work. But back on over to Not Moist. We want to jump into a listen in, because I'm dying to hear what Waltzy and Co are thinking.
Us right now. 34 on Caustic. You know, it really sucks. If I didn't scan, they would have fucking landed on us. We would have got 3 kills. Yeah. Someone needs to be perma staring this way. Yeah, I am. Or not even like, not really staring at, but like just making sure like you're checking out every soul. Someone's here.
Enemy over there.
I hear someone. Here's somebody here. Somebody here. Somebody here. Okay. 100%.
Probably one
Can you
top.
scan it? Can you scan it? He slid down to here on my ping. I think they're going all the way down. Can you scan this?
Enemy spotted. Near me.
We might just shoot them in the back. They might go for this player scan.
Nothing on scan. Do you want to cross?
Yes, they're gonna go for it. They're gonna go for it. I'm ping right where it is. I don't think they've seen us. They have.
No, I'm giving this up. It's just shit.
Who just even shot me?
Hey, looking down the hill. Gil, just...
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, what are we playing for right now?
I mean, we're in right here.
Hostile. Danger close.
We gotta bully these guys and walk it in and probably fight them later. The bang is purple armor.
Yeah.
Moist demonstrating a lot of discipline and ability to adapt real quickly there. I have to say, Tip, I appreciated the way that they quickly slid into mirroring BR Demons, fished for a kill, but never gave up holding their choke, an error that a lot of less experienced teams would make. Guild, with a lot of confidence and discipline, I think is the word I used earlier, managed to hold the height. And Moist's win condition really is to play this choke into an eventual move towards Fragment playing off the high ground, where a team like Passion UA will have to deal with a lot more. I'm surprised to see Max Strafe running with a longbow here, given how close quarters all the fights they're taking in Fragment Monument are going to be.
Maybe it's just on the time being. They held it for the rotation, they set up, they're looking for some picks. If they can grab a knock, then great. But they do have the Skull Piercer on the longbow, so it's not like it's a naked one. They do land in countdown, so it's a relatively short rotation over towards Monument. For a team that needs to show up to perform well, it is now, and they need to have the best World's Edge series of their life. But a team that is looking to do more, DarkZero. We've got trades, so we're sitting in a 2v2 situation here in Tunnel, but what can Gen and Zero do?
Holding knock behind you, Slayer. Behind you, bang. Last guy here, behind you, fuck. No, bro. Wait, Slayer, where are you? Oh, that happens every time we leave him solo.
My favorite come. Slayer, where are you? Slayer, what are you doing? No, honestly, let me just tell you, I've been watching scrims and I heard once that Slayer, as a caustic, climbed on top of a truck. I heard that for 30 minutes. But regardless, DarkZero take out that engagement.
I don't even want to talk about it anymore. Like it's been it's been a season of suffering for Slayer, seeming not to be on the same page, but it's perhaps coming to a head in this particular LAN. I'm sure we'll get the chance to highlight it a little bit more later, but I'm gonna move on right now because we've got a whole rest of the game playing out in front of our eyes. I want to draw particular attention to Oxygen, who are sat in, well, a good spot, an ultimately risky one. Their position will age well, but it's gonna age just as well for teams like Moist and Alliance, who will be looking to take it from them from both sides. And as Hodzik once said, you always want to be the bread, you never want to be the meat.
I like that. I love a good Hodzik quote. Everything that's right in the Apex world is going to be that, but you're right, they are 100% the meat, and they're gonna have to deal with not only Alliance, but not Moist. And with this position, it is solid if it's pulling back towards the mountainside, but now that we have to focus north, you have reigning champs on your left in the form of DarkZero, who just took down LG. So you have one of the scariest rotations that I could imagine.
Pathfinder! Wonton, Dumpling make their way back up. This is moving towards the Survey Epi area, and it's the exact rotation that I talked about for teams like SSG, KINOTROPE, Heroez that we're contesting for Survey. We're moving into places like Monument Frag. From Epi can actually be a whole lot safer because you've got a little bit more cover and ability to third-party other squads that cannot engage onto you in reverse. Wonton Dumpling's move does cost them a small ultimate, but the cooldown on Pathfinder ult is actually pretty low, so they could have this back up in time.
Speaking of taking us back in time, let me just roll it back 2 minutes where I said I actually didn't like Oxygen Esports' position. I didn't like it at all. And then we get the the next zone information, and it's looking pretty enticing. But for now, Na'Vi hitting that rotation essentially right behind DarkZero, and they are very familiar with fighting inside the tunnel towards Landslide, and Zero obviously knows that this is happening. We hit the scan, we get 2 of them. And now we start putting ourselves in the positions to make that happen. But something that they did with that scan was they baited out the Beast of the Hunt from Na'Vi.
On my marker.
With limited cooldowns, it's really going to come down to smart use of bang ult from both sides. The nice thing is DZ can actually hold their bang ult responsibly because, responsibly actually works here. Because Na'Vi have to use bang ult in order to initiate a fight onto DarkZero cleanly, and DarkZero can always respond with that same bang ult to stall the fight. It's gonna come down to smart cooldown utilization, but already Zero's getting ready for the engagement.
When you just pop Beast of the Hunt and immediately put the pressure on, you have the turbocharged Havoc in the back, and you are just shooting through smoke, letting it eat. Elsewhere, Complexity is bouting out against Heroez. Lou does fall, but he took down 2 of Heroez before he comes back, but back into Na'Vi here, kinda still low, has to focus on getting that heals back. We're looking for some God-sending grenades into, but not gonna connect.
Tyler gets frag strafed out of there as Na'Vi have managed to at least exit the landslide tunnel, but it's only into the waiting arms of Alliance. A 3-way fight going on the western side of the zone.
Alliance and DarkZero, in a way, have just saved Oxygen's rotation, because instead of sending up towards where they want to find themselves in the ring, they want more KP. Another Hound ult comes through, and we are just going to look to clean up the ringside. Now, can we please talk about how Na'Vi is always getting caught out on the ring, fighting with their backs to get it, and just getting collapsed upon?
Might be Alliance too, is already having lost Unlucky, and Hackis maybe going down even faster. Has Alliance ultimately gone right next to the, nearly graves of Na'Vi. We've actually still got Na'Vi in the game with kinda holding it down. Young controller player may be able to clutch a little bit of damage, but the fight against DarkZero I think is a little too much to ask for an 18-year-old.
I mean, DZ just turned and burned against Alliance. If I'm I understand my objective here. We're in 4th overall. We need as many points as we can to try and solidify ourselves in that winner's bracket. Come bracket stage. Placement points, you know, I'm not gonna judge you for ratting it out and looking for those. Elsewhere, Oxygen Esports has moved into the train tracks, get fragnated out, start smoking and running. And now, well, we've got a little bit of the low ground here.
Funny thing happened with Oxygen. You remember we talked about their position earlier, that in the top left of your screen you can see where the crafter is. That was over by the crafter. Well, they moved down onto the low ground thinking, well, maybe this will pull over towards the cart. Have now realized they've made a mistake, and you know what that means? That Moist has likely moved in behind them. Or not Moist, I should say.
Not Moist, you're right. That's going to be one of the biggest issues they're going to have to tend for. So Not Moist was playing the opposing choke point from Alliance and has never overextended. You called it early, that passive, responsible nature of a well-seasoned team, and they are doing just that. But NTC, okay. Going under fire here, but they did manage to take out SSG.
Call it a unique read on the meta with Valk, Watson, Crypto. Not too many teams are running it, but they're weirdly not the only ones. It's net them some decent points so far. RIDDLE running a very similar comp, swapping out Crypto for Bangalore, perhaps a little bit more aggression in that area. Will give them some much needed cover to access high ground that many will have to do. I want to keep my eyes on BR Demons here as well. They've suffered a little bit in the later half of the day, but man, did BRD come out of the gate swinging.
And I just want to see him keep swinging, right? Find their way around this. Scans up in 5 seconds to give them a bit more information. But as that zone starts to close, they found where they want to play. The Arcstar looking for the res here. We get it. And now just trying to get back to full form with that zone starting to pull towards the opposing side train tracks, not favoring where Oxygen Esports was. I look to where VP and Never to Change are playing, and Passion UA, this would be a building they would typically play if they had a read on where they thought the zone was pulling. If they called train tracks, they would 100% be in VP's building.
Everybody's thinking about how they're going to move up to high ground, BRD included, looking over at Never to Change and actually making the climb
climb up to start a fight. The problem with this building is that only one team is going to come out of it alive, and there's not many ways to control who that is.
Cow falls in the meantime. Oxygen picking up some more KP. Going to be well needed considering they were in outside the top 10 of this series post those first 3 Storm Point games. Off screen, Zero still picking up some knocks and Elim's trying to farther DZ's gain here. But I've got all of my eyes on Passion UA here. That rotation, knowing the circle pulled opposite of where they are. You've got RIDDLE and MDY White, your biggest threats. And that's if you can even get to the zone where Oxygen has been watching.
Hey, RIDDLE, is it weird that I don't know what I want them to do. A Valkyl's obviously super troll play. You cannot move out of low ground with that and expect to live. But to access height would be to actually throw your shot at winning the game, something DarkZero are doing up against Not Moist right now.
MDY White has fallen, but we're sitting at 8 eliminations for DZ, and now Jen Burton, always harped upon for being kind of that controller menace, that excellent fragger. But I had a chat with him prior to this, and he was like, you know, I'm also good at MNK, right? Like, I'm a demon. And I was like, I just think you're skilled at this point.
I think that could be said for all 40 teams here. I know what you mean, though. I know what you mean. I am really curious as to how DZ, Not Moist, are navigating this fight, because it hasn't really been a full knockdown, drag out one yet. DZ has sort of passively pushed Not Moist onto the low ground, and they've got height now, but are coming under pressure from other squads like Oxygen that have wanted to retake this high ground for so long. In a way, DZ have found themselves as the meat, but they've got high ground, which is the great equalizer in Apex Legends.
I do love what they're doing. If they can keep Not Moist from sending them and they push them straight into NTC, well, let's jump into a listen in with DZ to see how they're going to manage that.
Okay, I'm
Oh, your head! He's 1 HP in tube!
Okay.
We can't angle, can we? Go back, somebody go back, stop, go back!
You go back.
I got back.
Wait, we have to.
I'm kidding.
We have really good space.
Look at squads, 7 squads.
Yep.
How much energy? 160 double.
100 single.
I need 2 bat sites. You have 10?
Yes, I have 6 here.
I can angle the troop team.
Yeah, if you can.
Yep.
Don't do
I can't big angles.
Nice. All you, bro. All you.
They're gonna get fucked.
I'm scanning you, Jen. Scanning you.
Yeah. They're getting fucked. I cracked one.
Nice, all you.
I don't have cost skill, let's have Excel. I'm only at 50.
I'm saving spec man.
We have to kill a lot of teams. We have to kill a lot of teams fast.
Balcony's
I have ult very soon. How much energy? 140 double.
120
I'm 100 right now for single.
I'm scanning tube. Tube's almost out.
Yeah.
You guys have to jump out here as well.
You can see the tube.
I come to you now.
Single. Say something to me.
I'm gonna spike the troop. For you.
Yep.
I'm spiking it now.
They're still in there,
I'm gonna spike the cross.
Scanning, what's the tube?
Yep.
Wait, they're gone.
I'll spike the cross as well.
Bring the whole top side.
You're good on me. You can down jump me.
During that listen-in, we did see a lot about what they're planning to do. Not Moist has fallen, and the collapse of moving from the coveted building is happening. Oxygen Esports on the train track tried to close in the mobile respawn for a semblance of cover, and Vayne is trying to withstand every bit of the rest of this lobby. But for VP, one of the lone standing squads that have emerged from the building have been relegated towards a duo. Sharky just trying to stabilize, but NTC is poking and prodding at them, but they're still able to make it happen. And DarkZero holding all the space, all the patience in the world, take the map.
I'm giving that a golf clap of the finish. DZ controlled high ground, and really, Chip, that's what won them the game. Oxygen ended up having to fight for their low ground position, not a game-winning one. The same thing happens with Virtus.pro and MDY. And DarkZero have a sequence of third parties pushing Moist off the high ground. They get rid of one team, third partying Oxygen, they get another, third partying Virtus, they get another, and they win the game as a bonus.
That's a nice bonus, Dia.
It is a nice bonus.
And I think back to the top of the show for this series, what that prediction looked like, and I dare I say I picked DZ. I was right about Aurora. Do I get a 2 for 3?
My prediction for this group, so scuffed right now.
What do you mean?
Well, I predicted Wonton Dumpling.
Yeah, and they're a menace. They just give them some time. They're going to warm up. They're going to be fine. I have all the faith in the world.
Chip,
I said that about Red Rams earlier. Look, trust.
Chip, I'm not in this for the long game. I'm I need the prediction right now. And right now, DarkZero are the ones that put on a clinic for our first game of World's Edge. This was a very simple game for them. And if you think about the way that they won it, they didn't play from one position the whole time. They actually came around. You'll remember them fighting for Landslide Tunnel and transitioned from fight to fight to fight, never really putting themselves in a terribly risky position. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that their rotations are going nigh unchallenged in this lobby.
Well, you have to also think back to when we were in that listen-in. Zero kind of leading the charge, looking at this. He's like, hey, no, come back. Yeah. This is not where we want to be. And it was similar to what we had witnessed when we were listening to Not Moist. It was like, hey, let's go look at BRD. They're in No Name, looking for Beacon Scan, and maybe we can pick up an elimination off it. But as soon as it is called out, as soon as they know, they're like, no, come back. This is not a smart fight. And that goes in with the adaptability, with the experience of knowing when a map is going to be good for you to take that engagement. At the end of the day, man, 11 eliminations, a 23-point game. Not the largest one we've seen, but this is kind of that bread and butter of getting the majority of your points for a 6-game series. I think anything over 20 is just chef's kiss.
And if we're thinking about this in a sort of series way, Virtus.pro just won a game. They come second in the next one, and not a shabby second either, with 7 kills. They are looking very good. Oxygen actually continue a nice upward trend that they've had as one of our better performing North American teams. And with Riddle and Never to Change slotting themselves in right there as well, this will give a nice boost to their series results.
It really will. And Riddle Order came into this, I believe, kind of similar towards that 20th place overall in the series. So seeing them inside the top 5, starting to write that trajectory back up the leaderboard is where they need to go. Let's jump on over. Wonton Dumpling just missing the mark of hitting the top 10. But can we just talk about this for a second? SSG, that's accurate, right? We're looking at double digits points going out in 13th place. Now, SSG, if you guys missed the beginning of this, they decided to third party the contest over at Survey. And man, they just picked up those weapons and they full send it towards Heroez. Let's go ahead and look at some stats there from DarkZero from match 4.
I mean, the team performed incredibly well. I think one of the biggest problems with fighting DarkZero is that you often have to commit 2 people to fight off just one of them because of the incredible amount of consistent damage they're able to do. Zero's a top fragger. The same can be said for Jen and Sykes, but literally topping regional leaderboards and global ones in years past.
Yeah, so hear me out. I just want to stay here for like 2 seconds, Dean. Sure. There's been a lot of questions, and I've seen this all over social media because we have a change up here. And it's happened throughout scrims. A lot of teams have been doing this, putting the IGL on Bloodhound as opposed to someone when, you can think about it this way, Jen Burton might be one of the best Bloodhound players I've ever witnessed. He's been playing Bangalore and Zero slotting into the Bloodhound. Now talk me through why we think that's a better move for our IGL, because I know we know, we've had this conversation, but I just feel like we need to enlighten.
Tips like, Diaz ranted at me enough about this in the green room, so now all of you need to hear it. And I welcome you as we discuss the IGL Bangalore Bloodhound debate, because you will see a lot of IGLs running Bangalore, and it's not a bad move. One of the things with Bangalore is a rotational assistant legend. Obviously, the ult's pretty toss and burn. We need to use this, we use it, it's fine, it covers a large area. But smokes as a rotational tool are actually really specific, and IGLs like to move their teams specifically from place to place. So to see Jen being able to take that role on while Zero gets more vision enabled by the Bloodhound, allowing him to make better, more informed calls, is actually the route we're seeing a lot of more successful teams take.
I love it, and it just pans out in that. But let's go ahead and jump towards those series results. After that win, DarkZero are now tied alongside Virtus.pro, who, mind you, Sharky is on that squad. We took a map win for them. Then they come in second to DZ in match number 4. But Alliance is still in the running. That points disparity between 3rd and 4th, that's starting to get elongated because you've got our top 3 points sponging. Navi, they needed to have a strong performance, kind of rounding out that top 5. And dare I say, I'm looking for other NA and Complexity and Oxygen Esports. You know, they're holding it down alongside DZ for NA right now.
They're doing all right. They're staying in the conversation, but as you talked about, top 3 is really where it's at. DZ, Virtus.pro, Alliance, and I don't even know how you get into that conversation at this point. you're looking for some placement points, but right now, with only 2 games left on World's Edge, the chance of you snagging a top 3 spot is slipping away for many teams.
Slipping away, wow. I love that for you. Anyways, guys, we're gonna cut to a quick break. We got 2 more games left in this series, our last group series of the day. See you after this break.
Miller, the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
And we're back here live from the Galen Center. If there's one thing I've learned about California, Dia, it's that the West Coast has some of the best sunsets. And if you haven't seen one, because you guys are D-Gens like me here in the arena, well, thank you for being here. Hopefully you see the sunset at some point in time. But we still have 2 more games, so let's lock it in.
I mean, I can say confidently, having lived in California for most of my life and then moved to another section of the West Coast, I'm electing to watch Apex Legends today because I think I genuinely prefer it right now. This is the best teams in the world competing at the highest quality competition that you can get all season. I think it's all right to give up a sunset or 2 to be able to witness this majesty.
I'll give up 4. I will give up
4?
every
Yeah,
sunset that it takes this week to make sure that we witness every bit of the action here at the ALGS Year 4 Split 1 playoffs. And while we've got 2 more games to go, my thoughts now that we're starting to see some repeat groups here in the series is what that winner's bracket is going to look like, what the cutoff was for it at Champs. Now, I think back, and that cutoff was actually going to be TYK and FaZe holding it together at 103 points.
I am going to hold off until tomorrow to start talking about winners. And I think at this point, with a lot of teams still experimenting, still finding their styles, still, in this case, fighting for POIs, there's way too much on the line. Heroes have returned to this, as have KINOTROPE, and you'll all remember, that means likely SSG will be thinking about this again.
Yeah, see, now I'm more concerned with what SSG is doing. I'm convinced they're just landing hot, grabbing their weapons, and running away. But for now, this contest is likely going to get drawn out. If I'm KINOTROPE and I'm Heroes, I don't really want to actually do this, but splitting the loot at Survey Camp is not good. Now, what KINOTROPE has probably done, you saw them shooting them back into the tunnel there. There's a few supply bins, right? You can kind of run through it. That's gonna be better loot at the end by the jump tower. You've got some weapons on the ground. So at the end of the day, I think that is gonna be the safer route for KINOTROPE that needs to focus on getting more points.
We'll also provide them some pretty safe rotations for later on. As NTC enter the arena, they'll be really quickly harried out by KINOTROPE, who are just looting. Normally, NTC would be able to rotate through this train just fine because nobody would be here. But with KINOTROPE's, I'll say, accelerated pathing as a result of their early, in air quotes, contest, you're not going to be able to hang out here as Never to Change. And that unfortunately means that Never to Change are going into this next zone, or to their rotation they've clearly planned out. Very loot poor, not a lot of Evos, not a lot of Harvesters on the way, and likely relying mostly on damage as Never to Change.
Well, that's also interesting, because NTC was supposed to be contesting Complexity at Harvester there, so they completely chalked any plan that they would have particularly had. And when you've got Crazy Raccoon, which is such a scary fighting team at this point. Now, we think back to when they had primarily focused on the more defensive legends. They're slotting in Wonton for it, but they're still amping up that aggression. They've made their way from Skyhook East over towards that survey camp, and I think it's because, you know, everyone wanted a piece of that contest and map number 4, and now they're looking at it again. But it didn't actually happen this time.
At least on their rotation, they've got a Harvester and a Survey Beacon. Survey Beacon especially will give them a really nice read on where the zone is going, since like you talked about, Crazy Raccoon may not have actually gotten ring console data because of where they drop early. DarkZero denying a lot of access to information. So now, with hitting the ring console, Crazy Raccoon should know that this zone is pulling us up towards the northeastern side of the zone. Climatize is looking pretty good. Rotations through Overlook are also looking nice, and that's where Virtus.pro actually have a pretty big edge.
Yeah, Virtus.pro land and Overlook, and they likely got that information since Overlook did have a ring console. They're gonna move straight up to the rocks. Now, we have seen some endings here over the past few match days in the regular season split, and you know, it's one of the most scary ones in my opinion if we're gonna be going down into the open only with a rock. It's feeling very Game of Thronesy, north of the wall.
It is, it is. I can appreciate temporarily that Virtus.pro are opting not to play rocks and instead sit in this building. It's a safer play, but it does give up a lot of space, a lot of pressure to SSG. And one of the things I like to see, especially in group stages of LANs, is teams taking more active positions. Yes, passive spots will get you points, and that is nice. But I think if you're Virtus.pro, if you've gotten first and second, you can afford to play a little bit more active and try and take up more real estate than other teams might be able to. SSG is scary, and I get that, but I'd go for it.
Speaking of going for it, 2R1C are letting it all hang out, and you know, we just got here, and BR Demons are already headed back towards the lobby. We're getting that res onto Hyarka thanks to that lifeline, and he immediately drops the drone to resupplesh that white health. Now, granted, you're able to save that Phoenix kit a little bit for later. Nope, no, he's still hitting it. I love that for you, Hyarka. But for now, we turn our attention towards getting more KP.
Sitting in this spot that Ujago has, by the way, is busted. It's a head peek, an immense amount of cover, impossible to nade, and it's let 2R1C turn the engagement around completely.
Okay, the L-Star, man, it's just hitting today. Saku goes down, Saku gets finished. And now MDY White picks off the rest of RIDDLE Order. Not gonna be the good start they wanted here for map number 5, but for MDY White, this is probably what they needed to make happen. We're on the train tracks line, and we're just gonna be looking for active eliminations. And, well, FaZeU's out here just doing a little target practice with that drone.
MDY White, having yet to crack the top 10 and only 2 games to do it, as you say, will really benefit from picking up a bit of KP. And their spot right now, I'm gonna harken back to something I talked about with Virtus.pro, not very active. So this KP is going to be pretty few and far between until later zones. If and only if MDY have predicted the zone correctly. Otherwise, out of the bottom of this valley, they're not going to get much done.
Range. Always better than iron sights.
For now, with that next zone information, we're just kind of scouting, scanning, trying to stay active and look for what's going to happen, maybe clear out their back. They're all taking different angles. Pricey is kind of separated out on that rooftop to make sure that we are watching every angle and denying maybe a walk-up that we hadn't anticipated. But this is one of the scary spots, right? We talk a lot about the evac tower late game rotations, the Valk ults that come through. That would be a building they would want to land on. Just saying.
That's true, and it's why showing presence in a lobby with Valks is important. Some people choose to do that with Watson. Fences are a really good deterrent, but if you're not running things like Watson that announce your presence, you've got to be having at least one person on roof in a visible area, actively shooting at evac towers at Valkults and making sure that people aren't landing on you. So that is something that Virtus, as a result of holding that spot, will have to accommodate, as Overlook could cook a little bit later on. For now, though, we're seeing a little bit more cooking happen in Fragment, where Passion UA and Crazy Raccoon are playing a game of chicken with each other. There's some nades tossed out, there's some ults tossed out, but you don't want to actually fight this unless you've got something good to go on, a crack, a knock, something.
Well, neither of them have anything to lose at this point. They're both outside the top 10. Crazy Raccoon in 14th, Passion UA in 19th. And they're just kind of being friendly neighbors here in Frag East. They know they have to rotate through each other, but not before Dogma jumps through. But here by EMP forces them back into their home.
That EMP actually was almost enough to take a fight with, but PK, or rather Mastiff shot on the low ground, should be pushing Passion UA to engage. I'm very surprised to see them playing passively after the damage they got done with both the Mastiff and the EMP. Passion UA back away again, play passive.